3 centuries ago, the extraterrestrial race known as the Wasteland Gods invaded Earth, resulting in a global catastrophe. Survivors were isolated by a formidable barrier known as the Great Wall, leading to the establishment of a rigid class society. Beyond the wall lies a dominion ruled by the virus-mutated undead, grotesque creatures, and enigmatic alien forces, such as the ice demon worms and fire demon worms. As a human who was frozen in time 300 years ago, Dudian awoke and infiltrated the Great Wall as a cryostasis survivor. Armed with knowledge far surpassing that of his era-spanning mechanical engineering and biology, ascended from a scavenger in the slums to a hunter, awakening a rare ability. Known as the Ice Demon Mark. Chapter 1. Frozen for 3 centuries. The season of relentless rain had arrived. Water accumulated in the streets, swiftly spreading through the impoverished district. Some low-lying houses were inundated to their thresholds, and the long-neglected drainage system was rendered utterly ineffective. In mere moments, the entire outer slum transformed into a vast expanse of water. Within the confines of the Maiden orphanage, a woman in her 30s led a group of children, aged between 7 and 12, as they hurriedly transported pre-filled sandbags to stack at the entrance, attempting to block the onrushing deluge. Dudian, come help. There's no use calling for him, he's a fool. How infuriating. Several boys, drenched in sweat from carrying the sandbags, glanced with frustration at a small boy standing quietly by a nearby window. Though they were aware that voicing their annoyance would be futile, they gritted their teeth and continued to deliver the sandbags to the entrance. The boy by the window, appearing around 7 or 8 years of age, had a frail physique, yet stood at a height comparable to the older children. Most striking was his pallid complexion, almost sickly in its whiteness, setting him starkly apart from the others, whose skin was darkened and soiled from relentless exposure to harsh sunlight and ultraviolet rays. This difference sparked a mix of envy among the other children. However, Dudian sighed inwardly, recognizing this as a consequence of his cryostasis. Although he had emerged from the chamber over 3 months ago, his body had yet to recover. He felt perpetually lethargic, suffering from what modern medicine might term myasthenia. Even standing proved to be a taxing endeavor, let alone carrying sandbags to block the rain. Yet, he found no solace in his survival. He had indeed lived, but his parents and sister who had created the cryostasis technology remained trapped in the horrors of that cataclysm. Even if they had miraculously survived, 3 centuries had long since buried them in dust. In this vast world, he was left utterly alone, destined to confront it in solitude. Despair was foreign to him, though he had experienced profound sorrow. He refused to succumb to despondency. His parents had granted him the gift of life. Twice he would not allow himself to languish. He intended not only to survive, but to thrive, making himself proud, as well as honoring the memory of his deceased family. Fortunately, fate still sheltered humanity. Upon his emergence from the cryostasis chamber, he had feared he was the last living soul on Earth. Yet, upon leaving the refuse site where the chamber lay buried, he discovered that humanity had not been extinguished, that a handful had evidently survived the disaster. And after 3 centuries of propagation, their numbers had swelled to a substantial scale. As his thoughts wandered, the tempest outside gradually subsided. Observing the water level at the threshold cease its rise, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, as if they had endured a protracted battle, leaving everyone feeling utterly spent. At that moment, the middle-aged woman glanced at the sky, noting the dispersal of dark clouds, allowing a murky light to shine through, and declared, "Prepare to head to the dining hall. Put on your wax grass shoes, Dudian. Hurry and put on your shoes for dinner," called out a voice from the back of the line. It belonged to a boy of 7 or 8, who, upon remembering something, slapped his forehead, approached Dudian, and gestured toward the dining hall with one hand, while his other arm hung limply. Dudian recognized him as Barton, one of the few children in the orphanage who showed him kindness. This was likely due to his own circumstances. After 3 centuries of upheaval, language had evolved beyond his understanding. When he first arrived at the orphanage, he could neither comprehend nor communicate in their tongue, leading others to perceive him as somewhat simple-minded. Consequently, he was naturally grouped with children like Barton, who bore physical deformities. The orphanage was divided into 2 factions, those abandoned for their intact bodies and those discarded for their deformities. In this world, even children had learned the art of survival in numbers. Dudian nodded in acknowledgement and followed Barton to the back of the line. Just as Barton was about to urge Dudian to change into his wax grass shoes, he noticed that Dudian was already wearing a pair of light green high-top shoes, leaving him momentarily speechless. In a world devoid of plastic, Shoes crafted from wax grass had become the common rain gear. This natural, mutated grass was ubiquitous, with broad leaves and a waxy surface that effectively shielded against radioactive rain, making it an essential item for every household. The group cautiously navigated the narrow, stone-paved path that rose half a meter above the water level, which barely reached their ankles. A misstep could lead to a plunge into the water, and even the strongest adult would likely fall ill as a consequence. Upon reaching the dining hall, a frantic scramble ensued for seats, as the limited space was quickly occupied by the able-bodied children at the front. Dudian, Barton, and the other physically impaired children had grown accustomed to retreating to a corner where a few stones served as their dining table. Have you heard? Among the new adopters is a doctor and a wall builder. Aunt Di mentioned it. She told us to seize this opportunity and perform well, that if a doctor adopts me, it would be a blessing. I would prefer to be chosen by a wall builder. Perhaps I could ascend the Sylvia Great Wall and glimpse the world beyond. Before the food arrived, Barton and several other children began to converse quietly. Each bore some deformity, whether it was a missing ear or a face marred by small growths. None appeared entirely normal. Dudian listened intently, his eyes flickering with contemplation, yet he remained silent. What a pity that Dudian isn't bright otherwise. With his looks and physique, he would surely be selected. Barton sighed after a moment, casting a regretful glance at Dudian. The other children shook their heads in dismay at Dudian's lack of response. Humph, a bunch of defective beings thinking they can compete with us for adoption, sneered a frail child seated nearby, overhearing Barton's remarks. His disdainful words drew the attention of others, and soon, contemptuous glares were directed at Dudian, Barton, and the others. Compared to the deformed children, those who were physically intact but abandoned harbored deeper resentments. Dudian regarded them with a calm demeanor, saying nothing despite being a child himself. He possessed a depth of understanding that eluded many adults. In the eyes of these children, however, he appeared merely simple. Look at this fool, he doesn't even understand when he's insulted. Such a defective head, no wonder he was abandoned. Dreaming of adoption? Better wait until you're 13 and get sent to the mines. These children openly displayed their scorn and disdain, reveling in it. Just then, the food arrived, and the middle-aged woman who had escorted them admonished, "Quiet down, do you not wish to eat?" Upon hearing this, the children's bravado waned, their expressions turning innocent, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. The following day, the silver-gray clouds gradually unfurled, allowing sunlight to cascade over the impoverished district. In the season of disastrous rains, such clear weather is a rare blessing. Today marks a long-anticipated occasion for the children of the Maiden orphanage, Adoption Day. Families who had made prior arrangements flocked to the orphanage, eager to select a child who captured their hearts. At the break of dawn, Dudian rose punctually. Though the world had forsaken alarm clocks, his internal clock remained unfaltering. After straightening his bedding, he washed his face with the filtered well water. As he reached for a pair of weathered coarse garments beside his pillow, he unexpectedly felt a soft bundle within. Upon inspection, he discovered a crumpled violet handkerchief. For a moment, Dudian paused, recalling the young girl who had guided him to this orphanage on that frigid, dark night. Regrettably, the darkness had obscured her features. During his 3 months here, he had come to understand that those capable of affording such fine fabric were undoubtedly members of the upper echelon from the outer districts. The handkerchief still bore traces of the dirt that had marked his face, remnants that could not be cleansed. After a brief silence, Dudian tucked the handkerchief into his bosom, donned his clothes, and made his way to the open space outside the orphanage. Although he had but one parental figure in his heart, he understood the necessity of being adopted promptly. Children who reached the age of 13 without being chosen would be relinquished by the orphanage and sent to toil in the mines controlled by the Maiden Coal Association, where they would become permanent laborers, destined to perish under the weight of their labor, never to see the light of day again. But on this day, much like Dudian, all the children at the orphanage dressed in their finest attire, having scrubbed themselves clean and donned clothing they had long hesitated to wear, garments that had been set aside upon their arrival at the orphanage. For if one's body exuded an unpleasant odor, no one would wish to draw near. This was the wisdom imparted by Aunt Diameter. Before Dudian's eyes, a large group of children stood on the rain-soaked sand, subtly divided into two factions, the able-bodied and the deformed. Once all the children were assembled, the adults seeking to adopt them, guided by Aunt Dia and other caretakers, approached the children, scrutinizing the potential new members of their families. "Hello, uncles and aunts," they greeted in unison, under Aunt Dia's instruction. Except for Dudian and a few others who were unable to speak, the remaining children responded obediently, their glossy, innocent eyes filled with yearning and hope as they gazed up at the adults. This fervent gaze stirred a sense of pity and reluctance in some of the onlookers. Soon, Dudian, a slender figure, yet notably tall, captured the attention of many adults. His skin, pale as snow, stood out starkly, and his demeanor was distinctly different from that of the other children. While the adults could not articulate what set him apart, they sensed an air of composure and an undeniable nobility about him. Indeed, it was nobility. This revelation astonished several adults, who had not anticipated encountering such remarkable potential amidst the orphanage in the slums. In an instant, many hearts were stirred. Chapter 2. The manor servants. The other children were acutely aware of the situation. A petite girl, around 8 or 9 years old, promptly exclaimed, "Dear uncles and aunts, this is Dudian. He has a bit of a problem. He tends to be dazed and cannot speak, so please do not take offense." Despite her young age, the harsh realities of her environment had rendered her remarkably astute. Her words were cleverly crafted, deftly avoiding any appearance of jealousy while simultaneously highlighting Dudian's shortcomings and presenting herself as amiable. Yes, please do not hold it against him," the other children chimed in, belatedly grasping the situation. Barton and a few other children who shared a room with Dudian looked at the leading girl in astonishment, not anticipating her outburst. Hearing the remarks from the other healthy children, they felt a wave of discomfort wash over them but refrained from defending Dudian, fearing they might leave a negative impression on the adults. Dudian cast a faint glance at the girl, feeling a twinge of surprise. From his recollection over the past 3 months, he remembered her as one of the few kind-hearted children among the healthy ones. She had never spoken harshly to the deformed children like Barton and was always gentle, earning admiration from even the other disabled children when her name came up in casual conversation. Dudian held a fondness for her, recalling that her name seemed to be Lisa. Indeed, he had been somewhat naive. At that moment, upon hearing Lisa's words, the adult's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of realization. A child with such pristine skin and delicate features. It was no wonder she had been abandoned. Many adults felt a pang of sympathy. Observing their reactions, Lisa and the other healthy children sighed in relief. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a youthful voice rang out from the crowd, capturing the attention of both children and adults alike. All the children widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. It was Dudian who had spoken. After 3 months in the orphanage, Dudian had silently observed and listened, acquiring a number of simple phrases. The orphanage provided basic speech instruction, even if it was dilapidated. However, the lessons were primarily for infants around 1 year old. Though he hadn't formally participated, he had surreptitiously learned a great deal. Yet, those around him had long regarded him as mute. They communicated with him through gestures, and no one ever approached him for conversation. Consequently, he had grown indifferent to speaking, content with the solitude. "I have no issues," Dudian stated calmly and earnestly. His youthful voice conveyed an undeniable sense of conviction. He did not seek to accuse Lisa of lying or retaliate against her, for such actions were unnecessary. The adults were momentarily taken aback, and the next instant, it seemed they understood. A series of glances filled with latent anger turned toward Lisa, and when they saw the shock on her face, they hesitated for a moment. Soon, they realized that the issue lay not with the girl but with Dudian. A wave of furrowed brows swept through the adults. One robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke up with a stern expression, judging by their reactions. "It seems they were unaware that you could speak. Can you tell me why you concealed this from them?" The adults were particularly wary of adopting children with hidden agendas, as they craved security. Dudian recognized that he had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic, yet he remained composed. "I did not intentionally hide it from them. I am simply introverted and do not enjoy speaking. They perceived me as mute, and I allowed them to think so." Upon hearing his words, the chill in the adult's eyes gradually dissipated. Most orphans exhibited signs of autism, which they understood and empathized with. Even if you were introverted, you must have spoken at least once during your time in the orphanage, correct? A plump-faced woman in the crowd questioned skeptically. Before Dudian could respond, Aunt Dia interjected. "It's true. This child is quite particular about cleanliness, and we have assigned him a private room, thus reducing his opportunities for interaction with the other children." Upon hearing this, Dudian, Barton, and the other children were momentarily taken aback. They were puzzled as to why Aunt Dia would fabricate such a story. For no child in the orphanage could enjoy a room to themselves. Dudian's heart stirred, and he quickly understood. In this regard, The current orphanage bore similarities to those of a bygone era, where the children were presented in the most favorable light, with their flaws obscured. If these adults were to learn that Dudian had only been in the orphanage for 3 months, regardless of his circumstances, no one would wish to adopt him. After all, a child of 7 or 8 years possessed memories of their biological parents, and no one could guarantee that once he was raised, he would not seek them out. Understanding this, Dudian felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He glanced at the other children and noticed those healthy children, and Lisa seemed poised to speak. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Aunt Dia glaring fiercely at Lisa and the few children who were about to speak, causing their faces to pale. In the orphanage, Aunt Dia wielded absolute authority over them all. With a mere word, she could obliterate their chances of ever being adopted. As for why Aunt Dia was assisting him, Dudian certainly did not harbor any delusions of possessing a unique charm. Rather, the sooner he was adopted, the less food the orphanage would have to expend on him. "Oh, I see," the plump-faced woman remarked, observing Dudian's pale complexion. Compassionately, she continued, "Child, I choose you. You shall be my child from now on." At her words, Barton and several other close friends of Dudian were elated, as if they themselves had been adopted, sharing in Dudian's joy. However, upon hearing this, Dudian immediately scrutinized the woman's clothing and hands. Noticing her rough fingers, indicative of hard labor, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was about to decline when another voice chimed in. "I find this child quite appealing, and I believe I would make a suitable parent for him given my circumstances." Everyone turned to the speaker, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, wearing a faint smile. The plump-faced woman's expression darkened as she retorted, "Oh, really? I'm curious to hear what makes you so significant." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and replied, "Significant? Not quite. I am merely a humble gardener for the Mel family." At this revelation, everyone was momentarily stunned. The children had little reaction, but the surrounding adults shifted noticeably, with some gasping. "The Mel family? Is it that Mel family?" There was no other Mel family in need of a gardener. In an instant, the adults regarded the middle-aged man with a mix of awe and respect. The plump-faced woman's complexion paled as she lowered her head in silence. "Well then, child?" The middle-aged man, satisfied with the adults' reactions, gazed at Dudian with a smile. Lisa and the other children, including the deformed ones like Barton, began to perceive the unfolding drama. Jealousy and envy filled their eyes as they watched Dudian being contested over while they could only wish for adoption themselves. Dudian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "I appreciate your interest, uncle, but I hope my parents are doctors, as that would provide a greater sense of security." This was a polite refusal. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Dudian's rejection. He had visited numerous orphanages in search of a child that caught his eye, and those children had always been ecstatic at the prospect of adoption. None had displayed the calmness and composure that Dudian exhibited. Before long, the middle-aged man came to a realization. Although the May Mountain family was well known in the outer district, these children were oblivious to it. They did not even comprehend the concept of a gardener. After all, the worlds they inhabited were far too distant from one another. Dudian, of course, understood what a gardener was, and from the expressions of the adults around him, he discerned that this Meyer family must be an immensely significant entity. However, he harbored a deep reluctance to accept that his parents might be mere servants of a manor. Chapter 3. A New Beginning Doctor? Upon hearing Dudian's words, a young woman clad in a grayish-white coat brightened her eyes and approached him, saying, "Little one, I am a doctor. Would you like to be my child?" Dudian had already taken note of her and was surprised that she took the initiative to speak without him having to ask. Initially, he had planned to reject the gardener's offer with a sense of adventure, assuming others were too afraid to choose him. But it now appeared that her status was not as intimidating as he had thought. Unbeknownst to Dudian, doctors in this world were even rarer than he had imagined. Although still a common profession, it was one of the few among the common folk that could interact with the nobility. If the steward of the Mel family had come to select a child, no one would dare choose the one he favored. However, a mere gardener's servant could only exert influence over miners and tailors, the ordinary folk. Dudian then scrutinized her more closely. Her facial features were soft, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared, evoking memories of his mother preparing breakfast with tenderness. A pang of emotion struck him, and after a moment of silence, he gently nodded, saying, "I would like that." The middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly, but upon glancing at the young woman, he refrained from further comment, secretly lamenting Dudian's choice. After all, he was still too young and inexperienced. While being a doctor was commendable, not every child of a doctor could master their parents' skills. It was a profession that required immense effort to enter, and if one failed to learn it after investing considerable energy, transitioning to another career would be too late, leaving them as mere laborers. In contrast, the gardener's path was different. With a good memory, one could quickly adapt, and as a gardener for the Mel family, he would not only escape the filthy confines of the slums, but could also inherit his position, living a lifetime within the Mel estate, an opportunity others could only dream of. What a pity! The middle-aged man shook his head. The other children, witnessing the young doctor selecting Dudian, wore expressions of discontent. The deformed children, like Barton, felt somewhat envious, but mostly envious, while the healthy children felt that Dudian had snatched away their precious opportunity, stirring resentment and jealousy in their hearts. I can do it, the young woman replied, her face aglow with joy. Mina, please take them to register their household information, Aunt Dia instructed a middle-aged woman nearby. The woman named Mina beckoned Dudian and smiled at the young doctor, saying, Come with me. Go for it, Dudian. Don't forget us. Barton and the other deformed children called out, reluctant to part. Despite knowing their situation, they managed to smile. I'll choose you. Just as Dudian was about to leave, he suddenly heard the gardener's voice. Turning, he saw the man pointing at Lisa in the crowd, smiling as he said, Little girl, you seem quite clever. How about being my daughter? Lisa stared at him in disbelief, while the other healthy children around her looked on with envy. From that moment on, he and the other children of the orphanage would each live in their respective families, perhaps never to meet again. The registration process at the orphanage was quite simple. First, the verification of the adopter's identification. Second, the verification of the adopter's employment status. These two steps aim to confirm whether the adopter met the legal requirements for adoption. If they were unemployed or engaged in the lowest forms of labor, they would not qualify to adopt a child. The final step involved signing a contract to confirm the adoption relationship and transferring Dudian's registration from the orphanage to the adoptive parent. The last and most crucial aspect was the adoption fee. Indeed, this was the primary source of income for orphanages in this world. In the olden days, orphanages required only the adopter to meet certain conditions without needing monetary compensation. However, here it was different. What was termed adoption was essentially akin to selling. Similar in nature to human trafficking in the olden days, with the only distinction being that it was legal here. Dudian had yet to see the currency of this world. When his nominal mother pulled out a thick stack of green bills, roughly the size of old-world notes, adorned with the image of a towering city wall reminiscent of the Sylvia Great Wall, as she handed the clearly counted bills to the smiling Mina, Dudian understood why he had been so easily accepted upon his arrival at the orphanage. Despite the orphanage's dire straits and the surrounding dilapidation, they had selflessly provided him with food and shelter, as it turned out that his short stay could bring them substantial wealth. With a soft sigh, Dudian realized he ought to grasp the stark differences between the two worlds, adapt or be adapted. Having settled the adoption fee, the young woman tucked away the signed contract, bending down to stroke Dudian's hair gently. Child, from now on, I will be your mother. My name is Julia. Dudian gazed into her light brown eyes, understanding that this woman would be his sole support as he grew. After a moment of silence, he asked, May I call you Aunt Julia for now? Julia paused for a moment. Mina, who was organizing the documents, interjected, Don't be rude. From this moment on, she is your mother. Treat her well, and don't tarnish our orphanage's reputation. It's all right, Julia replied with a gentle smile, stroking Dudian's head. If you wish to call me Aunt Julia for now, that's fine. I will wait until you feel comfortable. A warm feeling spread through Dudian's heart as he softly said, Thank you. He genuinely appreciated it, knowing that once adopted, his life would rest entirely in the hands of his guardian, and from the other children, he had learned that in this world, even if parents were to harm their children, it was considered lawful. Julia's home was situated in a residential area. The inhabitants were ordinary workers, and the living conditions differed vastly from those in the slums. The air was fresher, devoid of the stench of refuse or decay. In the expansive residential area, Julia's living conditions were relatively upscale, located on the southern side, where land prices were double that of the northern side, which was closer to the slums, while the south bordered the commercial district. Those who resided in the commercial area were either high-ranking military personnel or wealthy merchants, spending amounts that dwarfed what residents of the area could earn in a lifetime. High, imposing walls separated each district, with city gates only opening during the day, creating strict demarcations. A saying circulated within the Sylvia Great Wall, face north, not south. This meant that residents of the residential area could freely enter the slums, and those from the commercial area could visit the residential area, but it was utterly forbidden for slum dwellers to enter the residential area, and vice versa. Chapter 4. The night Julia produced a set of keys, and with a decisive click, the door swung open. "Dean, come inside," she beckoned. From a small cabinet beside the entrance, Julia retrieved a pair of adult cotton shoes, playfully waving them before Dean as if to amuse him. "These are your Uncle S shoes. Try them on for now, and later tonight before curfew, I will take you to buy a new pair." Dean hesitated for a moment, then quickly reconciled himself to the situation. After all, one of the conditions for adopting a child was that the adoptive parents must be married, which meant he had a nominal father he had yet to meet. He removed his dirty, coarse shoes, which had left painful red impressions on his feet, and slipped into the clean cotton shoes, experiencing a wave of comfort. "Come, let me take you to wash up," Julia said warmly. Dean had anticipated a luxurious bath, yet he soon discovered that she merely soaked a towel in warm water, wrung it out, and used it to wipe her face and arms. This method of bathing was reminiscent of the orphanage, albeit with water of a much purer hue. Unbeknownst to Dean, this dry cleaning method was customary in this world, even among the nobility. The prevailing belief was that water could weaken bodily functions and diminish disease resistance. Even the most fastidious nobles would bathe fully only once or twice a year. After washing, Julia encouraged Dean to explore the home while she dealt with the coarse garments he had shed. As Dean wandered the house, he found, as he had expected, no items of technological significance, not even a simple alarm clock. Instead, he encountered an old-fashioned weaving machine, one he had only ever seen in fairy tales set in the medieval period of Europe, a time before the advent of steam power. Although a single weaving machine could not be definitive proof, the sights he had witnessed over the past few months led him to believe that the civilization of this post-catastrophe world had only just emerged from a Bronze Age, having recently learned to utilize metal. As evening descended, the sky darkened, and a chill crept into the air, hinting at impending rain. Concerned that Dean might fear the dark, Julia had lit an oil lamp early on. The flickering light danced across Dean's face, striking Julia with a sense of awe. His complexion was so fair, it rivaled her own. "Eat whatever you like. Such a good boy. Let me treat you to a taste of your mother-esque cooking. I assure you'll love it," Julia declared with confidence. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Dean had finally met his nominal father, a tall, slender, middle-aged man named Gray. He was of unremarkable appearance and shared Julia's gentle demeanor. His profession was that of a tailor, and the weaving machine in their home served as his workspace. During the black snow season, he would bring work home, as there was no fuel or coal in the factory. That night, a storm typical of the disaster-ridden season descended once more, rain pattering against the roof. In his small room, Dean suddenly awoke with a start, realizing that the turmoil he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. He felt drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. As he shook off his discomfort, an urgent need to relieve himself surged within him. He quietly slipped out of bed, donned his shoes, and gently opened the door, only to notice the warm glow of a lamp seeping from the slightly ajar door of Julia and Gray's room, causing him to pause in surprise. Were they not yet asleep at this late hour? Dean's heart raced unexpectedly, and his mind wandered as he unconsciously approached. The building materials of this world evidently lacked soundproofing, at least in Julia's home, as faint voices drifted from within the room. "Are you really going to do this?" Julia's voice, tinged with hesitation, reached his ears. "I know you're quite fond of this child, and so am I. To be honest, I'm reluctant as well. However, this is a rare opportunity. If he catches the eye of the Ivy family's daughter, we could move into the commercial district. There, we would find better jobs. If you feel lonely, we can adopt another child. We can afford it," Gray replied. "It's not about the money. I'm worried. If Dean goes to the Ivy family, he is quiet and might be bullied. They belong to entirely different worlds. I've seen children from poor families who marry into large households. They live like servants. Some are even worse off than the servants," Julia countered. A silence enveloped the room before Gray's voice resumed. "Julia, consider this. He is an orphan from the slums. If we hadn't taken him in, he might have ended up in another peasant family, living a life worse than that of a servant. And to live as a servant in the Ivy household, how many would envy that?" But Julia's voice faltered. The room fell silent once more. Sitting on his bed, Dean listened to the rhythmic patter of rain outside, feeling an acute pain in his heart. Despite having regarded Julia and Gray as mere nominal parents, their attentive care over the past month had deeply touched him, stirring within him a newfound warmth. Yet, he never anticipated that this world would once again mockingly shatter the fragile beauty residing in his heart. In the stillness of the night, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He longed for the erudite, both strict and tender, presence of his father and mother, and for his sister who delighted in pinching his ears. Why, oh why, was it only the inept version of himself that remained? Unbeknownst to anyone, on this rain-soaked night, the gears of history began to turn slowly within the unassuming chest of this small figure, moving forward through the darkness. Chapter 5. A different world the following morning. At the dining table, Gray occupied the head seat, perusing a newspaper delivered that morning, filled with local news and factory recruitment information. Julia busied herself in the kitchen, serving breakfast as usual. Dudian's biological clock rang punctually. After folding his bedding, he washed his face with filtered well water and made his way to the dining area, greeting the couple with a morning salutation before tiptoeing to his chair to enjoy the breakfast prepared for him. Julia soon finished her tasks and sat across from Dudian, smiling as she asked, "How does it taste today?" "A bit spicy," Dudian replied after taking a bite. "I like it spicy." "That's good," Julia chuckled. At this moment, Gray set down the newspaper and glanced at Dudian, who was focused on his meal. "Dudian," he announced, "your aunt and I have arranged a marriage for you. Prepare yourself and dress nicely. We will be meeting someone shortly." Due to Dudian's request, Gray and Julia temporarily assumed the roles of uncle and aunt. Dudian's heart was calm. After the emotional turbulence of the previous night, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Marriage? What is marriage?" Julia exchanged a glance with Gray and whispered, "See, I told you Dudian is still young. There's no rush. He can marry in a few years." "At 13, one reaches the legal age for marriage," Gray replied, his tone slightly cool. Julia sighed inwardly, sensing her husband's resoluteness, and chose not to argue further. Gray turned to Dudian, saying, "Soon we will introduce you to a lovely older sister. Seize this opportunity with all your might to win her approval. If you succeed, you shall enjoy abundant delicacies, fine clothing, and never go hungry again, understand?" "Really? I will surely do my best." Dudian's heart remained tranquil, though his face lit with surprise, for life is but a performance, reliant on skillful acting. Gray smiled warmly. "Good boy, Dudian. Now let us eat." Before long, the trio finished their meal. Dudian's eager demeanor reassured Gray, who felt relieved. Now it depended on whether the lady would take a liking to Dudian. "Come, don't rush. First, put on your new clothes." Julia retrieved a brand new black suit, a vibrant red tie, and polished shoes for Dudian to wear. When he emerged, dressed impeccably, Julia and Gray were momentarily taken aback. The outfit, evocative of a young nobleman, suited Dudian splendidly, his pale skin appearing exceptionally fair, and his dark eyes sparkled like stars. "How beautiful!" Julia exclaimed sincerely. Gray's heart swelled with delight. "Excellent. Let us depart." "Yes," Dudian responded with excitement. Julia was the last to exit, locking the door behind her. She approached the street by the lawn, asking Gray, who held Dudian's hand, "Is there no carriage coming this early?" Gray smiled slightly. "I have already made arrangements. The Ivy family assured me they would send someone for us." Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and Dudian spotted a magnificent carriage adorned with golden wheels racing toward them, a silver flag atop it bearing the image of a white flower. The driver, wearing a black top hat and suit, halted the carriage before them, dismounted with precision, and smiled. "You must be Gray and Julia. The young lady has been awaiting your arrival. Please, board the carriage." He gestured with noble courtesy. Gray felt a rush of surprise and said, "We are truly sorry to have kept the young lady waiting. It is quite impolite. Please, get in." He quickly lifted Dudian into the carriage. At that moment, the driver seemed to notice Dudian, his eyes flickering with curiosity, but he quickly resumed his polite demeanor. As they settled into the carriage, it surged forward. Dudian gazed silently out at the passing buildings and the pedestrians who stepped aside, casting astonished and reverent glances toward the carriage. Gray and Julia exchanged no words, wary of their conversation reaching the ears of the driver and subsequently the Ivy family. The carriage sped smoothly, soon passing under the towering southern walls. The youthful guards at the city gate noticed the white flower flag atop the carriage and promptly stepped aside, saluting with clenched fists against their chests. Once the carriage passed, they resumed their duties, inspecting the identities of those wishing to enter the commercial district. "Is this the commercial district?" Dudian pondered, observing the pristine streets and elegantly dressed pedestrians, instantly aware of the stark contrast to the residential area. Compared to the impoverished district, it was indeed a realm apart, a difference so profound it was not an exaggeration. Before long, the carriage came to a stop in front of an exquisitely elegant building, where Dudian noticed a sign featuring a piano, painted with remarkable realism. He marveled at the fact that, in this impoverished and fragmented world, a piano still existed. As the carriage halted at the entrance, a young man in a black suit approached briskly, smiling as he addressed Gray and Julia. "The young lady has been waiting for some time. Please follow me." He turned and led the way. As Gray gazed at the opulent building, something utterly unattainable in the residential area, he felt a twinge of unease, straightening his posture as he held Dudian's hand and walked ahead. Upon entering the hall, the brilliance of the chandelier illuminated Gray and Julia's faces. Julia appeared relatively composed, having been invited to the commercial district previously for medical consultations. However, it was Gray's first time in such a place, and Dudian could feel his hand trembling slightly with tension, prompting him to shake his head inwardly. Soft music floated through the air like a gentle stream. Dudian observed the spacious hall filled with elegantly dressed individuals indulging in refreshments, listening to music, and engaging in hushed conversations. Their attire surpassed the simple fabrics of the residential area. Silks and velvets in vibrant colors starkly contrasted with the drab, coarse garments typical of their neighborhood. The young man in the black suit made a subtle gesture, guiding them to a secluded seating area. Dudian looked over and saw two figures seated there, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, gracefully attired, with a warm demeanor, and beside her, an 11 or 12-year-old girl, fair-skinned with chestnut hair, possessing the delicate features of a future beauty. The young girl noticed the approaching Gray family, her gaze sweeping over the adults before landing on Dudian, her eyes widening in surprise. At that moment, the middle-aged woman stood and smiled at Julia. "Dr. Julia, I must thank you for your help with my husband's illness. He had urgent matters to attend to today and could not join us. I hope you will forgive us." Gray quickly responded, "Not at all. Mr. Ivy is quite busy. We are the ones intruding." The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Please, have a seat." Once Gray and Julia were seated, her gaze fell upon Dudian, who was tiptoeing on his chair, and she expressed her astonishment before quickly recovering, smiling at Gray. "So, this is the child you have adopted. He is truly exquisite." Gray felt a surge of joy upon hearing her praise for Dudian, and quickly replied, "Oh, not at all. Unlike your young lady, who is so exquisite at such a tender age, she clearly possesses great intelligence, having inherited your beauty." The middle-aged beauty smiled faintly and suddenly remarked, regarding the marriage proposal. Gray's body tensed, and Julia's expression tightened slightly. "If Anya has no objections, let us decide on it." The middle-aged beauty's unexpected straightforwardness surprised both Gray and Julia, who exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's astonishment. "Mother," at that moment, the little girl suddenly spoke up, saying, "I want to go out for a stroll with him," gesturing towards Dudian. The middle-aged beauty seemed to have anticipated her words, maintaining her smile as she looked at Gray and Julia. Gray quickly responded, "Of course, of course. Dudian, accompany Miss Anya on her walk. And do remember to take good care of her." He patted Dudian's shoulder, offering encouragement. At this time, Anya had already risen from her seat and turned to walk outside, not sparing a glance at Dudian, nor pausing to wait for him. Dudian, observing the hopeful encouragement in Gray and Julia's eyes, felt a profound calm within. After exchanging a brief greeting with the middle-aged beauty, he turned and followed Anya out of the hall. "That child is quite understanding," the middle-aged beauty remarked with a smile, watching Dudian's retreating figure. Indeed, Gray modestly replied. Once outside on the street, Anya glanced back at the young man in the black suit and waved her hand, saying, "You need not follow. I shall merely stroll nearby." "Yes, miss," the young man in the black suit replied, placing a hand on his chest in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Anya stopped, and Dudian, lost in his surroundings, nearly bumped into her back, catching a faint floral scent wafting from her attire. He quickly stepped back to maintain distance. At that moment, Anya turned around, her age giving her a slight height advantage over Dudian. With her beautiful, porcelain-like face devoid of any expression, she gazed down at him silently. This air of indifference led Dudian to surmise a certain possibility, and he calmly looked up at her. Noticing his composed demeanor, Anya's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. But she swiftly masked it with her indifferent expression, asking, "Have you heard of the opera Violet?" "No," Dudian was about to respond. However, upon hearing the question, he understood it was not a mere polite inquiry, but rather an interrogation laced with unabashed disdain. He remained silent, quietly observing the girl. "Can you ride horses? Can you wield a sword? Do you have dreams and aspirations?" Anya posed 6 questions in quick succession, then calmly regarded Dudian, stating, "If you are a clever boy, you should already comprehend that you and I hail from entirely different worlds." Dudian gazed at her beautiful face, astonished that such sharp and even harsh words could emerge from the lips of one only 3 or 4 years his senior, and that she spoke them with such nonchalance. Chapter 6. Ideals together, we lacked a common language. Anya's indifferent gaze fell upon Dudian's face as she continued, if it weren't for your mother curing my father's illness, we would never have had any interaction. However, do not presume that a mere favor could elevate you to our family. I, Anya, would never consider an incompetent husband who would bring me disgrace. Though you strive to imitate elegance and refinement, masquerading as a gentleman of noble lineage. A true aristocrat can discern your fundamental shortcomings at a glance. A commoner is forever a commoner, without the nurturing of nobility from childhood. The blood of the aristocracy does not run in your veins. No amount of postnatal education can mask the poverty and rudeness that defines you. Anya regarded Dudian with a cold stare, stating, while you may appear clean and distinct from the filthy workers of the slums, it is hardly remarkable. They swarm here, believing I would take an interest in you and allow you into the Ivy family, paving their way into the commercial district. What a farcical notion. My father's kindness was merely courteous, yet they lack self-respect. This epitomizes the divide between commoners and nobles, an utter lack of awareness. Dudian silently observed her, waiting for her tirade to conclude. Anya, having expressed so much, furrowed her brow at Dudian's unchanging calm demeanor, but quickly returned to her icy countenance, asserting, you may not comprehend my words, but it suffices for you to know that you are unworthy of me. I shall never permit you to be my husband. If you and your foster parents aspire to join the Ivy family, you would do well to abandon that hope. Otherwise, I will ensure your existence in the slums becomes unbearable. Dudian quietly replied, are you finished? Anya scoffed, I am done. Speak your mind. Dudian smiled slightly, gazing into her eyes, and softly said, first, I must express my gratitude. Anya was taken aback, bewildered. Dudian continued, disregarding her reaction, firstly, thank you for rejecting me, as it spares me the humiliation of becoming a dependent. My father once said that such a fate is beneath a man's dignity. I am grateful to you for safeguarding that. He referred to his own stern yet gentle father. Anya, puzzled, questioned, isn't your father eager to see you wed into our family? Secondly, Dudian added, I thank you for revealing that even a girl of your age should not be underestimated. Anya raised an eyebrow. She had been precocious since childhood, planning her future at 8 or 9 while her peers still pondered games. Yet, hearing such mature words from this boy, younger than she, felt oddly familiar, as if she were confronting her former playmates. It was only when Dudian's figure vanished from her sight that Anya realized he dared to leave without waiting for her. A rush of anger surged within her. Her cultivated composure seldom led her to rage, yet now she felt a fierce indignation burning, more akin to frustration than anger. She gritted her teeth and, maintaining her ladylike demeanor, hurried after him. Dudian remarked indifferently, if I am not mistaken, your father must consent to this marriage, yet you oppose it. Thus, it implies that if I agree, this matter can proceed. Am I correct? Anya's furious expression paled instantly. Dudian was right. Her father indeed approved of the union. She had come with her mother today to pressure the Greys to relinquish their aspirations. How do you know? She stammered. It was you who revealed it. Dudian replied coolly. Had you the power to choose, a simple word would suffice to decline the marriage, rendering threats unnecessary. Moreover, your mother seems overly agreeable, indicating some ulterior motive. You cannot directly refuse my foster parents, so you aim to manipulate me instead. Anya was taken aback. Dudian's words mirrored her private discussions with her mother, and she suddenly found herself confounded by this boy, whose calmness and composure transcended that of many adults. Nevertheless, she did not regret her choice. After a moment of silence, she stated, if I were to speak, I fear your foster parents might approach my father. Dudian shook his head slightly. That won't happen. Once you refuse, the matter will be resolved. It is quite simple, only your thoughts complicated. How can you be so certain? Anya frowned, disliking his assured tone. Dudian understood her frustration and patiently explained, you overestimate their audacity while underestimating their pride. They approached this matter with cautious optimism, expecting little. After a brief contemplation, Anya said, then I shall simply say I find you unappealing. Why concoct stories of other interests when I have none? Dudian rolled his eyes. Are you not a noble? Should you not speak with more subtlety? Such bluntness would leave them no face. Anya shot him a piercing glance, then coldly retorted, are you afraid that if I say this, they might think ill of you for not impressing me? Dudian, having been seen through, showed no embarrassment and replied nonchalantly, regardless. I have instructed you. How you choose to phrase it is your concern, but the consequences are yours to bear. With that, He turned at a corner and strode towards the concert hall. Anya glared at his retreating figure, momentarily speechless with rage before finally stomping her foot and following him. True to her noble upbringing, her expression calmed within a few steps, and she lightly hummed to herself as she entered the hall ahead of him. A carriage adorned with white floral banners sped from the commercial district to stop before 108 Lincoln Street, where Dudian's family disembarked. The driver cracked his whip, and the carriage rushed away. Jula glanced at her husband's grim countenance and took Dudian to open the door. What a pretext of having another interest. They disdain our status. I see it clearly. They are a bunch of hypocritical snobs. Inside, Gray vented his frustration. Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want others to overhear, Jula quickly admonished. Gray fell silent, knowing that discussing the nobility in private was a grave offense. He cast a glance at Dudian. His lips moved slightly, but he held his tongue, feeling a wave of despair. After a month of living together, he recognized Dudian as a well-mannered boy, incapable of any disrespect. If blame were to be placed, it lay solely with the lofty standards of the other party. Half a month later, the relentless rainy season gradually drew to a close. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly. Gray observed Dudian, who, as usual, rose early and smiled, saying, Dudian, soon we will enter the Black Death season. The various academies will commence their terms. Have you decided which institution you wish to attend? Chapter 7. Radiation Value. Dudian nodded slightly. A few days prior, the Gray couple had mentioned their hopes for him to inherit Gray's sewing skills and become an exceptional tailor. However, Dudian had already set his sights on a different goal and promptly declined their suggestion. The Grays were not displeased. They believed that having a child with strong opinions was a positive trait. So, what do you wish to study? Gray asked with a faint smile. Dudian looked up at them and replied, Law. Law? The Grays were taken aback, and Julia asked, Dudian, do you understand what profession that entails? I do. It is one of the 3 major professions for commoners, akin to being a doctor. Upon receiving the vocational chart from Gray, Dudian had quickly identified this profession as his choice. For him, it was the most suitable path to swiftly comprehend the differences between this world and the modern one. Gray replied seriously, you must think this through. Law school is the most challenging. It is even more difficult than becoming a doctor. It requires exceptionally agile thinking and logical ability. Although you are a bright and obedient child, your foundational education at the orphanage has been lacking. Graduating from law school and becoming a competent jurist is an arduous task. Dudian met his gaze unwaveringly and insisted, this is what I want to learn. Gray frowned slightly, as this was the first time Dudian had expressed such determination in their presence, leaving him uncertain on how to refuse. Since being turned down by the Ivy family, he had tempered some of his thoughts and began to see Dudian as his true child, not wanting to hurt their feelings easily. Seeing Dudian's earnestness, Julia tugged at Gray's sleeve and said, since the child wishes to learn, let him. Even if he cannot enter the court of judgment, becoming an ordinary lawyer is still commendable. At least he will be familiar with the law and will not violate it. Safety is paramount. Dudian glanced at her and silently resolved, I studied law not to obey it, but to shatter it. Gray sighed and conceded, very well, we shall honor his wishes. Dudian felt a sense of relief wash over him as he gazed deeply at them and said, thank you. He nodded slightly in gratitude. Families gathered in droves, heading towards the central via cathedral of the residential area, praying to the Father God for safe passage through the upcoming plague season, beseeching that pestilence and disease would not befall them. It was a grand ceremony. The Gray couple took Dudian along to offer their prayers, and it was Dudian's first encounter with the faith of this world, the Church of Light. However, this was merely a branch of the church established within the residential area. Featuring a massive 4-winged angel sculpture in the central square, its arms seemingly embracing all the faithful, radiating mercy and tranquility. 3 days after the day of prayer, various academies commenced their enrollment. Guided by the Gray couple, Dudian arrived at the law school, situated approximately 10 kilometers from his home. He observed a bustling crowd of parents accompanying their children, all dressed simply and bearing clean complexions, in stark contrast to the gaunt and rough-skinned ordinary workers. After all, the tuition at the law school was notoriously steep, rendering it unaffordable for families lacking substantial means. It was rumored that entrance into the law school required passing assessments. I knew that, one parent murmured. What did you think? That it was like the sewing or geology academies? I'm uncertain what the assessment entails here, another parent speculated. Gray interjected, does the law school also have assessments? Of course, just like our medical school, Julia replied, blinking. She leaned down to Dudian and encouraged. You should do your best. I recall that they will test some basic things. Our medical school assessed memory, so this should be somewhat similar. Realizing this, Gray chuckled at Dudian. Well, it all comes down to your performance. If you don't pass, we can always enroll you in the sewing academy. Dudian rolled his eyes internally, thinking, you can enjoy yourselves. If it's a memory test, I'll ace it effortlessly. With an IQ of 142. He was already on the threshold of genius intelligence in the old era. Those with IQs between 120 and 140 were considered intelligent, while the majority ranged between 90 and 110. His sister, a prodigy, boasted an IQ of 168, having been accepted into Harvard at the age of 12. Their high intelligence was a direct inheritance from their parents, both of whom were internationally awarded scientists. Had it not been for the catastrophe, they would have likely achieved further accolades. At this moment, parents ahead of them gradually entered, and soon it was Dudian's turn. The parents halted, and children proceeded for assessment. A middle-aged man, resembling an academic administrator, halted the Gray couple. Dudian, give it your all. Julia cheered him on, though Dudian couldn't help but think her smile seemed overly joyous. Upon entering the spacious room, he saw a man and a woman, both middle-aged and clad in black robes adorned with intricate golden silk embroidery, simple yet magnificent. Upon seeing Dudian, they smiled and said, "Child, come here." Dudian stepped forward. "I'll ask you a question. You have a frying pan that can fry 2 fish at a time, and it takes 1 minute to fry one side. How long will it take to fry 3 fish at the fastest?" The woman on the left inquired with a smile. 3 minutes, Dudian answered without hesitation. "You've passed." "You were quite clever," the man on the right said with a smile. "Take this and go next door for your physical examination. If all goes well, you will officially join the law school." He handed Dudian a small slip of paper with a few words written on it. "Another examination?" Dudian frowned slightly, nodded, and turned to leave the room. How difficult, he thought. The question itself was flawed. Why fish? I don't even like fish. And what does frying fish have to do with law? Indeed, my father is a chef. He can fry 3 fish in a minute, yet they don't believe it. Humph. Gray beamed with delight, having overheard the children's chatter. Although he was unaware of the specific questions, it seemed that passing was not so straightforward. Dudian cast him a nonchalant glance and replied, "I passed. Now I need to undergo a physical examination." Gray's smile faltered, feeling somewhat deflated. But the thought that Dudian was smarter than the other children brightened his spirits once more. The physical examination assesses your radiation levels. Given Dudian's complexion, his radiation levels should be low. Passing should not be an issue, Julia remarked with a knowing smile. However, he has only been out of the cryogenic chamber for a few months, so his radiation levels shouldn't be excessively high. Curious, Dudian wondered how they measured radiation levels. Was it through some instrument? But they hadn't even entered the steam age yet. How could they be aware of electricity? Julia led him to a nearby room labeled physical examination, where no one was waiting in line, as few had passed the initial assessment. Inside sat a middle-aged woman who, upon seeing the slip in Dudian's hand, smiled and said, "Come here." Dudian approached, surveying the room. He did not see any instruments. Only a row of glass tubes resembling thermometers. The middle-aged woman took the slip from his hand, glanced at it, and upon verifying its authenticity, retrieved a clean glass tube from the adjacent row, marked with precise measurements. She pointed the sharp end at Dudian's small hand and cheerfully said, "Fear not, child. It won't hurt." Dudian had not anticipated that the means of measuring radiation would be such a simple glass tube. With a sharp sound, the pointed end of the glass tube pierced through Dudian's fingertip, and soon, crimson blood began to seep into the glass. It was at this moment that Dudian noticed a slender red line within the scale of the tube, which gradually ascended slightly, resting at the bottommost segment. The middle-aged woman stared intently, confirming her vision was clear, and was taken aback as she gazed at Dudian, realizing that his complexion was significantly fairer than that of the other children. Even among peers of the same age, none possessed such a porcelain-like whiteness. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes as she remarked to the nearby Graves couple, "I've never encountered such a low radiation level before. It is truly astonishing. I suppose only those in the commercial district could exhibit such robust health." Julia, evidently familiar with the radiation meter, wore an expression of shock that soon transformed into relief. She turned to her bewildered husband, explaining, "This is a radiation meter, specifically designed to measure human radiation levels. Dean's radiation level is remarkably low, even lower than ours, likely comparable to those of noble children." Gray understood the significance of human radiation levels, but remained indifferent. However, Julia's comment about being on par with noble children brought him a semblance of joy as he affectionately caressed Dudian's head. Dudian glanced at the small red line on the radiation meter, suddenly sensing it twisting slightly, as if it were a living entity. That very night on which Dudian registered. Within a castle in the commercial district, a shadowy figure silently emerged in a room adorned with opulence akin to diamond-studded decor. Observing the imposing figure at the desk engrossed in paperwork, the figure respectfully announced, "My lord, here are the results of today's assessments from the residential area." 27 have passed. Chapter 8. The Sylvia Great Wall. The imposing figure at the desk did not raise his head, merely responding with a soft grunt. The shadow kneeling on the ground, having delivered the message, respectfully clenched a fist to his chest before vanishing silently, leaving behind a sheet of pristine white paper on the desk. Once he completed his tasks, the figure's gaze fell upon the immaculate paper. His thick brows arched slightly as he casually opened it, glancing over the contents. Noticing that all readings were indeed below the 5-point threshold. He was about to set it aside when his attention suddenly sharpened, fixating on a value in the bottom corner. 0.8? The figure stared at the number for a moment, then folded the paper and donned the coat hanging at the entrance before stepping out. In the hall, a slightly plump, middle-aged steward looked at his master, astonished. "Sir, is it really necessary to go out at this late hour?" "Indeed," the imposing figure commanded. "Prepare the vehicle." 3 centuries ago, calamity fell upon the world. Our ancestors, with unwavering courage, relied on their boundless wisdom and strength to survive against the odds, constructing the Sylvia Great Wall to shield themselves from disaster, protecting all future generations. The Great Wall of Sylvian is sacred and magnificent and must never be desecrated. Do you understand? An elderly man with a white beard spoke solemnly from the podium. Though his beard was snow white, he was only 60, which in this place qualified as old age. Dudian listened attentively. Classes officially commenced 3 days after his enrollment, and this was his first lesson. The elder did not begin by explaining the laws, but rather offered a brief introduction to some well-known facts, seemingly aiming merely to familiarize himself with the children and fortify their beliefs. The tales of the Sylvia Great Wall were familiar to nearly every child, provided they were not orphans, as they had heard their parents recount these stories countless times. While the other children appeared bored, hesitant to act out in the presence of the venerable elder, Dudian was rapt with attention, eager to absorb the information. Noticing the elder's own apparent lack of enthusiasm, he raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what do you mean by calamity?" The elderly man, along with the other children, was taken aback. They had not expected Dudian to be so bold as to ask a question about such a commonly known topic. Dudian, undeterred, pressed on. "Is that all there is to it?" The elder, somewhat speechless, replied, "These disasters are indeed quite terrifying. Haven't you heard your parents speak of them? Just a volcanic eruption alone can claim countless lives. Do you see the dark clouds above? That is the result of volcanic activity." Dudian furrowed his brow, remaining silent, yet deep in thought. He understood that the calamities of 3 centuries past were not merely natural disasters, while the elder spoke of various calamities that had occurred. They were ultimately caused by nuclear explosions. His inquiry was intended to uncover the knowledge that these survivors had retained, and it was evident that the current generation was unaware of the true causes and intricacies of the disasters. Perhaps the truth was too horrifying, leading those in power to suppress it. "Teacher, my mother says that it is very dangerous beyond the Great Wall, and that anyone who ventures out will die. Is that true?" A chubby boy, emboldened by Dudian's question, raised his hand to inquire. The guardians referred to those studying the laws. Children like Dudian, who are just beginning their studies, are termed apprentice guardians. If they graduate and pass the assessments of the judgment hall, they can become priests, a position of great sanctity, akin to nobility. They would be granted the privilege of freely entering commercial and residential districts, as well as access to the inner walls. The mere mention of devils and plagues sent a pallor across the faces of all the children. Even the youngest knew how terrifying these two concepts were. However, Dudian felt a spark of curiosity. He did not believe in devils. After all, the nuclear cataclysm had wiped out 99% of life on Earth, rendering such notions mere fabrications intended to frighten children. Of course, the targets of this fear-mongering were likely not just children, but adults as well. This only deepened his curiosity about what lay beyond the Great Wall. What did that world look like? Was it still littered with the remnants of nuclear devastation? Or had it transformed into a primeval forest due to lack of human exploration? As time passed, the elder announced, "Class is dismissed." The other children immediately cheered. Dudian's ears perked up, filled with a sense of vigilance and intrigue. A lean young man nodded slightly, his demeanor cold and meticulous. I will now call the roll. Those whose names I mention, please stand. Do you understand? His piercing gaze swept over the room, showing no leniency simply because the subjects were children. The children were instantly silenced, anxiety gripping them. The elderly man hastened to reassure them. Do not be alarmed. These two gentlemen are guardians. Those whose names are called will have the opportunity to join public service, which is a cause for celebration. Public service? Dudian recalled hearing about it from Jula. It was akin to a civil servant in the old world. A position that ensured a lifetime free from the worry of making ends meet, an aspiration for many commoners in this world. Look, the armored young man barked. A frail child at the front of the room trembled, whispering, Here, stand up. The young man commanded. The frail child jumped to his feet. Marta. Yes. A girl quickly stood. Ramiel. Carly. One by one, children were called to stand. Dudian. Dudian narrowed his eyes and gradually rose, including him. A total of 8 children had been called. Chapter 9. Scavengers and hunters, all 8 of you. Come with us. The lanky young man glanced at Dudian with indifference before turning to leave the classroom with his companions. The old man with the white beard noticed that Dudian and the other 7 were frozen in place and quickly urged, Hurry, this is your fortune. Others would envy you. Upon hearing his words, several children exchanged glances. One tall boy stepped forward, summoning his courage to follow, and the others gradually fell in line behind him. Dudian, trailing at the back, quietly observed the selected children and those who were not, hoping to discern the reason for his selection through comparison. However, he soon realized there seemed to be no commonalities, at least not evident in their skin tones or appearances. If the external did not reveal the truth, then it must lie within. He suddenly recalled the medical examination prior to enrollment, his gaze sharpening as he pondered this possibility. It was the most suspicious factor. As he contemplated, he found himself alongside the other children on the vast playground outside the Law Academy. Upon arrival, Dudian spotted a black carriage parked at the academy's entrance. Its wheels reinforced with iron bars and massive rivets, exuding an air of robustness. The horse pulling the carriage was equally astonishing. Standing nearly 3 meters tall and clad in steel armor, resembling a fierce beast, Dudian was not the only one taken aback. The other children were equally awestruck. Come on. Get in, instructed the lanky young man tersely. All the children hesitated momentarily, but the tall boy who had taken the lead seemed to sense his role and bravely inquired. Excuse me, where are we going? The young man shot him a cold glare and replied, Get in the carriage when I say so. The icy sharpness of his gaze sent a shiver down the tall boy's spine, his face paling as he dared not ask further. Cautiously sidestepping the colossal horse and climbing into the carriage. Witnessing this, the other children fell silent, obediently following suit. The carriage was exceedingly spacious, comfortably accommodating all 8 children. Dudian settled into a corner, flanked by 2 anxious-looking children. He quietly observed the black-armored young man who had taken the driver's seat, and a sudden realization struck him. He needed to devise a means of self-preservation swiftly, for this world was even more perilous than he had imagined. Despite the existence of laws, it was evident that certain entities could disregard them. As for human rights, in a feudal society characterized by the presence of serfs and nobility, the notion of equality and freedom was utterly absent from the concept of human rights. The carriage galloped away from the Law Academy at an astonishing speed, the buildings along the road blurring past. Before long, Dudian beheld a towering wall, emblazoned with a large character. During his months living with the Zhu family, Dudian had learned a good deal of writing, and he recognized this character as poverty. Dudian discerned that this was the wall separating the residential area from the commercial district. Was the carriage taking them to the commercial district? The other children evidently recognized this too, and recalling the white-bearded elder's words, their tension was swiftly replaced by excitement. Their faces alight with anticipation. Even the youngest child yearned to step into the realm of nobility and wealth, eager to witness the wonders within. Dudian was not surprised. The ability to take them directly from the Law Academy indicated that these individuals wielded considerable influence. Yet, he remained uncertain of their true intentions. Were they benevolent or malevolent? Before long, the black carriage arrived at an ancient castle. The lanky young man jumped down, opened the carriage door, and commanded, Disembark. All the children complied obediently. The 7 children who had disembarked stood there, bewildered. Dudian's expression shifted slightly, his heart racing as he lifted the curtain at the back of the carriage to see the figures of those 7 children gradually receding. Just before they vanished, a middle-aged man clad in black emerged from the castle to confront them. Escape? Resistance? Clearly, given the power of their adversaries, he had no choice but to submit. Soon, The carriage halted in front of a vast estate, surrounded by white-painted wooden railings, with meticulously trimmed green lawns where several gardeners were watering the grass. As the door swung open, the lanky young man regarded Dudian, a faint smile breaking through his previously indifferent demeanor. "Little fellow, you seem quite composed." Dudian was momentarily taken aback by the smile, and his earlier tension began to ease. He directly asked, "Is it because of the radiation levels?" The lanky young man appeared transformed, wearing a smile as he replied, "Quite perceptive. Indeed, they all barely passed, and even with training, they can only become scavengers, whereas you, my friend, have the potential to join our ranks as hunters." "Scavengers? Hunters?" Dudian felt a stir of interest at these terms. Sensing the young man was now more approachable, he inquired, "What exactly is a scavenger?" "Step down first," the lanky young man replied, lifting Dudian from the carriage and guiding him toward the estate. As they walked, he elaborated, "Scavengers are responsible for exploring the safe zones beyond the Great Wall, seeking usable resources." "Beyond the Great Wall?" Dudian was taken aback. They would be working outside the Great Wall? The white-bearded elder had warned that beyond it lay demons and plagues, cautioning against venturing out, yet here they were, being sent out as if it were a stroke of luck, though he dismissed the notion of demons. It was undeniable that the area beyond the Great Wall was fraught with danger. The radiation levels in the air were significantly higher than within. Suddenly, Dudian had an epiphany. It made perfect sense that they used radiation levels to distinguish between scavengers and hunters. The environment outside the Great Wall must be exceedingly harsh, with high radiation levels. Thus, individuals with already elevated radiation in their bodies would reach saturation levels if sent out there, necessitating the selection of those with lower radiation levels for the task. Realizing this, he couldn't help but gasp inwardly. This so-called medical examination was merely a covert assessment imposed by those in power on the common populace. Chapter 10. The Radiant Physique. What about the hunter? Dudian couldn't help but inquire. Is he heading to the perilous areas beyond the Great Wall? What dangers lurk outside? As these thoughts crossed his mind, terrifying images surfaced, causing his complexion to pale, though, fortunately, his naturally fair skin did not make it overly conspicuous. "You are quite astute," remarked the slender young man with a smile. "Beyond the Great Wall lies Phino." The other young man beside him knitted his brows and cautioned, "We have yet to confirm his identity. Refrain from discussing too much." The slender young man named Phino paused, shrugging nonchalantly. "What's the harm? His radiation level is 0.8, which is essentially a definitive indicator of irradiant physique. Don't jump to conclusions until after the test," the other young man admonished, his brow furrowing further. Phino pondered for a moment before lowering his gaze to Dudian. "We can only inform you after you pass the test, but rest assured, someone will explain everything to you then." Dudian, taken aback by their conversation, contemplated the term radiant physique. What could it possibly mean? "You will soon find out," Phino replied with a mysterious smile. At that moment, the trio entered an estate where several watering gardeners bowed respectfully upon seeing Phino and his companion. Following the white stone path laid out on the lawn, they arrived at a towering castle. The massive entrance, standing over 10 meters high, creaked open slowly. Phino led Dudian inside, guiding him to a tall spire. They ascended a winding staircase to a dimly lit chamber at the top. Throughout the journey, they encountered numerous servants, all of whom greeted Phino and his companion with deference, addressing them as my lord. Dudian surveyed the shadowy room, noting the absence of windows. The only ventilation came from a small, obscured opening covered by a black curtain. Perhaps due to its prolonged seclusion from sunlight, the air felt frigid, reminiscent of the early days of a disaster-laden rainy season. At the center stood a solitary metallic pedestal draped with a black cloth. Phino approached and lifted the cloth, revealing a smooth crystal orb from which a chilling white mist emanated, revealing a cluster of ice beneath. Seeing Phino's smile devoid of malice eased Dudian's apprehension, allowing him to step closer. As he did, he noticed within the nearly transparent orb lay a minuscule, pure white creature. It was so diminutive that it was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. "This is the radiant worm, which thrives in cold environments," Phino explained with a grin. "If you possess a radiant physique, it will not consume your blood." With that, he took Dudian's small hand, placing it atop the orb, which had a tiny circular opening at the top, revealing that the orb served as a container. With a swift motion, Dudian felt a slight sting as a drop of blood fell from his fingertip, landing precisely in the opening and slipping inside. At that moment, the radiant worm, roused from its slumber, lifted its head slightly towards the blood, seemingly sniffing the air. In the next instant, it crawled towards the droplet. Witnessing this, Phino's expression shifted, and the other young man's brow deepened in concern. Dudian recalled Phino's earlier words, a sense of foreboding settling in. The worm quickly reached the blood and, like a sponge, absorbed it, its pristine body momentarily flushed with crimson before returning to its original whiteness. "This is impossible," Phino murmured, his brow furrowing. Could it be too long without nourishment, leaving it famished? He then cut his own finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Phino's demeanor darkened as he grasped Dudian's hand tightly, making a quick incision to let more blood flow into the orb. As the blood hit the crystal, the worm hastily approached, consuming it eagerly. This cannot be. Phino seemed to lose hope, releasing Dudian's hand and sheathing his knife. Dudian furrowed his brow, beginning to understand the situation. The radiant physique merely indicated a higher immunity to radiation than the average person, resulting in lower internal radiation levels. Such individuals were the sought-after companions for hunters, while he was merely someone who, having recently emerged from cryostasis, possessed lower radiation levels due to his brief exposure to this world. The other young man scrutinized Dudian, his tone icy. "It appears your previous family was quite well off." Dudian felt a twinge of discomfort at the coldness in his voice, realizing the implication. It seemed these individuals had investigated him and were aware of his adoption by the Julia couple, likely surmising that he had spent little time in the May Mountain orphanage. Their assumption was that he was a child cast aside by a noble or wealthy family, where the sustenance consumed was meticulously filtered, containing minimal radiation. Who would have thought? Just a discarded rich kid. What a letdown, Phino lamented, his expression one of disappointment. Dudian remained silent, but within, he felt no disillusionment. Once he became a hunter, he would have to venture into those treacherous areas. Though uncertain of the dangers that awaited him, he hoped they would not align with his darkest fears. The other young man regarded Dudian, his voice devoid of warmth. "Listen closely, young one. You must keep everything that transpires here strictly confidential. You must not utter the term hunter or anything related. Everything you see and hear must vanish from your life forever. Understand? Is this what is meant by privilege restrictions?" Dudian nodded. "I will remain tight-lipped." Seeing his compliance, the young man's icy demeanor softened slightly as he turned to Phino, stating coldly, "It's fortunate your loose tongue didn't betray too much. Otherwise, we'd have had to deal with this little one." Upon hearing this, a wave of chilling dread surged through Dudian. Was his life nearly extinguished inadvertently? He suddenly realized that in this world, the law offered no assurance of life. Mere adherence to rules did not guarantee safety. To some, taking a life might be as effortless as mowing grass. Their privileges were chillingly apparent. This revelation ignited a deep-seated rage within him, anger not only for the threat to his own life but also for the twisted, incomplete rules governing this world. If the law is unreliable, I shall forge my own. Noble privilege? Hunter privilege? One day, I will shatter all of it. Dudian clenched his small fists tightly. Unnoticed by Phino and his companion, who likely deemed him irrelevant once they confirmed he lacked a radiant physique. His gaze grew cold, and he felt a sudden maturity and ruthlessness envelop him. He resolved to create at least 1 or 2 life-preserving items as soon as possible. Otherwise, should he encounter such peril again, dying without clarity would leave him with no face to meet the parents who had granted him a second chance at life. Firearms were unfeasible at present, but perhaps gunpowder was within reach. Ideas flickered in his mind. Unbeknownst to Phino and the other young man, the child at their feet was conjuring images of terrifying weaponry. Phino sighed, unable to conceal his disappointment as he addressed Dudian. "Let us go, little one." His demeanor had lost all traces of earlier warmth and friendliness. "Where to?" Dudian asked. "Is that even a question?" "To where you ought to be. Remember, you must never speak of us to anyone, not even your parents. If you are discovered leaking information, then you can only blame your own misfortune." Chapter 11. The return to the slums. Must I truly become a scavenger? Dudian inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. At his doorstep, the couple, Julia and Gray, stood expectantly. Their eyes brightened at the sight of Dudian emerging from the street corner, and they hurried towards him. Observing their reaction, Dudian surmised they were likely aware of some news and asked, "Do you know? They informed us that you have qualified to join the guards," Gray remarked, eyeing Dudian's flushed face with suspicion. "Did your assessment not pass?" Dudian pondered silently, realizing that the identity of a scavenger required discretion. "I passed," he replied. "In a few days, someone will come to escort me for reporting. However, I am reluctant to go. Can this matter be declined?" If given a choice, he preferred to first learn the law, to acquire more knowledge before venturing outside the Great Wall to behold its vistas. Gray let out a sigh of relief, chuckling. Do you have any idea how many yearn for such an opportunity yet find none? You wish to refuse? Becoming a guard ensures you will never worry about food or the trials of life. Simply standing watch can yield a substantial salary. And no one would dare to bully you. What a splendid prospect. Julia gazed at Dudian with gentle eyes, asking, "Do you still wish to study law?" Dudian nodded earnestly. "I inquired on your behalf," Julia continued with a smile. "During your training there, you will also learn the law, as well as medical skills, geology, sewing, and more. It is a comprehensive institution." "A school?" Dudian was taken aback. Many fail to distinguish between colleges and schools. Simply put, a college specializes in a single discipline, such as a law college or a sewing college, while a school comprises multiple colleges, providing a well-rounded education. What is there to learn in law? Once you become a guard, all your worries will vanish, Gray encouraged, patting Dudian on the shoulder. "Stay focused. I hear that during training, there will be eliminations. So concentrate and don't be washed out." Dudian felt a sense of relief within. Comprehensive study? That suited him perfectly. And he seized the opportunity to address Julia. "I would like to borrow some pocket money. I will surely repay you later." Julia paused for a moment, then smiled. "How much do you need? Just tell me." Family doesn't concern itself with borrowing and repayment. Indeed, Gray chimed in with a grin, after living here for so long. It's time for Dudian to adjust his terms of address. Feigning ignorance to his comment, Dudian calculated, "About 100 copper coins, I suppose." "That much?" Julia and Gray were taken aback. 100 copper coins nearly equated to their half-month's living expenses. Gray queried, "What do you intend to purchase that demands so much?" Julia smiled softly. "It is only right. Here you go." With that, she extracted a stack of green copper coins from her purse, counted them, and handed exactly 100 to Dudian. Since the advent of printing technology a decade ago, the Star Sea Bank, under the management of the Sylvia Great Wall, had issued a plethora of paper currency, which swiftly replaced coins in just a few years, becoming the norm for transactions among residents. "Thank you." Dudian immediately accepted the coins without counting, stuffing them into his pocket. Gray, seeing this, said nothing further and waved for Julia to prepare dinner. The following morning, Dudian rose promptly, washed up, and after breakfast, greeted Julia and Gray before heading out. Although uncertain when the scavenger would send someone for him, he relished the thought of not having to attend law classes for the next few days. Soon, upon entering the slums, Dudian made his way directly towards the main mountain orphanage. Upon arriving 4 streets away, he turned into a narrow, dilapidated street, walking straight ahead. The pungent stench of excrement and decaying insects made him frown slightly. Before long, he arrived before a vast garbage dump. In the slum, the garbage dump was indeed a true refuse site. Here, one would find nothing of value. Attempting to scavenge for treasures would be a fool's errand. Thus, even the impoverished avoided this place, for all discarded items had long been thoroughly rummaged through. From a distance, Dudian could already catch a whiff of the acrid stench of decay mingled with human waste. Numerous impoverished individuals or vagrants still chose to relieve themselves here. He noted several dark heaps of garbage, towering like small mountains. Dudian approached one of the mounds with an air of familiarity, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before crouching down. He lifted a filthy, sticky black cloth, revealing a small hollow just big enough for his slender frame. This was no mere coincidence. He had painstakingly carved out this hollow himself. Chapter 12. The super chip. A pungent odor incessantly gnawed at Dudian's brain, causing his stomach to churn. His palm occasionally brushed against a damp, soft object, and in the darkness, he could scarcely fathom whether it was a pile of excrement or a decaying, swollen rat carcass. In this place, even the most slovenly of the impoverished would feel as if they were living in a hellish nightmare. Dudian gritted his teeth and crawled for 7 or 8 meters until he finally encountered a solid object, his cryogenic pod. He traced the edge of the outer shell and soon found a button. Pressing it down, verifying fingerprint, came the cold, mechanical voice from the darkness. Moments later, with a click, the cryogenic pod opened, the force of the hatch nudging the refuse above into a slight arch, while more debris cascaded into the pod, nearly filling the space where he had once slumbered. Dudian glanced at the hatch, where a 2-finger-wide red numeral read 300. This indicated the year, revealing that he had awakened 300 years later. The reason for this exact duration was due to the 3 energy conduits of the cryogenic pod, which could supply power for only 3 centuries. It was the limit. Reaching inside, Dudian quickly felt a protruding button. With another click, an alloy tray ejected from within, supported by several mechanical struts that held up a palm-sized screen. Scanning Iris, the earlier mechanical voice echoed from inside the pod. As the small screen emitted light for iris recognition, Dudian leaned forward, aligning his eye with the scan. Verification successful, the mechanical voice announced again. As a three-dimensional hologram materialized on the screen, presenting two options, start and exit. Gritting his teeth slightly, Dudian selected start. When the disaster struck, he was not the only one to be cryogenically frozen. This superchip contained the essence of an entire civilization from the old era. It housed all the technology and historical records of various nations, and although much of this data was informational and did not occupy much memory when paired with images, the cumulative knowledge from thousands of years of societal and technological evolution across the globe amounted to at least several terabytes of storage. Dudian recalled his father's final words, "Remember, you must rebuild human civilization." Clearly, his father had anticipated not only the disaster, but also the challenges of survival that would follow. The global nuclear explosion had delivered a catastrophic blow, severing the continuity of civilization, and the contents of this superchip encapsulated all the wisdom of the old era. The fundamental principles of gunpowder and firearms were naturally included. In a world devoid of electricity, it was fortunate that the remaining energy of the cryogenic pod, while insufficient for human preservation, could at least sustain its basic operations for several months, allowing him to study. Dudian estimated that the power consumption of the small screen was lower than that of a laptop, hardly consuming even a kilowatt over 24 hours. However, he had little time to linger here, nor could he frequently return without arousing the suspicions of the Julaf couple. He needed to act swiftly, focusing first on learning how to produce gunpowder and electrical machinery, while also exploring the tools of the steam age. Leaning against the cryogenic pod, Dudian earnestly began his studies. The air around him was thick with putrid odors, decay, and the nauseating stench of excrement. He endured it, gradually acclimating, his thoughts captivated by the contents of the chip. Fully immersing himself in the material. Sulfur decomposition. What's improved steam engine? In this cramped, dark refuse pit, Dudian was engrossed in his learning, time slipping away unheeded. He maintained a strict sense of time, and by around 4 in the afternoon, as twilight approached, he rubbed his aching eyes and exited the chip's teachings. Having gone an entire day without food or drink, he felt a fiery hunger burning within his stomach. He pondered when he might return, noting that the cold, damp moss and volcanic ash had accumulated around the cryogenic pod, which had been discarded as an unusual rock formation. However, when the hatch opened previously, the rock layer had cracked. If anyone were to notice, they would undoubtedly realize that there was metal within. It was too dangerous to leave the superchip here any longer. Previously, at the Maishan orphanage, he had refrained from taking the chip, as the children all slept in close quarters, making it impossible to hide. Now, however, he lived in a residential area where a small metallic piece would hardly warrant a second glance. Even if he ventured to the scavenger training grounds, it would not draw attention. With a click, Dudian opened the storage slot on the back of the player and gingerly extracted the small chip, no larger than a fingernail. Since the energy conduits of the cryogenic pod were linked to its circuitry, removing it rendered the player useless without a mobile power source. Gazing at the diminutive chip, Dudian felt a pang of awe. The entirety of human history and technological brilliance had been compressed into this tiny object. If the rulers of this world were to discover its value, one could only imagine the madness that would ensue. Cautiously stowing the chip away, Dudian closed the cryogenic pod once more, silently hoping that when he returned, he would still find it intact. He struggled to change direction and crawled back towards the refuse pile. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters felt as arduous as a baptism in hell. Upon finally emerging, the slightly less foul air that wafted into his nostrils felt remarkably refreshing. He inhaled deeply several times, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Noticing his discarded coat still lay on the ground, he wasted no time in retrieving it and hastily departed from the dump. Not far from the refuse site lay a depression where clear water had pooled from the radiation rain that had fallen days prior. Dudian, unconcerned about the radiation, discarded his coat and scooped up some of the water to cleanse his arms and chest. With the superchip in his possession, he believed that as long as he could create a stable power source quickly, he would be able to discover methods for reducing the radiation within his body. Earlier, he had searched and found that the chip contained methods for purifying radiation, but time was limited, and he had not delved deeper into the information, as it would not have been useful at that moment. Soon, he had managed to wash away some of the filth, scrubbing off the sticky residue that clung to his body, particularly the excrement that had adhered to his left hand, which made him gag. Chapter 13. Gathering in this world. While people have only begun to utilize sulfur for dyes and pesticides, it is already regarded as a low-toxicity hazardous material. Dudian cleared his throat and remarked, "I had a tumble in the slums. What are you waiting for? Hurry and wash up. I'll heat some water for you." Julia pinched her nose and rushed to the kitchen. Dudian entered the bathroom and tucked the cord chip into a crack in the floor. Before long, Julia returned with a basin of warm water. "You should take a good wash. Would you like my assistance?" "No need," Dudian promptly declined. "Very well. Take your time and wash thoroughly." Julia set the water down and exited. Dudian gazed at the small basin of water, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he suddenly yearned for the simpler showers of the old era. Alas, in this world, the radiation in the water cannot be entirely filtered, at least in the residential areas, which only intensified his longing to step into the commercial district. 3 days later, a towering carriage sped to the doorstep of the Julia couple's home, drawn by a remarkably robust horse, nearly 2 meters in height, clad in intricately crafted armor. Its black coat interspersed with patches of brown, resembling a hybrid breed. A youth clad in standard soft armor descended from the carriage, slender yet standing as straight as a lance. He glanced at the house number before approaching and knocking on the door. The Julia couple and Dudian, who were having breakfast, had already spotted the carriage from the window, silently acknowledging its arrival. Julia promptly opened the door, exclaiming, "Please, come in." Surprised by the urgency, she inquired, "Excuse me, officer. How long will this child be undergoing military training?" Julia's expression shifted as she contemplated the arduousness of the endeavor. "What happens if he fails?" "Rest assured, even if he does fail, he can still secure a minor position," the youth in standard soft armor replied indifferently. Hearing their exchange, Gray felt a sigh of relief but turned to see Dudian still leisurely finishing his meal, causing him to pause. "Aren't you going to prepare? Don't keep this officer waiting." Once ready, Dudian slung his backpack over his shoulders and approached the door, looking up at the youth in standard soft armor and stating, "Let us depart." Julia, with reluctance in her eyes, asked, "Have you packed everything? Your clothes, toiletries, are they all ready?" Dudian waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for concern. "Be cautious while you are there. Avoid fighting with the other children. Just endure a little." Dudian felt warmth in his heart. Despite the lingering pain of being sold to Ivy's family, it was clear that Julia's feelings for him were genuine. Yet, some emotions ultimately falter against reality. Nevertheless, he was immensely grateful for their adoptive bond. "I will. You must take care of yourself as well. During the Black Death season, keep the windows open for ventilation to avoid contracting the plague," Dudian advised earnestly. Julia, a sentimental soul, felt tears welling in her eyes at the thought of not knowing when she would see Dudian again. "Let us go," commanded the youth in standard soft armor, turning and leaping onto the carriage, showing no inclination to assist Dudian with his backpack. Dudian climbed onto the carriage, casting a glance back at Julia and Gray, waving his hand with a hint of melancholy. Yet, this fleeting emotion was swiftly suppressed within him. He tightened his grip on the backpack, his gaze growing steely, and his once tender heart hardened into resilience. As the carriage sped forth, navigating through the commercial district and turning down a series of narrow streets, it gradually entered a secluded area. Shortly thereafter, a towering wall loomed ahead, prompting the youth to deftly guide the carriage along its side. Before long, they arrived at a vast entrance, barricaded by a massive iron gate, flanked by statues of warriors wielding swords and knives, inscribed below with the words loyalty and guardianship. "Disembark," the youth ordered sharply. Dudian leaped down from the carriage, quietly surveying his new surroundings. "Follow me," the youth said, glancing back at Dudian before releasing the reins without concern for the carriage's departure, leading the way through a small door beside the imposing iron gate. Beyond this entrance lay an expansive training ground. The youth guided Dudian to a secluded small tower at the back of the field. Upon arrival, the sound of soft weeping reached their ears. The youth's brow furrowed as he pushed open the wooden door, revealing a hall within the tower, where 7 or 8 children, similar in size to Dudian, stood. Among them, a petite girl with curly hair was curled up on the floor, sobbing, while several boys looked on helplessly, their faces painted with embarrassment. One boy, startled at the sight of the youth, blurted out, "Minnie said she misses home." The youth's demeanor remained cold as he approached the girl, commanding, "You have 2 seconds to silence your tears and stand up." The timid girl, overwhelmed by his icy tone, stifled her sobs, trembling as she rose, tears still glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 14. Adaptation. Although I am not your instructor, I detest witnessing anyone weeping in my presence. The youth in standard armor spoke coldly. Once I escort you to your dormitories, you may cry to your heart's content. Otherwise, you will find yourselves devoid of strength to weep in the future. Several children turned pale at his words, too intimidated to utter a sound. The little girl, named Minnie, clenched her small hands around the hem of her garment, lowering her head to suppress her tears. The armored youth cast a glance at the children, disinterested in reprimanding them further. He approached the counter, opened a drawer, retrieved a set of keys, and turned to say, "Follow me." He strode out of the hall without looking back. Dudian promptly followed, and the other children picked up their respective backpacks from the ground, trailing behind. Following a narrow path through the woods, they arrived at a cluster of low, dilapidated wooden shacks. The armored youth stepped forward to open several doors, stating, "This is it. Choose an empty bed for yourselves. The special training commences tomorrow morning." With that, he casually tossed the keys to Dudian, who stood nearby, and departed. Dudian grasped the 3 keys, surveying the row of shabby wooden shacks, a frown forming on his brow. It was evident that these had been hastily constructed for their occupancy, in stark contrast to the surrounding ornate and sturdy buildings. Even in the slums, these were among the most substandard dwellings. Is this meant to make us experience hardship? Dudian understood that the special training did not begin tomorrow morning, but rather at this very moment. He approached the doorways of the 3 shacks, inspecting the interiors. Each was identical, containing 4 beds, devoid of mattresses, with some boards marred by dark, corroded stains. He quickly scanned the options and selected a relatively clean board, placing his backpack atop it to claim it, intending to later gather some leaves or grass to tidy the bed after the others had made their selections. At that moment, the other children began to arrive, each confronting the stark simplicity of the wooden boards. They stood in stunned silence, unable to bear the sight. Even the boys pouted in dismay, while Minnie squatted down once more, bursting into tears. Dudian realized he had overestimated their resilience. It would likely take some time before these children could step into the room. Having grown up in a residential area, they had never encountered such harsh conditions. As the other children observed Dudian busily preparing, their self-pity subsided, and they watched him in astonishment. After a moment, one slightly older boy grit his teeth and encouraged the others. "Let us settle in for now. We'll surely adapt." In despair, there is always a need for hope to inspire. Seeing someone else cope eased the burden for the others, and they began to quietly choose their beds. The older boy ended up in Dudian's room and, seemingly curious, introduced himself. "I'm Maiden. What's your name?" "Dudian. You don't seem afraid of dirt." The child was refreshingly direct. "Actually, I have mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies," Dudian replied. "What's that?" "Nothing much." Dudian glanced at him and added, "It's just that sunlight helps a lot." Maiden paused, then clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Oh right. I almost forgot." He called out to the other children, "Everyone, let us take the bedboards outside to dry, lest they rot inside." Upon hearing this, the other children sprang into action. Maiden turned to Dudian. "Aren't you going to dry yours?" "I can't move it. I'll help you." Maiden immediately offered. Dudian had awaited this very moment. Although he could have asked directly, he had never been fond of seeking help. "Thank you," he said, and together they carried the bedboards to the open space outside. Before long, another youth in standard armor arrived, leading a group of children. Upon seeing the bedboards scattered across the ground, this new youth paused, his brow furrowing slightly. But he said nothing. Like the previous one, he opened a few rooms for the children to choose from, leaving the keys behind as he departed. The new children gazed curiously at Dudian and Maiden, then at their own beds, momentarily stunned. After a while, they began to mimic Dudian and Maiden, pairing off to carry the boards outside to dry. "Are the accommodations prepared for these children?" Dashani inquired from the window, her hand clad in delicate white gloves, holding a metallic tube. If Dudian were present, he would recognize it as an antiquated telescope. She slightly adjusted it to gaze at the clearing behind the spire buildings, immediately spotting the newly constructed wooden shacks. "Everything is as you commanded. The living conditions remain unchanged, and the supply of hot water and bedding has ceased," Tob spoke respectfully. "I trust they will quickly adapt to hardship. This time, I am confident we will produce 100 scavengers." Dashani nodded slightly, then noticed the children on the ground, hauling their bedboards and laying them on the dry earth. She paused, her expression momentarily blank. After a moment, she lowered the telescope, saying, "You must discipline this batch of children well. The annual pass rates have been declining. Only by enhancing our teaching methods can we maintain a stable number of scavengers. Additionally, the ranks of the guards are nearing saturation, It is best to dispel any notions they may have of becoming guards even after being eliminated. Ta bowed his head, affirming. Understood. Maiken opened his backpack and pulled out a blanket, laying it on his bedboard, eliciting envy from the other two children who had chosen that room. He chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his foresight, comfortably reclining and engaging in casual conversation with the others. Dudian used a change of clothes as a cushion beneath him, shutting his eyes to review the knowledge he had gleaned from the courtship. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber, only to awaken once more at 5 in the morning, when darkness still enveloped the sky. The harsh, strident cries of a creature jolted him awake. When Dudian and the others climbed outside to investigate, they were met with the sight of a bird-like creature, half their height, screeching in a piercing voice that seemed capable of piercing eardrums. Chapter 15. Just learn to survive. The children in each room, having just arrived in this grim and chaotic environment, struggled to endure the discomfort, often managing to fall asleep only in the dead of night. At this moment, upon hearing the jarring call, they each felt as though their heads were being pierced by needles. One by one, they exited their rooms, gazing at the darkened sky outside. The temperature in the early hours was exceptionally cold, causing those dressed lightly to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a massive figure, a burly man standing 2 meters tall, strode into the open space before the wooden hut and bellowed, "You have 3 minutes to assemble in front of me." Many children were taken aback, realizing that the special training had commenced. Others hastily abandoned their morning routines, quickly dressing to form a line, eager to make a good impression on this apparent instructor. However, some children, even after the 3 minutes elapsed, were still changing clothes, particularly a few girls who hesitated, rifling through their bags filled with outfits, deliberating on which one to wear. The burly man did not rush them, but patiently awaited their assembly. As time ticked by, approximately 5 minutes later, everyone finally gathered. The man scanned the group and calmly stated, "As today is the first day, I have made an exception to personally wake you. From tomorrow onward, I expect to see everyone standing ready by the time I arrive." Several children's faces paled at this, for they had seen the vast training ground. Even completing a single lap could be utterly exhausting. "Teacher, why must it be everyone? We didn't take 3 minutes, even if we were late. It was only by 2 minutes, not 5. A few boys protested. The burly man replied indifferently, "First, even if you all gathered within my 3-minute limit, you would still be 3 minutes late and required to run 3 laps. Secondly, you are a collective. If one falls behind, the others must bear the responsibility for their companion. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. There will always be someone lagging behind, and I too refuse." Several boys exclaimed in anger. The burly man licked his lips and said, "You refuse, do you? That is not a question." No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a powerful kick to the stomach of one of the defiant boys, sending him sprawling backward and crashing into several others. "Do you also refuse?" he asked, approaching another boy who had spoken out. In the same manner, he kicked him, causing him to topple over and knock down 3 or 4 others. With a disdainful snort, the burly man declared, "Here, there is only obedience. Anyone who defies me will be made to submit. Let me be frank, even if I were to beat you to death, it would not concern me. Many children like you in previous years have met their end right where I stand. It is unfortunate you did not witness it. I hope this batch has fewer worthless individuals to dirty my hands." All the children stared at him, aghast at his menacing words, their faces drained of color. Some girls, terrified, felt their legs weaken, tears welling in their eyes, yet they dared not cry. Observing that he had successfully intimidated them, the burly man scoffed. "What are you waiting for? If you do not complete the run within 10 minutes, there will be no breakfast." With a sudden smile, he added, "This is not a collective decision. Whoever fails to finish will go without. I do not wish for any individual's failure to lower the standard for everyone." Upon hearing this, many of the sturdier children breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dudian sighed inwardly, lamenting that he knew he would not be able to finish on time, even without the pressure. Before long, under the burly man's lead, everyone arrived at the training ground to begin running. Yet the field was vast, and even the fittest among the children could not complete the laps in 10 minutes. Some were 1 or 2 minutes late, while others fell behind by 4 or 5 minutes, all forfeiting their breakfast opportunity. Dudian's performance, however, astonished everyone. Not for its swiftness, but for its slowness. Even the friliest girls completed their laps in 20 minutes, while he took a full 30. Ultimately, he earned the dubious distinction of finishing last, leaving his roommates, Makin and 2 other boys, wide-eyed and distancing themselves from him, wearing expressions of utter disavowal. Though Dudian remained composed, he felt his cheeks flush under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers. Yet, as he settled down afterward, he sensed his own progress. The residual effects of the freezing chamber on his body were gradually diminishing. Had this been a few months prior, he would not have managed even to run 5 laps in a morning, let alone 30 minutes. Simply walking had felt exhausting, let alone running. The burly man cast a glance at Dudian, but said nothing. This surprised Dudian, as he had expected to serve as a cautionary example and receive mockery. Yet nothing of the sort occurred. Everyone assemble. The burly man called once Dudian finished running, gathering everyone again. This time, their movements were far more agile. Quickly arranging themselves in order. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Tobe, the burly man stated coldly. I will be your instructor for the next 3 years. My only rule is that you must obey my every command. I do not wish to hear any more foolish doubts. He paused, then continued, of course. I do not want to mold you into mere puppets who only know how to follow orders. I welcome questions on matters beyond my commands. Teacher, what will we learn here? Is it simply physical training? A boy asked eagerly, glancing nervously at him. Tobe smiled faintly, saying, Here, you need only learn to survive. And you will graduate. Survive? All the children were momentarily stunned. Dudian's heart sank. Graduating to become a scavenger implied that outside the colossal walls, one could easily encounter deadly perils. Chapter 16. The idiotic question. Upon hearing the question, the children's eyes brightened with curiosity. The first inquiry was posed by Tobe, who calmly asked, How can one survive? The children paused, momentarily taken aback. Survive? This was a question they had never contemplated. Shielded by their parents since childhood, they had followed a predetermined life path, selecting their favorite schools upon reaching academic age and subsequently entering the workforce after graduation. To make money. A girl eagerly raised her hand, eager to answer. The others sighed in frustration, realizing the simplicity of the answer, which had been snatched away from them. Yet, Tobe remained indifferent, dismissing the response with a curt, incorrect. The children exchanged bewildered glances. Not money. Is it work? Another boy ventured tentatively. They looked at one another in confusion. If it was neither about earning nor employment, then what did Tobe mean by survival? A pale-skinned girl furrowed her brow and asked, Teacher, in what circumstances are we discussing survival? Tobe glanced at her, his demeanor as cold as ever. There are no circumstances. It is simply about surviving. The children exchanged puzzled looks. Dudian furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Based on his observations, Tobe seemed to have no intention of being cryptic, and the previous answers were undoubtedly valid. If they were to be classified as incorrect, only one conclusion remained. To eat. He raised his hand confidently. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding children stared at him, dumbfounded, before some burst into laughter. To eat? Correct. Tobe replied coldly. The children's faces fell, a mix of disbelief and resentment evident in their expressions. However, having witnessed Tobe's earlier ruthlessness, none dared to voice their dissent. Dudian breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he had thought it impossible for the answer to be so simple, bordering on absurdity, yet he had emerged victorious. Now for the second question, Tobe continued indifferently. How can one obtain food? The children were taken aback once more. What a peculiar question. Some were ready to stomp their feet in frustration, realizing they had overlooked this aspect. Incorrect. Tobe stated flatly. The little girl was astonished, unable to believe her ears. Again, it was wrong. The other children, momentarily shocked, quickly raised their hands, eager to respond. I know. It's through work. I know, ask my mom. By chewing with my teeth. Tobe regarded the last boy with a hint of derision, as if to say, What next? Chew with your backside? The boy's face turned crimson with embarrassment. All wrong. A bunch of fools. Tobe declared coldly. To search for food. Dudian raised his hand once more. Tobe cast him a fleeting glance and replied, Correct. All the children were once again rendered speechless. Was it truly that simple? For the final question, Tobe stated indifferently, How does one search for food? The children turned their gazes towards Dudian. He felt their peculiar stares and, for the first time, found himself at a loss. Tobe surveyed the group and asked, What? Does no one know? At that moment, Dudian finally grasped Tobe's intention behind the 3 questions. From his conversation with Maiden the previous day, he had confirmed his suspicions. The other children were not undergoing specialized training for guards, but rather for scavengers. Having learned from Pheno, he understood that scavengers search for resources in the wilderness beyond the Great Wall. Thus, their limited resources necessitated learning how to survive in the wild. Understanding food was their first lesson. Teacher, what is my reward? Dudian asked, raising his hand as Tobe remained silent. Tobe glanced at him and replied, Each question earns a breakfast. Congratulations, you've earned 2 breakfasts, but since breakfast time has passed, you will have to wait until tomorrow to redeem them. Just a breakfast? Dudian was taken aback, unaware that in the ensuing half-month of training, he would come to realize the true value of those 2 breakfasts. Upon hearing that the reward was merely breakfast, the other children felt a sense of balance restored within them. Now, the break is over. Run 10 laps around the field. Taub suddenly commanded. All the children were taken aback. Hadn't they just finished running? You have half an hour. Every 5 minutes, add another lap. Taub coldly announced the rules. Teacher, no, not again. I'm about to vomit. Some children cried out in despair, but soon enough, they began to run. Spurred on by the sight of a classmate being kicked aside, Dudian's lips twitched slightly. The rules were merciless for him. Yet he suspected that Taub aimed to build their endurance. After all, according to Taub, learning to survive was not merely about strength in combat, but rather about speed and stamina. Chapter 17. Survival training. Time flies, and 3 months have swiftly passed. During this period, aside from the unwavering daily endurance training, the focus has been on the survival training course, a comprehensive curriculum that has evidently withstood the test of time. Primarily divided into 2 major categories, foraging and resource gathering. These are essential skills that every scavenger must master. The foraging segment is further subdivided into several disciplines: water sources, shelters, food acquisition, and survival. Each course encompasses a vast array of content, starting with water sources, which teaches how to locate water in various environments categorized into 4 types: jungle, desert, mountainous, and marshland. Finding water in the jungle is the simplest, yet it harbors lurking dangers, the avoidance of which is taught in the survival course. In addition to locating water, the curriculum also covers water filtration and the testing of various water qualities. Similarly, resource gathering is divided into 4 extensive subjects: mining, herb gathering, geological surveying, and exploration. Each of these subjects is typically a specialized course at separate academies, requiring 3 years of study, which only the clever and diligent can complete. Here, however, all must be mastered within a mere 3 years to meet the standards set forth by Taub, ensuring one's survival. For Dudian, the most arduous aspect of these 3 months was not the 8 courses, but the grueling endurance training and the physical demands of the mining course, each session leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, his progress over these 3 months has been strikingly evident. From the initial 30 minutes for 5 laps on the first day, he improved to 20 minutes by the end of the first week, and within half a month, he could achieve 15 minutes for the same distance. It was not until a month later that he earned the right to have breakfast, still the last among the children. The 2 opportunities he initially received for breakfast were consumed on the 2nd day and the 15th day, sustaining him through the trials. As time progressed, not only did the after-effects of the cryogenic chamber begin to dissipate, but his willpower also enabled him to push through moments of near unconsciousness. By the 2nd month, the residual effects of the cryogenic chamber had completely vanished, a process hastened by the intensity of his training, which typically would have taken an additional 3 to 4 months. With the elimination of these effects, his performance surged astonishingly, allowing him to consistently place among the top 10 in daily endurance training. By the 3rd month, he consistently ranked within the top 3, a remarkable improvement that caught the attention of the other children, especially Maiden and the 2 others who shared a room with him, who affectionately nicknamed him Mad Bull. In the quiet library, Dudian stood before the law section, engrossed in a foundational law book. Having dedicated 10 minutes daily to study since the beginning of the 3rd month, the longest time he could spare. Dudian, why are you reading law again? Maiden remarked. Standing by the geological section, Teacher Taub said we have an exam today, and we should focus on reviewing. If we fail, we'll be eliminated. Dudian held up a finger to signal silence, maintaining his concentration on the law text. Dudian, Maiden hurry to catch up. What do you think the exam will cover? I have no idea, Dudian replied honestly. I hope it's not geological surveying. I haven't had the chance to study that yet. Maiden suggested with a grin. How about this? If I encounter something I know, I'll help you. And if it's something you know, you help me. Deal? Dudian retorted. We'd best abandon such schemes of cheating. He shrugged, feeling powerless. Indeed, on the 3rd day of special training, Taub had made a similar statement. Though Dudian had already discerned that this training session, ostensibly for selecting guards, was actually to cultivate scavengers. Thus, those who were eliminated would likely become guards themselves. Taub's words served as a confirmation of Dudian's suspicions, a grim reality for the other children. This revelation compelled many who had contemplated giving up to grit their teeth and persevere. Soon, the 2 arrived at the training grounds ahead of schedule. where a considerable number of children had already gathered, whispering and speculating about the nature of the upcoming exam. Before long, Tob arrived punctually, and the children stood in disciplined formation, a lesson learned from past experiences. However, Tob was not alone. Accompanying him was a tall, graceful young woman in her 20s, with a sun-kissed complexion and a visage that exuded both maturity and youthful vibrancy, graced by a subtle smile that left many of the younger children momentarily speechless. In truth, the phenomenon of precociousness is not unique to this world. Even in the old era, children of 12 or 13 possessed knowledge in certain areas far beyond what adults perceived. In this world, 13 is the legal marriage age, and by 20, one who remains unwed is considered desperate to marry. After all, given the radioactive decay, surviving to 60 is already a remarkable feat. Sensing the stirrings of interest from the older children, Tob smirked coldly and, in his characteristic deep tone, declared, "After 3 months of training, you lot have barely qualified for the basic requirements of a guard. From today onward, every 6 months, there will be a major examination. Those who fail will be eliminated." A vague tension flickered across the faces of the children. Dudian realized that this examination would be far more than a mere knowledge assessment. A notion swiftly validated by Tob's subsequent words. This assessment is straightforward. Shortly, Instructor Chris will escort you to a designated location where you must survive for 10 days to pass. Chapter 18. The Desert Survived for 10 Days? All the children were taken aback. Although Tob's assertion seemed simple, their 3 months together had revealed the true nature of his simplicity. No one had anticipated that this assessment would diverge from the traditional written examination and instead demand direct experience. Clearly, to endure 10 days, they must acquire a fundamental understanding of the 4 courses related to foraging. Before long, some began to calculate. As long as there was a water source, the human body could withstand starvation for 7 to 15 days. With an exceptionally strong will, one might even survive for a month. This meant that if they could find a water source, they would have a chance to pass. If they were fortunate enough to discover some food, surviving for 10 days would pose no problem at all. With this thought, many children felt a surge of confidence. Dudian furrowed his brow, feeling less optimistic. Given Tob's nature, he would never present such an uncomplicated challenge. "Children, follow me," said a woman named Chris, standing beside Tob with a cheerful smile. "Sister will take you to a fun place that you are sure to enjoy." Some of the older boys' eyes sparkled at her words. "Form a line," Chris said with a slight smile, turning to lead the way. The children paired up and formed a long line, quickly arriving at the side of the training field, where dozens of black carriages awaited. Each carriage was reminiscent of the one that had brought Dudian here, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 adults, or even 10 children comfortably. "Everyone aboard," Chris said with a smile. The carriage drivers were young men clad in standard soft armor, including the one who had initially transported Dudian. "Dudian, come here," called Maiden from in front of one of the carriages. Dudian glanced over and walked toward him. Inside the carriage, besides Maiden, were 2 other children from his room, evidently gathered together under Maiken's invitation, preparing to look out for one another during the upcoming trial. After all, those from the same room were the most trustworthy. "Hey, the fabric curtain here is sewn shut," Maiden noted as he prepared to lift the curtain to look outside. Dudian felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the examination site lay outside the colossal wall? The gently swaying carriage and the rhythmic sound of iron hooves striking the ground filled the air. With his eyes closed, Dudian silently listened and calculated. They had been traveling for 20 minutes. At first, he could hear the voices of passers-by outside the carriage, but soon the noise faded into silence, indicating they had ventured into a remote area. This eerie quiet persisted for half an hour before the carriage gradually came to a halt. Only then did Dudian slowly open his eyes, a glimmer of realization flickering within them. 28 turns, with 3 brief stops in between, likely for inspections. The route had been westward. If Chris had known what Dudian was contemplating at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been astonished, although it wasn't difficult to discern. With a little attentiveness, other children could also have figured it out. Yet, from the moment they boarded the carriage, the psychological pressure of the dark, enclosed environment, coupled with the anxiety of their first trial, filled the hearts of all the children with trepidation and worry. Who had the presence of mind to pay attention to such details? This was a chilling display of almost cruel composure. Most remarkably, this calmness resided within a mere child. With a loud crack, the carriage door swung open, and Dudian immediately realized that this was not an inspection, but rather the arrival at their final destination. All the children quickly disembarked from the carriages, eagerly gazing at the place where they would attempt to survive for 10 days. The next moment, they were all left speechless. Before them lay a vast expanse of desert. Indeed, a desert composed solely of sand. Survive for 10 days in the desert? The children felt a surge of despair. Dudian jumped down from the carriage, surveying the boundless, scorching wasteland with a deep sigh. As expected, Tob's notion of simplicity was anything but simple. At this point, Chris blinked and said, "Good luck to you all. By the way, this first trial is the easiest." With that, she turned and leaped onto a nearly 3-meter-tall black horse. Its coat pure, resembling the breed Dudian had seen pulling hunters' carriages. This clearly indicated Chris's status, likely as a hunter. Dudian squinted, quietly watching Chris whip the reins and ride off, while the remaining carriages turned around and galloped away, raising a cloud of dust that gradually obscured them from view. In an instant, only the 300 children remained in the vast desert. How on earth are we supposed to survive? This is nothing short of murder. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. As Chris and the others departed, the remaining children erupted in frustration. "Everyone, listen up," a tall, sturdy boy shouted from the crowd. "We must unite and search for a water source. As long as we find water, we can survive. Together, we are stronger." It was evident that this boy adapted quickly. Upon hearing his words, the other children ceased their complaints. Some echoed his sentiments, while others began contemplating how to endure the forthcoming 10 days. During their intensive training over the past 3 months, everyone had learned the futility of reasoning with Tob, for while they wielded words, he wielded fists. "Dudian, let's join them," Makin suggested to Dudian. Since their first day together, he had gradually become accustomed to seeking Dudian's counsel. Although he held the most influence in their room, there was no doubt that Dudian possessed the greatest authority. "No, the 4 of us will suffice," Dudian replied without hesitation. Makin looked astonished. "Why not?" The other 2 children wore puzzled expressions as well. Unity was an undeniable truth, and the lessons had emphasized the importance of solidarity in harsh environments to ensure survival. However, the esteem Dudian had cultivated over the past 3 months prevented them from questioning him outright. While having a larger group might facilitate the search for water, the desert was not a jungle or swamp. Here, water was scarce. Even if they found some, it could only satisfy a portion of their needs, ultimately leading to discord due to unequal resource distribution. Dudian stated this plainly. Makin and the other 2 children froze, quickly realizing the truth in his words. "Let us go. We've already wasted enough time," Dudian declared, scanning the surroundings before finding a direction to lead the way. Chapter 19. Danger. Makin exchanged glances with the 2 other children and promptly followed Dudian. At that moment, the other children gradually formed into small groups, most mirroring Dudian's group, consisting of a few from their respective rooms, while others formed medium-sized teams made up of 2 or 3 smaller groups. The remaining hesitant individuals gravitated towards the first person who suggested unity, culminating in a large assembly of nearly 100. Across the desert, over 300 individuals scattered like ants. "Why are we heading this way? The sun is blazing." Makin raised his hand to shield his eyes, struggling to keep them open. Having arrived here less than half an hour ago, he was already drenched in sweat and felt unbearably hot. "It seems there are few heading in our direction," remarked another slender boy named Sham, one of the 4 from their dormitory. He was quiet but diligent, the only one besides Dudian who knew how to fold blankets. "Even if we want to avoid competition, we shouldn't be exposed to the sun like this." Makin sighed. The trio was taken aback as they heard Dudian earnestly explain their path, even considering the need for warmth at night. "We shouldn't be out here under the sun right now. It's easy to become dehydrated. It's hardly worth the risk. Furthermore, how can you be sure the temperature will drop in the desert at night? I feel like my feet are on fire. How could it possibly get cooler here?" Sham and another boy named Zach were equally curious. "Will it really be cold at night in such a hot place?" "You'll find out tonight," Dudian replied, refraining from explaining the principles of heat absorption and dissipation, as such knowledge was not part of their curriculum and could raise doubts. Besides, the concepts of heat retention and release would likely be beyond their comprehension. "We can certainly find a water source. What we must ensure is that we absolutely cannot fall ill," Dudian warned the trio gravely. Upon hearing his confident assertion, Makin, Sham, and Zach were momentarily taken aback. Yet they had long since placed their trust in Dudian and did not question him. Instead, curiosity piqued within them about how Dudian could be so certain of finding water in this vast expanse of sand. Before long, the 4 had completely ventured into the desert, separating themselves from the other groups, which made Makin, Sham, and Zach feel anxious. However, They had no choice but to continue trusting Dudian, who had never let them down before. Do you remember how to find water in the desert? Dudian halted, surveying the horizon. The trio exchanged looks. I remember. First, we seek out the shaded areas of sand and dig beneath them. We can usually uncover a water source, Makin responded. Seeing this, the three felt a surge of excitement and crouched down, preparing to dig. Dudian raised his hand. First, wrap your hands. You don't want to injure yourself on the stones inside. With that, he tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve, wrapping it around his hands before beginning to dig into the sand. Your foresight is commendable, Makin chuckled. The three mimicked him, tearing fabric to protect their hands and crouching down to dig. It must be noted that 3 months of endurance training had significantly enhanced the children's stamina. Despite walking 4 to 5 miles under the scorching sun, they still had the energy to dig. However, this was also a gamble. If they failed to uncover a water source, they might find themselves in peril, as their remaining strength could very well fall short before they reached the next potential water source. Thus, even Dudian felt a twinge of tension, particularly after digging over half a meter deep without encountering any damp sand. The mood among the four grew heavy. Let us stop. We need to move to another location, Dudian decisively announced. Given the current trend, they would need to dig at least another meter to possibly reach wet sand, and to find a reliable water source, they would likely need to dig down at least 3 meters. This was the most optimistic scenario. It was clear this spot was unpromising. After digging so much, are we really going to give up? Makin exclaimed incredulously. Dudian maintained a composed demeanor. We cannot place all our hopes on a single attempt. Follow me. We must continue moving forward. With that, he turned and pressed onward without lingering. Makin and Zach felt reluctant. It was disheartening to abandon their efforts after digging for so long. Sham stood up and said, let us go. Dudian is right. We cannot rely on a single chance. With that, he fell and stepped behind Dudian. Makin and Zach sighed, brushing the sand from their knees as they followed. However, as the saying goes, when God closes one door, he opens another. Not long after the four left the digging site, Zach, trailing at the back, suddenly screamed. Leaping half a meter into the air, his face drained of color as he rushed toward Dudian in a panic. Makin and Sham quickly reacted and shouted to keep up with him. In a sudden thud, Makin, running too hastily, stumbled and fell onto the sand. Sham and Zach paused, noticing Makin's tumble, their expression shifting in alarm as they glanced at the writhing yellow-scaled snake nearby, their faces turning pale with dread, momentarily uncertain. At that moment, Dudian had already dashed to Makin, grasping his arm and bellowing, "Get up." With a swift motion, the yellow-scaled snake lunged at Makin, its gaping mouth revealing sharp fangs. Chapter 20. The Alchemist. At that moment, a sudden gray shadow flashed by, striking the yellow-scaled serpent and knocking it down onto the sandy ground. Run! Dudian roared. Whoosh! Dudian swiftly passed Makin, racing to the forefront, his endurance training making him the fastest in the dormitory. Dudian let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Stop running. It isn't pursuing us anymore." Makin and Ja were momentarily stunned, only then realizing that the yellow-scaled serpent had ceased its chase, and they immediately relaxed. In the next moment, an overwhelming fatigue washed over them, their bodies aching, throats parched, feeling both thirsty and hot. That scared me to death, Ja said, patting his chest with lingering fear. Let us take a break. I'm utterly exhausted, Shamu gasped. Makin, still somewhat shaken, suddenly looked up at Dudian upon hearing their words. He bit his lip slightly and said, Dudian, you saved my life this time. If there's anything in the future. Makin gazed at Dudian's back, biting his lips slightly, and followed after him. The group continued westward along the sandy path, surrounded by grains of sand and dried clumps of earth, making Makin, Shamu, and Ja question whether they had chosen the wrong direction. Would a different path lead them to a water source? However, under Dudian's insistence, they ultimately did not change their course. By dusk, the group was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, their faces sunburned, moving at a pace reduced to a mere tenth of what it had been when they first entered the desert, nearly crawling forward. Found it. Dudian's voice suddenly rang out ahead. Makin, Shamu, and Ja, their expressions numb as if they were walking corpses, felt as if they had come back to life at his words, hope igniting in their dry eyes. Where? Makin inquired urgently. Dudian pointed ahead to a small dirt mound, not far from which were patches of dry green grass and cacti, common plants in the desert. Plants. There are actually plants. Makin, Shamu, and Ja erupted with excitement. A faint smile appeared on Dudian's face as he said, Start digging. There must be a water source beneath these plants. He then stepped forward, reaching a cluster of green grass and began to dig, cautioning, "Be careful, there might be other things lurking here." Upon hearing this, the excitement on Maiden, Shemu, and Ja's faces cooled immediately, and they nervously scanned their surroundings. Before long, Dudian had unearthed moist sand beneath the clump of green grass. Digging another half-meter deeper, he finally spotted a water source, albeit scarce and mixed with sand. "What do we do now?" Maiden, Shemu, and Ja appeared dumbfounded. Dudian remained silent, shaking out the coat he had used to strike the yellow-scaled serpent. He jumped down to scoop out a handful of the sand-mixed water and placed it in his coat, twisting the fabric to hold it, and then bringing the bottom to his mouth. Soon, the water filtered through the coat's fibers and flowed down as he tightened it further. Having been parched all afternoon, this simply filtered water tasted exquisite. After quenching his thirst with several sips, Dudian refrained from continuing and, wetting his lips with the water, climbed back up to say, "Don't drink too much at once. Just maintain the basic consumption for your bodies." Admiration gleamed in Maiden, Shemu, and Ja's eyes as they mimicked Dudian's method, gathering the sand-mixed water in their coats to filter and drink. "These grass roots should be edible," Dudian declared, pulling out the clump of green grass. Observing the moist soil clinging to the roots, he cleaned off the dirt and snapped one in half. Seeing no colored juice flow from it, he promptly bit down on a root and began to chew gently, a faint sweetness spreading in his mouth, accompanied by a slight bitterness. After savoring it thoroughly, he swallowed it down. Seeing Dudian savoring the grass roots, Maiden, Shemu, and Ja also broke off their own pieces to eat. "So bitter. This is horrible." Ja and Shemu chuckled bitterly but continued chewing nonetheless. Dudian glanced at the darkening sky, stating, "Let us rest here for the night. You all gather some dry branches. We'll need a fire tonight. Moreover, we should take turns keeping watch each night. Whoever is on first watch tonight should rest now to regain some energy." "I'll take the first watch," Maiden replied. "If you go to sleep, we won't know what to do." Dudian nodded and said, "Then go rest for a while. Ja, go find some dry branches. Shemu, help me build a shelter and gather some stones." Following his directions, the group began to busy themselves. On the outskirts of the desert stood a solitary tavern. Eroded by the wind and sand, it was dilapidated, with windows and doors repeatedly patched with wooden planks. At this moment, a man and a woman sat inside the tavern, sipping chilled wheat beer. "Tell me, how many of the 360 people do you think will survive the night?" Chris asked, gently stirring the ice cubes in her wooden cup with a dagger. Her tone light and teasing. Tob looked on calmly, responding, "Certainly more than you might imagine." "Is that so?" Chris raised an eyebrow, her voice playful. "How about a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Tob inquired with interest. "Let us bet on how many will remain 10 days from now." Chris squinted her eyes, declaring, "I bet 200. Tob chuckled, "Then I bet 300. "Oh?" Chris shot him a sidelong glance. "You seem quite confident in your students, but this time, you're bound to lose." After finishing the beer in his cup, Tob replied nonchalantly, "What makes you say that?" Chris chuckled softly. "Are you not aware that this desert was once the territory of the Ryan family 10 years ago? It was one of the 6 most prosperous commercial areas at the time. However, it was destroyed by evil alchemists, leading to the downfall of the Ryan family. And this land became fully desolate, turning into a forbidden zone." Tob remained unfazed, stating, "I knew that 10 years ago, as I was present then." Chris laughed lightly. "But what you don't know is that although that evil alchemist was slain by the Holy See, other alchemists now believe that the remnants of his dark power still linger in this desert, quietly gathering here. Unbeknownst to them, their little maneuvers have already been noted by the Holy See." Tob's expression changed suddenly. "What do you mean?" "This time, the Holy See intends to exterminate the alchemists here, but their actions are covert. If they were to recklessly send in holy knights, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Therefore, they are treating this place as a testing ground for scavengers, using these bait tactics to lure the alchemists in. I'm sure those alchemists would never pass up such a golden opportunity," Chris said with a smile. Chapter 21. Night Raid. Tob's pupils constricted, and he slammed his palm onto the counter, his voice icy. "You dare use my students as bait?" Chris shrugged slightly. "I lack such influence, and considering our familiarity, I understand your temperament. This arrangement was decreed from above. We must comply." Tob, seething with anger, retorted, "But we cannot allow a group of children to serve as bait. Knowing full well that alchemists are lurking here, yet still sending children to lure them in. This is the conduct of the Church of Light." Chris's expression shifted, her tone grave. "Speaking ill of the Church of Light in private is a grave sin. Do not act foolishly. Moreover, should we capture an alchemist, these children would earn merit, Regardless of whether they're eliminated, join the guard, or remain as scavengers, this merit would be a precious asset for them. Establishing merit is not an easy feat. Are you suggesting I should be grateful to them? Tob scoffed. Chris, in resignation, replied, whether you express gratitude or not. This is the reality. Furthermore, if we were to change the assessment location this year, it would only alert the alchemists. Their connections are extensive, even within our ranks. There could be their spies. Although these children may seem inexperienced now, in 3 years, upon graduation, they may face alchemists, becoming frontline warriors with no protection. This is invaluable experience for them. Tob frowned slightly, letting out a cold huff as he passed a wooden cup to the old man behind the counter, saying, Old Luo. Another drink. Seeing you so fired up, I'll add some ice. The old man chuckled from behind the counter. Tob fell silent, brooding. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted sharply with the setting sun, the sand providing little insulation, causing heat to dissipate rapidly. At this moment, Dudian and Sham had arranged a fire pit with stones filled with dried plants. The method of ignition was, of course, the most primitive, friction from wood. I'm so hungry, Zach grumbled, rubbing his stomach and glancing at Dudian. Leaning against the fire, Dudian closed his eyes and said, Let us endure. 10 days will pass swiftly. Besides, talking makes you hungrier. Zach sighed and also shut his eyes. Macon sat beside the fire, smiling. Just sleep well. If you're asleep, you won't feel hunger. Cold and hungry. Living is truly difficult, Sham murmured, pulling his clothing closer and inching nearer to the flames. Macon smiled faintly, occasionally tossing more firewood into the pit. Remembering Dudian's instructions to keep the fire alive and deter any approaching beasts. As night deepened, the temperature dropped further and the wind occasionally howled. Even sitting by the fire, Macon felt the chill seep into his bones, his legs trembling slightly to generate warmth. However, the constant shivering brought an unexpected urge to urinate. He glanced at the 3 sleeping forms of Dudian, Zach, and Sham, then quietly moved to the sandy ground, unfastening his trousers. Just as he was about to relieve himself, a withered hand suddenly shot out from the darkness, gripping his throat. Macon's pupils dilated, his heart raced violently, fear nearly causing his eyes to bulge. From the shadows emerged a face lined with wrinkles, a sinister gaze fixed upon him, whispering in a raspy voice, Be quiet, don't scream. Every hair on Macon's body stood on end. Instinctively, he wanted to cry out for help, but his throat was crushed, rendering him voiceless. All that escaped him were ragged, choking sounds, and amidst the overwhelming fear, Dudian's calm visage flashed in his mind. His eyes widened, and he kicked backward with all his strength. His heel struck the soft sand beneath him, sending it splattering near the fire. Not enough. The distance was still too great. Macon felt despair creeping in. At that moment, the owner of the withered hand noticed Macon's plight. A chilling glint flickered in his cold eyes as he raised his other hand, revealing a dagger glinting ominously in the dim light. Swish. It lunged straight towards him. With a thud, just as Macon's mind went blank, a stone was hurled through the air, striking the dagger. Simultaneously, Dudian's thunderous voice rang out. Enemies. Get up. At his shout, Zach and Sham jolted awake, seizing nearby stones with alarmed expressions. Dudian's gaze fixated on the hunched figure cloaked in black, aware of the danger. He had always been a light sleeper, especially in such perilous circumstances. Trusting Macon to stand watch was never fully reassuring. Moments earlier, feeling grains of sand hit his face, he had awakened. And the first thing he noticed was Macon's absence. Turning to look, he just caught the harrowing scene unfold and, without hesitation, hurled a stone, hitting the target perfectly. Damn it. The frail figure was an old man, draped in a black robe, the dagger falling from his grasp. His wrist trembled, pain surging through him, igniting a blaze of fury as he shoved the struggling Macon away. From his chest, he produced a green vial. Uncorking it, green smoke billowed forth, and he directed it towards Dudian and the others, blowing a deep breath. The green mist wafted towards them. Dudian's expression shifted, and he quickly covered his nose, intending to warn Zach and Sham, but the green fog had already enveloped them, rendering him unable to speak. With a thud, Macon, closest to the old man, succumbed to the green mist, collapsing instantly. Dudian's pupils constricted as he dropped to the ground, feigning death. There were 2 more thuds. Dudian knew without looking that Zach and Sham had likely inhaled the toxic vapor. He was uncertain whether they had fainted or succumbed to poisoning. His heart raced, anxiety and doubt flooding his mind. Was this also part of the assessment? If so, he believed that aside from the larger groups, all smaller factions would be eliminated. Was the purpose of this assessment to promote unity? Dudian's thoughts raced, regret washing over him. Perhaps the higher-ups did not intend for them to survive 10 days, but rather to assess their capacity for solidarity? Damn brat. Just then, Dudian heard the old man's footsteps approaching, realizing he was coming to retaliate for the stone attack. And he silently lamented, wasting a vial of soul-confounding potion. Damn it. Just from the sound, Dudian could tell the old man was gritting his teeth, his heart sinking as he quietly grasped a handful of sand, preparing for an opportunity to strike. At that moment, Dudian felt a dry hand clutching his foot, the bony grip pinching his ankle painfully. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the old man to lean down to kill him, ready to fling the sand. However, the old man seemed to have no intention of killing. Instead, he yanked Dudian by the ankle, dragging him forward. Dudian's heart sank. He realized he was being taken to the old man's lair for resolution. Attack, or continue to await an opportunity. Chapter 22. The Structure of Life. Dudian slowly opened his eyes, and by the flickering light of the campfire, he observed the hunchbacked elder, who was dragging him into the enveloping darkness. His gaze flickered momentarily before he abandoned the idea of a surprise attack. Throwing sand onto the elder's back would yield no effective strike and would instead squander his only chance to ambush. At that moment, he had already been pulled 2 or 3 meters away, rendering him unable to grasp any stones by the fire pit. Even if he could, the stones were searing hot, and he would have no time to aim, risking a futile throw. He knew he could not venture into the elder's lair. Dudian realized he was facing immense peril and his mind raced. He had to devise an escape plan before entering the elder's domain. After all, no one could ascertain how many others might be lurking within that stronghold. If he were dragged further in, he would become mere prey, helpless and at the mercy of his captors. At that moment, the elder brought Dudian to the spot where Maiden had previously intended to relieve himself. Bending down to retrieve a fallen dagger, Dudian's heart leaped with joy as his gaze fell upon a stone he had thrown earlier. He quietly reached for it. Despite its warmth, he could still manage to grasp it. He fixed his eyes on the back of the elder's head and, with a surge of determination, launched the stone with all his might. With a thud, the stone missed the elder's head and struck his back instead. Though the distance was minimal, the angle had been slightly off. Dudian's expression darkened, but there was no time for regret as he quickly kicked off the elder's grip. A resounding thud echoed as something struck Dudian's back, causing him to collapse to the ground, agony coursing through him. He felt as though he might lose consciousness. Yet confusion filled his mind. Surely the elder wouldn't catch up so swiftly? Was it a thrown object? In a horrifying revelation, he witnessed an unexpected sight. The elder's sleeve unfurled to reveal a serpentine appendage, thick as a newborn's wrist and several meters long, emerging from the fabric. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Dudian could see clearly that the root of this appendage was connected to the elder's shoulder. The most terrifying aspect was the network of crimson veins that coursed along the elder's withered arm, grotesquely protruding from the skin, evoking an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Dudian's mind raced with the term biological modification. Having been born into a family steeped in science, he understood that such modifications were real, albeit once regarded as taboo experiments in the old world. These were illegal human experiments, largely relegated to the realm of wartime weaponry during the Second World War. He had heard his father and sister speak of such matters, but never had he imagined encountering such a surreal scene in a world that had yet to enter the steam age. Crack! As Dudian stood in shock. The hunchbacked elder grunted in pain, the appendage at his arm's root visibly elongating by several centimeters, glistening with viscous fluid. Meanwhile, the elder's arm appeared to shrivel even further. Gritting his teeth, the elder fixed a menacing gaze on Dudian, hissing, "You wretched child, I shall not kill you easily. I will dismantle you piece by piece, turning you into my experimental subject." With that, he strode toward Dudian, the appendage writhing as it slithered into the folds of the elder's expansive black robe, the torn sleeve betraying no outward signs of the grotesque reality. Dudian's complexion paled. At that moment, he comprehended that this was no mere trial posed by a scavenger, but a genuine threat. He attempted to rise, but the agonizing pain in his back prevented him from standing. Despite his efforts to hold his breath against the elder's green mist, he caught a whiff of its noxious scent, rendering his limbs weak. Still thinking of escaping? The hunchbacked elder sneered as he grasped Dudian's head, dragging him further away. Dudian clutched the elder's wrist in agony, but soon the elder halted. Surrounded by darkness, Dudian discerned a deep pit illuminated by the faint starlight above. "Into the pit you go," the elder commanded, kicking Dudian, who tumbled downwards, feeling as though he were rolling down a staircase, his back, wrists, and arms battered and bruised. After what felt like an eternity, he finally landed at the bottom, forcing his eyes open to see a dim yellow light. He had entered an underground chamber. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder descended the ladder. Dudian looked up to find a wooden board sealing the opening above. It suddenly struck him why he had encountered the elder in this vast desert. It was merely a sanctuary chosen by him, conveniently located nearby. Most likely, their presence during the day had disturbed the elder. A bitter smile crept onto Dudian's face as he realized the logic. The dense flora of the desert provided the richest water sources in the vicinity, making it an ideal refuge. Upon reaching the bottom, the elder ignored Dudian and rushed to a nearby workbench. He rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a small vial containing crimson pills, which he promptly swallowed. Washing them down with hot water from a metal flask, Dudian surveyed the underground chamber, his expression darkening as he beheld several large glass jars on nearby shelves, containing horrifying specimens, human hands, disembodied female heads, and preserved lungs and hearts. Child, do not gaze too long. I will soon procure a large container for you. The elder hissed ominously, having noticed Dudian's horrified stare. You are the one they speak of, the one who sells his soul to the devil, Dudian retorted, his face grim. The elder scoffed. Devil? The Church of Light only uses the Creator and the devil to deceive the masses. Once I complete my experiments, I shall become the Creator. What experiments? Dudian inquired, feigning interest as a ruse to buy time, hoping to regain his strength to escape. You wouldn't understand. You fool enslaved by the Church of Light. After I rest, I will send you to meet your God. Do you see this? The elder brandished a small crossbow. A glimmer of menace in his eyes. Dudian's expression shifted to one of fear, yet he did not surrender. Gritting his teeth, he said, What nonsense about being a creator. You resort to such tools to kill, how laughable. Humph, the wisdom of the Creator is beyond your comprehension. Great alchemy shall forge the immortal. You are fortunate to become material for my experiments. Alchemy? Dudian was taken aback. He recalled seeing references to alchemy during his study of advanced chips. It was the early form of chemistry, originating from Egypt, primarily aimed at transmuting base metals into gold. Should any alchemists succeed, they would be revered as national treasures. Wielding immense influence. The ultimate goal of alchemy was to create the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact said to grant immortality. Throughout history, many illustrious figures had engaged in the study of alchemy, including the renowned physicist Isaac Newton, a fervent enthusiast of the craft. You are an alchemist? Dudian questioned. His gaze fixed on the hunchbacked elder, bewildered. Isn't alchemy about creating gold? The hunchbacked elder narrowed his eyes and remarked, I did not anticipate your extensive knowledge. However, our alchemy is divided into two factions. One faction studies fundamental substances, creating the Philosopher's Stone to attain immortality. The other, like myself, delves into the essence of life, crafting life itself and aspiring to become a creator. Chapter 23. A counterattack. Dudian suddenly comprehended why his arm had transformed in such a manner. It was most likely a consequence of conducting a life construction experiment on his own body. The results indicated that the experiment had undeniably failed. Although the distorted appendages on his arm could respond to neural signals, each action exacted a corresponding toll. Otherwise, with the strength of those mutated appendages, he would undoubtedly wield a formidable weapon in this era of cold steel. The stooped elder seemed to have regained his composure and coldly instructed Dudian, lie down over there. As he spoke, his withered hand grazed the small crossbow, suggesting that refusal would result in immediate retribution. Dudian's expression shifted. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet. At this moment of life and death, his thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, yet in such a grim and hopeless environment. It was nearly impossible to remain calm. His body trembled slightly as he moved at a painstakingly slow pace toward the location indicated by the elder, a workbench resembling an operating table, surrounded by numerous cutting tools, some still stained with unwashed blood. Suddenly, Dudian detected movement to his left. Casting a sidelong glance, his face paled as he beheld a cage containing several large snakes writhing within, including the yellow-scaled serpent he had encountered during the day. Clearly, these creatures were captured for the elder's life construction experiments. The stooped elder did not rush Dudian. He merely observed him languidly, akin to a hunter watching his prey's final struggles. When he noted the change in Dudian's expression, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, Dudian reached the workbench. See those chains? Bind yourself, commanded the elder. Dudian gazed at the chains secured to the table, realizing they were likely instruments used to bind previous subjects of experimentation. His eyes flickered momentarily, yet he grasped one chain and wound it around his wrist. A cold smirk emerged on the elder's face, anticipating that once Dudian secured himself, he would rise and methodically cut him to death. Suddenly, in a swift motion, Dudian squatted down, retreating beneath the workbench. Simultaneously, he swung the chain to strike the nearby cage, producing a loud clang that startled the slumbering serpents within, causing them to thrash about in agitation. The elder's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "You little brat, I intended for you to die quickly. Yet you insist on being clever. Do you truly believe you can escape? Even if you exhaust your body once more, I will capture you. If you are wise, come out quietly, and I may grant you one final reprieve." Dudian naturally dismissed the elder's deceitful words, delivering a fierce kick to the cage. With the workbench providing cover, the elder could not shoot at him from that angle. If the elder approached, it would grant Dudian the opportunity to engage him in close combat. Although the elder possessed mutated appendages capable of inflicting severe harm, his head remained human, with a vulnerable point that offered Dudian a fighting chance. The cage was merely loosely fastened with a lock. Under Dudian's vigorous assault, it swung open, and the serpents hastily slithered out. Some darted into the darkness, others towards the elder, but the majority made a beeline for Dudian. The elder chuckled coldly. "Foolishness. How could you?" His eyes widened suddenly as he recalled something. Glancing at a nearby table, his expression darkening. He actually stole the realgar. No wonder he dares open the snake cage. Dudian firmly clutched a vial of crushed realgar powder, scattering it over his body. This substance had likely been prepared by the elder for capturing the serpents. Upon noticing the snake cage, Dudian had been reminded of the realgar powder. After all, despite the elder's self-proclaimed title as an alchemist, he was fundamentally a biologist of this era. Moreover, in his advanced age, it would be impossible for him to capture these snakes barehanded. He could only rely on other means. As anticipated, he soon spotted the vial of realgar powder, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of visitors, resulting in a disarray of items fortuitously placed in his path, allowing him to discreetly procure it. "Humph," the elder scoffed, donning a brownish-yellow robe hanging on the wall. At that moment, the serpents that had slithered toward him abruptly halted, then twisted their bodies to retreat into the surrounding darkness. Seeing this, Dudian immediately grasped that the robe was likely dusted with realgar powder, possibly the very garment the elder had worn while capturing the serpents. "Boy, you would do well to come out." The elder's eyes glinted menacingly, fixated on the workbench. His fingers poised near the crossbow. The moment Dudian revealed himself, he would be met with instant death. Though merely a child, Dudian had repeatedly posed a threat, and the elder would not afford him another opportunity. Dudian scanned the chamber, realizing that the sole means of survival lay in subduing this alchemist. To do so, he would require more than just the dagger in his hand, which he had seized from the workbench during his earlier crouch, a tool meant for close combat against the elder. At that instant, Dudian's gaze fell upon a shelf against the wall, cluttered with various vials and jars, labeled accordingly. Among them, two stood out, sulfur and charcoal. These were key ingredients for black powder. Dudian's eyes brightened with exhilaration, but he quickly searched his surroundings, only to find no sign of saltpeter. His heart sank. Without this primary ingredient, it would be impossible to create black powder using only sulfur and charcoal. "You little brat. I know you possess a dagger and are prepared to confront me," the elder's voice echoed once more, causing Dudian's heart to plummet as he realized the elder had noticed the missing dagger from the workbench. "Let us continue to waste time. I shall have a bite to eat. Are you hungry?" he added with a derisive chuckle. Dudian felt his stomach grumble, having gone the entire day without sustenance. However, he also felt a slight relief in his heart, as he still had time to devise a plan. Suddenly, a wave of green mist wafted into the chamber. Dudian's pupils constricted, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose, shocked that the elder would release such a substance within the confines of the small room. It was evident that the elder had an antidote or some other countermeasure. Dudian pinched his nose, his heart racing, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He refrained from scrambling to his feet, suspecting the elder had already targeted his position, ready to shoot him down the moment he stood. Clenching his teeth, he gripped the dagger tightly, eyeing the realgar powder in his other hand, preparing to throw it as a diversion. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 24. Solitude, little imp. I wonder how long you can endure. The hunched old man, wearing a dark green mask that concealed all but his cold, piercing gaze, fixated on the workbench, his finger poised on the crossbow, ever ready to shoot at the dying Dudian should he attempt to retaliate. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind the workbench. Instinctively, the old man pressed the trigger. With a sharp click, a bolt shot forth, speeding through the air but missing its target, instead embedding itself in a wooden cabinet behind. At that moment, the shadow landed at the old man's feet, revealing itself to be a bottle of realgar powder. His expression shifted, and he quickly looked up, only to see Dudian springing up from the ground. However, rather than leaping across the workbench towards him, Dudian turned and jumped onto a nearby counter, scrambling to grab various jars and bottles. Several containers collided, crashing to the ground and spilling their contents in a cloud of powder. Fury surged within the old man. These were meticulously collected and finely ground experimental materials he had labored over. Gritting his teeth, he hastily reloaded the crossbow, aiming at Dudian. Damn little brat. The old man's eyes blazed with rage, yet after several missed shots, a hint of caution crept in. He could not shake off the feeling of threat emanating from this child. Let us see how long you can last. The old man's gaze fell on the green mist that lingered in the chamber, unyielding in its presence. Dudian, clutching a large glass jar half filled with sulfur powder, felt the dwindling oxygen in his lungs, the suffocating sensation intensifying, turning his face ashen. He frantically scanned the area for a fire starter. But despite the disorder of the old man's belongings, no flint was in sight. No fire. No fire. Despair gripped Dudian's heart. He had finally devised a plan, but lacked the means to ignite it. Just then, he caught sight of a shadow overhead, the flickering light of an oil lamp. In an instant, his eyes widened as he realized it was located right beside the old man's desk. The lamp, clearly meant for illumination during the old man's work, was within reach. Dudian's despair evaporated, but the pressure in his chest threatened to explode. He hurriedly removed his undershirt, tying the hem, and poured sulfur powder from the jar into it, the fabric bulging with the substance. Clenching his teeth, he knew that his survival hinged on this moment. And with a fierce shout in his heart, he flung the shirt outward. Whoosh! The old man instinctively pulled the trigger again as a large shadow hurtled towards him. The bolt struck the edge of the shirt, piercing through and embedding itself into the cabinet behind. The shirt, now swollen like a sphere, drifted towards the old man. His expression shifted as he perceived a trick, swiftly raising his arm to block it. With a loud thud, the shirt struck his arm, landing on the desk beside him. With a resounding crash, the oil lamp toppled over, igniting as the flame met the spilled oil. Dudian, having heard the bolt embed itself in the cabinet, lifted his head, realizing the old man would take time to reload. Just as he saw the shirt catch fire, his expression changed, and he quickly dropped to the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the chamber, causing several wooden planks from the ceiling to collapse, showering dust and debris. Dudian felt the workbench topple under a tremendous force, slamming into him, the corner striking his ribs and bringing tears to his eyes. At that moment, he could no longer hold his breath. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he inhaled a breath filled with a metallic and sulfurous stench, reminiscent of the noxious green mist he had encountered earlier, leaving him dizzy and weak. The collapsing ceiling allowed a cold wind to rush in, sweeping away the sulfur and green mist from the air. Dudian lay sprawled on the ground, tightening his chest, slowly drawing in breaths. The earlier explosion had dispersed much of the green mist, and now, as the sulfur dust floated outside, the scent had significantly lessened. He pressed himself to the ground, inhaling cautiously, relieved to find the foul odor absent. After a while, Dudian felt he could move again. He gradually rose, realizing the chamber had been destroyed, and he had no desire to be buried under the collapsing debris. The previous explosion had extinguished all the oil lamps, plunging the chamber into darkness, akin to a pit in a desolate desert. With gritted teeth, he relied on the faint starlight to navigate towards the old man's position. Stumbling over the fallen cabinets and tables, he soon reached the overturned desk and, feeling along its surface, encountered something wet and sticky. Upon closer inspection, he recoiled in horror. The substance contained solid fragments, resembling bone. Though shrouded in darkness, he could almost envision the shattered remains of the old man's body sprawled before him, sending a chill through his being. He had not anticipated the explosive force of the sulfur. This was merely the result of a dust explosion. I have killed a man. Dudian trembled inwardly, grappling with the gravity of taking a life. Although he had witnessed much devastation and poverty, along with the distorted laws of this world, the act of murder was something he had never dared to contemplate. In that moment, he felt as if the shadows surrounding him harbored the vengeful spirits of the deceased, coldly observing him from the darkness. He shuddered, gritting his teeth, silently affirming to himself, "It was self-defense. I am not to blame. I merely acted to protect myself." Yet, As this thought crossed his mind, he clenched his fists, sorrow flooding his heart. The laws he once adhered to had long since vanished from this world. Even if he were guilty, who would dare to condemn him? A bitter smile crept across his face in the oppressive darkness of the pit, where the starlight could not reach. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as though he had been forgotten by the entire world. This profound loneliness gradually relaxed his trembling body, and he found himself less fearful, replaced by a subtle indifference. He silently gazed into the dark void where the old man's body lay, and after a long while, he began to move not away, but to bend down and search the ground. He was looking for the crossbow. Chapter 25. Alchemical Notes. As he groped in the darkness, Dudian once again encountered the frail body of the hunched old man, slick and clammy, resembling a thigh or an arm, swathed in tattered, wrinkled robes. Although a trace of fear still lingered in his heart, he was far less tense than before, suppressing the tremors within. He continued to explore the folds of the robe and suddenly felt two protruding, hard objects within the tightly wrinkled fabric. He squeezed them gently. They were exceedingly solid, likely belongings of the old man. He swiftly uncovered the cloth and extracted the items. The touch was icy, and as he raised them to the starlight, he discerned that they were indeed fire steels. A surge of joy filled him as he promptly struck the fire steels together, igniting the tinder. Soon, a faint glow illuminated the darkness, and with the flickering light, he could finally see clearly. His face blanched as he realized that the area he had been exploring was, in fact, the old man's shoulder. At that moment, he noted that the arm was severed at the elbow, and the ribs near the chest were charred and indistinct. Dudian's heart raced, anxiety surging within him, fearing that the old man might suddenly spring forth. After repeatedly confirming the absence of any rise and fall in the old man's chest, he quietly exhaled in relief. He then scavenged the scattered papers on the ground for kindling and tossed several torn pieces of fabric onto the flames. As the fire blazed larger, Dudian observed the aftermath of the explosion. What had been the experimental workstation and various purification apparatuses lay strewn across the floor, nearly all damaged, with many items buried beneath the rubble. Focusing intently, he soon spotted the crossbow he had previously encountered. However, its string was severed, and the bow itself was broken beyond repair. A pang of regret washed over him, compelling him to abandon it. Just as he was preparing to set the entire place ablaze, he noticed several books beside the firelight, the topmost of which bore the title On the Alchemical Creation of Life. A flicker of interest ignited within him. He moved closer to examine the books, discovering not only the aforementioned title, but several others beneath, all belonging to the life school of alchemy. Among them was a small, nameless manual, which upon opening revealed handwritten notes composed with a quill. An alchemical diary? Dudian was taken aback. Upon perusing its contents, he realized it was indeed the old man's alchemical journal. In the year 287 of the Great Wall, during the season of black snow, the experiments today progressed smoothly. Indeed, to create life, one must utilize humans as subjects, such perfect material. Dudian flipped through the pages, finding records of various experimental processes and other occurrences. He did not delve deeply into the details, but, after a moment's contemplation, tucked the alchemical notes into his chest. As for the other books, he skimmed through them briefly. Although their titles sounded grandiose, they seemed akin to rudimentary biology. Despite his lack of formal education in biology, the knowledge of modern thought seeped into his consciousness since childhood, allowing him to form a rough judgment. He decided not to take the hefty tomes, recognizing their bulk would make concealment difficult and expose him easily. Judging by the old man's actions, it was evident that alchemy in this world bore a dubious reputation. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to clandestine experimentation in this desolate wasteland. Dudian tore the books apart and cast them into the flames, the fire roaring to life. He then placed the remaining tomes atop the old man's corpse, locating an oil flask that had fallen to the ground. He drenched the old man's body in various corners of the chamber with the flammable liquid. At this point, he felt significantly calmer. His first instinct was to obliterate all evidence. Upon returning to the previous location, he found only a few scattered embers in the burning pit. Yet the three, Meekin, Zach, and Sham, were nowhere to be seen. Alarm surged through Dudian, and disregarding his fatigue, he dragged his weary body across the ground in search of them. Soon, he spotted traces of dragging marks and immediately followed the sandy trail, only to see a dark figure moving in the distance. His heart tightened, and he stealthily approached. As he drew near, Dudian recognized that it was Zach, hauling Meekin and Sham. They were not unconscious. Dudian was momentarily stunned, then recalled Zach's cautious nature. He was likely feigning death, just as Dudian had done. Yet, while Zach had managed to evade danger, Dudian had nearly lost his life. Seeing Zach laboriously dragging Sham and Meekin filled Dudian with warmth. He rolled the alchemical notes around his pant leg and secured them with a cloth strap before stepping out. Who was there? Zach jumped at the sound, releasing Sham and Meekin as he nervously crouched to grasp handfuls of sand. It's me. Dudian emerged from the shadows. At his words, Dudian realized that Zach must have secretly witnessed the battle between him and the hunched old man, observing the latter's mutated shoulder. I'm fine. I narrowly escaped. We must leave quickly to avoid being pursued, he urged, grasping Meekin's arm and noticing he still breathed. Realizing that the green mist was not a lethal poison, a wave of relief washed over him. Zach's face paled, and he couldn't help but glance behind Dudian, as if a monster lurked in the darkness, causing him to shiver. Hurry, we must run, lest we be caught, he exclaimed, hastily dragging Sham forward. Dudian followed closely behind, aware that they could not linger in this resource-rich area. Although the hunched old man was dead, other alchemists might arrive, and he sighed internally, knowing they would need to continue searching for water sources. He hoped that at the next water source, they would not encounter more lawless alchemists. Half an hour later, shadows appeared above the old man's secret chamber. One of the shorter figures produced a fire steel, igniting a lantern to peer through the collapsed opening. At once, they beheld the chaotic scene of the charred chamber. He has been killed, one of the live figures remarked, her voice chilling as she observed the destruction. They have destroyed the evidence, incinerated their lair, clearly not wishing for us to trace any clues. The shorter figure replied, These alchemists have long since sold their souls to the devil, willing to kill one another for the sake of demonic power. However, they would not fight without reason. It is likely they were contending for something of great value. How vexing, if only we had arrived sooner. Look. It appears this place has been obliterated by some terrifying force. The lithe figure pointed towards the devastated chamber and the collapsed opening. It seems these alchemists have once again acquired dreadful demonic power. Chapter 26. 10 days look, there are footprints, suddenly declared a robust figure. The three immediately turned their gaze to the tracks and footprints imprinted in the sand. The graceful woman's expression shifted slightly as she remarked, These are children's footprints. Damn it, this alchemist is conducting human experiments. I must investigate. With that, she leaped through the collapsed opening. Moments later, she sprang back out, landing deftly on the sandy ground. Had Dudian been present, he would have been astounded, for the chamber stood over 3 meters high. Yet this woman effortlessly vaulted to that height. What extraordinary physical prowess. Among these alchemists, many had abandoned their pursuits midway, transitioning to different vocations, now referred to as astrologers. Though merely divining fortunes, astrologers were equally sought after by the Church of Light. For the reason was simple. The will of the Father could only be conveyed to the Church, and only the great Pope could comprehend it. Any who dared to speculate on the Father's intentions were deemed malevolent heretics. Unexpectedly formidable, the stout man mused, his gaze sharpening. To attain the rank of a 3-star alchemist suggested the possession of extraordinary abilities. The one who killed him was likely also a 3-star or even a 4-star alchemist. I hope we can still discern his visage, sighed the diminutive shadow. The elegant woman's face twitched, but she remained silent, exchanging glances. The graceful woman and the small shadow drew their weapons, searching the surroundings. Before long, 10 days had elapsed. In the western expanse of the desert, within a makeshift wall crafted from desert flora and sand, Dudian and his companions leaned against the structure. The scorching winds not only scorched their skin but also threatened to desiccate their bodies. The fine grains of sand in the storm could easily clog their pores and sweat glands, causing their body temperature to soar. Meekin rolled his eyes and said, As if I needed to tell you, Dudian is my savior. Dudian shot him a glance and retorted, At least you acknowledge me as your savior. Yet you refused to fetch me some water last night. Don't start, Dudian shrugged. I have no intention of being your grandfather. Get lost, taking advantage of me. Meekin quipped. Enough already. You still have the energy to talk while I'm practically steaming over here, Zaki lamented, looking utterly despondent. Then go ahead and steam. Let it be known that we have living beings here. You scoundrel, Zaki rolled his eyes. After 10 days of shared trials and survival, the four had become as close as brothers, their conversations now devoid of pretense. This camaraderie, however, unveiled a lesser-known facet of Meekin, his tendency to provoke. His words were undeniably infuriating, and he was a relentless chatterbox. Dudian felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that years later, not only he and Shah and Zaki would be affected by Meekin's antics, but the entire world would feel the impact of his irreverent humor, which would be recorded in the annals of war history. Suddenly, the sound of bells chimed. The group immediately looked up to see a camel nearly 5 meters tall trudging through the sandstorm, dragging behind it a wooden platform over 10 meters long, fitted with numerous small wheels. On the platform sat 7 or 8 children. Dudian was momentarily stunned, while he understood the significant changes nuclear radiation had wrought upon the world. He had not anticipated such an exaggerated mutation in a camel's genetics. Not only was it twice the size, but it also bore serpent-like scales covering its 4 limbs, resembling a colossal warbeast. The 3-meter-high black horse he had previously seen paled in comparison to this mutated camel. "It's a majestic camel," Zaki exclaimed in recognition, delighting in the revelation. "This is the desert's special passenger camel." He laughed heartily, only to be interrupted by a gust of sand that nearly choked him. "Come here." A veiled woman atop the majestic camel called out to Dudian and his companions. They promptly dragged themselves over and settled onto the wooden platform behind the camel. "All 4 of you are here?" A frail boy on the platform exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing them. Dudian recognized him as a child from the neighboring dormitory and offered a faint smile, opting to remain silent. Meekin, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. You should know who we are. We are the strongest quartet. Surviving 10 days is nothing. We could manage another 20 without breaking a sweat. How can we be friends if you keep boasting?" Shah murmured. Meekin laughed heartily, unfazed, and his mirth lightened the previously somber atmosphere on the platform. The frail boy sighed. "The other 3 from my dormitory couldn't hold on. It's a pity. The water source here is too scarce. You all are truly fortunate." He spoke with a hint of melancholy, a sense of loss for the companions he had shared months with, now facing separation. The other children, hearing his words, also displayed glum expressions. Dudian remained silent, gazing at the woman atop the majestic camel, pondering a question. How had she managed to climb up there? Chapter 27. The night's reward. What a surprising number of qualifiers, exclaimed Meekin in astonishment. Dudian felt a slight surprise as well, but he quickly came to terms with it. Although the children gathered here hailed from various backgrounds, under Tob's collective training, both the delicate and the weak had undergone remarkable transformations. The disparity in their physical capabilities had diminished significantly. The gap between the first and last places was merely a matter of a few minutes, despite hundreds of rankings separating them. Furthermore, in this desert survival assessment, endurance played only a supportive role. True survival hinged upon intellect and luck. "I never expected so many talented individuals," mused Mei, Shah, and Jia. They had thought their own diligence and determination were sufficient, only to realize that their peers exhibited the same tenacity. The other children accompanying them were equally astonished. Throughout the grueling 10-day desert survival test, each had experienced the harshness of survival and believed that merely enduring was a miraculous feat. To discover that so many others had also achieved remarkable feats was a revelation. In an instant, they all recognized that they were not the most exceptional beings in this world. To gain attention, their current efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. They would need to strive 10-fold or 100-fold more vigorously. As the sun set, with the last majestic desert caravan returning, all those who had successfully passed the assessment gathered. At that moment, a colossal black carriage thundered towards them, halting before the crowd. 2 figures leaped down from the vehicle, Tob and the instructor, Chris. After disembarking, they turned to lift the carriage curtain, and the clinking of iron chains echoed in the air. Then, a contorted figure was unceremoniously pushed from the carriage, crashing to the sandy ground with a thud. Without a hint of courtesy, Tob and Chris roughly seized the chained individual, presenting him before the children. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the sandy expanse. Dudian's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the figure. His fingers tensed in his sleeve, and cold sweat trickled down his back. The figure ensnared by the chains was unmistakably an alchemist. Moreover, he belonged to the same faction as the hunchbacked elder Dudian had slain, a life alchemist, who had conducted experiments on his own body. The aftermath of those experiments was even more terrifying. From his robust form, a serpentine tail writhed behind him, coiling around his body. His face was riddled with grotesque growths, and protruding from his left wrist was a dagger-like bone, razor-sharp. However, the most horrifying aspect was the gaping fissure at his chest, through which sharp fangs could be discerned. This was no longer a human being. All were rendered speechless. Among the children who had never encountered an alchemist, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld this abomination. Tob surveyed the crowd, a calm smile gracing his lips. "First, congratulations are in order. You have all passed this survival assessment and will endure my rigorous training for the next 6 months. Secondly, there are matters you ought to comprehend. With that, he placed a foot on the back of the shackled figure, pushing him down to the ground, declaring, "This is what your parents often warn you about, the alchemist, the devil's apostle." A wave of astonishment swept through the children. They had never imagined that the demons they had heard about since childhood truly existed. And here was one before their very eyes. In an instant, tales of the alchemist's heinous deeds flooded their minds, each more chilling than the last. And the twisted form before them served as grim testimony to the truth of those tales, the embodiment of a demon. This time, your assessment site was infiltrated by an alchemist, resulting in the unexpected elimination of several participants. At this moment, Chris stepped forward, her sun-kissed complexion adorned with a gentle smile. Fortunately, there were no casualties. It is worth celebrating that many of you, upon encountering the alchemist, did not succumb to fear, but instead rose to resist, collaborating with the Light Knights to subdue the alchemist. She gestured toward the figure, saying, "This individual is a student who assisted the Light Knight in apprehending the alchemist last night, yet he has not yet faced the judgment of light." Upon hearing her words, the children erupted in astonished murmurs, filled with excitement. Although the Light Knights were not combat professionals under military command, they were the exclusive knights of the Church of Light, symbolizing noble character and pure will. Even nobles took pride in the prospect of marrying a Light Knight. "I cannot believe a Light Knight has come to our aid. How extraordinary to think that among us, there exists someone capable of assisting the Light Knight in capturing this demon," May, Shah, and Jha remarked in awe. The other children echoed their sentiments, filled with envy. The thought of collaborating with the Light Knights to vanquish a demon was exhilarating and magnificent. Chris smiled gently, continuing, "In this incident, 38 individuals faced the alchemist's attack. Among them, 17 not only resisted the demon but also delayed until the Light Knights arrived. Notably, this one, Lorian, not only survived the alchemist's clutches but also discreetly signaled for help, enabling the Light Knights to successfully track him down and apprehend him. Here, I declare that all candidates who assisted the Light Knights in subduing the alchemist will be awarded a second-class military merit. This merit will be recorded in your household registration, and should you become guards in the future, it will elevate you directly to the rank of captain, granting you the right to apply for knighthood." The knight referred to here pertains to those within the military structure. At her announcement, envy welled up within everyone, their eyes glistening with emotion. The distinction between knights and guards was monumental. While military knights could not be compared to the exclusive Light Knights, they were still coveted by the nobility. Even commoners recognized that the status of knight was nearly the highest achievement attainable, placing them just below the nobility. Among them, knight commanders held positions of even greater prestige, while the knight leaders were figures of such high standing that even nobles treated them with utmost respect. Apart from what we already know, 10 days ago, at a secret alchemist hideout, the Light Knights discovered several footprints. Based on their deductions, someone had been captured by that alchemist but managed to escape. We seek that individual to come forth, so we may record their merit. Chris suddenly smiled brightly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Dudian's heart raced, and he immediately noticed Jha, May, and Shah looking his way. Only the three of them were aware of his escape from the alchemist. As he gazed into their envious and excited eyes, Dudian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He understood that the footprints left behind during his escape had likely been traced by the Light Knights. Fortunately, due to the time that had elapsed, he had managed to cover his tracks after Jha's reminder, preventing them from being followed. At the time he killed the alchemist, he had never contemplated concealing his whereabouts, as he had not anticipated the arrival of the Light Knights. His subsequent efforts to obscure his footprints were merely to appease Jha. In retrospect, he felt immense relief. Had he not acted promptly, he would have likely been pursued by the Light Knights. After all, he had hidden the alchemical notebook in his pant leg, and possessing such an item would undoubtedly result in severe consequences if discovered. Chapter 28. The verdict. Although the military honor that Chris spoke of was exceedingly tempting, Dudian rationally dismissed the thought of claiming it. He was uncertain whether the Radiant Knights had discovered any clues about him from that alchemist's hidden chamber. Even though he had set it ablaze, the traces of the explosion would not vanish. Should he claim the honor and subsequently be brought before the Radiant Knights for interrogation, he would undoubtedly reveal a flaw. Furthermore, he had that alchemical notebook concealed within his pant leg. If it were discovered, the consequences would be dire. He wished only to distance himself from the Radiant Knights as much as possible. Upon reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept upon his face. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have kept the notebook. In that case, after claiming the military honor, he could have fabricated an excuse to escape, perhaps even successfully deceiving them. Ah, the chance for glory. Dudian sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. Yet he resolutely quelled the thought. "Dean, that's splendid," Zack exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Just as he was about to continue, Dudian silenced him with a stern gaze. Zack, May, and Shaw were momentarily taken aback. However, after months of camaraderie and the trials of the past 10 days, they had developed a profound understanding of Dudian's intentions with just a glance. Nonetheless, they were filled with confusion. For this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a golden pathway to the highest status among commoners lay at Dudian's feet. And all he had to do was take a single step forward. How many would yearn for such an opportunity? Chris observed the crowd's lack of reaction, furrowing her brow slightly. Just then, a voice rang out. "It's me, it's me." The speaker was a short boy, raising his hand, his expression somewhat anxious. Chris exhaled in relief, gazing at him intently before smiling and saying, "Congratulations. The reward will be recorded in your registry by Instructor Taub. Now, let us witness how the Radiant Knights dispense justice upon the wicked." As her words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the enormous black carriage, a young man clad in gleaming silver armor, with striking features and a tall, upright stature. As he walked, the armor emitted a melodious clinking sound, exuding an aura of charm. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of all the children, for commoners revered the Radiant Knights, who embodied justice and compassion, far more than the proud nobility. Dudian gazed at the young Radiant Knight, his mind preoccupied with earlier events. Could it be that the alchemist Chris mentioned was not the one he encountered? Or was that short boy impersonating him to claim the honor? Regardless of the truth, it seemed Chris had no intention of verifying the identity. She appeared to trust the boy's admission. This realization stirred a sense of regret within him. Had he known it would be so simple, he would have claimed the honor. He chastised himself for overthinking the matter. Sighing quietly, he acknowledged the impossibility of the situation. Life is singular, and caution is never misplaced. He shook his head, casting aside thoughts of military honors. At that moment, the young Radiant Knight had reached the alchemist upon whom Instructor Taub had stepped, wearing a faint smile. He slowly drew his sword from his side, raising it high, the sunlight reflecting a spectrum of colors upon the blade. "I, Melk, in the name of the God of Light, pass judgment upon the devil. Light shall ultimately vanquish all darkness." He intoned softly, gathering power in his sword before suddenly striking downward. With a sickening thud, the already feeble alchemist's head was severed, blood gushing from the neck as his body crumpled to the ground, crimson pooling into the earth. This gruesome sight caused several children to recoil in shock. Yet they soon erupted in exhilaration, chanting the words from the cover of the Doctrine of Light. "Light shall ultimately vanquish all darkness." Dudian, wishing not to draw attention to himself, joined in the chant, though inwardly he lamented. "Can you not see that the blood spilt is as red as your own?" In this world, public trials of criminals are a common occurrence. Whenever the tribunal passes judgment on heinous offenders, it draws countless onlookers. Perhaps in this monotonous world of entertainment, such spectacles serve as a form of excitement. Soon, the Radiant Knight named Melk had completed the alchemist's judgment. After wiping his sword clean, he turned to leave. It was said that 8 alchemists had been captured in total. Dasha leaned back in her plush chair, smiling as she remarked, "This is an achievement even I envy. As the collaborator in this operation, you shall also reap some rewards. I believe once this special training concludes, you will be promoted to the Hunter School, where you will have your hands full managing that group of monsters." Taub chuckled wryly. "You jest. This is but a mere drizzle for you. The majority of the credit goes to that genius from the Melk family, who today publicly executed a 2-star alchemist. It seems the Melk family is poised for a resurgence." Dasha remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "I heard that a 3-star alchemist was killed by another alchemist, and a child managed to escape from him." "Indeed." Taub sighed. "That child has already been taken by Chris for questioning. Hopefully, they will uncover some clues. To slay a 3-star alchemist, he is likely also an alchemist himself." According to the Radiant Knights, the scene was ravaged by a fearsome demonic force. "Let us hope it is not a 4-star alchemist." Taub inhaled deeply, offering a wry smile. "Should such an event arise again, I would appreciate your prior notice, lest I remain in the dark once more." Dasha yawned. "I am weary. You may go about your business now." Taub, with a faint smile of resignation, respectfully withdrew. Year 291 of the Giant Wall, the season of catastrophic rains. The experiments are now prepared. I have thoroughly mastered the structure of the human body. Today, I shall conduct the experiment upon myself. Soon, the name Roseyard shall be eternally etched in the annals of alchemical history, achieving immortality, and I shall become the new creator. When no one was around, Dudian secretly perused the alchemical notebook. This entry chronicled the alchemist's experiments conducted on his own body. The hasty, feather-like scrawl revealed the tremors of his hand, indicating the excitement and fervor he felt at that moment. Chapter 29. The Dark Holy See. Why has it failed? The nerves and blood vessels have been successfully connected. The implantation should have been a triumph. Why has he not gained power akin to that of the Radiant Knight? What has gone awry? Suddenly, Dudian recalled the mutated shoulder of Rosyard. Judging from the experimental records, the transplantation of the foreign organ had evidently failed. However, the notion of possessing power akin to the Radiant Knight astonished him. Could it be that Rosyard's ultimate goal was to forge himself into a Radiant Knight? No, more accurately, to acquire strength comparable to that of the Radiant Knight. Could it be that the Radiant Knights also underwent genetic modifications to attain such extraordinary power? This revelation was undeniably explosive. It is well known that genetic modification is a nefarious art practiced solely by alchemists. If the Radiant Knights are similarly constituted, then the Holy See behind them becomes an exceedingly formidable entity. Dudian's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he continued to peruse the pages. The subsequent entries chronicled Rosyard's experimental endeavors over the past decade. Following this failure, Rosyard adopted a more cautious approach. Each time an experiment showed promise, he would recruit human children as subjects. Upon success, he would eliminate them and then present the experiment to the Dark Holy See to earn alchemical accolades. Once amassed to a certain degree, these accolades could elevate one's alchemical rank, granting access to higher tiers of recognition, power, and resources. From Rosyard's notes, it was evident that the Dark Holy See was a colossal force comprised of heretical professions such as alchemists, potion masters, and dark puppeteers. Lurking in the shadows of the Great Wall, its members ranged from nobility to the impoverished, with its influence even seeping into the military. If the Holy See stood as a majestic edifice in the sunlight, then the Dark Holy See was a terrifying beast lurking in the night. Dudian murmured to himself, reflecting on the three powers within the Great Wall: the Holy See, the Dark Holy See, and the military. At present, these three factions appeared to be in a state of equilibrium, while the enigmatic tribunal seemed to stand apart. Its allegiance unknown. Whether it belonged to the military or the Holy See, it was certain that it did not lean towards the Dark Holy See. Dudian sighed, feeling the weight of ignorance upon him, uncertain of the path he should take. To submit to the military was unbearable. To join the Holy See would mean forsaking his beliefs. To ally with the Dark Holy See would entail confronting his own conscience. The notes revealed that the diverse professions within the Dark Holy See resembled scientists from the bygone era. Yet a group of scientists unbound by law and morality bore a striking resemblance to devils. Dudian could not help but feel that the ascent from a mere individual to the pinnacle of the world was akin to scaling the heavens. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps living a life of mundanity was not so bad after all. However, this notion was quickly overshadowed by memories of the noble girl's incisive words, the humble demeanor of the Julas in the presence of nobility, and the harrowing experience of nearly losing his life while being hunted in the castle. He gently closed his eyes, questioning himself, can one simply survive by leading an ordinary life? Can humility shield one from calamity? No, it cannot. When life is under threat, being ordinary and humble only diminishes one's capacity to resist. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Even if it meant sacrificing freedom, abandoning faith, or forsaking compassion, he was determined to survive. Even if it required crawling through the mire of darkness to unearth his own light. He seized a shard of iron from the table and, in a sudden motion, sliced open his arm, creating a crimson wound the length of a finger. The agonizing pain made him clench his teeth, yet his gaze grew colder. He whispered to himself, Dudian, merely feeling difficulty has led you to such cowardly thoughts today. How can you face your parents? How can you face your sister? You have seized the only chance to survive. He gritted his teeth, observing the blood flowing from his arm. The pain gnawed at his mind, yet he clenched his fists as if to engrave this suffering into his memory, silently vowing that no matter what obstacles lay ahead, he would never waver from his chosen path, nor allow the world to subdue him. The training for scavengers continued. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dudian smiled faintly. He had undergone significant changes in this time. His complexion was no longer pale, but it transformed into a healthy wheat hue from exposure to the sun. Standing at around 1.60 meters, he was quite tall for his age, considering he had just turned 12. Hey, our dormitory is undoubtedly the most unique one. All 4 of us have remained. Maiden grinned, revealing a dazzling smile full of warmth. Sham, organizing his belongings, looked up and smiled. I hope that once we join the military, we can still be assigned together. If we are separated, remember to visit my family's tavern. I'll treat you. Dudian and the others were already privy to the location of his tavern, and Macon laughed heartily. We'll definitely come and drink you bankrupt. The group shared a laugh as they finished packing their belongings. Dudian said, let us go. It's getting late. We need to assemble at the training grounds. The four of them exited and arrived at the expansive training grounds, where dozens of figures were already engaged in conversation. Macon remarked nostalgically, 3 years ago, there were over 300 of us. I never imagined we would be down to so few now. How fortunate we are to graduate together. There are still some yet to arrive, Sham shrugged. I've already counted. This time, we have 106 graduates. Zach looked towards the trees outside the training grounds and exclaimed, why is Old Tor bringing so many people? Are they here to crown us? The others followed his gaze and soon spotted Tob and 7 or 8 others approaching, all in high spirits. These individuals were elegantly dressed, exuding an air of nobility or the refined demeanor of servants trained in noble etiquette. Chapter 30. The Blessing of God. Moments later, everyone had gathered, standing in neat rows on the training ground, where over 100 figures stood in formation. Tob, addressing the 8 distinguished adults, asked them to wait briefly before stepping forward to the crowd. A rare smile broke through his usually stern demeanor as he proclaimed, first, allow me to congratulate you all for finally rising above the mire, transforming yourselves into qualified warriors. However, the true test begins at this very moment. From now on, you will leave this warm cradle and confront the realities of life and death. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Tob's words. Dudian's eyes flickered knowingly. He understood that Tob was about to reveal their identity as scavengers. As he had anticipated, Tob, observing the confusion on their faces, declared loudly, from this moment of graduation, you will receive a new identity, but it is not what you might expect as guardians. Instead, you will be known as scavengers. Scavengers? The crowd looked at one another in bewilderment. I realize many of you are hearing this title for the first time, Tob continued slowly. To put it plainly, scavengers rank higher than guardians in the hierarchy, standing on par with knights. However, while knights pledge allegiance to legions and nobles, to me, they are merely a band of pretty faces. Scavengers, on the other hand, are the true warriors who create wealth and protect humanity. Wide-eyed, everyone absorbed the significance of being on the same level as knights, a title of great distinction. Tob, noting the excitement and fervor on their faces, calmly added, yet, the distinction between scavengers and knights lies in the shadows and the light. In simpler terms, scavengers are the unsung heroes. From today onward, your identity as scavengers must remain a secret, even from your parents and loved ones. This is a military confidentiality. Outwardly, we will provide you with the identity of guardians as a cover. Once you accumulate sufficient military merit, you may earn the right to reside permanently in the commercial district. Hearing Tob's words, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. Living in the commercial district was a dream cherished by every common resident. Excuse me, instructor. What exactly does the work of a scavenger entail? A dark-skinned boy in the crowd timidly raised his hand. A wave of realization swept through the children. They understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Though none had witnessed the world beyond the Great Wall, the indoctrinated fear of the outside had taken root in their hearts, filling them with dread at the thought of stepping beyond the Great Wall into the forbidden lands. Instructor, is it possible to withdraw? Someone weakly raised their hand. Tob, with a detached expression, replied, you may withdraw, and I will send your family a consolation payment under the pretense of death and service. A chill ran through everyone. This was a position devoid of choice. You need not worry. While the outside world is perilous, we would not squander 3 years of resources to cultivate mere cannon fodder. The places where you will work are all cleared, safe zones. As long as you exercise caution, danger will be minimal. The mortality rate for scavengers is surprisingly low. Tob surveyed the crowd and stated, moreover, as you venture beyond the Great Wall, you will receive the blessing of God. The blessing of God? Everyone froze in astonishment. Dudian also raised an eyebrow in intrigue. A tremor of excitement coursed through the crowd. 100,000 gold coins? Such wealth was beyond their wildest dreams. Dudian's mind raced. The possibility of earning a commission on what scavengers collected made this profession seem lucrative. However, the greater the potential for wealth, the higher the associated risks. At that moment, the 8 men and women stepped forward, with a young man in black leather armor smiling as he addressed the crowd. I represent the military. and this is the contract reward we offer. All who join our military will earn the right to reside in the commercial district after 10 years. We are the Sterling Consortium. We can provide you with residency in the commercial district and housing in thriving areas, with a commission rate of 10. Chimed in an elegantly dressed woman. The others followed suit, introducing the benefits their respective consortia offered. Dudian began to piece together the situation. Taub's establishment was merely a training ground, and all children selected from the residential areas would be sent here for collective training. Backed by the power of these 7 consortia in the military alone could not forcibly recruit students from various academies in the residential areas to enter the scavenger training ground. After all, some academies were established by nobles or affiliated with particular consortia. What puzzled him was the absence of any involvement from the Church of Light in this affair. Meanwhile, the other children approached the representatives of each consortium and the military, weighing their future paths. The conditions offered by the consortia were largely similar, as they were in competition with one another, thus providing comparable benefits. Dudian, let us choose the same consortium, Makin suggested. Dudian nodded slightly. Should we opt for the military or a consortium? Sham inquired. First, observe the conditions they present, Dudian replied, then approached Taub and asked, Instructor, is it possible to forego selecting any consortium or military option? Taub gazed down at him, his impression of this child profoundly positive. Whether it was his tenacity during initial endurance training or his remarkable progress and performance in the yearly examinations, Dudian had consistently impressed him. With a slight smile, he said, Not choosing any option equates to withdrawal. You possess commendable talent. I believe you can stand out among the scavengers. Seize this opportunity. He paused briefly before adding, If I may offer a personal suggestion, the Melon Consortium shows great potential. Dudian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Taub to recommend a consortium over the military. Suddenly, a low growl erupted, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see the previously mentioned elegant woman representing the Sterling Consortium, standing before a boy who was now writhing in agony. Clutching his head and screaming, his face and shoulders contorted with visible veins in a grotesque display. Chapter 31. It is Lorien. Mekin exclaimed in astonishment. What is he doing? Just as he pondered, Lorien let out a sudden roar, his ebony skin revealing a faint flush, beads of hot sweat erupting from his muscles, carrying a slight metallic scent. With that powerful shout, Lorien regained his composure, the tension in his muscles gradually dissipating, and the veins on his body receded. He exhaled deeply, gazing in astonishment at his own palm. Suddenly, he crouched low and leaped into the air with all his might. Whoosh! He soared to a height of 2 meters. Not merely the top of his head, but his feet were 2 meters off the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at him, their faces a mask of disbelief. After 3 years of rigorous training, though their physical attributes far surpassed those of their peers, there were limits, and the idea of jumping 2 meters from a standstill was utterly absurd. Yet, Lorien had achieved it. Dudian's pupils constricted, recognizing this as a feat that belonged to the pinnacle of athletes from a bygone era, something ordinary individuals could scarcely attain. During the 3 years of training, although Lorien had exhibited exceptional performance, he had never approached such extraordinary physical capabilities. Is this a blessing from the divine? Dudian murmured to himself. Sham, hearing him, asked in surprise, What? At that moment, a dignified woman smiled gently at the astonished Lorien and said, This is indeed a divine blessing. From this day forth, you will receive a blessing each month. I hope you strive diligently to utilize the strength bestowed upon you by the divine to create greater wealth for humanity. Lorien, filled with excitement, knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, I pledge my eternal loyalty to the Father God. The dignified woman smiled slightly. Lifting him up and addressing the others, anyone who joins my Sterling Consortium will receive the blessing of the divine. Upon hearing her words, the other children began to comprehend that Lorien's sudden acquisition of such extraordinary abilities stemmed from divine blessing, prompting a surge of eagerness among them. Nori, isn't this rather unfair? A tall gentleman raised an eyebrow. Bringing blessings here hardly constitutes a fair competition, does it? The dignified woman replied with a smile. The rules do not forbid such acts, do they? Hearing this, many children interested in their consortium breathed a sigh of relief, though some still hesitated, inching towards the Sterling Consortium represented by Nori. Suddenly, another low growl echoed. A short boy stood before Nori, his veins bulging, resembling Lorien moments before. After a brief moment, he too regained his composure and leaped into the air, achieving the same height of 2 meters. The surrounding onlookers gasped in awe. But with the anticipation of acquiring such extraordinary power themselves, they were filled with excitement. Dudian, however, felt his heart race with shock, even more intense than before. This time, he clearly discerned what Nori referred to as the blessing of the divine. It was an old-fashioned syringe filled with a pink liquid, resembling diluted blood. She had injected this liquid into the boy's arm, resulting in his significant enhancement of physical abilities. This was no divine blessing. It was clearly a form of genetic serum. Dudian's astonishment did not stem from their labeling of the genetic serum as a divine blessing, but rather from the realization that, with the technology of this era, it was unfathomable to produce such an effective genetic serum. After all, gene extraction was a matter of microscopic science, and without microscopes, electricity, or precision instruments, how could one possibly achieve it? Wait, she mentioned a divine blessing. Could it be something from the Holy See? Dudian's heart skipped a beat. He always believed the Holy See held undisclosed secrets, likely tied to events from 3 centuries ago. Perhaps the technology of gene extraction was one of their closely guarded secrets? How astonishing. Truly a divine blessing. I wonder how long this power will last. Mei, Za, and Sha were all filled with excitement. Anyone would be elated at the prospect of soon possessing extraordinary strength. Dudian, hearing their chatter, felt a pang of anxiety. He could only hope that the side effects of this genetic serum would not be too severe. Having witnessed the Life Faction's alchemy from Rasyat, he sensed that this genetic serum might also fall under the category of Life Faction alchemy. However, what was legal and just in the hands of the Holy See was another matter altogether. Look, it's Beiwai. She's chosen the Melon Consortium. At that moment, Za and Sham exclaimed, pointing towards a girl standing before an elegant gentleman. The girl, around 11 or 12 years old, had fair skin and a tall, slender figure. Her chest slightly pronounced. Though still blossoming, she had already caught the attention of several boys, particularly with her exquisite oval face, which was strikingly beautiful and gentle. Mekan blushed and said, "Why are you shouting?" Za chuckled, "Come on, stop pretending to be shy. Haven't you always liked her?" Mekan shot him a glare, saying, "Keep your voice down, or I'll strangle you." TSK, already prioritizing looks over friendship before it even begins, Za scoffed. Dudian smiled slightly, recognizing Beiwai as one of the standout girls in this training session and also Mekan's secret crush. He hadn't expected her to choose the Melon Consortium, and recalling Tob's words, he suggested, "Let's opt for the Melon Consortium." Sham looked astonished. "No way. Dudian is indulging you." Za shook his head vigorously. Mekan's face turned crimson as he cast a grateful glance at Dudian. Dudian chuckled and led the way to register. Soon, it was their turn. "You are Dudian?" The elegant gentleman seemed to recognize Dudian, a warm smile gracing his face. "I have reviewed your profile. Your performance is outstanding. You topped the endurance test, excelled in comprehensive survival knowledge, and performed remarkably in several major assessments. Notably, in the resource retrieval evaluation a year ago, you found 8 items, precisely double the second-place find of 4. Dudian smiled modestly. "You flatter me. I didn't expect you to join our consortium," the elegant gentleman continued with a smile. "Here. You are a candidate for cultivation, and I believe you will receive similar treatment in other consortiums as well. Here's your contract." He then produced another contract from his leather bag. Mei, Za, and Sha leaned in with curiosity. Dudian glanced over. The general content mirrored the previous contract, composed of legal stipulations. However, several benefits were significantly more favorable, including a monthly divine blessing and a 30% gold reward based on the assessed value of any surplus resources collected beyond the monthly task limit. Additionally, he received a temporary residence permit for the commercial district. Chapter 32. The Noble Gathering, am I not mistaken? The extraction cost for additional resources is 30%. ISNT that 3 times our share. Look, the duration of the temporary residence permit is actually 10 years. Wow, had I known this, I would have devoted myself to learning and training tirelessly for these past 3 years. Mei, Sha, and Za exclaimed enviously. Their shouts immediately attracted the attention of other nearby children, who gathered around. Upon seeing the welfare clauses in the contract, they felt a twinge of jealousy, silently regretting their own lack of effort during the past 3 years of specialized training. Beside them, Nali noticed Dudian and furrowed her brow. Did this little fellow choose the Melon Consortium? Could he possibly know something we don't? Standing behind her, Lorian felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing the remarks from Mekin and the others. He turned to Nali and asked, "Why does his contract offer such generous benefits? My endurance score was 2nd, and my comprehensive knowledge score was 3rd. I am not that far behind him." Lorian's expression darkened. During these 3 years of specialized training, The top 5 had seen each other as rivals, and thus, witnessing Dudian receiving such preferential treatment inevitably stirred feelings of resentment and envy within him. The mere fact that the resource extraction cost was 10% higher than his own was trivial. It was the 10-year duration of the commercial district temporary residence permit that truly made them green with envy. Kid, don't feel disheartened, although your results are commendable. This fellow named Dudian has consistently performed exceptionally well in every major examination. What we truly care about is the practical examination results. Mere rote memorization and endurance are of little use if they cannot be applied in practice, the gentleman remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, Lorian's expression grew even more sullen. The gentleman frowned, turning away to avoid further debate with the lady. Are you satisfied with this contract? The elegant gentleman from the Melon Consortium inquired, his eyes brightening as he surveyed the crowd. He gently addressed Dudian. Dudian swiftly scanned the terms of the contract and pondered for a moment before asking. It states here that I must comply with the consortium's arrangements and participate in a scavenging outing once every 3 months. Is it possible to modify this clause? The elegant gentleman was taken aback, not expecting Dudian to negotiate instead of expressing immediate excitement over such generous benefits. His curiosity piqued, he maintained a smile and replied, If you find once every 3 months too frequent, we can extend it to once every 4 months. That is the limit. Dudian shook his head. 3 months is not an issue. What I meant was, could I have the freedom to allocate the remaining time as I wish? The elegant gentleman hesitated, saying this. I need to consult with my superiors. Generally speaking, specialized training is mandatory, especially for someone like you, who is being cultivated as a seed candidate. Hey kid, if they at the Melon Consortium want to accommodate you, we at the Huashan Consortium certainly will, another burly middle-aged man chimed in. The elegant gentleman's expression shifted, and he retorted angrily, Borton, that's against the rules. I don't see it that way, another mature woman responded with a smile. Our Green Consortium can also accept Mr. Dudian's terms. The elegant gentleman's face darkened, and gritting his teeth, he turned to Dudian and said, Fine, I agree to your terms. Dudian breathed a sigh of relief, silently expressing gratitude to the two individuals. He nodded slightly. The elegant gentleman glared at him, exclaiming, Borton, that's slander. The burly man shrugged and turned away, continuing to court other students. The elegant gentleman let out a cold snort, his gaze shifting to Maiden and the others, his expression softening as he said, You all are a group, correct? Maiden nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, could you improve our benefits? The elegant gentleman was momentarily speechless, replying helplessly, Unfortunately, the terms cannot be altered. These are the rules. Maiden looked around and, seeing no other consortia competing, felt disheartened. All right then. The elegant gentleman couldn't help but chuckle at Maiken's actions. Soon, all the students were divided among the 7 consortia and the military. Each consortium led its newly recruited students to their respective exclusive carriages, departing for their headquarters. As Dudian and the others lifted the carriage curtains, they gazed back at the training grounds with a mix of sadness and reluctance. The sweat they had poured into this place over the past 3 years and the countless times they had fallen and risen again felt like vivid snapshots, forever etched in their memories. Farewell, the carriage sped away, entering a bustling area. Passers-by hurriedly stepped aside upon seeing the flags adorning the carriages, fearful of obstructing their passage. After a while, several carriages from the Melon Consortium halted in front of a lively street. The elegant gentleman was the first to leap from the carriage and entered a towering building nearby. Moments later, 7 or 8 young women emerged from the building, approached the carriage, and cheerfully said to its occupants, Ladies and gentlemen, please. The children inside the carriage were momentarily flustered upon seeing the fair-skinned girls. Dudian stepped out, and the elegant gentleman approached him with a beaming smile, saying, Follow me. I will assist you with your identification procedures. He then turned and led the way. Dudian promptly followed, and seeing this, Maiden and the others trailed behind him. The other carriage occupants were also guided by the girls. Once your identities are confirmed, you will officially be members of the Melon Consortium. From now on, you will enjoy the benefits of the Melon Consortium, but must also adhere to its regulations. The elegant gentleman explained as he led them. Dudian, you are this cohort seed candidate. There is an aristocratic gathering tonight. You are welcome to attend and experience the upper echelon of the commercial district. These individuals are members of various families within our Melon Consortium and will be your superiors. Dudian was taken aback and asked, Is it possible to decline? The elegant gentleman, realizing Dudian's perspective, regarded him with some admiration and said, That is understandable. But seeing as your parents are not rushing you, This is a rare opportunity. Others would wish to attend but cannot. And besides meeting those nobles, notable hunters will also be present. If you gain favor with any of these esteemed hunters, your future prospects could be boundless. Hunters? Dudian paused, recalling his experience 3 years ago when he was taken to the hunter's testing castle. That event must have been confidential, as it had not spread. However, it seemed that the identity of the hunters, while secretive, was not a mystery to scavengers. Very well, Dudian acquiesced. May, Shah, and Za exclaimed enviously, "You lucky brat. Why do all the good things happen to you? It's infuriating." Agreed. Shah chimed in immediately. Dudian rolled his eyes, ignoring them. By the way, what exactly is a hunter? Macon asked curiously. The elegant gentleman smiled slightly and replied, "You will find out in due time. Now, please proceed with your registration." Arriving at the counter in the hall, a beautiful woman greeted them and said to Dudian, "Please come with me." She then led Dudian away for his individual processing. Chapter 33. The banquet. Dudian was escorted into an opulent office, where a robust elderly gentleman sat, with a charming young woman perched upon his lap, delicately cradling a burgundy glass filled with deep red wine, reveling in the pleasures of life. "Peter, have you not yet learned to knock?" The old man chided, patting the girl's backside to signal her departure before turning his stern gaze towards the elegant gentleman. Peter chuckled, "It is you who always forgets to lock the door." The old man shot him a disapproving look, then raised an eyebrow at Dudian, who followed behind. "Is this the exceptional scavenger you selected? How did you bring him here?" Peter smiled. "This young man is a seed talent among this batch of students. His contract requires a few adjustments, but rest assured, all is within permissible limits." "Oh?" The old man scrutinized Dudian with keen interest. "You've done well this time, managing to attract the cream of this scavenger crop. If nurtured properly, our consortium may soon have another hunter to boast about." He chuckled, pulling out a stack of black standard issue armor from the drawer beneath him. As Dudian settled onto the nearby sofa and beheld the uniform, memories of those who had taken him to the training grounds 3 years prior flooded back. Their uniforms were identical to this one. "You are a candidate for cultivation within our melon consortium," Peter announced, taking a seat beside Dudian. "After each scavenging mission, the consortium will reward you with the Elixir of Radiance, an exorbitantly priced potion purchased from the Radiant Church, capable of purifying your internal radiation levels. Therefore, you need not worry about radiation during your scavenging. Once your accumulated points reach a certain threshold, you will be granted the opportunity to enter the hunter school for training. If you can persevere, you shall become a hunter." A flicker of hope sparked in Dudian's eyes. He had not anticipated that aside from the so-called innate radiant physique mentioned by the hunter named Pheno, there existed another pathway to becoming a hunter. Indeed, opportunities favor those who are prepared. Had he not been aware that he was undergoing specialized training as a scavenger, destined for perilous tasks beyond the Great Wall, he would not have trained so fervently, nor would he have achieved such remarkable results. "I believe you can do it," Peter encouraged. Dudian inquired, "How does the status of a hunter compare to that of a noble? Who holds the higher position?" Peter replied with a grin. "It depends on the rank of the hunter and the status of the noble. Some fallen nobles may find themselves groveling before an outstanding scavenger like you. For scavengers can bestow wealth upon them. They are, in essence, the favored workers of the nobility. However, in the eyes of wealthy, ancient nobles, scavengers are of little consequence. Only hunters can satiate their appetites." Dudian's interest piqued. "Are there different ranks among hunters?" "Indeed, there are," Peter affirmed, "but you will only learn about that later. Thus, you must exert yourself and not disappoint the consortium's investment in you. The benefits of becoming a hunter far exceed your expectations. Not only will you gain permanent residency in the commercial district, but you will also essentially be regarded as a noble. If your merits are sufficiently high, you may even receive a title." Dudian nodded slightly. He understood that Peter was tempting him, yet he felt a stirring within. However, it was not the allure of permanent residency in the commercial district or the prospect of being titled a noble that captivated him. To him, these were merely the hollow facades constructed by the rulers of this world. What truly thrilled him were the privileges and powers held by hunters. Since nearly losing his life during the hunter assessment at the ancient castle 3 years ago, he had recognized that only by acquiring strength could he seize control of his own fate, no longer subjected to the whims and trampling of others. Living in the humblest of conditions would ultimately lead to being crushed by the careless steps of the powerful. At such a moment, self-pity would only render one more pitiful. "By the way, your batch of scavengers will embark on your first scavenging mission in 7 days," Peter remarked with a smile. "You must perform well. as the higher-ups will be closely monitoring your results. The specifics of the mission and its location will be communicated to you later. In the meantime, I suggest you wash up and don a clean outfit. I will come to fetch you in the evening. Nobles detest dirt and disarray, so remember to groom yourself properly. Dudian nodded. I will take care of it. At that moment, the doors swung open, and the earlier charming girl re-entered, presenting a contract to Peter. After a brief glance, he handed it to Dudian. Take a look. If all is satisfactory, sign it. Dudian meticulously reviewed the document once more. The amendments he had requested were now incorporated. He promptly took the quill from Peter and swiftly inscribed his name. Very well. You may now join the others outside. Someone will escort you to your temporary accommodations. Dudian nodded and turned to leave, pulling the door closed behind him. Dudian, can't you take us with you? Dudian, you mustn't be like Mykin, prioritizing romance over friendship. Mykin and Zack gazed at the well-dressed Dudian, lamenting as they realized he was about to attend a noble gathering. Dudian adjusted his cuffs and glanced at himself in the mirror, satisfied with his appearance. He called out to the lamenting Mykin, please fetch my boots. Mykin wailed. This is too much. After venting his frustration, he reluctantly handed Dudian his black boots. Not bad. You look quite handsome after a bit of grooming, Peter remarked, lifting the carriage curtain with a smile. Dudian smiled faintly and climbed into the carriage. Before long, the carriage arrived at a secluded area within the commercial district, where a massive ancient castle loomed. The estate was surrounded by tall walls adorned with lanterns, and several exquisite noble carriages were parked outside, tended to by servants. As Dudian and Peter arrived, the banquet was already in full swing, with enchanting music wafting from the manor. Peter chuckled. It seems we are a bit late. Let us enter, and remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Dudian nodded. After presenting their identities and invitations, Peter led Dudian into the manor. Following a pathway to the banquet hall, a servant pushed open the grand doors, and a radiant golden light enveloped them, accompanied by the distant, melodious strains of music that floated softly, serene and graceful. It's Master Haydn's moonlight beauty, Peter exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he hurried inside. Just as Dudian was about to follow, a towering figure brushed past him, nearly colliding with him. He looked up to see a finely dressed nobleman in exquisite silk, adorned with a jade signet ring on his finger. Chapter 34. The noble invitation. Dudian felt a surge of anger within him, pondering the absurdity of being accused of lacking foresight by someone who obstructed his path. Yet, recalling Peter's advice, he refrained from retorting and stated, It was Mr. Peter who brought me here. Who is Peter? The middle-aged noble furrowed his brow, incredulous that a scavenger had been brought to such a gathering, questioning the absence of decorum. Mr. Mace? A voice emerged from behind, and both Dudian and the noble turned to see the robust elder he had encountered earlier in the office. Clad in a refined black gentleman's suit, he was accompanied by a middle-aged lady who linked her arm with his, their demeanor suggestive of a marital bond. Upon spotting Dudian, the elder exclaimed in surprise, Young lad, what are you doing here at the entrance? Did Peter not accompany you? Dudian replied earnestly, Mr. Peter just went inside. At this moment, the nobleman named Mace frowned and inquired, Old Luo, do you know him? The elder chuckled, I just met him. This young lad is a promising candidate among this year's scavengers. We shall rely on Mr. Mace's kindness to look after him. Understanding dawned on Mace as he cast a glance at Dudian. Young one, choosing our melon consortium shows your discernment. In the future, be mindful of your surroundings. Do not rush about without decorum. Dudian's expression darkened, his fist clenched tightly within his sleeves. The elder quickly interjected, Young one, apologize to Mr. Mace and step inside. Just be attentive in the future. The banquet is about to commence, and we must not linger at the entrance. Winking at Dudian, he suggested that a simple apology would suffice to resolve the matter. Observing the elder's slight urgency, Dudian recognized that the elder was attempting to extricate him from the predicament. He understood that by offering an apology, this minor incident would pass. However, his heart remained devoid of joy. Instead, he felt an increasing chill spread throughout his limbs. At that moment, he realized that the morality of a situation is not intrinsically linked to the event itself, but is dictated solely by the identities and statuses of the individuals involved. It became evident to him that truth is wielded solely by those in power. I'm sorry, he muttered, bowing his head in apology. Behind him, the opulent lighting and melodious music of the grand hall enveloped him, his features shrouded in shadow, his gaze fixated on the ornate boots of the noble before him. Then, he watched as those boots turned and entered the hall. The elder seemed to glance back at him, but said nothing, following the noble inside. These commoners, no matter how well they are taught, will never learn proper decorum, Mace's voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the elder's laughter. Dudian continued to lower his head, fist clenched. After a prolonged silence, he gradually raised his gaze towards the expansive estate and the lanterns ahead. Suddenly feeling that remaining in the darkness beyond the reach of the lanterns might afford him a greater sense of freedom. At that moment, another noble carriage approached at a swift pace. Following the earlier incident, Dudian found himself devoid of the desire to relish this rare, opulent gathering. Seeking solitude, he positioned himself near a window, leaning against the sill, observing the ebb and flow of guests within the hall, akin to a dynamic painting unfolding before him. His heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with a faint weariness, until the sudden appearance of two figures clad in black uniforms interrupted his reverie. These two hunters appeared strikingly youthful, seemingly in their late teens. Upon entering the banquet, they were greeted warmly by numerous nobles along the way, indicating pre-existing acquaintanceship. Soon, the two hunters reached the center of the gathering, where several middle-aged nobles, including Mace, stood conversing. Among them was a plump noblewoman and a lean man sporting a handlebar mustache. As the hunters approached, the middle-aged nobles engaged them in jovial conversation. Though too distant to overhear their words, it was evident that the hunters held a position of considerable esteem among the nobles. Dudian's gaze flickered slightly as a thought crossed his mind, recalling the alchemical notes of Roseyard, particularly an account that had left a profound impression on him, the vivisection of a hunter. The incident described how a young hunter had been assigned a task to hunt down a target but was instead captured and subjected to a gruesome dissection, becoming a living experiment for the alchemist, who derived valuable insights from the unique blood and flesh of the hunter, contributing significantly to his eventual success as a 3-star alchemist. "Ah, scavenger!" A voice suddenly interrupted Dudian's thoughts. He turned to see a kindly old man with a gentle face, leaning on an aged cane adorned with a large emerald at its top, dressed in simple attire. "Are you a seed candidate of the consortium?" The old man inquired with a smile. Dudian nodded slightly. "And you are?" The old man replied with a grin. "I am Fuline Lane, pleased to make your acquaintance." Lane? Dudian's interest piqued. He recalled that 3 years ago, the site of the desert examination was associated with a noble territory named Lane. Noticing the subtle shift in Dudian's expression, the old man continued with a smile. "I presume you have heard of some matters concerning our Lane family. However, those are tales of the past, better left unspoken. Tell me, would you be interested in becoming a knight of our family?" "Knight?" Dudian was taken aback. He was no longer the uninformed youth of 3 years ago. After 3 years of diligent study in the library, his understanding of the world had deepened. He knew that the title of knight was not merely a simple designation, but one that required rigorous training and certification through the Knight's Hall. "I misspoke," the old man clarified. "It merely entails holding a nominal position within our ranks. Our family would provide you with a formal knight's stipend, and in return, you would need only to assist the Lane family in exploring the wilderness once a year." Dudian quickly grasped the old man's intent and responded with curiosity. "Surely that would contravene the treaty. Can I truly venture out to scavenge independently for your family?" "Of course," the old man replied with a smile. "Though this would be a private endeavor, requiring you to bear the expenses associated with traversing the Great Wall. In reality, many nobles privately cultivate scavengers. While they may not compare to those of your legitimate background, they can still yield some profit beyond the wall. Rest assured, the cost for crossing the Great Wall will be covered by our family." Chapter 35. Jenny Dudian felt a stir of excitement. The knight's monthly salary was considerable, likely surpassing the combined income of the Julia couple. More importantly, he could be affiliated with the Ryan family as a knight, a status that would command the respect of the majority of commoners. "I shall contemplate this matter," Dudian mused. "Very well. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "I will," came the reply. After their conversation, Foal and Ryan departed for the center of the banquet, mingling with other nobles. Shortly thereafter, several more aristocrats approached Dudian to discuss similar propositions, yet their offers bore little distinction from Foal and Ryan's, all of which Dudian politely declined. As the festivities progressed to their midpoint, a sudden cessation of the melodious music ensued, followed by a resounding applause that captured the attention of all the nobles engaged in conversation or revelry. The applause came from a robust middle-aged nobleman, approximately 40 years of age, whose ample physique exuded authority. As all eyes turned towards him, he donned a gentlemanly smile and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the 8th gathering of the Melon Consortium. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Furthermore, today marks the birthday of my dear daughter, Messiah. I kindly ask that you extend her your warmest blessings." "Thank you." As he spoke, a young girl, clad in a deep crimson gown, gracefully descended from a high platform leading to the second floor. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her delicate features adorned with understated elegance. With poise, she curtsied and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, dear uncles and aunts." A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted among the nobles present. Notably, the illustrious knight who had adjudicated the alchemist 3 years prior, identifying himself as Melk, was evidently a member of the Melf family, showcasing the extensive reach of their influence. "This is a modest gift from the Bland family for Miss Messiah," announced a young nobleman, presenting a finely crafted red gift box. As he gently opened it, a pair of pristine silk gloves, exquisitely crafted, revealed themselves. Messiah's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "These must be the work of Master Shueli." "Thank you. I adore them." The young man smiled warmly, passing the gift to a servant who had come to collect it. Soon, other nobles offered their gifts accompanied by well-wishing words. "Miss Messiah," called out a young gentleman in a brownish gentleman's suit, "I have heard of your fondness for poetry. So I have commissioned Master Taiza to compose a small poem for you, which I hope you will enjoy." "A poem?" Messiah's eyes lit up with anticipation. The young man, with a slight grin, adopted an air of ceremony and recited, "On the stone, your tears have fallen, in hesitant eyes, that dusk is laden. Who has whispered your heart has sorrow?" Upon concluding the recitation, he declared, "This poem is titled The Maiden's Sorrow, and it is dedicated to Miss Messiah." The crowd erupted into fervent applause, with some nobles vocally expressing their admiration. Messiah beamed with joy, saying, "Truly, it is a masterpiece of Master Taiza. I am deeply moved." "Thank you." By the windowsill, Dudian listened to the accolades, feeling somewhat helpless. He had brought nothing with him. He hoped the others would overlook his presence to avoid unnecessary complications. If all else failed, he could always recite the poem his sister frequently recited. Dudian contemplated this when suddenly, a fleeting figure caught his eye outside the estate. He chastised himself for being foolish. If he had nothing to offer, he could simply slip away unnoticed. Observing the nobles, he noted that their attention was captivated by Messiah, presenting him a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he opened the window and glanced outside. It was approximately 2 meters high. With agility akin to that of a nimble cat, he leapt out and landed gracefully, then swiftly closed the window behind him before dashing down the path. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves pierced the tranquility. Dudian's expression faltered as he called out, "Who goes there?" Silence enveloped him, yet he was acutely aware that the sound had not been caused by the wind. After 3 years of scavenger training, he had honed his senses to distinguish between the sounds of objects and the breeze. "Come forth. I am aware of your presence," Dudian intoned coldly. Before long, a slender figure emerged from behind a meticulously trimmed spherical bush. Dudian squinted in the moonlight, astonished to find a girl of similar age to himself, clad in attire akin to the fleeting silhouette he had glimpsed earlier. Dudian exhaled in relief. "You may reveal yourself. I harbor no ill intentions. We are merely seeking refuge from the spotlight. I will not betray your presence if you do not betray mine, for the benefit of us both." Understanding her misunderstanding, he shrugged, "Of course not. I do not even know you." The girl surveyed him, seemingly realizing her overreaction, and released a sigh of relief. "You startled me. By the way, what do you mean by seeking refuge? Do you have enemies?" Dudian responded with exasperation. "Enemies? What could I possibly have? We are all simply avoiding the situation, given that none of us have brought gifts." "Really?" The girl appeared to question her hearing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she burst into laughter. "Ah, which family do you belong to? Do you not realize today is Miss Mel's birthday? And you are unaware as well?" Dudian shrugged. "As for my identity, it is best kept a secret." The girl strolled along the stone path towards the pavilion and quickly discerned Dudian's attire. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Your uniform? Could it be that you are a scavenger?" Dudian's expression darkened, and he replied sternly, "Indeed, but you would do well to refrain from speaking of it." "I will remain silent about you as well. It is only fair." "I will not speak of it." The girl giggled. "My name is Jenny. What is yours?" After a moment's reflection, Dudian replied, "Dudian." Chapter 36. A flowering tree, what lies beyond the towering wall. The girl curiously gazed at Dudian and inquired, "Is it the boundless sea and the endless forest spoken of by the bards?" "How would you know?" Jenny echoed, joining him in the gazebo. Taking a seat across the tea table, her expression one of puzzlement. "Didn't you say you've never ventured beyond the wall?" Dudian was suddenly reminded of the earth he once knew, the azure seas, lush forests, and myriad exquisite landscapes. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he murmured, "I have seen it, Of course, I know. You have? Ginny exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Where did you see it? Do you feel the same way? Ginny asked, her voice tinged with excitement. I think so too, but my father insists that those are mere fabrications of the bards, that they don't exist in reality. Even if they did, they certainly wouldn't be beyond the wall. He says it's quite perilous out there. Is that true? Dudian pondered. Suspecting that her father feared her insatiable curiosity might lead her to sneak a glance over the wall. Danger does indeed exist. Is it truly dangerous? A hint of disappointment flickered in Ginny's eyes. Seeing her despondent gaze, Dudian felt as if he had extinguished a beautiful hope, and, with a twinge of compassion, said, however, the existence of danger does not negate the existence of seas and forests. I believe that one day the perils beyond the wall will dissipate, and we shall venture forth to behold the mountains and seas, going wherever our hearts desire. Ginny's face instantly lit up. Really? Indeed, Dudian affirmed earnestly. A radiant smile spread across Ginny's face. I believe that too. I once told my father, but he always urged me to abandon such thoughts, claiming that the world beyond the wall is ominous. He said that except for those like you, others are forbidden to tread there. Dudian smiled slightly, choosing not to comment further. I long to see what lies beyond the wall, Ginny exclaimed, her face brimming with longing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Dudian. If it's so dangerous out there, why do you choose to be a scavenger and venture beyond the wall? Dudian mused. That was a question best posed to her aristocratic kin. Yet, noticing her youthful innocence, he replied, there is no particular reason. Perhaps I am simply curious as well. Much like you. Ginny gazed at him, admiration flickering on her face. You're truly remarkable. Even though we are of the same age, you are far braver than I. Dudian chuckled. Well, I'm a boy after all. At this, Ginny felt her cheeks flush, stealing a glance at Dudian, relieved to find he had not noticed her embarrassment. Yet her heart raced at the thought of being alone in a garden with a boy. If her father were to find out, she would surely face his reprimand. With that thought, she prepared to rise and bid Dudian farewell. Noticing her prolonged silence, Dudian wondered if he had misspoken. Please don't misunderstand. I harbor no prejudice against women. Among us scavengers, there are many girls. However, I do think you should heed your father's advice. The world beyond the wall is indeed perilous. One day, when it has been cleared, you will have the chance to explore the outside world. And I believe that day is not far off. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, Ginny looked upon the boy's earnest and confident demeanor, momentarily captivated. Is that really true? She asked instinctively. Yes. Dudian nodded affirmatively. Hearing his conviction, Ginny felt a spark of inspiration ignite within her. I believe in you. Dudian smiled gently. And I believe in myself. Ginny chuckled, the earlier impulse to leave having vanished. After her laughter subsided, she said, You know, my dream is to become a clergyman. Although clergymen cannot venture beyond the wall, they can at least judge all the wrongdoers within it. I believe that when there are no more evildoers in this world, we can unite to swiftly eliminate the dangers beyond the wall. Dudian laughed lightly. Are you studying law then? Of course. Ginny beamed with pride. Dudian replied, coincidentally, I have studied law as well. Ginny gasped. You have studied law too? Self-taught, Dudian added. Do you aspire to become a clergyman as well? Yes, and my goal is as noble as yours. Noble? Indeed. Our aspirations are truly grand. How old are you? Just turned 11. I'm almost 12. As the night deepened, within the manor's flower gazebo, the two became increasingly engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. They seemed to share an endless dialogue, from hobbies to ages, and their perspectives on various matters resonated with commonality, as if they had found kindred spirits in each other. Suddenly, Ginny burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she recalled a nonsensical song. What a bizarre tune. How amusing. Dudian shrugged. A children's song. Ginny chuckled again. Thinking there was no way such a peculiar song could exist for children, it would surely frighten them. Nevertheless, the odd lyrics and simple melody seemed to fit nothing else but a children's song. Dudian paused, and without the gazebo's shelter, the moonlight illuminated Ginny's face, rendering her ethereal, like a sprite. His heart raced involuntarily as he murmured, No problem. Instinctively, he regretted it, realizing that all he had read were Tang poems, a form of classical Eastern poetry entirely different from the poetic forms of this world. Suddenly, he remembered a modern poem his sister often recited, and softly began to recite, How can I make you encounter me at my most beautiful moment? For this, I have prayed to the divine for 500 years. Thus, I was transformed into a tree, standing by the path you must take. Dudian recalled that this poem was entitled A Flowering Tree, and he altered Buddha to God. For this world's belief was in the light church and the Father God, with no trace of Buddhism. Upon hearing Dudian softly recite the verses, Jenny was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she turned and fled down the path, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 37. 2 Blessings. Dudian calculated the time, waiting approximately 10 minutes after Jenny's departure before meandering along the garden path. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, where he could hear a chorus of cheerful laughter from afar. The doors to the banquet hall stood wide open, indicating that the event had concluded, and noble guests were gradually emerging in small clusters. After a brief moment, Dudian found himself outside the estate, where a multitude of noble carriages had previously been parked. Now, only 7 or 8 remained. Spotting Peter's carriage still there, he felt a sense of relief and approached it. The carriage was empty, clearly indicating that Peter had yet to emerge. Dudian climbed into the carriage first, settling into wait. Dudian couldn't help but chuckle as he quickly assisted Peter, saying, "You've had too much to drink. Come and sit down for a moment." "Yes, my lord's command shall be obeyed." Peter mumbled incoherently yet obediently leaned against the carriage's interior to sit down. "Indeed, my lord," the coachman replied respectfully, then shook the reins, and the carriage began to move. The following morning, as dawn broke, Dudian awoke to find Peter hastily entering the castle, a small wooden box in hand. "Good morning, Mr. Peter," Dudian greeted him, slightly astonished that after a night of heavy drinking, he appeared remarkably rejuvenated. "This is to be expected," Peter replied, placing the box on the living room table and opening it to reveal several syringes that Dudian recognized. He immediately understood that Peter had come to deliver them the divine blessing. "These just arrived yesterday, and I didn't have the chance to give them to you. I trust there's no need for me to elaborate on this. Each of you will receive one. Dudian, you have 2. One is your basic allocation, and the other is for your first month's collection. The second portion will be provided to you a month from today," Peter explained with a smile. "That is unacceptable," Dudian interjected. Peter shook his head, stating, "This is a power bestowed by the Church of Light in place of the divine. It must be administered in the presence of witnesses. I am here to serve as your witness." He then prepared to administer the syringe to Dudian. Dudian felt a twinge of apprehension. "Is there any risk of side effects?" Peter's expression hardened. "Such doubts should remain between us. Do not voice them publicly. You would be questioning the light god." Dudian understood the gravity of this and carefully chose his words to avoid sounding accusatory about potential adverse effects. Though surprised, he remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. Could the Church of Light truly manufacture flawless genetic serums? If so, could they mass-produce scavengers? At that moment, Peter plunged the syringe into Dudian's arm. He felt no pain, only a slight numbness in his limb. Soon, the red liquid was injected into his body, and a wave of warmth surged through him, spreading rapidly until an intense heat shot toward his brain, as if his blood were surging into his mind. A primal scream erupted from him, but the heat retreated, pooling painfully in his limbs, as if they might tear apart. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Quickly, the warmth receded like a tide, and as Dudian lifted his gaze, he immediately sensed a difference. His vision had sharpened dramatically, enabling him to see the pores on Peter's face with remarkable clarity. Remembering the power Rory had gained, he leaped up in excitement. "All right, let us take our time experiencing this. There is still another syringe," Peter chuckled. Dudian, eyeing the second syringe Peter held, inquired, "What would happen if one were to inject all of these? Would I become immensely powerful?" Peter smiled faintly. "Certainly not. The initial injection produces significant effects, but subsequent doses yield diminishing returns." Though Dudian anticipated this, he felt a tinge of disappointment. If the effects were multiplicative, then the Church of Light, in possession of these genetic serums, would be a formidable entity. Yet, as he pondered this, a chill crept over him. If mere scavengers wielded such terrifying power, what horrors would hunters possess? Before long, Peter administered the second syringe to Dudian's arm. The warmth surged again, but this time, it was less intense. Dudian felt only a mild tearing pain as the heat subsided. He looked around, noticing his vision had become even clearer, and he surmised his strength had increased significantly. He mused that even a tiger before him might not stand a chance. "Go on, gather the others," Peter urged with a smile. Dudian nodded slightly and called for Mykin and the others. Soon, everyone had received their injections, and the castle buzzed with excitement and vivacity as they reveled in their newfound incredible strength. "We can stay for 3 days without charge. Are you really leaving today? We were hoping to explore the bustling market nearby," Mykin and the others exclaimed, astonished. Dudian, resolute in his decision, bid them farewell and summoned a carriage to the common district. The carriage delivered him directly to 108 Linsong Street in the common area. Dudian alighted, reluctantly parting with 60 copper coins, lamenting the inflated fare compared to the common district, though he still had 90 coins left from the 100 given by the Julians. At that moment, he noticed another carriage parked out front and felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be visitors at home? As he circumvented the carriage and opened the white railing gate, he approached the door only to hear raised voices inside. He paused, then knocked. The door opened swiftly, revealing Julia, who looked at him quizzically. "Who are you?" After 3 years of scavenger training, Dudian had undergone a significant transformation. His physique was much more robust, and his complexion had darkened to a sun-kissed hue, rendering him unrecognizable to Julia at first glance. "Auntie, it's me," Dudian replied. Upon hearing his voice, which had not changed much, Julia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that really you, Dudian?" Dudian, amused by her exaggerated reaction, smiled warmly. "I intended to bring you some specialties from the commercial district, but I found myself short on funds, so I didn't buy anything. Johnny, you mustn't go too far." Just then, an angry voice resonated from the living room, and Dudian immediately recognized it as Gray's. Chapter 38. The Wall of Boundaries. Dudian felt a peculiar sense of intrigue as he entered the living room. Aside from Gray, there were 2 other figures present. One was a middle-aged man of considerable girth, adorned with 3 or 4 golden rings on his fingers, an obvious sign of wealth. The other was a slender gentleman clad in a black suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of nobility. "Gray, mind your demeanor." Dudian overheard the slender man reprimanding Gray as he stepped inside. Gray clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury as he retorted, "This house was purchased by us, and the taxes are clearly stated in the contract. Your attempt to raise the land tax is utterly unlawful." The portly man chuckled dismissively, replying, "Unlawful? What do you, a mere tailor, know of the law? This entire Linsong Street is my domain. Here, my word is law. Even if you were to take this to court, it would be futile, and I welcome you to try." Gray gritted his teeth, declaring, "You are engaging in extortion. That is slander and defamation. You have personally attacked me, and I could sue you for that." The slender man retorted coldly. At this moment, Julia, noticing Gray's flushed face, rushed to grasp his hand and addressed the corpulent man. "Could we have a bit more time to discuss this matter? Such exorbitant taxes are beyond our means." The hefty man replied nonchalantly, "At least you are sensible. However, I have already granted you a few days. Today is the final day, and I shall return this evening. I hope to receive a satisfactory response." With that, he stood, adjusted his collar, and walked past Gray with his chin slightly raised. "Wait a moment." Dudian stepped forward to block his path. The portly man lowered his gaze to the boy, whose head barely reached his chin, frowning as he asked, "Who are you?" "Little one." The man paused, then laughed. "Ah, you seem quite astute. I heard Gray has an adopted child. Is that you?" Dudian met his gaze and said, "You claim that this entire Linsong Street is your territory? Might I see your proof of dominion? Even if you intend to collect taxes, you must present your lord's certificate at the court, under the witness of the priest, to establish a tax contract, correct?" The portly man was momentarily taken aback. The slender man beside him scowled. "What nonsense are you spouting? A lord's proof is not something one can simply request." Dudian calmly replied, "If you cannot produce your lord's certificate, I kindly ask you to leave and cease your disturbances. Otherwise, I shall have to arrest you for trespassing." The statement left the others momentarily speechless. The slender man quickly regained his composure and laughed. "Arrest me? Little one, you are clearly too young to comprehend the consequences of your words. Continue your folly, and I may just hand you over to the guards. What kind would you prefer?" Dudian inquired, looking at the 2 men. You are a guard?" The portly man appeared incredulous, having never seen such a young guard before. Dudian answered coolly, "Are you questioning me? I have never encountered such a small and accomplished guard." The portly man chuckled awkwardly. Dudian replied, "That merely indicates you are not a true lord. There are many guards like me. Before reaching the age of 16, we often join the nobles' escort units for training. And only upon reaching the appropriate age are we assigned to oversee the Wall of Boundaries and the Great Wall." His mention of the Wall of Boundaries referred to the towering walls that separated different regions, known among the nobility as the Wall of Wealth and Poverty. The portly man's expression grew somewhat awkward as he stammered, I truly am the lord here. My grandfather was once a great knight, bestowed with this territory." He trailed off, a hint of regret in his tone. Exchanging glances with the slender man, they both bowed slightly, muttering, then we shall take our leave." They sidestepped Dudian and hurried away. Before long, the carriage outside let out a furious whinny as it departed amidst the crack of the whip. Dudian then turned his gaze to Julia and Gray. It had been 3 years since their last meeting, and both bore faint wrinkles at the corners of their eyes. Considering their age, they must have reached their 30s, which in this world was akin to being 50 in the old era. Julia playfully chided him, ruffling his hair. "You poor child, you've become quite tanned. Life must have been harsh for you these past 3 years." Dudian paused, pondering the mention of missions. What missions? Were they dangerous? "Not at all, for not," he assured her. "That's a relief," she responded. Gray chuckled. "What danger could there be in being a guard? It's merely accompanying the nobility on their outings. With the protection of the Holy See, those wicked demons dare not show their faces." Julia retorted with concern. "But what if something were to happen?" Gray merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to argue further. Julia then inquired, "What do you need from us?" "How much?" 10 silver coins, Dudian replied after a moment's consideration. He believed that would suffice to purchase a considerable amount of black powder materials, especially since he would soon venture beyond the Great Wall, where having a means of self-defense would be prudent in case of unforeseen dangers. Chapter 39. The alchemy apprentice. The couple, Julia and Gray, were taken aback. 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, and Gray's monthly salary was merely around 2 silver coins. As for Julia, her earnings were slightly higher, amounting to about 3 silver coins. But only on occasions when she attended to wealthy clients or lords did she receive any additional bonuses. 10 silver coins were essentially equivalent to their combined salaries for 2 months. "What do you need so much money for?" Gray inquired with a furrowed brow. "It's required for a task. I promise to return it to you once the mission is completed," Dudian replied earnestly. Julia exchanged glances with Gray and, with a resigned sigh, said, "Very well, consider it a celebration gift. However, you must promise me not to use it for any nefarious purposes." Dudian exhaled in relief, fully aware that the sum was indeed substantial. The couple's willingness to lend him the money stemmed entirely from his recent appointment as a guard. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for an ordinary child to request such a significant amount from their parents without providing a valid reason. The following day, Dudian set out early in the morning, clutching 10 silver coins, and made his way to the adventurers' market in the southern district of the town. The town was divided into 4 vast regions: north, south, east, and west, each sprawling in size. Dudian's residence was located on Lincoln Street, situated in the southeastern part of the residential area. The adventurers' market was a bustling hub of trade for commoners, operating outside the bounds of the formally licensed merchant guilds. The goods here were sourced by civilians from the outskirts of their living quarters near the Great Wall. In those outer regions, the air was thick with nuclear radiation, a peril only a few daring adventurers were willing to brave. However, such adventurers seldom maintained their careers for long. They typically retired after a few expeditions, using their earnings to sustain their deteriorating bodies in their twilight years. Fortunately, Dudian need not worry about the radiation, for he had researched that the black standard armor he had received was crafted from lead, a metal with a high density that effectively shields against radiation. He could traverse the outer regions near the Great Wall without fear, as the radiation there paled in comparison to that beyond the wall. Nonetheless, despite the protection of his uniform, he was still susceptible to the contaminated air, and the distance from the living quarters made hiring a cart prohibitively expensive. Additionally, the outer regions harbored animals afflicted by radiation, presenting significant dangers. Dudian preferred not to waste time venturing there himself. After spending 5 copper coins on cart fare, Dudian arrived at the adventurers' market, where a flurry of carts and a cacophony of vendors filled the air. The ground was adorned with colorful textiles, showcasing an array of items, from handmade clothing and stuffed dolls to peculiar stones and dried fish slices. Dudian meandered through the market, and after half an hour, he discovered a stall selling coarse sulfur ore and white crystalline nitrate. He could produce charcoal powder himself, so he refrained from spending money on that. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with dark skin, a gaunt frame, and disheveled hair. His sunken eyes and red spots on his hands suggested he was afflicted with some ailment. Dudian could easily surmise that the man's internal radiation levels were alarmingly high, likely indicating he had only a few years left to live unless he received treatment from the Church of Light. After a bit of haggling, Dudian ultimately purchased all the nitrate and sulfur ore from the stall for 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins, with the nitrate being the more valuable of the two, costing him a full silver coin. The sulfur would need to be refined, and once ground into powder, it would yield just enough for a single package of explosives. When scavenging, he was permitted to carry only food and basic weapons, leaving little room for black powder. For now, he decided this quantity would suffice, he mused. Little one, those items are rather heavy. Did you summon a cart, or should I assist you in carrying them? The thin stall owner inquired with a smile after receiving his payment. No need, Dudian replied, effortlessly lifting the burlap sack, which weighed approximately 20 pounds, and turning to leave in search of grinding tools. The thin man stared in shock, bewildered. Before long, Dudian acquired some basic alchemical tools from other stalls. To the untrained eye, these tools appeared to have no connection to alchemy. They were merely common implements, such as the stone wheel Dudian intended to use for grinding sulfur, typically employed by physicians to pulverize herbs. Boss, please sell me this broken stone for just 1 copper coin. I'm begging you. A young boy's voice piped up suddenly. Dudian turned to see a stout boy, shorter than himself, standing at a nearby stall, clutching a small burlap bag and grasping a fist-sized piece of rough black stone. Absolutely not, replied the stall owner. A young and slender man, shaking his head vigorously. This is iron ore. While the weight is minimal, it's worth at least 2 copper coins. Even if it's iron ore, it's merely a rock. You can't extract much from such a small piece. 1 copper coin would be a fair deal for you, the stout boy countered, attempting to persuade the seller. Besides, it's so small that no smelting factory would need it, and no one would buy it. If you sell it to me, you'll make a profit. Otherwise, you'll just have to throw it away. The young stall owner hesitated, swayed by the boy's arguments, before finally conceding, fine. The stout boy grinned widely, paid up without hesitation, and stuffed the black stone into his burlap sack before turning to leave. An alchemy apprentice? Dudian found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated encountering an alchemy apprentice here. In his studies of Rosiad's notes, he learned about the lifestyle and customs of alchemists. One of the most notable aspects being that every alchemist bore a distinctive tattoo, a symbol of their craft and a rite of passage into this world. The tattooing method was ancient, involving a concoction of plant or medicinal powders to create a black liquid, which was then injected into the skin using a needle to outline a design. Even the smallest dot or an abstract line could qualify as a mark. While tattooing was a practice shared by alchemists, nobility, and the Church of Light, the tattoos of the latter two bore no resemblance to those of alchemists. They would never opt for black as pigment. Once a black tattoo was inked, whether on a noble or a church member, they would be regarded as an alchemist, an undeniable designation. Conversely, if one lacked a black tattoo, even if they were a genuine alchemist, they would not gain the recognition of their peers. Dudian glanced in the direction the stout boy had departed, his gaze flickering with intrigue, before resolutely clutching his burlap sack and quietly pursuing him. Chapter 40. Blackfire. The robust boy was carrying a small linen sack that appeared quite full. It was evident that he had not undergone physical enhancement like Dudian, as he struggled under its weight, panting heavily after only a short distance. Dudian, whose vision surpassed that of an ordinary person by threefold, trailed far behind, confident that he would not be detected. At his age, the boy should merely be an alchemical apprentice. It remained unclear whether he was procuring materials for himself or on behalf of his mentor. Dudian's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. At that moment, the sturdy boy hailed a carriage at an intersection and departed. Dudian's expression shifted slightly, and he hastened to follow. In this bustling area, the carriage moved at a leisurely pace. Dudian jogged behind, the enhancements to his physique and 3 years of rigorous training granting him exceptional endurance. After following through 7 or 8 streets, he began to feel winded. Just as he contemplated hiring a carriage to continue his pursuit, he noticed the carriage ahead had come to a halt. Dudian quickly stopped, observing as the robust boy leapt from the carriage, paid with a few coins, and vanished into an alleyway. Dudian approached nonchalantly, pretending to pass by, and glanced into the alley. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a dead end, blocked by a wall, and the sturdy boy had seemingly disappeared within. Was it sorcery? Dudian raised an eyebrow, being steeped in scientific reasoning. He found it hard to believe in magic akin to fairy tales. He entered the alley and examined the ground closely. This dead-end alley showed signs of infrequent traffic. Dust covered the ground, and several barrels of refuse were piled at the entrance. Consequently, Dudian's enhanced eyesight quickly detected footprints in the dust, leading straight to a wall in the middle of the alley. His gaze sharpened as he approached the wall for a closer inspection and was taken aback to find that it was not a wall at all, but rather a piece of fabric painted to match the wall's color, indistinguishable unless scrutinized closely. Such a clever concealment was indeed the work of an alchemical apprentice. Dudian reached out to touch it, discovering that something hard, likely a stone, was propping it up from behind, preventing it from being dented by rodents or wind. He silently noted the location and turned to exit the alley. Clearly, this was a stronghold for alchemists. If he reported it to the Church of Light, his status as a scavenger would earn him a considerable reward. However, he was not interested in such endeavors. Rather, he intended to infiltrate this small circle to learn more about the alchemists of this world. His knowledge of alchemy was primarily derived from Roseyard's notes, which contained much information, though much of it was pertinent only to advanced alchemists, and the fundamentals were less thoroughly documented. Yet, to become part of the alchemical community, one must first prove oneself as an alchemist. The initial mark of an alchemist was the black tattoo. Dudian had not yet considered getting a tattoo for himself, nor was he prepared to join the alchemist community so soon. According to Roseyard's accounts, the alchemist community communicated under assumed identities to avoid exposure, fearing that should one be captured by the Knights of Light, they might divulge the identities of others under duress. In his hotel room, Dudian retrieved several materials from the linen sack. His first step was to extract sulfur from sulfur, or using the most primitive method, heating the sulfur or to dissolve it, and collecting the upper layer of sulfur solution to cool, yielding sulfur, which he would then grind into powder with a stone wheel. Dudian requested a brazier from the innkeeper. Although it seemed peculiar to seek warmth in the midst of the rainy season, the innkeeper, delighted by the coins offered, readily complied and produced a dust-covered brazier from the storeroom, along with a few pieces of coal. Sulfur has a low melting point and soon melted. Dudian then took out the tools he had purchased earlier and began to hold the sulfur solution. The room filled with the peculiar odor of sulfur, and Dudian was thankful for his foresight in donning a mask. Due to nuclear fallout, masks had not vanished with technological regression, remaining prevalent in daily life. It must be said that different environments foster different developments. Dudian mused that he would eventually acquire a gas mask akin to Roseyard's. For an alchemist, frequent interaction with various substances inevitably leads to the ingestion of toxic materials. The mask's efficacy was minimal, serving primarily as a tool for apprentices. He had not anticipated that crafting even the most rudimentary black powder would be so laborious. Dudian gazed at his soot-stained clothes with a wry smile, suddenly yearning for a personal alchemical laboratory. He hoped that his forthcoming expedition beyond the Great Wall would yield substantial profits. Dudian wiped the grime from his face, his spirits renewed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. It was said that they would depart early the next morning. "Tomorrow we will venture beyond the Great Wall," exclaimed Maykin, brimming with excitement. "I've longed to see it since childhood, but those terrifying tales always frightened me." "Save your breath. Although it may not be as dreadful as they say, it is certainly perilous," Zaki remarked. Sham smiled slightly, glancing at the items Dudian had placed beside his bed. "Dudian, what is this you have brought?" "A toy," Dudian replied casually, casting a glance at the black powder tube he had crafted over the past 7 days, pondering that with such packaging, it surely could not be carried without scrutiny. Chapter 41. Stepping beyond the wall at dawn the following day. As the first light began to break, Dudian and his companions were roused from slumber and summoned to assemble outside the ancient castle. There, a dozen imposing black steeds stood ready. Dudian recognized these magnificent creatures, known as black-toothed horses, renowned for their formidable resistance to ailments, enabling them to traverse the perilous territories beyond the Great Wall for brief periods. "Mount up and prepare to depart," commanded Peter, poised regally atop one of the tall horses. Each of Dudian's companions selected a black-toothed horse, effortlessly vaulting onto their backs, a feat that would have required a ladder had they not undergone physical enhancements. "Onward," Peter urged, squeezing his legs against the horse's flanks, leading the charge. Dudian and the others gripped their reins and followed closely behind. The black-toothed horses, well-trained and surprisingly docile despite their daunting appearance, galloped with ease along the damp streets of the early morning, their hooves ringing out crisply. Under Peter's guidance, they raced along the thoroughfare, gradually approaching the outskirts of the commercial district. In the distance, the silhouette of the Great Wall emerged, becoming increasingly defined, its dark form looming through the morning mist like a colossal beast, evoking a profound sense of awe and trepidation. The outskirts of the commercial area, much like the residential zones, featured vast expanses of untamed wasteland, characterized by barren soil and rubble, unsuitable for cultivation or habitation. As they ventured into this desolate fringe, the black-toothed horses grew restless, their excitement palpable as their pace quickened. After a straight run of several minutes, the once vague outline of the Sylvian Great Wall became startlingly clear, and with its clarity came an overwhelming sense of pressure that weighed heavily on their hearts. This towering edifice seemed to stretch endlessly towards the heavens. The closer they drew, the more elusive its apex appeared, as if it reached into the very depths of the clouds. Its massive surface appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, devoid of any visible signs of construction, resembling a colossal monolith of nature. This was the Great Wall. All present, including Dudian, stood in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. As they approached the wall, they felt insignificantly small, akin to mere specks of dust in comparison to its grandeur. "How high?" exclaimed Makin, craning his neck at an almost right angle, yet still unable to glimpse the summit. "Is this truly the Great Wall constructed by our ancestors?" murmured Zack in astonishment. The sheer magnificence of this monumental creation left everyone in awe. Dudian, in particular, felt a profound resonance with the structure. He understood just how monumental an undertaking it was to erect such a wall. Even in the olden days, it would have been an extraordinary feat, demanding immense labor and time. The catastrophic events had struck with such suddenness that there was scarcely any opportunity to construct such a formidable sanctuary. He could scarcely fathom how the survivors of the nuclear blast could have engineered such an incredible architectural marvel. "This is the Sylvian Great Wall that shelters us, a testament to the collaboration of our ancestors and the divine," Peter declared with a hint of pride. He turned to the group with a smile, saying, "Follow me." Young ones, gently pulling on the reins, he approached the wall and halted about 100 meters away before dismounting. He scanned the ground before quickly locating a target and bending down to lift it. With a creak, a heavy iron door swung open, revealing a massive iron gate concealed beneath the sandy earth, which Peter effortlessly raised, revealing a staircase leading underground. "Step inside," Peter instructed. The group, initially taken aback, quickly dismounted and entered the tunnel beneath the iron door. Peter was the last to enter, shutting the door behind him. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of isolation enveloped them, as if they had severed ties with the outside world. Before them, the staircase descended into darkness, seemingly leading to the abyss. The faint glow of oil lamps illuminated the walls, and a chill breeze wafted from the depths, accompanied by a haunting wail, reminiscent of lost souls lamenting. Peter chuckled softly. "What is it? Are you frightened already? It seems that Tob has failed to properly train your courage over the past 3 years." Dudian inquired curiously. "Are we entering the Great Wall from here? Is there no entrance above?" "Of course not," Peter urged. "Hurry along. Others are waiting for you." Dudian was surprised. "Others?" "Indeed. Although you are all graduates of the official scavenger program, this is your first expedition beyond the Great Wall. The headquarters has arranged for 2 seasoned veterans to accompany you on this journey to mentor you. Additionally, as per tradition, 20 scavengers cultivated by various corporations have been integrated into your team. While they may lack certain specialized knowledge compared to you, they have made numerous trips outside the Great Wall and possess valuable experience. In critical moments, be sure to learn from them," Peter explained with a smile. Dudian paused for a moment, contemplating his words, and then fell silent. The group descended the staircase, which proved to be far deeper than anticipated, extending at least 100 meters. Upon finally reaching the bottom, they found themselves in a spacious underground corridor where silence reigned. Oil lamps flickered gently on either side, casting light upon the intricately carved stone patterns adorning the walls. "This is the goddess of harvest," Peter remarked, gesturing to an elegantly poised and graceful figure depicted on the wall. "Take a moment to pray for a bountiful harvest on this journey." Dudian and his companions, familiar with these goddess statues from the plazas of the Holy See and various intersections and residential areas, complied with Peter's suggestion, halting before the goddess of harvest and clasping their hands together in prayer. "And this is the goddess of the hunt," Peter continued, pointing to another strikingly beautiful figure beside the first. "Hunters always pay tribute to the huntress before setting out, seeking her blessings for a successful hunt." With that, he led the way forward. After completing their prayers, Dudian and the others followed closely behind him. The expansive underground corridor stretched on for approximately 200 to 300 meters, culminating in another staircase. They ascended the steps, soon arriving at the top, where a massive iron door awaited, already swung open like a skylight. As Dudian followed Peter through the opening, he found himself gazing upon a barren expanse of withered grass, where about 20 figures stood or sat, waiting several meters away. "At last you've arrived, Peter. You certainly took your time," a light laugh echoed, emanating from a young man clad in black armor, standing tall with a short sword at his waist. His black mask pushed down to his chin. "What's the rush? The day is still young," Peter replied with a grin. The young man smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Dudian and his companions. "I heard there's a promising talent among the newcomers, someone with the potential to become a hunter?" Peter clapped Dudian on the shoulder, beaming. That would be him. I trust you will take good care of him on this journey. Dudian followed the young man's gaze and realized they had emerged from a tunnel excavated at the base of the Great Wall. Chapter 42. Zone 8. Upon hearing the word punishment, Maiden, Zach, and several other temperamental children immediately fell silent, obediently agreeing. Scott turned to Dudian and asked, "What is your name, little one?" "Dudian," he replied. "You possess considerable potential," Scott acknowledged with a slight nod, adding, "However, do not let pride consume you. Potential holds little weight in the face of death. You will follow me closely, and I shall impart some important matters you need to heed." The implication of hands-on guidance filled Dudian with a newfound admiration for Scott, and he nodded slightly in understanding. The others, overhearing this exchange, quickly grasped that Dudian was to be nurtured with special care, and a wave of jealousy surged within many, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. After all, Dudian's status as a seed and the two blessings he had received rendered him untouchable in terms of strength and identity. Furthermore, he was accompanied by 3 formidable and united dormitory brothers, making them the strongest faction among the group. Even the most reckless child dared not provoke Dudian and his companions. "May, Zach, and Shah, here are your rations and water for the next 10 days. Each of you takes 1 portion. I have brought these for you this time, but you will collect them from headquarters next time," Scott instructed, gesturing toward the several black backpacks on the ground. Dudian approached one of the black travel bags, untying it to reveal a collection of clay-like objects. He recognized them from his time at the Julia household. They were mashed potato balls. Notoriously unpalatable, yet filling, one often left no appetite for a second. May, Zach, and Shah quickly selected 3 slightly larger backpacks. And when they noticed others trying to follow their lead, Scott chuckled. "Do not bother choosing. They all weigh the same. These are provided by headquarters. And there is never a mistake. Save your cleverness for later." May, Zach, and Shah shared an awkward smile. "What is that you have?" Scott inquired, noticing the black powder tube strapped to Dudian's waist. "Just a trinket, nothing of consequence," Dudian replied. "It will not hinder me." Scott nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the 20 scavengers from the consortium, saying, "Gather round, prepare to depart." These scavengers were all adults, their skin darkened by the sun, some older than Scott himself. At his call, they assembled, all clad in standard-issue armor akin to that of Dudian's group, equipped with similar short swords. Clearly a testament to the consortium's substantial resources ensuring adequate supply. "Scott, which zone are we heading to today?" a lean young man inquired. "Zone 8, Scott responded, then turned to the taciturn black-armored woman, Mia, and said, "It is getting late. Shall we proceed?" Mia nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, Scott led the way, instructing the newcomers, "This outer region has been thoroughly cleared. You need not worry. Conserve your strength." Upon hearing this, Dudian and the others relaxed their tense muscles and began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a desolate expanse, the ground damp with moisture. Dudian had previously noted the moss climbing the towering walls behind them, contrasting starkly with the arid terrain beyond. "Is this the area outside the walls?" "It is entirely different from what I imagined. I thought it would be a desert," Maiden remarked, astonished as he scanned the surroundings. "At least we need not worry about water now. We could dig a pit anywhere and extract moisture," Zach chuckled. "Huh?" Zach was taken aback. Upon hearing Dudian's words, he and several others exchanged puzzled glances, realization dawning upon them. Before them lay a scene of devastation, a ruined city. An asphalt street stretched out, overgrown with moss and lush vegetation, flanked by crumbling concrete towers and 2- or 3-story shops, all in a state of collapse. Some structures stood with only a precariously leaning wall remaining, festooned with vines and moss, as if time would soon see them consumed by nature's relentless embrace. Scattered across the desolate street were tattered remnants of clothing, worn and weathered through the ages, drenched by storms and cloaked in dust, now resembling hardened, blackened stones. With only vague outlines remaining, Dudian stood transfixed. This was unmistakably the visage of a ruined metropolis. Could this possibly be the face of Earth, 300 years post-catastrophe? Once vibrant with prosperity, once illuminated by the glow of civilization, once teeming with the footprints of humanity, had it all been reduced to this desolate shell? A sudden weight pressed against his chest, rendering him breathless, and his eyes grew misty. "Dudian, Dudian?" Maiden called, noticing Dudian's abrupt halt, and gently tapped his shoulder. Dudian pursed his lips and lowered his head, falling back into step. But why, after retrieving these relics of the past, did the technology within the walls remain so primitive? Had 3 centuries of nuclear corrosion rendered further research futile? He trailed behind Scott and Mia like a ghost, gazing at the once familiar sights while remaining enveloped in silent contemplation. Chapter 43. Creatures was there once habitation here? May, Jia, and Sha gazed in astonishment at the remnants of walls lining the vegetation-laden streets. The crumbling structures hinted at their former identity as residential buildings, though their architectural styles varied greatly. The place where our ancestors dwelled, upon hearing Scott's words. May and her companions felt a surge of wonder and excitement, curiously surveying their surroundings. Dudian noticed a parchment map in Scott's hand and leaned to peer through the gap of his arm. The map depicted a convoluted route, with a large square design at its center inscribed with the words Sylvia's Great Wall. Surrounding this colossal wall were irregular circles traced by sinuous lines, each marked with a number. He quickly scanned the numbers and observed several duplicates. The Zone 0 alone bore 6 or 7 markings. However, each symbol and circle was delineated in various vibrant colors, resembling a radiant rainbow. Seeing Dudian's scrutiny of the map, Scott smiled and explained, "This is a scavenging map beyond the Great Wall. Each consortium's hunters mark the areas they scour, delineating their territories. For instance, our Melon Consortium zones are marked with red lines and lettering, while others are in green and yellow, representing the military and the Huashan Consortium, respectively." As noted on the back of the map, Dudian nodded slightly, having already surmised this distinction upon seeing the various colored circles. He inquired, "What about the gray areas outside?" Scott's smile faded as he replied earnestly, "Those are regions yet to be scavenged by hunters. You must absolutely avoid stepping into those gray zones. They are perilously dangerous, even for seasoned hunters." "Dangerous?" Dudian felt a flicker of curiosity. "What kind of danger?" "Monsters," Scott whispered. Dudian's heart skipped a beat at the mention of monsters. At that moment, as Scott turned a corner, they encountered a traffic light, now overrun with vegetation and entwined with numerous vines, which had prevented scavengers from collecting it. Up ahead is Zone 8, Scott indicated, observing the street ahead. It remained a desolate ruin, but due to its proximity to the city center, vegetation was sparse, revealing a plethora of crumbled walls and collapsed buildings. The ravages of seismic waves were evident, with cracked streets and numerous deep pits resembling impacts from small meteorites. "Everyone, be cautious." Scott's expression turned grave as he drew his short sword. "Zone 8 has just been cleared by the hunters, and we are the second team to enter. While the rewards may be plentiful, we may also encounter lingering minor monsters. Do not let them attack you, or you risk being infected by their corruption." A sense of tension gripped Dudian and the newcomers as they followed Scott's lead, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings and the dense foliage nearby with vigilance. As they ventured into the street's center, Dudian spotted a new wooden signpost adorned with a blood-red 8, indicating that they had entered the Melon Consortium's Zone 8. A glance down the street revealed untouched terrain, with patches of green vegetation that likely concealed the hulks of abandoned vehicles beneath. His heart raced at the thought. If there were cars, there might also be motors. Though 300 years had passed and these relics had succumbed to rust under the ravaging rains and ultraviolet rays, perhaps he could find some well-preserved parts. Dudian and his companions followed closely behind the 20 consortium scavengers. Unbeknownst to them, from within a vehicle shrouded in thick foliage, a pale, withered hand suddenly emerged, grasping and struggling toward the retreating group. Reaching the end of the street, they arrived at a crossroads littered with fallen streetlights and enormous billboards, now cloaked in vegetation. Scott looked up and selected a slightly intact 3-story building. "This will do. Let's clear out the supplies inside and gather them." As they approached the entrance, a startled cry rang out from behind Dudian. A girl and his team, trembling, pointed at the ground before the building. "Blood, blood." Everyone turned to see a conspicuous pool of blood on the ground, dried, yet evidently fresh. Given the difficulty of retaining such marks after the torrential rains, Dudian's expression shifted as he recalled Scott's earlier mention of monsters, instinctively gripping the black powder at his waist. The other children, upon seeing the blood, became visibly anxious. Scott frowned. "What is all the fuss? As I mentioned, monsters inhabit these areas. This blood is clearly from a hunter who has slain a creature. No need for such alarm, rookie." His patience for the other novice scavengers was evidently less than for Dudian. Mia, standing beside him, pushed open the glass door of the building, though the glass was shattered, littering the ground. It appeared to be a shop, with vegetation sprawling across the walls, yet the basic layout and several counter-like structures remained discernible. Dudian followed Scott inside, where the floor and walls of the dilapidated shop were coated in thick dust, hardened over years into a layer resembling soil. Scott used the hilt of his short sword to clear the vegetation from the counter, revealing dusty golden ornaments within a glass case. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he shattered the glass with his sword hilt, grasping the treasures and wiping away the dust to unveil their golden sheen. He bit into one, his face lighting up with delight once more. Chapter 44. The Corpse's Gold. Meekin, Zack, and others also noticed the ornaments on the counter, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. Upon hearing the words, Meekin and his companion's expression shifted. They turned to see a gaunt youth, the leader of the 20 scavengers from various factions, nodding and stating, "Indeed, the gathered resources are earned through one's own efforts, so do not think of slacking off. Those fortunate enough to collect more shall be deemed more capable." Upon hearing this, Meekin and his companions felt a wave of dejection wash over them. Undoubtedly, the golden ornaments here had been discovered first by Scott, thus they rightfully belonged to him, leaving them with no share whatsoever. Dudian, upon learning of this rule, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his spirits quickly lifted. This regulation was, in fact, fair to the newcomers, with such a rule in place. At least the resources they scavenged would not be shared with others. It was merely that Scott had chanced upon a particularly lucrative spot, a gold shop, which had led to his significant profit. Dudian understood that Scott was cautioning them not to be blinded by greed or to entertain any nefarious thoughts. He silently appreciated the faction's establishment of such a rule, which indeed prevented scavengers from turning against each other in the wilderness. After Scott's words, the few children at the back noticeably altered their expressions, gripping their weapons and joining the group. Scott and Mia led the way as they ascended the stairs. The stairwell, overgrown with vegetation, bore cracks as thick as a finger, and the ground was strewn with debris, though thickly coated in dust and plant life. Dudian quickly recognized a pair of women's shoes and a wallet, seemingly whispering of the chaos that had once erupted here. Suddenly, with a loud crash, one of the middle-aged scavengers from behind stepped on a staircase that gave way, causing him to tumble down. Fortunately, it was merely the first floor, and his blessed physique spared him any injury. However, the unexpected noise startled the others. Scott retrieved a fire striker, igniting a torch that cast a dim glow around them. Holding the torch aloft, he approached the first room off the corridor, noticing that the door stood slightly ajar. Gently pushing it open, a gust of cold wind rushed out, nearly extinguishing the flame. Scott lowered the torch slightly, brandishing his sword with the other hand, and cautiously stepped into the room. Inside, the space was in disarray. Chairs lay overturned, curtains hung in tatters, and the window was shattered, revealing a dense thicket outside. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from deep within the room. Scott's expression changed instantly. He raised the torch to illuminate the source of the noise, revealing a bathroom where the curtain had collapsed. Two pale, withered thighs extended from the bathroom, and as the torchlight fell upon them, he was horrified to see the owner of those legs, a woman whose face had completely rotted away. The faint sound emanated from her chest, where a massive black rat gnawed hungrily at her flesh. Dudian caught sight of this dreadful scene through the gap in Scott's arm, his pupils constricting in terror. The rat was the size of a hound, its fur dense and black, exuding a foul stench. Its tail was as thick as an adult's finger, and it feasted ravenously upon the corpse. "It's a monster." Scott reacted first, growling as he swung his sword. At that moment, the enormous rat sensed the light behind it, glancing back. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with fury, its sharp maw stained with congealed blood, and its long whiskers twitched. It seemed to recognize the numerical superiority of Scott's group, hesitated for a moment, then abruptly turned and sprinted back into the bathroom, leaping through the window onto the outside. Scott and Mia's strikes fell short, and they exchanged apprehensive glances. At that moment, Meekin and the others, alerted by the commotion and Scott's shout, gathered around. "It has escaped," Scott murmured, lowering the torch to illuminate the deceased woman. Her eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death, her pupils a pale green. "What a stench," Meekin remarked, pinching his nose. Dudian had forgotten to breathe, the shock overwhelming him. Could it be that, after 3 centuries of nuclear radiation, the mice living here had undergone such terrifying genetic mutations? His gaze fell upon the woman, who lay completely bare, her body partially obscured by the fallen bathroom curtain. The flesh on her chest had been gnawed deeply, her heart devoured to the point where ribs were visible amidst the withered flesh. Yet, his attention fixated on a finger-sized hole in her forehead, which appeared to be a bullet wound. Dudian paused for a moment, dismissing the possibility of a bullet. It seemed more akin to an injury inflicted by an arrow. After all, a bullet would have left a more pronounced tearing and destruction around the wound. However, What puzzled him was that if this woman had perished from an arrow, it would imply death at the hands of another human, who would use about to kill her. Suddenly, he recalled a detail he had overlooked, and a chill ran down his spine. This woman had evidently been bathing. Yet, the water supply in this house should have been long broken. No scavenger or hunter could endure 10 days without bathing. Moreover, people rarely stripped completely naked for a wash in this world. Could it be that she was a human from 300 years ago? Had she died while bathing? But if that were the case, her body should have long since decayed. Dudian found himself momentarily stunned. At that moment, Mia unexpectedly crouched down, seemingly wishing to cover the woman's exposed body, gently lifting the curtain to drape over her. However, as she did so, Dudian inadvertently caught sight of the woman's arm, which ended in a sharp claw. The nails had transformed into long, pointed spikes, 5 of which curved slightly. It was unimaginable what damage could be inflicted by such hands. Is she a mutant? Dudian stammered, his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 45. The Undying Corpse, Undying Corpse. Scott murmured, observing Mia's careful covering of the creature, his face reflecting a hint of melancholy. With a sigh, he said, "We must cleanse this room. This entity must be incinerated, lest it give rise to other abominable beings." Mia's lips twitched slightly as she rose in silence, casting a glance at the woman's decayed visage before ultimately turning away to gather other salvageable resources within the room. Dudian, upon hearing Scott's words, felt a jolt of apprehension and couldn't help but inquire, "What is an undying corpse?" He pressed further, "How did they come into existence?" Scott sighed, explaining, "They are all tainted by demonic forces. These undying corpses were once human, unable to resist the allure of such dark power, ultimately forsaking their souls. Though they attain eternal life, they lose their humanity and all memories of their past existence, becoming mere pawns of the demons." Infected? Dudian found it hard to believe in demons and retorted, "Are they infected by radiation?" Scott, taken aback by his probing, shook his head, "Certainly not. Radiation merely harms the body, causing grotesque alterations, but it cannot transform a person into such a monstrosity. They are infected by demonic power, a force akin to a plague that can transmit from one to another. For instance, the bone-munching rat that escaped earlier is a lesser demon. A single bite from it can lead to infection." Dudian was momentarily stunned. Mutual infection? Wasn't that akin to a virus? But how did such a virus come into being? Could it be that, during his slumber 3 centuries ago, the world had undergone other transformations? Scott sighed softly, continuing, "These bone-munching rats prefer lurking in shadowy corners, often overlooked by hunters. While we possess the strength to eliminate them, should one catch us off guard and inflict a wound, we risk becoming undying corpses ourselves." At this point, he cast a glance at Mia, who was collecting supplies, and added with a sigh, "Mia's former husband fell victim to a steel-furred rat's bite on his arm." Clang! A metallic object slipped from Mia's grasp and clattered to the ground. Scott paused, sighed, and refrained from further comments, directing Dudian and the others, "Let us disperse and scour the other rooms. Exercise caution. These creatures can sense the sin of our blood. Although that one fled, it is likely still lurking nearby. So beware of ambushes from the shadows. It would be wise for newcomers to team up in groups of 4 for mutual protection, should anything arise. Do not hesitate to call for help." His admonition primarily addressed Dudian and the other newcomers, as the scavengers from the consortium, despite their lesser experience, had long since learned the necessary protocols and required no additional instruction from him. Upon receiving Scott's orders, the group scattered. However, the children, May, Za, Shah, and a few others, were gripped by unease at the sight of the terrifying undying corpse and the massive bone-munching rat. This gruesome spectacle was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Suddenly, the knowledge they had gleaned during training seemed to evaporate, and they instinctively yearned to huddle close to Scott for reassurance. Scott observed the pale, trembling faces of the children and furrowed his brow, saying, "Scavenging is not a trivial task. Did your instructors not inform you? If you continue to follow me, you will return empty-handed, rendering this expedition futile. You may not be aware, but if your scavenging results consistently place you at the bottom, you will face expulsion from the consortium." Expulsion? May, Za, Shah, and the others turned pale, gritting their teeth to suppress their fears as they tightened their grips on their weapons and turned to depart. Dudian was about to follow suit when Scott called out, "You need not accompany them. Stay close to me. I will allocate 1/3 of what I recover to you, provided you diligently learn the art of scavenging. Next time, you will be on your own." Dudian frowned, replying, "I wish to explore alone. If anything arises, I will call for help." Scott was taken aback, scrutinizing him before conceding. Very well, but exercise caution. Dudian nodded slightly and addressed May and the others. Let us proceed. May discreetly gave him a thumbs up, and after leaving the room, Dudian noted that others had already begun searching the remaining rooms on the second floor. He promptly suggested, let us ascend to the third floor. May za. And Shaw expressed no objections, having grown accustomed to deferring decisions to Dudian during their 3 years of training. The third floor, being the topmost level, was sparsely vegetated, with murky sunlight filtering through the shattered window panes and casting shadows on the ground. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, while dried bloodstains marred the walls. The corridor was littered with debris, and several corpses lay scattered about, some bisected at the waist, others with their skulls crushed by some heavy object. Marks from blades were evident on the walls, indicating that hunters had once engaged in a fierce battle here. Dudian observed that the fingers of the corpses were sharpened into claws, suggesting they too had succumbed to the viral infection of the undying corpses. While the origin of this virus remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a product of the world's top biological research facilities, likely engineered by those entities. May za. And Shah gazed at the bodies strewn across the floor, swallowing hard, their tremors betraying their fear, though they had previously slain snakes and lizards during training. Witnessing the blood of animals had left them desensitized. Yet now, before them lay human remains, lives akin to their own. This visceral terror churned in their stomachs, leaving their limbs cold, as if the deceased might suddenly rise to claim their lives. Dudian too felt a flicker of fear, yet he strove to maintain his composure. Bathed in sunlight, he approached the first room. The door stood ajar, its security chain snapped, evidence of a violent intrusion. The room bore the remnants of a recent struggle. With a pool of blood on the floor and 2 corpses lying prone, young adults, their skin an eerie pallor, almost ashen, devoid of blood and resembling lifeless chalk. Faint veins were visible beneath their skin, their fingers sharpened, while their limbs appeared emaciated, as if all fat had been siphoned away, leaving only sinewy muscle. A pungent stench of decay filled the air. Dudian donned a scavenger's mask, instantly finding the odor more tolerable. His voice, muffled by the mask, resonated low. Do not touch the bodies. Let us first search for other items in the vicinity. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the room, landing on a laptop, thickly coated in dust. Chapter 46. The assault. At this moment, May, Jia, and Sha were each searching for supplies in their respective rooms, deliberately avoiding the 2 corpses on the floor. Although they were aware that the bodies were lifeless, it was precisely this knowledge that instilled fear within them. After a thorough search, they managed to uncover some metallic items. Despite their ignorance regarding the purpose of these objects, their value system dictated that any metallic item must inherently possess worth. When Dudian observed the mobile phones, television remotes, and light bulbs they had collected, a sense of curiosity arose within him. Surely, scavengers must have unearthed a plethora of such items. How could the various conglomerates have failed to extract anything of significance from them? However, upon noticing the twisted metal on the back of one mobile phone, he quickly comprehended the stark difference between the 3 centuries of existence in this irradiated zone and the same duration in a normal ecological environment. Although these items remained, they had long since succumbed to the relentless ravages of nuclear radiation, their components grotesquely deformed. Without knowledge of their original functions, it was impossible to deduce their utility from the warped pieces alone. The only materials capable of withstanding nuclear radiation were high-density metals such as lead and gold, which explained the minimal alteration of the gold jewelry in the cabinet below. After surveying the room and finding no valuable items, Dudian turned to leave. This was the advantage of scavenging in newly explored areas. Not only were the items often of high value, but there was also a degree of selectivity involved. The rooms they had examined today would inevitably attract other scavengers in the future, who would only be able to sift through fabric and clothing or dismantle larger objects like beds and refrigerators for their metal components. Meija and Shah were eager to vacate the room with the corpses, and they quickly exited. The corridor was eerily silent, with several corpses of the undead lying still. Dudian felt an unsettling sensation as he gazed at these figures, as though they might awaken at any moment, causing his heart to race. Suppressing his anxious thoughts, he pushed open the door to the second room, only to find several more undead lying within. Judging by their short-sleeved attire, it was evident they belonged to the era 300 years prior, compelling Dudian to conclude that, at the time of the global nuclear catastrophe, a horrific viral disaster had quietly unfolded as well. This unknown virus had transformed all infected individuals into terrifying undead. incapable of perishing even after 3 centuries in a radiation zone, underscoring the formidable and resilient nature of the virus within them. Dudian carefully navigated around the 3 corpses on the floor, searching for electrical devices such as computers and mobile phones, for these were the sole items of potential utility within a residential building. However, the electrical box had completely deteriorated under prolonged exposure to nuclear radiation. Dudian sighed as he inspected the other wires. The plastic insulation was twisted and swollen, with some resistors on the motherboard either shriveled or grotesquely deformed, all having lost their original integrity due to radiation. He shook his head slightly, deciding to abandon this machine. After all, it was merely the first day of scavenging. With 9 more days ahead and countless items to collect, yet his carrying capacity was severely limited. An idea suddenly flickered in Dudian's mind. If only he had a truck, he could load as much as he wanted. However, he quickly felt disheartened. The abandoned vehicles outside were evidently in a similar state to the computer, with many components having deteriorated or warped beyond repair. To create a mechanical means of transport, one would still require advanced chips, and all of this hinged on having electricity. Turning to continue his search, Dudian reflected on the method of fabricating an electric motor, which he had only seen once, specifically a wind turbine generator. Constructing such a device necessitated an open space, and even if he were to purchase a plot in a slum area, it would demand considerable funds. Thus, acquiring wealth remained paramount. As Dudian and his companions entered the 3rd room, others gradually ascended to the 3rd floor, scouring the area. Half an hour later, the building had been thoroughly ransacked, and the items each person had collected were piled in the hall on the 1st floor, where everyone registered their findings with Scott to prevent confusion and theft. Clearly, through the protracted history of scavenging, scavengers had come to understand that internal discord must be avoided to maximize their gains. Now, everyone, please proceed to search nearby, Scott instructed after finishing the registrations. The 20 scavengers from the conglomerates could hardly contain their eagerness, promptly forming groups of 4 or 5 to venture into the nearby ruins in search of supplies. Scott glanced at Dudian and said, "Mia and I will also go in search of supplies. Would you care to join us?" Dudian shook his head. "No. I will accompany my friends." "Very well. Should any danger arise, do call for help. It is quite tranquil here, and we should be able to hear you as long as you do not stray too far," Scott advised without pressing further. Dudian nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to beckon May, Jia, and Sha, and together they set off down the street to search the nearby dilapidated buildings. Having familiarity with these shops, Dudian was able to discern the potential finds without entering each one, unlike others who meticulously searched each building. He proceeded along the street until he soon discovered a small to medium-sized market. Overrun with vegetation, it remained identifiable as a market by its structure, though it bore the scars of some calamity, having partially collapsed in the center. Several corpses of the undead lay scattered at the entrance, bearing signs of recent injuries. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses, May, Jia, and Sha's expressions darkened. Having only just arrived in this Zone 8, they were already confronted with the omnipresence of the undead. They could scarcely fathom the scene that awaited the hunters upon their initial arrival. Dudian felt a twinge of unease as well. Yet he maintained his composure and entered through the market's entrance, which appeared to have been forced open by previous hunters. Inside, the ground was littered with the bodies of the undead, and the low, gnawing sounds echoed around him, accompanied by the sight of several crimson spots flickering in the darkness. Mutated creatures. Dudian's pupils dilated as he swiftly retreated. In his retreat, a gray shadow darted from within the doorway, lunging at Dudian. Chapter 47. The initial battle. Dudian hastily rolled to the side, narrowly evading the assault of a gray shadow. As he looked up, he beheld a colossal rat. Its fur a deep black, resembling the bone-crushing rat that had previously fled, albeit slightly slimmer in build. At that moment, it bared its menacing fangs like a hunting dog. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him. Monsters! May, Jia, and Sha gasped in unison, their faces pale and legs trembling. With a swift motion, the bone-crushing rat lunged again, targeting the closest Dudian. An icy shiver ran down Dudian's spine. The creature's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to evade once more. Facing such a confrontation for the first time, his mind faltered, instinctively raising his arm in defense. With a thud, he felt a heavy impact against his torso. His balance disrupted as he fell backward, landing on the ground. In a moment of terror, he instinctively shut his eyes. Yet a flicker of rationality urged him to remain vigilant. Closing his eyes would mean certain death. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he saw the bone-crushing rat atop him, its expansive mouth and sharp teeth sinking into his arm. Panic surged within him, a desperate wish for time to freeze. "Help me! Help me!" he roared, swinging his arm down with all his strength onto the street. As he rolled back to his feet, he released his short sword and grasped the hind leg of the rat, pulling with all his might while simultaneously slamming his right arm against the ground, causing its head to collide violently with the earth. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless barrage of strikes and pulls forced the rat to relent, its grip loosening. With a furious roar, Dudian hurled its body down, the creature crashing onto the hard surface, its fur and flesh absorbing some of the impact. "Die, die, die," Dudian bellowed, striking the creature repeatedly against the ground. The rat's hard skull met the surface, bones shattering as blood began to seep from its mouth, cascading down like a crimson arc with each of Dudian's powerful swings. After an indeterminate number of blows, a sense of fury began to fade, fatigue spreading through his arms. He gazed at the now motionless rat in his grasp, gritting his teeth as he retrieved his short sword from the ground and plunged it mercilessly into the creature's belly. Without needing a mirror, Dudian could sense that his face bore a ghastly expression, his appearance utterly disheveled. He gasped for breath, eyeing his right arm, which bore several deep puncture marks. Fortunately, the material of his black armor was exceptionally robust, lined with a layer of lead, preventing the rat from breaking through. Had it not been for that, the rapid transmission of infection through saliva would have likely led him to share the fate of Mia's husband, as Scott had described, becoming an undead abomination. "Dudian!" Maykin suddenly shouted. Startled, Dudian looked up to see Maykin charging towards him, raising his short sword for a strike. Realizing the imminent danger, Dudian instinctively rolled away. With a splatter, Maykin's sword pierced the ground where Dudian had just been, blood spraying forth as the blade struck a bone-crushing rat leaping toward them, piercing its soft underbelly. Dudian's expression soured as he grasped his short sword, retreating hastily while brandishing the weapon to ward off the encroaching rats. However, mere intimidation failed to deter them. One rat lunged directly at him. Dudian swiftly swung his sword, the blade glancing off the creature's greasy, resilient fur, failing to inflict any harm. In the next instant, the rat collided with Dudian's chest, its sharp claws flailing for his face, driven by the primal instinct to target vulnerable areas. Desperately, Dudian clutched its fur, knowing that a mere scratch from those filthy claws, laden with bacteria from unsanitary places, could lead to infection. Yet, the slickness of the rat's fur and the limited grip of his black armor gloves made it an uphill battle. Despite his utmost effort, the fur slipped through his fingers. Once again, he found himself on the brink of despair. With a fierce shout, Dudian propelled himself off the ground, twisting his body with remarkable agility. Standing without the use of his hands while clutching the last strand of fur, he forcefully pushed the rat away, sending it tumbling to the ground. The rat rolled and quickly regained its footing, baring its teeth and lunging at Dudian with renewed aggression. Heart racing, muscles taut, Dudian concentrated all his mental energy. As the rat charged, he delivered a powerful kick just as it leaped, his foot connecting precisely with its trajectory, fueled by a desperate rage. With a piercing shriek, the rat was sent sprawling backward. Yet Dudian did not relent. He pursued the creature. As it fell, he seized the moment, gripping his short sword tightly and stabbing downward. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced its abdomen, penetrating deep within. The rat, seized by sudden agony, thrashed violently, emitting piercing cries. Dudian gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to keep the sword firmly planted, resisting its struggles and screams. In that moment, he was oblivious to the darkness and ferocity filling his heart. Chapter 48. The Undead. A sudden, panicked scream pierced the air. Dudian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his short sword and turned to confront the source of the commotion. "Get away," he bellowed, delivering a powerful kick to the head of one of the bone-devouring rats, sending it sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Zaki seized the opportunity, lunging forward to pin the creature down, raising his fist to rain blows upon its skull. Sham clutched the tail of another bone-devouring rat with all his might, preventing it from climbing onto Mykin's face. Having gained valuable experience, Dudian bent low, grasping the hind leg of the rat and hoisting it upward with tremendous effort, then swinging it down with ferocity against the ground. The rat's small, pointed head struck the earth, its struggles quickly diminishing in intensity. With a low growl, Dudian continued to slam the creature down, leveraging the momentum to ensure it could not find a way to escape his grasp. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the rat gradually ceased its movements, its body twitching reflexively as blood seeped from its fur, staining the ground crimson. By this time, maiden had risen from the ground. Having joined forces with Zaki to dispatch another bone-devouring rat, Dudian gazed at the lifeless rat in his grip, delivering a few final thrusts with his short sword before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if his arm had been wrenched from its socket, utterly drained of strength, panting heavily as the filtered air felt slow and suffocating, inducing a sense of dizziness akin to oxygen deprivation. Maiden, too, sat beside him, leaning against his back, gasping for breath. Zaki and Sham fared slightly better, retaining some strength, but their pallid faces reflected the lingering shock as they surveyed the dead rats sprawled on the ground. After a brief respite, Maiden shook his gloves to dislodge the fur caught between the seams, panting, "That was bloody close. It nearly slashed my throat. Those damned creatures." "What a thing to say," Maiden retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Dudian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. Zaki, still shaken, remarked, "I can't believe there are so many bone-devouring rats here. Didn't the hunters notice? Is this what they call clearing?" Sham expressed relief. "Fortunately, our soft armor held up well. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. You performed admirably, especially considering this is your first encounter with such combat. Even adults would be terrified if a common vicious dog charged at them." While he chastised himself, another voice within him offered solace. "But soon." Dudian silenced that feeble voice, biting his lip until pain surged in his mind. He resolved to remember his weakness. Life is singular. In the face of death, excellence and failure hold no meaning. The only salvation lies in the will to survive. Suddenly, he grasped why scavengers only selected from residential and impoverished areas, shunning commercial districts and academies. The mortality rate of this profession is exceedingly high. Although their peril stemmed from venturing into the recently cleared Zone 8, had they scavenged in Zone 9, where they had previously gathered 10 times, the likelihood of encountering such monsters would be significantly reduced. Yet, a lower risk of danger translates to diminished rewards in scavenging. This profession is inherently one of risk and value. He gazed at the shattered glass doors of the city, a sense of retreat creeping into his heart. But soon, he recalled the scar etched upon his right arm, and his resolve solidified. Supporting himself with his palm against the ground, he rose and addressed Maiden and the others. "Let us proceed. The commotion we made was quite loud, and the remaining ones should have emerged. However, there may still be others lurking in the shadows. So let us exercise caution." Maiden, Zaki, and Sham were taken aback by Dudian's audacity to enter the ruins. Surprised, they hesitated momentarily upon seeing his resolute gaze, before rising to their feet, gripping their short swords tightly, preparing for any potential assault. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby street, cutting through the decay of the ruins with chilling clarity. The four paused, immediately recalling their recent encounter with the bone-devouring rats. The harrowing scream indicated that others were facing some peril. Uncertainty gripped them as they deliberated whether to offer assistance. Sensing their hesitation, Dudian steeled himself, swiftly reasoning, "Let us investigate, but proceed with caution. If the situation escalates, we retreat immediately." Maiden and the others, already indecisive, nodded in agreement, feeling a weight lift off their hearts. They followed the direction of the scream, noticing other scavengers emerging from nearby buildings, hastening toward the source of the cries. As they drew nearer, they approached a street corner, prompting Dudian to slow his pace and signal subtly to the others. Understanding the cue, Maiden, Zaki, and Sham fell in line behind him, moving cautiously forward. Upon rounding the corner, Dudian peered ahead, his pupils dilating in horror. In the center of the overgrown street, before a dilapidated storefront, two figures writhed on the ground, one male and one female. The woman, clad in tattered clothing, revealed gaunt, ashen skin, her hair disheveled, fingers transformed into sharp talons. She was a living corpse. At that moment, the female undead was hunched over the young man, ravenously gnawing at his chest, blood spraying forth as Dudian's keen eyes discerned the gruesome spectacle, witnessing the flesh being torn and the blood vessels rupturing. The youth's crimson life force flowed freely, staining the undead's mouth and neck. Behind the young man lay a motionless figure clad in black standard armor, a woman, seemingly deceased. Nearby, another young man stood, retreating step by step, hands clamped tightly over his mouth, suppressing his terror. Chapter 49. Fatal Ah, Aaron, save me. At that moment, the young man, who had been bitten, lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, extending his hand towards the terrified youth retreating behind him. His handsome face was etched with fear and pain, intermingled with an intense yearning for life. Dudian immediately noticed that the ghoul, which had been tearing at the young man's flesh, seemed startled by his footsteps. It abruptly lifted its head, its disheveled visage contorted in a grotesque manner, and it suddenly lunged towards Aaron. Its movements were unnaturally distorted, arms flailing wildly. Its body swaying precariously as if inebriated, yet it raced forward with astonishing speed, propelled by an inexplicable momentum, swiftly closing the distance to Aaron. Witnessing this scene, Dudian was profoundly shocked, a wave of terror washing over him. If he were to encounter such a ghoul alone, given his current physical condition, he would undoubtedly face death. Yet, amidst this dread, a flicker of relief surged within him. He was grateful he had not chosen this street, for otherwise, he and maiden would have been the ones ensnared in this grim spectacle. As the struggling youth began to falter, Dudian felt a strong urge to retreat. The prior intention to rescue now seemed a distant thought. Though these scavengers from the consortium were not formally trained, they had participated in numerous foraging missions and had received far more blessings than he had, their strength surpassing his by several folds. In this moment, they were equally incapable of combating the ghoul. Stepping out now would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, four scavengers from the consortium hurriedly approached from the opposite end of the street. Upon seeing Dudian and his companions at the intersection, they momentarily froze. Suddenly, a scream echoed from around the corner, and the countenance of one dashing young man changed dramatically. He dashed out, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Aaron's arm was clamped in the jaws of a ghoul, a woman, her sharp teeth penetrating his resilient black armor. Blood seeping from the wound and trickling down the armor. A ghoul. The young man's pupils contracted in shock, yet he did not hesitate to retreat. Instead, he shouted, "Hold on." Turning to his three companions, he urged, "Let's restrain it together until the others and Scott arrive." His companions, equally aghast, did not falter. They grasped their short swords, rallying behind the dashing young man as they charged at the ghoul. The ghoul, hearing their approach, looked up, her blood-soaked gray visage contorting into a snarl. With the same bizarre, distorted movements, she rose, wildly swinging her arms as she lunged at the four. With a fierce shout, the young man propelled himself forward, leaping to deliver a powerful kick to the ghoul's chest. With a resounding thud, he sent her crashing backward to the ground. Seeing someone engage in battle, maiden and the others stepped closer behind Dudian to observe, their expressions filled with terror. As the young man toppled the ghoul, the other three rushed to assist Aaron, dragging him back from the fray. At that moment, the ghoul sprang back up, letting out a hoarse roar, and lunged at the young man. His face paled as he swung his sword, which struck the ghoul's arm with a sickening thud. The blade sunk into her gray skin. But to his horror, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, he glimpsed dark, coagulated flesh within, rendering her body unnaturally resilient. The sword became lodged in her bone, and he struggled to pull it free. In that brief instant, the ghoul lunged at him, her other arm raised, claws aimed at his throat. With a sickening sound, she pierced the carotid artery at the side of his neck, blood gushing forth and splattering across her arm. "Wake!" shouted one of the three who had been dragging Aaron, rushing to assist, only to be met with this gruesome sight. The young man clutched his neck, eyes widening in disbelief. As if unable to fathom that his young life would end here, he struggled to raise his head, gazing into the terrifying face so close to him, his vision dimming. The ghoul growled, seizing his body, and began to gnaw at his other neck. "Monster!" One of the stout companions who had rushed to help roared, gripping his short sword and charging at the ghoul. The ghoul cast aside the young man's lifeless body and staggered towards the stout youth. "Piss, no, don't go." His two companions cried out in alarm. But the stout youth, his eyes clouded with rage, lunged forward, thrusting his sword into the ghoul's chest. To his astonishment, she showed no sign of evasion. A sickening thud echoed as the blade pierced her, yet rather than elation, despair filled his heart. At that moment, the ghoul's claws struck out violently, one sharpened finger piercing through the stout man's cheek, exiting from the other side, obliterating his mouth. The intense pain rendered him voiceless, and he could only watch in horror as the ghoul's menacing face loomed closer, before it sank its teeth into his cheek. Dudian's face paled as well, realizing that even 4 scavengers from the consortium could not withstand this ghoul. Most terrifying of all was that despite being stabbed in the chest, she displayed no signs of being affected. Could she truly be an undead creature? Suddenly, he recalled the ghoul he had seen lifeless in the bathroom, as well as the other corpses along the way. Throughout this journey, he had not solely sought resources. Rather, he had focused more on these ghoul bodies. A realization struck him. He recalled a commonality among these corpses: their heads bore wounds, whether from swords or arrows. Could it be that the head was their Achilles heel? Chapter 50. Bloodstained. Upon seeing their arrival, Dudian felt the tension in his heart ease and exclaimed, "It's the undead." He gestured towards the street corner. Scott and Mia's expressions changed dramatically as they turned their heads and caught sight of two scavengers dragging the unconscious Aaron from the street. Their faces, once filled with sorrow, transformed into expressions of boundless joy as they hurriedly cried out, "Help! It's the undead! Quickly, save Piss!" Scott and Mia rushed over, only to witness the gruesome sight of the undead woman feasting on the plump young man. Their faces paled as Scott drew his short sword, his voice cold and resolute. "Prepare for battle. We must slay it together, or it will relentlessly pursue us, drawn by our scent." At that moment, Mia spotted the unconscious Aaron, her fair face turning ghostly pale as she trembled, asking, "His injuries?" One of the scavengers quickly replied, "He was bitten by that undead. We saw him fighting back when we arrived." Hearing this, Scott's face darkened, and he clenched his jaw, declaring, "We must kill him before he becomes infected. Otherwise, we will face two undead." The two scavengers exchanged grim looks, well aware that a bite from the creatures beyond the Great Wall meant infection. Yet, knowing was one thing. The thought of killing a former comrade, a living person, was a heavy burden. "Isn't there any way to save him?" one tall youth implored, glancing at Scott, hoping he might hold on. "Fool!" Scott roared, cutting him off in a fit of rage. "If you wish to die, then take him with you. Otherwise, you must slay him immediately." At that moment, another youth quivered. "The undead is coming." Scott's expression sharpened, his focus honing in on the approaching undead woman. She abandoned her prey, her emerald eyes locking onto the group as she swayed and lunged towards them with alarming speed. So fast, Scott's heart raced, yet he did not falter. He gritted his teeth and prepared to engage. With a resounding thud, Scott was the first to strike, delivering a powerful kick to the undead woman's abdomen. She made no attempt to evade, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Scott closed in, witnessing her attempt to rise, and swiftly delivered another kick to her face. The steel toe of his boot struck her chin, knocking her back down. "Die!" Scott bellowed, raising his short sword to pierce the undead woman's face. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated her visage, eliciting a guttural roar from her throat. Her body convulsed violently, thrashing on the ground, yet Scott held her head firmly pinned down. After a brief struggle, her movements gradually ceased. With a sigh of relief, Scott slowly withdrew the sword from her cheekbone, the blade caught tightly within her flesh, lifting her head slightly off the ground as if she had momentarily revived, startling the two watching youths. Dudian, witnessing this scene, realized his suspicions were confirmed. At that moment, other scavengers arrived, their faces draining of color upon seeing the bloody corpses scattered about. Scott turned to the two youths, who had yet to act, and furiously exclaimed, "Do you wish to die? If you leave him be, when he awakens, he will be the first to kill you." He stepped forward, bloodied sword in hand. Glancing down at Aaron, taking a deep breath, he plunged the sword into Aaron's throat, twisting it to sever his head cleanly. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The two scavengers turned pale, their legs buckling as they stumbled backward. Scott regarded them coldly, shaking the blood from his sword, and declared, "This is the law of survival beyond the Great Wall. You will not learn this from your instructors. Adapt or perish." Two scavengers from the faction immediately chased after him. Suddenly, one scavenger widened his eyes in terror, trembling as he pointed behind Scott, stammering, "Boss, they're getting up." Everyone gasped and quickly turned to look. Dudian saw in the distance, at the storefront, the first young man who had been bitten, alongside another female scavenger whose fate was previously unknown. They were now struggling to sit upright, their bodies rising with great difficulty while their heads hung back awkwardly, as if their necks were broken. Their heads twisted slowly, as if the remnants of their bodies were adapting to a new existence. "Damn it!" Scott's face darkened as he bellowed, "Everyone, prepare to follow me." He charged ahead, with Mia gritting her teeth and leading the way. The other scavengers hesitated for a moment, but soon followed, while several newcomers who had been with Dudian stared in shock, some collapsing weakly to the ground. Having witnessed Scott's prowess before, Dudian estimated that he and Mia could handle the two newly transformed undead. He tightened his grip on his short sword and followed closely. "May, Ja," and Sha quickly caught up to Dudian, urging him, "Are you mad?" Dudian replied swiftly, "I must destroy the other two corpses to prevent them from rising as undead." The three exchanged glances and immediately agreed, "We'll go too." The four trailed behind the faction scavengers, reaching the bodies they had passed. The two corpses belonged to the handsome youth and the plump young man. Dudian hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and swung his short sword at their necks. Having received 2 enhancements, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary adult, and the blade severed their spinal columns effortlessly. The front line of scavengers, including Scott and Mia, were stricken with terror and turned to flee in panic. In the chaos of their retreat, Dudian caught sight of a horde of undead staggering towards them from the street ahead. Chapter 51. Heartbeat Such a Multitude. Dudian and his companions, maiden and the others, were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Scott, who was racing ahead, bellowed in fury, "Run!" Dudian snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to flee. Maiden, Ja, and Sha followed closely behind, sprinting with such urgency that one might think they wished for additional legs. However, their physical condition and stature revealed their disparities. Soon, Scott and Mia surged past them, darting around the corner to the left, swiftly vanishing from Dudian's sight. Meanwhile, other scavengers from the consortium were closing in. "Get out of the way!" A burly youth roared at Dudian and his companions. With that, he forcefully shoved the lagging Shamu aside, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact caused a chain reaction, tripping up several others in pursuit, resulting in a tangle of bodies as 4 or 5 fell, all scrambling desperately to rise. 100 meters behind them, a horde of ghouls pursued, their claws outstretched. Dudian's complexion turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing violently, echoing in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he turned back, rushing to Shamu, grasping his arm, and shouted, "Get up!" Shamu quickly seized his hand. Dudian hoisted him up and immediately turned to run again, only to find that the other scavengers had already surged ahead, following the path Scott and Mia had taken, now hidden around the corner. At that moment, Maiden and Jachi also turned back, hastily grabbing Shamu and pulling him forward. To the right, Dudian urged as they reached the corner. Maiden and the others hesitated but had no time for questions, closely trailing Dudian as they veered right. Suddenly, Dudian bit down hard on his palm, causing blood to seep out. He took a deep breath, picked up a shard of stone, and spat his blood onto it, then hurled it with all his might towards the left, the direction where Scott and Mia had disappeared. Thud! The stone arced through the air before rolling upon impact. They were now over 30 meters from the corner when the pursuing ghouls approached. Just as one stepped around the corner, it saw the stone fly past, and the next moment, it let out a howl and charged after the direction of the thrown stone. The other ghouls quickly followed suit, but one seemed to sense the presence of Dudian and his group on the right, lurching toward them. Dudian's expression shifted as he quickly scanned the streets, spotting a gated community a few meters ahead, with a small shop overgrown with vegetation at its entrance. "Follow me," he instructed, sprinting toward the community. Upon arrival, he noticed several ghouls sprawled on the ground, and the security booth at the entrance was already corroded by moss. Through the partially obscured glass, he could faintly see a shadowy figure standing inside. Not daring to linger, he swiftly dashed past the bodies and reached the nearest building. The security door was ajar, slightly open, with a corpse sprawled on the steps, another ghoul. The others paled at the sight of the body but steeled themselves against their fear, leaping over it. At that moment, Dudian noticed the previously pursued ghoul had caught up, and astonishingly, 2 more followed closely behind. His face darkened as he swiftly climbed the stairs, urging, "Keep up." Maiden and the others hurried after him. As Dudian entered the building, he noted its height, at least 15 stories. He ascended steadily, spotting 7 or 8 corpses of ghouls and decaying human remains along the way, intermixed with the bones of canines. By the time he reached the 6th floor, he was panting heavily, as were Maiden and the others. The earlier battle with the bone-crunching rat had already drained their stamina. Now, they were propelled only by sheer terror, pushing beyond their physical limits. Growl, growl. The raspy roars echoed from below, drawing nearer. Dudian peered over the banister and saw several grayish hands gripping the railing, clambering up the stairs, albeit with evident difficulty. Seeing them approach, his expression grew graver, and he gritted his teeth to continue ascending. Soon, he reached the 12th floor, breathless, and heard the mindless howls of the ghouls below, estimating they were 3 floors down. Just as he prepared to move higher, Shamu pointed to an open room beside them, gasping, "Dien, let us hide in here. They shouldn't be able to open the door." Dudian hesitated but quickly responded, "Get inside." He was the first to dive in. "Move the sand over to block the door." Quietly, he instructed. "Sandy." Maiden and the others were puzzled, but soon understood as they rushed to where Dudian indicated. They swiftly gathered sand and placed it at the door. cautiously setting it down to barricade the entrance. Outside, the growls grew increasingly distinct. Dudian urgently gestured for silence, standing atop the sand, peering through the peephole. The lens was extremely murky, but he soon spotted several indistinct figures emerge outside, the same ghouls from before. These three seemed to have developed a momentum from climbing the stairs, continuing their ascent. Suddenly, the door was violently struck, accompanied by a guttural roar filled with rage and ferocity. Chapter 52. A narrow escape. Dudian was jolted by fear, quickly bracing himself against the door. The ancient, rusted lock shattered under the force of the first punch from the approaching zombie, dislodging from the frame. Fortunately, the sand behind it provided some cushioning, preventing the door from being flung open immediately. Meekin and the other two were pale with fear, hastily pushing against the sand. But as they did, the sand cracked with a loud snap, its decayed wooden structure unable to withstand the pressure, crumbling into a heap of debris. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door was smashed open, and a grayish, pallid hand reached in, clawing wildly. Luckily, this was an adult zombie, towering over Dudian, which spared him from being seized immediately. Dudian's face turned white as he realized that these buildings had succumbed to 3 centuries of decay, now in a state of ruin. Gritting his teeth, he urged Meekin and the others, jump out the window and go to the next floor. Though the three were momentarily flustered, their 3 years of training kicked in, and Meekin quickly asserted, I'll hold them off. You go first. Go, Dudian shouted, with clenched jaws. The three exchanged no further words, moving to the nearby window. Gazing down from the 12th floor, they felt dizzy, yet there was no retreat. Shamu, the most observant, spotted an object mounted on the wall outside the balcony and exclaimed, we can step on that to gain leverage. It should lead us to the balcony below. It was an air conditioning unit. Meekin, the boldest of the trio, cast a glance at it, and, despite his concerns about its stability, resolutely jumped onto it. With a thud, the air conditioning unit crumbled under his weight, sending Meekin's heart racing as he instinctively stepped onto the plummeting unit, using it to propel himself to grasp the balcony below. The fallen air conditioning unit crashed down, smashing several others before landing in the grass beside the complex with a thunderous noise. Shamu, the slenderest and lightest among them, hesitated but, seeing Meekin with his arms outstretched, steeled himself and jumped. With a swift motion, Meekin managed to catch him, but the momentum nearly sent him tumbling off the balcony. He felt a searing pain in his arm, but clung tightly to Shamu, gritting his teeth as he pulled him up. Shamu, still shaken, nearly believed he had met his end. He looked at Meekin, who was grimacing in pain, filled with gratitude and guilt. At that moment, Zack called from above. Are you ready? I'm jumping. Meekin shook his arm, turning to Shamu. We'll catch him together. Shamu nodded vigorously, both stretching out their arms towards Zack. Jump. Zack gritted his teeth and leapt down. Meekin and Shamu caught him, but Meekin's arm throbbed with pain, nearly slipping from his grasp, leaving him pale with fear. Meanwhile, at the door, Dudian could no longer withstand the relentless push of the 3 zombies outside. The once sturdy door had crumbled to shards under their assault. Abandoning the door, Dudian realized Meekin and the others had gone to the balcony, and he turned to flee into the kitchen, knocking over the television and table in the living room to slow the zombies' pursuit. This tactic proved effective. Although the zombies were faster, their limited intellect hindered them, causing them to trip over the scattered debris. Seizing the opportunity, Dudian rushed into the kitchen, hurling knives and plates at the zombies. The damage was minimal, but it successfully drew their attention. He quickly darted into the adjacent restroom, shutting the flimsy door behind him. Glancing at the ventilation window, he noted its aluminum frame, now corroded after 3 centuries of rain and disaster. The entire building's walls were flaking like layers of wet earth. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the toilet and delivered a powerful kick to the window. With a resounding crack, the window shattered, creating an opening just large enough for his body to pass through, though it would prove challenging for an adult. He gritted his teeth and leapt. Outside, the wall was devoid of air conditioning units, as no one would install one in a restroom. The smooth ceramic wall had 2 white pipes, likely for drainage. Dudian had noted this and reached for the pipes as he jumped. With a loud snap, they broke apart in his grasp, the lower pipe collapsing under the strain. Dudian's expression changed drastically. He quickly thrust his short sword into the wall, halting his descent. His heart steadied as he recalled the marks left by hunters in his previous scavenging encounters. He had gambled correctly, and the wall yielded easily under his blade. Suddenly, 2 grotesque heads emerged from the restroom window, 2 zombies clawing at him. Atop them, Another zombie pressed forward, its body forcing the wall to crumble like mud, widening the gap. Dudian, who had narrowly escaped death, felt a surge of fear as he realized the terrifying possibility of the situation. He glanced down. The distance to the bathroom window on the next floor was merely a meter away. If only he had 2 swords, he could easily ascend to the next level. But with only one, extracting it would mean certain loss. Dudian gritted his teeth, contemplating the narrow ledge below, barely wide enough for a hand, making the jump perilous and daunting. Yet, glancing at the third zombie pushing through, he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a slight sway, he leapt. His body plummeted swiftly, aiming for the ledge, but due to the proximity to the wall, he miscalculated his footing and slid downward. In that brief moment, his mind felt fragmented, yet, instinctively, he reached out and caught hold of the ledge. In that instant, he felt a surge of life return. Dudian glanced up at the zombie that had nearly squeezed out its entire body through the window, quickly raising his other hand to strike the window with all his might. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, shards embedding into his fist, blood flowing freely. For a moment, he felt no pain as he grasped the edges of the broken glass and swiftly climbed through. Just as he squeezed through, a gust of wind rushed past him. The pressure from the zombie's emergence had created space for the other 2 zombies, and he saw one lurching towards him with a roar. Dudian paused, astonished. Did these undead creatures possess no self-preservation instincts? He recalled the earlier battle between Scott and the zombie woman, and a sudden thought sparked in his mind. Chapter 53. The wall-climbing undead unconscious. Dudian's heart raced. These undead were unlike the bone-eating rats. Though the latter were bloodthirsty, they possessed the instincts of a beast, capable of hiding, ambushing, evading, and fleeing. In contrast, these undead merely lunged at their prey, their attack patterns driven solely by instinct, devoid of any awareness of evasion or ambush. Akin to a machine designed solely for slaughter. Moreover, they were incomplete machines. Once they locked onto a target, they had no other technique aside from following the attack command. Dudian's blood surged with an ominous energy as he grasped a crucial piece of information, one that could ensure his survival. Their frenzied aggression was their most terrifying trait, yet simultaneously their fatal flaw. At that moment, May, Zach, and Shaw heard the sound of shattering glass from the balcony and hurried over. Upon seeing Dudian standing in the bathroom, they were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you get in here?" Roar, roar. The hoarse growls from outside the window reached their ears. Realization dawned on May and the others. The undead were in the bathroom above them, clearly attracted there by Dudian's deliberate actions to buy them time to escape, while he risked leaping down from a precarious window. These thoughts flashed through their minds, causing their eyes to redden. What is friendship? It is the thought of how to save you even in the direst of moments, without a single consideration for one's own survival. As the 2 undead observed the moving arms, their eyes turned wild as they roared and struggled. With a loud crash, the one on top broke free, pulling down a large chunk of soft, crumbling concrete from the window's edge, which fell below. Dudian quickly withdrew his arms to avoid being grabbed. Otherwise, he too would have been dragged down. At that moment, the remaining undead easily forced its way through the enlarged window and lunged towards him, plummeting straight down, followed by 2 resounding thuds that echoed sharply in the serene community. Dudian breathed a sigh of relief, peering out the window to see 3 undead sprawled in the grass below, piled atop one another. Suddenly, the topmost undead began to twitch and, surprisingly, stood up again, swaying unsteadily. Dudian's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that such a fall would not kill it. Then, he slapped his forehead, recalling that these monsters could only be killed by destroying their heads. A fall from the 12th floor would merely leave their bodies battered. At that moment, the undead swayed, looked up at Dudian, and roared. Suddenly, it began to climb the wall, its sharp claws digging into the surface as if it were a rock climber. "Do you think you're Spider-Man?" Dudian nearly spat blood, grateful that he had chosen to descend rather than ascend. Otherwise, he would have been unable to stop them. May and Zach huddled at the window, their faces paling as they watched the rapidly climbing undead. Yet Dudian remained calm. After his earlier descent from the 12th to the 11th floor, he felt as though he had faced death and, having recognized the undead's weaknesses, found himself unconsciously unafraid. "Give me the sword," Dudian said coolly. May immediately understood his intent and hurriedly handed him the sword. Grasping the short sword, Dudian focused on the undead scaling the wall, its gray, middle-aged face grotesquely approaching. Instead of trembling, his heart grew steadier. As it reached within half a meter of the window, he suddenly thrust the sword forward, piercing its eye socket with precision and penetrating into the soft brain tissue. The undead shuddered, its body going limp as it fell backward with a thud, crashing onto the two below. The two remained motionless, seemingly lifeless. Dudian observed that due to their fall position, they had struck their heads on the ground, resulting in instant death. The third undead, landing atop the other two, had benefited from the cushioning and thus had not died immediately. With all three undead dispatched, Dudian felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. Having fought the bone-eating rats and engaged in continuous strenuous activity, his energy was entirely depleted. He plopped down onto the bathroom toilet, gazing at May, Zach, and Shaw, and gasped with a smile, "You're all unscathed, right?" May shook his head, sighing, "If it weren't for you, we might have been in trouble. When will you find yourself in a predicament so we can rescue you?" Dudian laughed heartily. "Forget it, don't curse me." Having survived the ordeal, the tension among them dissipated, and they disregarded the dirt beneath them, resting on the floor. "Do you think Scott and the others are all right?" Zach inquired. Dudian suddenly recalled his earlier act of throwing stones to lure the undead towards them, causing his expression to darken. In that moment of crisis, he had acted without thought. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a chill. He had not intended to put them in such danger. Perhaps it was the sight of that scavenger pushing down Sham that had incited his anger, leading to such reckless behavior. Or perhaps, deep within, his nature was inherently malevolent. Dudian shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought. "Let us rest a moment, then go find them." The expressions of the three shifted. Suddenly, Sham remarked, "How could there be so many undead all of a sudden? Weren't they cleared out by the hunters? Is this what they mean by cleared?" Dudian furrowed his brow, perplexed. While he could understand the presence of bone-eating rats, as they were formidable foes in direct combat, these undead differed vastly in strength and speed. Even if 10 were to besiege one, they would suffer significant losses, let alone the sheer number left behind. They must have been overlooked by the hunters, or perhaps they came from another area, Dudian mused. May and the others fell silent, contemplating his words. After a moment, Dudian felt sufficiently rested. He brushed the dust off his pants and stood, glancing at the short sword embedded in the wall with frustration. Without it, any subsequent encounters with monsters would be perilous. He began searching the room for anything useful and discovered that the remaining blankets and clothes disintegrated at a touch. Suddenly, he spotted climbing vines outside the wall and swiftly used May's sword to cut a bunch, twisting them into a rope. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in lassoing the hilt of the short sword, and with a determined pull, it came free from the wall. Startled, Dudian rushed to the window where Sham was crouched. He immediately saw a dozen undead swaying on the street outside, not continuing along the road, but veering into the community. Dudian's expression changed drastically. Although these undead moved slowly, they clearly had a target, and from above, their path unmistakably led them towards him. Chapter 54. The section they are searching for us, Sharm exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the swaying silhouettes, a chill running down his spine. Could they have caught our scent? That seems impossible, given the distance between us. Dudian's expression darkened as he scrutinized the wandering figures, contemplating, they likely have not yet detected our presence. Otherwise, their movements would not be so lethargic. If they were tracking a scent, the aroma left by Scott and his numerous companions should be far stronger than ours. Unless, perhaps, the number of undead that came running from that direction is far greater than just a handful. Macon anxiously turned to him. "Dudian, what should we do now? They are drawing closer to the lower level. If this continues, they will undoubtedly notice us." Earlier, Scott had mentioned that they tracked the scent of blood. Yet if that were the case, the few corpses bitten by that undead woman would have emitted enough of a bloody scent to attract them entirely. Even if those corpses had been devoured, the blood left on their mouths and hands after gnawing would still be present. If other undead truly had a bloodlust, they would surely gnaw on their companions' limbs and faces. However, the reality was that those undead, upon spotting us, charged forward, completely disregarding the corpses on the ground. This could only mean that, while blood may attract them, there exists something far more alluring and maddening. A dark gleam flickered in Dudian's eyes, as if he comprehended the essence of all matters. The earlier undead woman had abandoned the corpses to pursue the sound made by someone named Aaron when he fled. Furthermore, when I diverted their attention with stones, it was likely not merely the sin of blood that drew them away, but rather the sound itself. Arriving at this conclusion, Dudian felt no joy, only a frown of concentration, as he sensed he was still overlooking a crucial piece of information. He continued to sift through his memories, Recalling scenes from Sector 8, the countless slain corpses he had encountered while scavenging. A sudden realization struck him. No, it was not merely sound. Or rather, sound, like blood, could capture their attention, but it was not the primary factor driving their predatory instincts. The true answer lay within Dudian and his companions. It was heat. Indeed, he surmised that the primary method these creatures employed to hunt their prey was through sensing the warmth emanating from living beings. In essence, they possessed a form of thermal perception. However, it could not quite be termed vision, as some of the undead had their eyes gouged out, while others had bulging, decayed orbs. Dudian speculated that their brains might have mutated to develop a mysterious organ capable of automatically detecting surrounding heat. Any warm-blooded creature would undoubtedly fall within their sensory net. Though he could not definitively validate this hypothesis, Dudian felt it was the most plausible inference drawn from the information at hand. As he observed the encroaching horde of undead, an idea suddenly ignited within him. He addressed Maiden and the others. Maiden, find something solid to throw elsewhere and see if we can divert them with sound. Zach, you need to ignite something to create a torch. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with newfound hope, while they were unsure of the torch's purpose. The notion of using sound to lure away the undead was indeed a splendid idea. Watch me, Maiden declared, rushing into the room to scavenge. He pried several crumbling bricks from the bedroom wall and headed to the kitchen, hurling them toward the vicinity of the building. With a resounding crash, the bricks shattered upon impact, sending fragments scattering. The noise echoed through the eerie silence of the neighborhood, instantly drawing the attention of the swaying undead. Seeing the tactic work, Maiden grew increasingly exhilarated, continuing to throw bricks, each one landing farther than the last, successfully diverting the undead away from their location. Dudian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he witnessed the effectiveness of their distraction. Zach, too, had managed to ignite the clothes he had gathered. Crafting a makeshift torch. Throw the torch out and see what happens, Dudian instructed. Zach hesitated, uncertain of Dudian's intentions, but complied, tossing the torch into the air. Flames danced as it fell, almost extinguishing upon landing. Dudian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Had he miscalculated? However, he quickly dismissed his doubts. As long as it drew the undead away, that was what mattered. At this moment, Maiden's thrown stones had reached their limit. The undead, lingering around the spot where the stones had landed, began to sway and then, to their horror, turned back towards the community. The four, who had just begun to relax, widened their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Dudian exclaimed, stunned. They had successfully diverted them. Why were the undead still so fixated on this area? Moreover, their trajectory indicated a direct approach towards the very building they occupied, the only distinguishing factor being the presence of the four of them. What now? Charm murmured, bewildered. Keep throwing. Maiden urged, regaining his senses and rushing back to the wall to dislodge more bricks. Soon enough, the wandering undead were once again attracted to the noise, granting the group a momentary reprieve. Yet, their relief was short-lived. Relying on sound to distract the undead was hardly a sustainable strategy, and over time, it could very well attract more from elsewhere. Dudian's brow furrowed in deep thought, pondering what about them could be drawing these creatures. Wait a moment. If it was heat, could they discern between flames and the warmth emitted from living beings? The realization caused Dudian's expression to shift. If that were the case, the only option left to them would be to lower their body temperature. However, doing so would necessitate shedding their garments. Yet, the air was rife with nuclear radiation. Removing their clothing would only lead to a dangerous spike in internal radiation levels. After a long pause, Dudian made a decisive choice. He turned to Maiden and the others. Who among you is willing to help me bring a corpse up from below? The trio was taken aback, incredulity etched on their faces. Bring up a corpse? A dead one or a live one? What are you planning? The three that just fell, Dudian replied earnestly. I intend to dissect them. The quickest way to understand a subject is to examine it thoroughly from the inside out. Although Dudian lacked medical expertise and had limited knowledge of human anatomy, given the dire circumstances, this was the only feasible method he could conceive to rapidly comprehend the undead. Dissect. Maiden and the others stared at him, wide-eyed, as though they were beholding a monster. Chapter 55, The Cranium Well. If we are to dissect, isn't there a specimen right here? Charm gestured towards the living room, where the lifeless body of an elderly man, presumably the head of the household, lay. Dudian shook his head slightly. I wish to examine a freshly deceased one. I want to infer from their actions in life. As for this one, killed by a hunter, I will dissect it later to observe the changes in the body after death. "I'll accompany you," Zachary said through gritted teeth. Dudian nodded slightly, equipped himself with a short sword, and pushed open the door, descending the hallway with Zachary. One section of the corridor had collapsed, but the two of them easily leaped over the debris. Soon, they reached the ground floor and cautiously peered outside. Noticing that the corpses had been lured away by Maiden and Charm, they quietly opened the door, making their way to a corner where they immediately spotted 3 bodies piled on the ground. Though their heads were bashed in, no blood flowed. Dudian approached the topmost corpse, the one he had killed, and quietly beckoned Zachary to assist him. Zachary's face paled. Few would wish to draw near such a gruesome, bloodthirsty creature. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against his fear and helped lift the other arm of the corpse. The body was heavier than Dudian had anticipated, appearing to be that of a gaunt young man, yet lifting it felt akin to hoisting a 300-pound behemoth. Fortunately, having been blessed twice, his strength exceeded that of an average adult, or else moving the corpse would have been exceedingly difficult. Quickly, they transported the body to the level where the staircase had collapsed, the 9th floor. Dudian set the corpse down first and inspected the room, ensuring there were no lurking bone-eating mice or other dangers before bringing the corpse inside. The original occupant of the room had perished, and the bloodstains on the floor were long obscured by dust. A teenage boy's corpse lay there, his elongated fingers indicating he too was a ghoul. Not far from the boy's body, under a table, lay another corpse. This one had a notably elongated head, unmistakably that of a woman. Her flesh decayed and her remains blackened by radiation, exuding a pungent stench. Dudian gathered some moldy blankets from the bedroom and covered the corpse to mask the foul odor. He then instructed Zachary to clear the scattered items in the living room to create a space. Dudian nodded resolutely. Had this been before today, he would have recoiled at the thought of dissecting a human-like corpse. Yet now, having witnessed the bloody carnage and the desperate flight of Scott and others, he gradually realized that survival depended solely on himself. No one could protect him but the blade in his hand. Dudian grasped his short sword and gently pierced the ghoul's claws, observing the dark, sharp talons, their surface covered in an extraordinarily hard keratin layer, as unyielding as cold iron. The blade met resistance akin to striking steel. Could this be an evolved biological structure? Dudian pondered, his heart racing. The ghoul's feet also bore claws, the black keratin enveloping much of the soles, fiercely intimidating. As he gazed at its chest, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and thrust the sword into its chalky abdomen. A muted sound accompanied the blade's entry, but no blood spurted forth. Dudian exhaled in relief. Had blood gushed out, he would likely have vomited, for Scott had mentioned that these so-called ghouls were once infected humans. With a slight tilt of the blade, Dudian inspected the diagonal cut. His expression shifted as he observed the brown flesh beneath the gray skin, the blood appearing almost congealed, as if frozen within. Frozen? Dudian reflected, noting the ghoul's body was unusually cold, devoid of any warmth typically found in living beings, resembling a block of ice. No wonder there were no signs of decay. However, the other ghouls he had seen, slain by hunters, exhibited severe decomposition, particularly the woman found in the bathroom, whose face and body had completely rotted away. Contemplating this, Dudian turned his attention back to the boy's corpse in the room and approached it. Like the other deceased ghouls, the boy's head had been destroyed, split in two, likely severed by some exceedingly sharp weapon, rendering its original form unrecognizable. The boy's neck, arms, and chest bore various degrees of decay, the skin swollen like a blister. Dudian prodded gently with his short sword, the rotten skin yielding easily, using dark red fluid. The overpowering stench emanating from the boy's remains caused Dudian's stomach to churn, leaving him bewildered. Why did these ghouls decompose after death, emitting the same foul odor as humans? Could it be that these ghouls were truly still alive? If they were alive, why did they lack awareness, not even exhibiting basic biological instincts? Dudian fell silent, gently carving away at the bridge of the boy's nose, flattening it to reveal 2 deep, dark nostrils. He examined them briefly, then tilted the head to remove the ears, creating a whirlpool around the ear region. The sight left Zachary and Charm pale and trembling. It was not the ghoul that terrified them, but rather Dudian's intense focus and seriousness. This expression instilled a profound chill within them, far more frightening than facing a living ghoul, a moment they would never forget even years later. At that moment, Dudian cleared the ear canal, unearthing a thick layer of dust. He found it peculiar that these ghouls had not cleaned their ears for over 300 years, the dust accumulating like earwax. One would think their hearing would be severely diminished, yet they remained so sensitive to sound. Had they evolved new organs to compensate for hearing? After pondering this, Dudian pushed open the ghoul's jaw to inspect its tongue, which was already decayed, seemingly injured while tearing into prey. This indicated that the ghoul lacked the instinct to protect itself and felt no pain. Suddenly, Dudian froze, recalling how Scott had pinned the ghoul woman's head with his short sword, yet it had screamed in agony, its body convulsing. If it felt no pain, why did it react so? His gaze shifted momentarily before he swung his short sword, slicing through the ghoul's mouth from both corners, forcefully pressing down. In an instant, the entire lower jaw was severed, yet not a drop of blood emerged. Dudian then beheaded the ghoul, peering inside the severed jaw. What lay within was a hard upper cavity filled with cold, unyielding flesh. He frowned, unsure of how to proceed, but recalling there were 2 more spare bodies downstairs, he steeled himself, plunging the short sword inside, twisting and grinding the flesh and brain matter into a pulp before smashing the head against the floor to expel the pulverized tissue. With a thud, a hard object suddenly rolled out of the cranium, bouncing across the floor until it collided with the shoulder of the ghoul. It was a deep blue sphere, perfectly round and about the size of a thumb. Chapter 56. The Viral Aggregates. Dudian, Sham, and Zachary all fixed their gaze upon the deep blue orb before them, momentarily transfixed. A sphere had fallen from the cranium? This orb exhibited a naturally perfect roundness. Its deep blue hue both enchanting and mysterious, clearly not a hardened tissue from within the skull, but rather resembling a metallic sphere. Yet, how could metal exist within a biological brain? Dudian, filled with suspicion, refrained from recklessly touching it, opting instead to gently prod the orb with his short sword. The blade skidded over its surface, causing the orb to roll and come to rest by the severed neck of the corpse. How solid! Dudian's thoughts shifted. Hard materials possess limited vitality and slow transmissibility, and they do not permeate like liquids. With his gloved hands, a mere touch should pose no significant risk. He reached down to retrieve the orb. Upon grasping the deep blue sphere, a shiver coursed through Dudian's body, and the sensation relayed to his fingers was unmistakable. It was cold, exceedingly cold. It felt as though he were clutching an ice ball, prompting him to recall the frozen blood within the corpse. Could this orb be the cause? At that moment, a chilling aura seemed to spread from the orb, creeping up Dudian's arm. He sensed the temperature plummeting, his arm growing stiff. He quickly switched the orb to his other hand, only to feel a similar numbing sensation there as well. Simultaneously, a shiver enveloped his entire body, reminiscent of being caught in a black snow season. An unusual and profound chill. How could this be? Even when holding a block of ice, only his hands would feel cold. Yet now he felt as if he were encased in a frigid shell, as if the chill was emanating from the very soles of his feet. Dudian was astonished. It was akin to playing with snowballs in winter. His hands would grow cold, yet his body remained warm. Now, however, he felt a pervasive coldness, as if every part of him was pressed against a slab of ice. He promptly placed the deep blue orb on the ground and rubbed his hands together, exhaling warm breaths to regain some warmth. However, he soon felt a gnawing hunger. Since arriving outside the massive wall, he had yet to eat. He suppressed the feeling. His gaze fixed quizzically on the orb when suddenly an epiphany struck him. It absorbs heat. Dudian realized that this deep blue sphere was capable of extracting thermal energy, much like the saltpeter used in black powder. Saltpeter is not only a component of gunpowder but can also produce ice. In this world, most alchemists have only mastered the art of using saltpeter to create ice, without yet discovering that a mixture of saltpeter and sulfur could yield explosive results. The process of saltpeter forming ice involves absorbing heat from water, thereby facilitating its transformation into ice. Given that he felt an overwhelming chill, it was evident that this deep blue orb possessed heat-absorbing properties akin to saltpeter. If held, it would draw warmth from his arm, gradually siphoning off his body's heat, leading to a decrease in body temperature. Should the temperature drop sufficiently, it could result in cardiac arrest and death by freezing. No wonder the corpses possessed such low and frigid body temperatures. This object was the culprit. Yet, how did it come to be? Why was it found in the brains of the corpses? Dudian's curiosity deepened. If it were a case of someone implanting it into their brains, that would be implausible. After all, there were so many corpses. The logistics of such an endeavor would require immense effort and time. If it was not artificially implanted, then it must have grown organically. However, while the corpses were merely humans infected by a virus, how could they develop such a metallic object with such peculiar properties? As Dudian pondered these questions, A figure suddenly leapt down from the stairs, startling the occupants of the room. Upon recognizing it was Maiden, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the three present, Maiden relaxed, albeit with a hint of annoyance, saying, "You scared me. I thought something had happened down here." Sham scratched his head and replied, "I saw Dudian engrossed in his dissection and forgot to notify you." Zachary, realizing the situation, quickly asked, "You came down? What about those corpses?" "I'll go check." Sham glanced at the corpse with its severed head, feeling his stomach churn, and promptly said, "I'll take care of it." Dudian's thoughts were interrupted by Maiden. But he continued to reflect, yet found himself at a loss. He sighed, deciding not to dwell on it further. Survival was paramount. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said to Zachary and Maiden, "Follow me, let's head downstairs." Though puzzled, the two followed him. Maiden, filled with trepidation, remarked, "When did you become so bold?" While cutting into the third head, Dudian had suddenly conceived an important question. He halted his prior brutish method of cutting and instead began to gently pry the skull apart along the fissures. Soon, he beheld the interior, and as he had anticipated, the cerebral tissue was indeed icy, as though it had been frozen, with the deep blue orb nestled within the cerebral matter. However, due to the fractured skull, the brain tissue surrounding the orb was somewhat damaged. Dudian searched carefully for a while before coming to a realization. This deep blue sphere was the primary reason behind the corpse's movements. The principle behind the notion that destroying the skull could eliminate the corpses was twofold. First, it involved damaging the central nervous system within the skull, rendering it incapable of directing the body. Second, it entailed disrupting the connection between the deep blue orb and the brain tissue. In essence, this deep blue sphere functioned as a sort of ovarian structure within the brain tissue. It was not necessary to destroy the head to slay the corpse. A strong enough jolt could dislodge the orb from its cerebral enclave, severing its communication with the neural pathways, thereby halting the corpse's movements, effectively killing it. Upon grasping this concept, Dudian's confusion only deepened. What exactly was this deep blue orb? How did it grow within the brains of the corpses? Could it be a byproduct of the virus? If so, then this orb was indeed a manifestation of viral aggregation. Realizing this, Dudian carefully wrapped the orb in the fabric he had picked up, forming a fist-sized bundle, and felt a slight sense of relief. He then handed the two wrapped orbs to Maiden and Zachary, saying, "This thing absorbs body heat. It can help lower our temperatures. However, do not hold on to it for too long, or it will sap your warmth entirely. It's best to store it in your backpack." Maiden and Zachary gazed curiously at the packages, with Maiden asking, "What is this?" Dudian replied, "I don't know. But those hunters who kill corpses always extract this from their heads, which suggests it must be quite valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't disregard something as precious as gold to obtain it." He had witnessed numerous corpses with split skulls, all devoid of this orb, indicating that it had already been taken by hunters. Maiden gasped, "You mean the hunters kill the corpses just for this?" "Perhaps," Dudian replied. Chapter 57. Melting this substance possesses the characteristic of heat absorption, confirming my earlier hypothesis that these shambling corpses are likely influenced by it. They can sense our body heat, gradually congregating here. Their method of hunting is not through tracking the scent of blood, but rather through detecting warmth. Dudian pondered, knowing that Scott and his group, being numerous, generate an astonishing amount of heat by clustering together, which should have attracted even more of the undead to their vicinity. This implies that an extraordinary number of corpses have emerged in Zone 8. It is unlikely that such a gathering was overlooked by the hunters, and it is probable that they have migrated from other regions. Contemplating this, Dudian furrowed his brow. He recalled glancing at Scott's map and remembered a gray area near Zone 8, indicating an unscoured territory, along with several green and blue zones designated as hunting grounds for other factions. After a moment's thought, Dudian addressed Maiden and Zach. "With this substance to help us lower our body temperature, we should be able to evade the pursuit of these corpses. However, we must not get too close to them. Currently, we only have 3 of these orbs, and Sham has yet to acquire one. We need to devise a way to hunt down a corpse and extract the cold orb from its brain to elude the detection of the undead outside." Maiden voiced his skepticism. "With this orb, can we really escape their sensing capabilities? But how do we hunt? They are far too strong. We are no match for them." Zach inquired. Dudian smiled faintly and replied, "The greatest strength of humanity lies not in combat, but in intelligence. While we cannot confront them head-on, we can exploit their lack of intellect to eliminate them with ease." Zach and Maiden exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. 3 years of training had taught the scavengers how to seek prey in the wilderness and survive in various environments, but it had not equipped them for hunting, as that was the role of the hunters. Thus, despite their training, they found themselves at a loss when faced with the current predicament. However, compared to ordinary children, their lack of panic was commendable. The simplest method is to use fire, Dudian stated with a slight smile. You two should gather some fabric. Anything that can be ignited, the more, the better. I will replace Sham and lead the corpses away. Give me 10 minutes to gather the fabric downstairs. Upon hearing this, Makin and Zach's eyes lit up, immediately deducing Dudian's intentions. Without hesitation, they exited the room and split up to search the various floors for combustible materials. Sham insisted. No need, I can handle this simple task. Our ability to leave here depends entirely on you. Dudian chuckled. Makin and Zach have already gone to prepare. We will be able to leave soon. Everything is in place. We just await the right moment. What do you mean? Sham asked, puzzled. Dudian suddenly realized. Shaking his head with a smile. It's nothing. The arrangements are complete. I will handle the finishing touches. You go upstairs and fetch some stones. But be careful not to strip this floor bare, or it may collapse. As he spoke, he picked up some debris from the ground. Observing the wandering corpses at the entrance of the complex, he noted that their numbers had increased, and in the distance, a lone corpse seemed to be staggering towards them. Dudian swiftly threw a stone to divert their attention to the other side of the building. 10 minutes later, Makin and Zach gathered the ignitable materials in an open area at the base of the building, forming a circle. Dudian continued to throw stones or shards of glass into the center of the circle, the loud noises immediately drawing the attention of the corpses, who staggered over to the center of the circle. At that moment, Makin, having received Dudian's earlier instructions, promptly threw down lit torches from the second floor. 4 or 5 torches tumbled through the air, landing on the flammable materials. Only one missed, while the other 4 ignited the fabric. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire circle, consuming the clothing and decaying wooden furniture in a roaring blaze. The corpses within the burning circle instinctively attempted to evade the flames, immediately fleeing towards the outer edge of the circle. Observing this, Dudian's expression shifted. He continued to hurl stones and glass to attract the corpses, but their fear of fire was pronounced, and the noise failed to draw them in. Dudian's face paled, and he shouted downwards, "Bring the fire to them." Makin, Zach, and Sham were momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, executing Dudian's backup plan to ignite the corpses, originally devised to ensure the burning circle reached the corpses inside. This plan was now fortuitously applicable. The trio swiftly gathered some bed sheets and other fabrics from the ground, tossing them at the corpses in the burning circle. Soon, a corpse was struck by the materials. Although it sustained no injuries, as it attempted to escape the flames, it was ignited, quickly engulfing its body in fire. Dudian sighed in relief, watching quietly. Before long, the flames extinguished, revealing 7 or 8 charred remains in the burning circle, while others lay sprawled outside, some having escaped the flames but still staggering towards them from hundreds of meters away. Dudian quickly threw stones to divert them further away, then signaled Sham to take over, continuing to attract the remaining corpses with noise. He then descended to the ground floor, intending to call Makin and Zach down to collect the remains, when suddenly he noticed one of the corpse's arms seemingly lift slightly. A chill ran down his spine. Had the flames failed to destroy them? Even with charred bodies, could the deep blue orb within their heads still control them? Dudian's expression shifted as he beckoned Makin and Zach to continue throwing combustible materials onto the corpses to intensify the flames. After 7 or 8 minutes of burning, Dudian meticulously observed the corpses, throwing stones into their midst. When they showed no reaction, he finally relaxed and called Makin and Zach down to collect the remains. The 3 descended to the ground floor, and as Sham diverted the remaining corpses, they quickly wrapped their hands in fabric to avoid burns, dragging the charred bodies down and severing their heads. After watching Dudian perform the task a few times, Makin and Zach gradually mustered the courage to attempt decapitating the remains. Before long, all the charred heads were severed, 8 in total. Dudian directly cut open the heads, revealing that the internal tissues had softened. However, to his astonishment, the deep blue orb within their craniums was also melting. Having reduced from the size of a thumb to that of a soybean, the liquid oozing out resembling translucent water, only revealing a hint of deep blue when gathered together. Is this deep blue orb sensitive to high temperatures? Dudian was momentarily stunned. The second update arrives belatedly due to unforeseen circumstances. I apologize for the delay. Let us proceed with the third update. I would like to mention that this book will continue to exhibit an astonishingly vast imagination, akin to the magnitude of a reboot. Just as no one could predict the ultimate enigma until the conclusion was revealed in that reboot, I find myself quite pleased. However, since that particular approach has already been utilized, this book will present a fresh perspective. Chapter 58. The injured hunter Dudian swiftly severed the heads of the other creatures, only to find that the deep blue spheres within were in a state of melting. This bewildered him. Wasn't this substance supposed to absorb heat? How could it be melting under high temperatures? Was this its intended purpose for heat absorption? Despite his confusion, Dudian continued to expertly extract them with his dagger, letting them roll onto the ground outside the severed heads. Once removed from the scorching interior, the deep blue spheres ceased to melt. Dudian stood frozen in disbelief. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of water freezing into ice. These deep blue orbs seemed to possess such a characteristic. However, they did not require a temperature of 0 degrees to solidify, exhibiting an efficient heat-absorbing property instead. As Dudian observed the rotund deep blue spheres, he felt as though numerous deep blue eyes were fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Though he was uncertain about the nature of this substance or its presence within the corpses, an instinctive sense of danger coursed through him, possibly an erroneous intuition influenced by the scene before him. Regardless, Dudian was reluctant to engage further with this entity, contemplating that once his dedicated alchemical laboratory was established, he must conduct thorough research on it. This terrifying virus led him to feel as though he had missed something significant when he entered the cryogenic chamber 3 centuries prior. Only through comprehensive study of this virus might he uncover the truth. Meekin glanced at Dudian, who had fallen into contemplation, and quietly asked, "Dudian, can this substance still be used?" Dudian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "It can be utilized, but exercise caution. Wrap it in cloth and keep it at a distance." Meekin nodded eagerly, quickly procuring fabric to wrap the deep blue spheres he collected. Dudian also picked up one, experiencing the same chilling sensation as before, which reassured him. In any case, this substance could aid them in evading the heat detection of the corpses. "Let us proceed with setting up the burning circle," Dudian instructed, gathering all the spheres and addressing Meekin and Zack. The two paused, with Meekin questioning, "Shouldn't we eliminate these corpses? We could simply circumvent them." Dudian shook his head slightly, stating, "The hunter did not take the gold but chose this instead, indicating that its value surpasses that of golden ornaments. Therefore, we should hunt as many as we can. This is a significant fortune." The two were taken aback, then suddenly realized, and they couldn't help but burst with excitement. Zack slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, if that is the case, we are now performing the hunter's work." "Ha." Meekin laughed heartily, saying, "Thank goodness Dudian is clever. This is a pathway to wealth. These corpses may be fearsome, but they are rather dim-witted. Killing them is exceedingly simple. How about we finish off this batch and continue searching for more corpses to hunt? We should disregard any worthless scraps. Those broken metals can't compare to this." Dudian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Moments ago, they had been terrified as though encountering a ghost, yet the mention of wealth had them fired up. These two were truly greedy. The trio tidied up and resumed their operation of burning the corpses. Half an hour later, all the wandering corpses outside the community had been eliminated using the burning circle. Combined with the 3 previously hunted, they had amassed a total of 21 deep blue spheres. "Where shall we head next?" Meekin asked, excitement evident as he carried a backpack full of deep blue spheres. "Shall we go to the gray area Scott mentioned? It hasn't been cleared, so there must be many corpses there." Dudian was momentarily speechless, responding, "Are you out of your mind? Have you not seen how many corpses the hunters have slain in this street? If we truly venture into the gray area, we'd be surrounded by a sea of corpses before you could even set up." Zack exhaled lightly and said, "Dudian is right. Going to the gray area is too perilous. Moreover, the bone-eating rats there are undoubtedly more numerous than here, and those beasts are not as mindless as the corpses." Dudian nodded. "Let us do that. First, we should eat something to replenish our strength." As the group prepared to venture out again, a figure suddenly dashed down the street outside the community. The speed of this individual was astonishing. Upon reaching the corner ahead, they leaped and effortlessly vaulted over the security booth adjacent to the community, landing and swiftly diving into the area, leaning against a wall and gasping for breath. This scene immediately caught Zack's keen eye, who called out, "Dudian, come quickly." Dudian was startled and promptly approached, spotting Zack pointing towards the neighboring building where a young man clad in dark armor leaned against the base. A black bow was slung across his back, with a quiver of arrows, resembling a silent specter of an archer. However, his grasp on his right arm revealed that he was currently injured. A hunter? Dudian was taken aback. Zack, Meekin, and Sham paused at his words, realizing that among their scavenger group, there was no one dressed like this. And scavengers typically wielded short swords, tools not meant for combat, but rather for stripping bark or cutting through obstacles encountered while scavenging. In the eyes of the consortium, scavengers did not require combat capabilities. When faced with unpurged monsters, their only option was to flee. Surviving was merely a stroke of luck. Failing to escape meant death, which was beyond their control. Like cannon fodder on the battlefield, their sole purpose was to deplete the enemy's ammunition, not to achieve victory or capture enemy commanders. Each role was endowed with its respective value, a reflection of effective management. A hunter? Meekin, Zack, and Sham felt a spark of excitement. For scavengers, hunters were figures beyond reach, comparable to nobles, possessing the qualifications to negotiate with the elite. Scavengers, however, remained scavengers for life. Their worth, good or bad, high or low, was solely determined by the value of the resources they scavenged. Yet regardless of the value they created, they would eternally remain scavengers, as they lacked the light physique. An unchangeable reality. The consortium nurtured Dudian as a seedling, not only due to his exceptional scavenger training results, but also because they had investigated his background. His body's radiation levels were equivalent to that of a hunter's light physique, which was why the consortium offered him the opportunity to become a hunter. Otherwise, no matter how high the value Dudian created for the consortium or how precious the scavenged materials, he would remain merely a scavenger. Dudian, however, felt no elation. He had seen hunters before, and upon arriving outside the colossal wall, witnessing the desolation and the bloody scenes of corpses strewn about, he understood that those who battled in such an environment day in and day out were far from benevolent. This was also why Fino had nearly killed him for mentioning hunters. In the eyes of such individuals, life was already perceived as profoundly insignificant and frail. As Dudian and his companions observed the hunter, he noticed the remnants of the burning circle on the ground nearby, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected presence of others. A glint of joy appeared in his eyes, and he swiftly approached the remnants, feeling the lingering warmth of the ashes, indicating that it had extinguished not long ago. He glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, revealing a hint of confusion and disappointment. However, a sudden thought struck him, and his eyes brightened once more as he scanned the area, soon locating a nearby building. A smile crept across his face, and he dashed inside. "Yes, onto us," Meekin quickly remarked. Zack turned to Dudian, asking, "Dudian, if he discovers our activities, will it be a problem? Will he attempt to seize what we have?" Dudian inwardly sighed at the keen observation of the hunter, simultaneously feeling the disparity between himself and the seasoned tracker. With but a glance, the hunter swiftly discerned their location, clearly a testament to his vast experience. He cast a sidelong glance at Zack, shaking his head and remarking, "He likely has no need for this. After all, the number of undead here is in the tens of thousands, and he would surely disdain our meager contribution." Upon hearing this, Zack and his companions exhaled in relief. Just then, the door was suddenly rapped twice, revealing the hunter standing silently at the threshold, as if he had been there all along. A hint of surprise flickered across his face, seemingly taken aback by the sight of a few children wielding flames against the undead. Chapter 59. The hunting level of walking corpses. You few are newly graduated scavengers, are you not? The young man in black armor swiftly scanned the room and immediately noticed several charred heads of the walking corpses on the ground. Upon seeing the cracked skulls, his gaze flickered with interest as he scrutinized the four of them, saying, "Is this your first scavenging venture, or have you been out a few times?" To have slain these creatures with a hunting level of 4, and to know how to collect the cold crystals from their brains is rather intriguing. Dudian felt the intensity of his gaze and instantly sensed a tightening at the back of his neck, as though he had become prey. Poised on the brink of death, a chill ran through him as he quietly explained, "We are newly joined scavengers of the consortium, and you must be a hunter, sir. We got separated from the main group and were pursued by these corpses. It was by chance that we devised this method, and we did not expect it to work so well against these monsters." The young man in black armor glanced at him and easily discerned that this boy was the core of the group. He smiled slightly and said, "Do not be nervous. I am pleased that the consortium can recruit clever young ones like you. I have sustained some injuries and need to bandage them. Please light a fire for me and clear some space. Dudian looked at his right arm, nodded, and said to Zaki, you start the fire. I will find some clean cloth for the hunter. Mei, Jia, and Sha were thrilled to see a hunter up close for the first time. They eagerly set to work, as if serving the hunter was a great honor. Seeing him prepare to enter the adjacent room, the young man in black said, no need for that. Everything in there is contaminated with radiation and germs. It cannot be bandaged. I have first aid supplies in my bag. You are quite clever, little one. Go and keep watch for me. If anything happens, let me know immediately. With that, he entered the living room of the room, sitting down without a care for the horrifying charred skulls beside him, sweeping them aside with his thigh to clear a space. Then tossing his black backpack down and saying to Mei Kin, open the bag and find the gauze inside. Mei Kin nodded repeatedly and was about to reach for the backpack when the young man noticed the dirt on his gloved hands and frowned. You fool. Take off your gloves. Do you want to dirty my backpack? Mei Kin jumped in surprise, his face flushing as he hurriedly removed his gloves, opened the bag, and retrieved the gauze, asking, Hunter, do you have any disinfectant? We need to disinfect first before bandaging. Do I need you to tell me that? The young man in black snorted coldly and said, there is a small knife and a bottle inside. Do you see? The bottle contains alcohol. You scavengers must have learned first aid knowledge, right? Mei Kin nodded quickly and poured the alcohol over the knife, holding it over the torch lit by Zaki until it was scorching hot. He then said, Hunter, please loosen the wound so I can disinfect it with alcohol before removing the debris. I can manage myself. The young man in black snatched the bottle, flicked the cap off with his finger, and poured the alcohol over his wound, causing him to wince in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Dudian and the others immediately saw his injury, which was a deep claw mark down to the bone, with the skin around it already rotting. It turned out that the young man had been gripping it tightly not to suppress the pain, but to prevent the blood from spreading. The young man grabbed the heated knife and grimaced as he cut away the rotten flesh from the wound, the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, as if he had been caught in the rain. Yet throughout the process, he remained silent, clenching his teeth. This left Dudian profoundly shaken. Is this the quality of a hunter? Even the most battle-hardened soldiers may not possess such iron will. After excising the necrotic tissue, the young man had Mei Kin bandage his arm. Before long, layers of gauze were wrapped around his right arm. He wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaled lightly, and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Dudian glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Hunter, was T Area 8 cleaned out? How could there be so many walking corpses? Did they migrate from nearby areas? Do not disturb me. The young man in black murmured. His eyes closed, clearly displeased. Dudian was momentarily taken aback and immediately fell silent. A few minutes later, the young man spoke again. Do you still have food? Give it to me. Mei Kin, who was serving beside him, hesitated and said, Hunter, this is our food. If we give it to you, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. What? You are unwilling? Mei Kin jumped in fright and quickly replied, No. It's just this is my ration, and it's not much left. We will give it to you, sir. Mei Kin is just foolish. Please do not take offense. Seeing this, Sha quickly added, extending his own backpack and pouring out the remaining rations for the young man. Mei Kin and Zaki's expressions changed, though they revered the hunters. Matters concerning their personal losses were another story. They turned their gazes toward Dudian only to find him slightly nodding, seemingly granting permission. They could only feel a sense of loss in their hearts. The young man in black patted Sha's head and said, You are a thoughtful little one. With that, he seized the food offered and began to eat heartily. After finishing, he extended his hand. Water. Sha quickly handed him a water pouch. The young man drank it all in one go, carelessly tossing the empty pouch aside. He continued to rest for a while, then slowly rose, gently moving his right arm as if the simple bandaging had stabilized his injury. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. And then he glanced down at Dudian and the others, narrowing his eyes, suddenly pointing at Mei Kin. Little one, come with me. Mei Kin was taken aback. Where are we going? You will know when we get there, the young man replied with a smile. Just follow me without so much chatter. The young man frowned, clearly impatient. Mei Kin, sensing something amiss, looked at Dudian. Dudian felt a hint of unease as well and said, Hunter, we have great respect for you, but we have our own tasks. If we fail to complete them, we will be expelled by the consortium. I hope you can understand. If you need our assistance, we are more than willing to serve, as long as it is within our capabilities. You are quite articulate, little one. I need your assistance right now, and since you seem to get along well, the four of you will come with me. The more, the better. The young man waved his hand impatiently, the last part seemingly directed to himself. Dudian's expression shifted slightly. Can you tell us what this is for? What he had said earlier was merely polite chatter. They were just scavengers. What could they possibly assist a hunter with? Moreover, whatever task the hunter needed them for could not be trivial, as hunters were tasked with slaying monsters. Upon hearing this, Mei, Jia, and Sha were taken aback. Meikin could not help but exclaim, "Sir, is this true? You wouldn't deceive us, would you?" Zaki echoed his excitement. Dudian, upon hearing the young man's words, immediately sensed deception. The hunter would not require anything more valuable than gold. Nevertheless, though they belonged to the same consortium, he felt that this young man was not someone to be trifled with. Direct opposition could lead to adverse consequences. For now, it would be prudent to observe his intentions. Chapter 60. The allure of temptation. Dudian and his companions followed the armored youth as they departed from the residential building, making their way toward the area where they had previously dispersed from Scott and the others. Before long, two staggering corpses appeared ahead on the street. Seemingly sensing the warmth emanating from Dudian and his group, they immediately turned around and began to approach, their steps growing increasingly rapid. Dudian tightened his grip on his short sword, fixating on the figure of the hunter. Should he abandon his companions and flee, he would swiftly lead Meikin and the others in a retreat. After all, they were utterly incapable of confronting these undead in direct combat. However, upon spotting the two corpses, the armored youth merely frowned slightly. In the next moment, he skillfully retrieved a sharp dagger from the straps at his thigh and surged forward. As he neared the two corpses, he pivoted abruptly, his body intertwining like a dark whirlwind. With a couple of swift sounds, the heads of the two corpses severed from their necks, crashing to the ground. A swift execution. Dudian and his companions watched in astonishment, their pupils contracting in disbelief. While they understood that the hunter's duty was to eliminate such monsters, they had not anticipated his terrifying strength. It was a one-sided massacre. The four of them hurried to catch up. Dudian observed that the dagger at the youth's side was exceptionally sharp, far surpassing their short swords in quality. It appeared to be crafted from superb steel, whereas his own blade had dulled considerably after striking the corpses' necks, with only a small portion near the hilt retaining any sharpness. As Dudian bent down to collect the heads, the armored youth noticed and admonished, "Do not waste time. Hurry and keep up." As they continued forward, the number of scattered corpses they encountered increased, yet the armored youth ensured that Dudian and his companions remained unharmed. Each time they faced a corpse, he would take the initiative, effortlessly dispatching them with his dagger, moving at a speed that far exceeded the undead. It was evident that he had undergone extensive close combat training, displaying combat skills so refined that the erratic attacks of the corpses could not touch him. Dudian trailed behind, silently observing and learning. He realized that in this age of cold weapons, martial arts had reached an exceedingly advanced level. The killing techniques exhibited by the armored youth left Dudian in awe. Killing was as effortless as cutting grass, each movement crisp and decisive. Even with an injured arm, there was no hesitation in his actions. Is this the product of a warrior forged on the edge of life and death? Great Hunter, will you save Scott and the others? They are numerous and should not be far from here. Meikin mustered the courage to ask, having felt a growing fondness for the armored youth, who had shielded them throughout their journey. The earlier incident of consuming Sham's food and water was long forgotten. The armored youth snorted coldly. "Do you take me for a medic?" Subtly, Dudian sensed a tremor beneath his feet, as if a distant building was collapsing, accompanied by a faint rumble. The youth's eyes narrowed, a hint of bloodlust flashing within. He surveyed the surrounding buildings and soon fixed his gaze upon the top of the tallest office building nearby. The structure was overgrown with moss and vegetation, its windows rusted and dilapidated. After a moment's consideration, a smile crept onto his face as he turned to Dudian and the others, saying, "Wait here. Under no circumstances are you to leave without my command." Dudian's expression shifted. "And you? Where is he going?" Meikin asked, bewildered. As Dudian watched the youth's vanishing silhouette, an ominous feeling surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled the bow and arrows slung across the hunter's back. A high building, a bow and arrows. His pupils dilated as realization struck him. The archer would have the advantage from above, and perhaps the armored youth intended to use them as bait to lure something in. "Run," he shouted, sprinting toward the office building. They had to escape the area before the armored youth reached the top. Otherwise, any slight movement on their part could result in them being shot down on the spot. Meikin, Jia, and Sha were momentarily taken aback and confused. Yet their instinctive trust in Dudian compelled them to follow. As they chased after him, Maiden urgently asked, Dudian, what's happening? Why are we running? If he finds out. Dudian, who had previously held a slight admiration for the armored youth, now felt that sentiment dissipate. He coldly replied, we may very well be pawns in his game, used as bait to ensnare his prey. Pawns. Maiden, Ja, and Sha froze, quickly grasping the chilling implications of such a possibility. Dudian's gaze hardened as he declared, then we must eliminate him. The others stared at him in shock, momentarily speechless. Maiden gasped, kill him? My goodness, do you even realize what you're saying? He's a hunter. How can we possibly? No, we cannot kill him. It would be a grave sin. Dudian, are you certain? Sha asked, his face paling slightly. If your assumptions are incorrect, and he merely left us for a moment, wouldn't we be? Dudian hesitated. That possibility did indeed exist. But how could he gamble with their lives? Life is fleeting, and if his suspicions were correct, staying put would mean certain death. Clearly, a hunter capable of effortlessly dispatching corpses would require bait to catch something far more terrifying. If they encountered that creature, escape would be nearly impossible. Although there were many other possibilities, this was the most likely outcome he could foresee. If he was wrong, so be it. Recalling the trial in the desert 3 years prior, where he had been forced to slay the 3-star alchemist Rosard, Dudian's moment of hesitation crystallized into resolve. This was a decision. Perhaps it was merely a conjecture. Even if flawed, he had to choose kill. We have already left that place. Regardless of whether my assumption is correct or not, we must act decisively. Otherwise, we will forever be at his mercy or worse, perish at his hands. Dudian spoke with icy determination. Maiden and the others exchanged glances, inhaling sharply, their hesitation evident. After all, engaging in the act of murdering a hunter would brand them as murderers, a weighty label for any decent citizen. Dudian gazed at them, awaiting their choice. While a flicker of fear stirred within him, what if they chose not to participate, yet learned of his intentions? He dared not contemplate further. In the brief time since their arrival, he sensed a sinister door within himself cracking open, releasing a torrent of dark thoughts. Yet there were lines he was unwilling to cross. A sudden low growl erupted from the corner where they had previously stood. Dudian and his companions turned to witness a sight that drained the color from their faces. Chapter 61. The fearmonger atop the dilapidated skyscraper, the rooftop, long ravaged by radioactive rain for centuries, had collapsed 2 or 3 layers, resembling a desolate ruin. Bane leaped and climbed amidst the fragmented debris, making his way towards a fissure in the crumbling wall at the pinnacle. This vantage point offered both concealment behind the shattered structure and an ideal opportunity for an ambush, filling him with satisfaction as he anticipated a successful trap. However, as he crouched closer, a series of roars erupted from the front of the building, startling him. Could that creature have arrived so swiftly? He quickly adjusted his grip on the bow and drew 2 glistening arrows from his quiver, their sharp tips shimmering with a cold light as they caught his gaze. Peering through the crevice of the broken wall, he soon spotted his prey. Before him, at the corner of 2 partially ruined skyscrapers overrun with vegetation, a massive black beast emerged, its length approximately 5 meters. Its body was covered with matted black fur, and its head resembled that of a vicious wolf, with a protruding jaw and elongated fangs dripping with putrid saliva that stained its chin. At last, the fearmonger has appeared. Bane's eyes narrowed with a glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement. A rare magical creature with a hunting level of 9. If I slay you, my demonic mark shall evolve anew, granting me untold powers. He swiftly nocked an arrow, scanning for the perfect shot, only to be struck by dismay upon noticing the absence of the 4 small figures on the open street before the beast. His expression darkened, and he seethed inwardly. Those wretched creatures. If it weren't for my desire to see them struggle a bit before I claim my kill, I would have eliminated them all on the spot. Watching the fearmonger as it swayed its head, seemingly in pursuit of a scent, Bane's face turned ashen. This creature was no mindless, lowly ghoul. Should he act rashly, it would undoubtedly sense his position and become alert. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly recalled the small creature's earlier words. They had mentioned being separated from the main force. If he could lure the beast towards that larger group, perhaps he would still have a chance to strike. With renewed hope igniting in his eyes, he hastily rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a small yellow vial. He uncorked it and sprinkled the yellow powder over his black armor. With this ghoul bone powder masking my scent, as long as I keep my distance, it should remain oblivious to my presence. Once it has devoured those small creatures, I shall make my escape, Bane plotted silently. Dudian and his companions were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the black beast emerge from the corner. Such a terrifying creature. They had only heard of in tales, never did they imagine it truly existed. Dudian snapped back to reality, urging, "Run." Up the stairs. "Me, za." And Shah quickly followed him into the building. "Hurry, hide." Shah stammered, nearly in tears. Facing the grotesque ghoul had been terrifying enough, but compared to this monstrous beast, the former seemed almost adorable. Dudian's face mirrored the pale fear of his companions as he responded urgently, "We can't hide. We must go to the rooftop to find him. He won't save us." May quivered. "We defied him. We're not seeking rescue. We must kill him, or lure that thing to him. If we must die, let him perish with us." Dudian clenched his fists, his heart brimming with dread and seething anger. His suspicions had proven correct. That scoundrel had indeed used them as bait, and after they had tended to his wounds, he showed no gratitude, instead turning on them. This betrayal cut deep, sealing their fate. Bane observed through the crevice as the fearmonger scanned the street, its head suddenly jerking towards the skyscraper clearly. It had caught the scent of the four small creatures. A flicker of cold light passed through Bane's eyes as he muttered, "Damn those little bastards. Why can't they accept their fate? Do they think hiding in the building will save them? Soon enough, they shall be devoured, worthless trash." He knew Dudian and his friends were doomed. Without the ghoul bone powder to disguise their scent, they would undoubtedly be discovered by the fearmonger. Yet, he could not rejoice. Instead, anger simmered within him. Their demise within the building held no value for him. He could find no angle to attack from within, and the open street had been his perfect hunting ground. As he observed the fearmonger enter the building, he calculated the time. Given the speed of those small creatures, they must have reached the 4th to 6th floor by now, and the fearmonger, with its swiftness, would likely catch up to them by the 10th floor. He was on the 23rd floor. Having ascended to the uppermost level, he had memorized the building's layout. As a seasoned hunter, his observational skills and adaptability surpassed those of ordinary individuals. If a confrontation were to erupt on the 10th floor, would the fearmonger detect him from this distance? Bane furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. He had only encountered basic information about the fearmonger in the hunting manual, which described its keen sense of smell, though the extent of its sensitivity remained unknown. After contemplating, he poured the entire bottle of ghoul bone powder over his black armor, ensuring it coated every inch of his body. In his mind, he rapidly calculated their positions. Currently, they should be on the 8th floor, while the fearmonger would be nearing the 6th. He estimated they would soon meet their end, if the fearmonger consumed them and then sensed him. His only escape would be to leap from this height. He began devising a retreat strategy, knowing he could not rely solely on the ghoul bone powder. Time passed slowly. Bane's muscles tensed, his lips moving slightly as he calculated the timing, mentally simulating the unfolding events below. He thought, those small creatures must already be dead. Now, the question is whether the creature will leave the building or pursue them further. Holding his breath, he waited, as if time had frozen in his mind. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from below, and a dark silhouette surged from the building, lunging at Bane with its gaping maw. Bane's pupils constricted, and he swiftly leaped backward, narrowly evading the ambush as he fell from the building, catching a glimpse of the fearmonger's fangs, which were tangled with remnants of his backpack. Chapter 62. The hunt within the building. With a swift motion, Bane plummeted down the side of the building. As he fell, he observed the creature known as the fearmonger taking his previous position, its forelegs effortlessly toppling the decayed wall, debris cascading down. The fearmonger did not leap after him. Instead, it let out a series of low, menacing growls before turning away, its form vanishing back into the shadows of the wall, likely preparing to descend and claim his remains. He exhaled in relief, swiftly reaching for his bow and arrows strapped to his back. Extracting a single, notably thicker arrow, twice the girth of the others, he noticed a fine rope attached to its rear. He tilted his head, aiming at the adjacent 4-story building, and drew his bowstring taut. The arrow flew through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking a solar water heater atop the building with tremendous force, piercing it and embedding itself firmly into the surface below. The rope, measuring over 10 meters, tightened instantly as his body continued to descend. Before long, the fearmonger burst forth from the prior building, but Bane had long since vanished from sight. The creature lifted its snout, sniffing delicately, scanning the surroundings momentarily before finally locking onto a direction and pursuing Bane's path. After the fearmonger departed, a few minutes passed before 4 bloodied and grimy figures stealthily emerged beside a column at the base of the building. Dudian and his companions. "It should have ventured far by now," murmured Sham softly. Dudian glanced at the direction in which the beast had retreated, his gaze flickering with resolve as he whispered, "We must pursue and discover the whereabouts of that hunter." Upon hearing this, May, Za, and Sham were taken aback. May, lowering his voice, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? If it can easily locate the bastard atop the building, its sense of smell is formidable. If we inadvertently draw near and it catches our scent, we're done for. With this layer of blood covering us, we should be undetectable for the time being," Dudian replied, gesturing to the blood smeared across his body, which he had acquired from a fallen zombie in the corridor. While climbing to the second floor, he had encountered the corpse and devised the idea of smearing the zombies' blood upon themselves to mask their scent, masquerading as the undead. The deep blue spheres from the zombies' heads had been extracted, their body temperatures returned to normal, and they began to decay. The mixture of fresh blood and putrid flesh creating a potent aroma. Dudian noticed that the creature ignored the corpses of the zombies lining the streets, prompting him to take the risk. To enhance their disguise, he instructed May, Za, and Sham to each carry a zombie, coating their black armor with the rotting blood and filth, including their faces. However, mindful of the toxicity of the blood, Dudian refrained from applying it directly to his face, instead using cloth to cover it, allowing some to seep through while prioritizing their survival. Moreover, to divert the creature's attention and alleviate their load, they discarded their backpacks on the first floor, which carried their scent, rendering their proximity perilous. What began as a desperate final attempt unexpectedly yielded success. The group had narrowly escaped death, yet before they could celebrate, May, Za, and Sham shook their heads at Dudian's audacious words. "It was luck before. If we pursue further, we may be courting our own demise," Sham cautioned. The creature confirmed Dudian's suspicions, deepening his understanding of the hunter's cruelty. He did not believe such a cold-blooded individual would readily spare those who disrupted his plans. Falling into the hunter's clutches would be a fate worse than death, likely leading to prolonged suffering. Rather than relying on the hunter's mercy, it was far wiser to sever the threat themselves. May, Za, and Sham were momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Dudian's determination to pursue, May declared, "I will accompany you. Our fates are intertwined. If we die, we shall do so together." His resolute expression was evident. Dudian regarded him thoughtfully, offering a slight nod. At this moment, Za and Sham, inspired by May's words, stepped forward, expressing their willingness to follow Dudian. Despite their years of camaraderie and mutual assistance, the perilous circumstances ignited warmth within Dudian, who nodded firmly and proclaimed, "Let us proceed." He led the way to the door, ready to chase after the creature that had departed. Suddenly, a chilling, cold voice echoed above them. "You little wretches, you are still alive?" Dudian's pupils constricted as he looked up to see the hunter's figure materializing in the shattered window of the second floor. He had not left. Bane's astonishment eclipsed even Dudian's. He could not believe they had evaded the fearmonger's detection. However, upon witnessing the bloodied state of Dudian and his companions, his gaze turned icy. "You little bastards. Clever ideas abound, but since you've crossed paths with me, it seems fate has decreed your demise. Prepare to die." Drawing his bow in an instant, he unleashed 2 arrows in quick succession, both aimed at Dudian's previous position. "Run. Split up," Dudian shouted as he dove into the building. May, Za, and Sham were momentarily paralyzed by fear, having just intended to pursue the hunter when he appeared before them. It was only at Dudian's command that they snapped back to reality, dashing toward the second floor. Dudian, noticing their unified direction, urgently called out, "Split up. Otherwise, we will all be caught. He is currently fixated on me." From the 2 arrows aimed at him, he understood that the hunter harbored the greatest animosity towards him. May and the others exchanged glances, declaring, "Together, we stand a chance. We will fight him." "Listen to me," Dudian shouted. The 3 hesitated, gritting their teeth before breaking apart, racing in 3 different directions. "You cunning little bastards. You have disrupted my plans." Bayan realized that the actions of the 4 were entirely orchestrated by the small figure before him. Other scavengers, even adults, would not dare deviate from his commands. The thought that they were the ones thwarting his hunt for the fearmonger filled him with a seething hatred for Dudian, causing him to clench his fists tightly, as if crushing Dudian's head in his grasp. He would make them suffer. With a swift motion, he ascended to the second floor, hearing footsteps not far above, likely on the 4th floor. He sneered as he pursued. In no time, he reached the 4th floor. The hurried footsteps that had echoed earlier had now vanished. He chuckled coldly, playing hide and seek. "Are we? Take your time. I shall ensure you experience the taste of despair to hear the footsteps of death drawing ever closer. Raising his hand, he drew his bow, releasing an arrow that shattered the glass of a vine-covered window, a dull thud resonating from within. Chapter 63. The immortal hunter Bane's brow furrowed slightly as he stealthily approached, gently pushing open the office door shrouded in foliage. The door, unlatched, creaked softly. Turning his head, Bane noticed his arrow embedded in a wooden desk within the room. He frowned slightly, but at that moment he caught a faint, secretive sound emanating from a contrasting office behind him. "Little wretch," Bane sneered coldly. Sheathing his bow and drawing a dagger from his leg, he advanced step by step towards the office, kicking open the half-closed door with a forceful thud, causing it to crash to the ground. The dimly lit room was unveiled before him, revealing Dudian sprawled over a desk, an arrow seemingly piercing through his ribcage and pinning him to the surface. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Bane's eyes. He had absolute confidence in his archery skills, capable of penetrating even the hardest stone, let alone the flimsy armor of a scavenger. "Struggle, little wretch. Is it despair you feel?" Bane licked his lips, inching closer. Dudian, drenched in sweat and terror, implored, "Don't, stay back. Call for help. Keep shouting." Bane retorted, icy malice glinting in his eyes. "You worthless creature who disrupted my plans. I will flay your skin and pick your bones." As Bane drew nearer, Dudian's fear intensified, but suddenly, as Bane approached within a few meters, Dudian's expression transformed. A fierce and resolute killing intent replacing his terror. He abruptly stood upright, his hidden arm launching a dark shadow, his dagger. The sudden attack momentarily stunned Bane. But as a seasoned hunter, his instincts kicked in. He raised his dagger just in time, deflecting the incoming blade with a sharp clang. It was then that Bane realized his arrow had not struck Dudian. It was lodged in the desk. Dudian had cleverly used his armpit to misalign the arrow, leading Bane to believe he had scored a hit. "You little beast." Bane's fury erupted, incensed not only by Dudian's counterattack but also by his own blunder of falling into a scavenger's trap. "I will twist off your head and crush your eyeballs. You damned little wretch." With a roar, he lunged forward, swift as a leopard, closing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, Dudian remained composed. As he hurled his dagger, he simultaneously grabbed the keyboard, monitor, water cup, photo frame, and a wilted flower pot from the desk, launching them at Bane. While these objects posed no real threat, they served to impede Bane's advance. He recognized Dudian's intent. Having previously suffered humiliation from a similar trap, he refused to be outwitted again. With a swift motion, Bane swatted aside the flying debris aimed at his face, ignoring the remaining cups and pots that struck him. His armor was tough enough to withstand such trivial assault, and he pressed on, closing in on Dudian. At that moment, Dudian suddenly threw a bundle of fabric. The cloth, which had been on the desk, was flung along with the other items, seemingly grasped in haste. With a swift kick, Bane sent the fabric flying, sneering. "You think I will fall for that trick again?" The other items were covered in dust and moss, yet this cloth bears signs of recent disturbance. "What are you hiding within?" "I underestimated you," Dudian panted, his icy gaze fixed on Bane. Bane chuckled derisively. "A mere scavenger like you cannot hope to kill a hunter. Since I allowed your 3 little companions to escape, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath." Dudian smirked coldly in response. "You have underestimated me, fool." With that, he crouched down abruptly. Bane paused, catching a glimpse of a metallic machine beneath a nearby desk, flickering with a faint glow. In the next instant, that glow expanded instantaneously, engulfing him. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire room, causing the ceiling lights to fall. Although Dudian managed to take cover behind a desk, he felt himself propelled violently, slamming into a rugged object that shattered upon impact. Pain surged through his arm, ribs, and side, and he clenched his teeth, experiencing a ringing in his ears and a dizzying sensation. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw the office's chaotic light swirling before him, appearing as multiple overlapping images. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his face several times, regaining clarity of vision. He quickly sat up, glancing towards the site of the explosion, where he had been just moments prior. The earlier commotion was not merely to lure the hunter inside, it was to conceal the ignited explosives hidden beneath the desk. The fabric had caught fire, igniting the crude paper surrounding the black powder. The paper, merely a simple filter, burned slowly due to the thick layer of dust on the fabric, which Dudian had deliberately left behind to disguise the hidden explosives. After all, the amount of black powder was considerable. Although deadly, it was challenging to detonate effectively against such a vigilant hunter, necessitating a risky gamble. Had the fabric ignited quicker than anticipated, he would have perished first. If it extinguished midway, he would fall victim to Bane. It was a desperate deadlock where he could only gamble everything. Exhausted, Dudian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and grasped the fabric bundle that had been kicked aside. Untying the knot revealed several deep blue spheres wrapped within the cloth. A smile crept across his face, but the next moment, his entire body froze. Before him, amidst the explosion's aftermath, Bane struggled to rise, blood pouring from his wounds. His right arm, near the blast, lay severed, yet he stood defiantly, dagger in hand, his face twisted in a manic snarl directed at Dudian. He was still alive. Chapter 64. Encountering the malevolent beast, Dudi's heart was filled with terror as he hastily struggled to rise, only to find his limbs weak and weary. The explosion had caught him off guard, leaving him with excruciating aches throughout his body and rendering him powerless. "You little wretch!" Bane, bloodied and ferocious, glared menacingly at Dudi, dragging his injured right leg as he approached slowly, raising a dagger to thrust into Dudi's chest. Dudi swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike. With his right arm shattered at the shoulder and his right leg severely injured, Bane lost his balance and collapsed where Dudi had been seated, desperately attempting to rise again. However, with only one arm, he could not support his weight and fell back to the ground, gasping for breath. His blood-soaked face radiated an intense, frenzied hatred as he crawled towards Dudi, dagger in hand. Seeing that Bane lacked the strength to rise once more, Dudi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the explosion had not killed Bane, it had left him gravely injured and incapacitated. Dudi quickly seized nearby objects, a fallen flower pot, a water bottle, and a wheelchair, and hurled them at Bane's head. Bane's head, unprotected by the black armor, was immediately struck by the projectiles. Under normal circumstances, such blows would merely cause mild discomfort, but with his face already injured, each impact sent waves of agony through his body, exacerbating the relentless bleeding from his wounds. He roared in fury, swinging the dagger, yet unable to reach Dudi's feet. Just as Dudi contemplated closing in for a killing blow, he caught sight of Bane's ferocious glare, imbued with a chilling menace, reminiscent of a beast poised to retaliate. Hesitation gripped him, and at that moment, the ground beneath them trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath Bane gave way, collapsing within a radius of several meters. The floor, along with Bane, plunged down to the third floor below, which housed an office, crushing several desks in the process. Bane lay on the ground, his body racked with pain, as he groaned and gritted his teeth in an attempt to rise. Just then, the ground quaked again, and he fell through to the second floor. Having barely begun to stand, Bane crashed heavily onto the floor, rendering him motionless. Dudi stood in stunned silence, cautiously approaching the edge of the collapse to peer down. The hunter lay utterly still, blood oozing from his right arm, staining the floor beneath him. Upon returning to the second floor, Dudi suddenly realized that if other scavengers found this place, they would likely report it, drawing the attention of other hunters from the consortium. His expression hardened as he retrieved his short sword and made his way to the office. There, he found the hunter still sprawled on the ground, his blood congealing around him. Searching through the emergency kit hanging from the hunter's waist, Dudi quickly discovered a roll of unused white gauze and several vials and containers, some containing pills and others powders. Locating the alcohol, he trembled as he ignited it with a spark, preparing to burn the papers he had gathered and cover the hunter's body with them. As he crouched down to drape the papers over the hunter's back, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly lifeless hunter abruptly rolled over, thrusting his dagger towards Dudi's chest. This shocking development caught Dudi off guard, and he froze as the dagger pierced through his soft armor, embedding itself into his chest. The initial sensation was one of coldness, swiftly followed by a wave of intense pain radiating from the wound. His eyes widened in disbelief. The hunter had feigned death to launch a counterattack. Beast. Bane slowly raised his head, his pallor a result of severe blood loss. Yet, within his eyes burned an insatiable madness. With a faint, self-deprecating smile, he let his head droop, and the grip on his dagger slackened, falling lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, he truly succumbed to death, but the dagger remained embedded in Dudi's chest. Clutching the area around the wound, Dudi trembled in agony. Struggling to maintain his footing, he forced himself to look down at his chest, realizing that the dagger had not pierced his heart. Had it done so, he would have perished instantly. Perhaps due to Bane's excessive blood loss and weakened state, the blow had landed slightly off-center. A surge of survival instinct flooded Dudi's heart, and through gritted teeth, he pushed himself upright. He retrieved a deep blue orb from his backpack, pressing it against his chest through layers of fabric. As it absorbed heat, it also worked to staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain. Gradually regaining his composure, Dudian crawled to the hunter's other side and opened the emergency kit at his waist, extracting the remaining white gauze and various vials. He located the alcohol, trembling, and ignited it once more, placing the prepared papers atop the hunter's body to incinerate it. He then removed the upper part of his soft armor to expose his skin, aware of the elevated radiation levels in the air but unwilling to let such concerns deter him. With the alcohol in his mouth, he leaned down to spray it onto his chest wound, gritting his teeth as he slowly withdrew the dagger from his body. The excruciating pain felt like it was tearing his very soul apart. He fought the urge to stop, enduring the torment until he finally extracted the dagger completely. Blood spurted forth, and a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. With gritted teeth, he wrapped the gauze tightly around his chest, knowing that without a needle and thread, suturing the wound was impossible. Staunching the bleeding was his immediate priority. Soon, the white gauze became soaked with blood, and Dudian wound it tighter, securing it before donning his soft armor again. He placed the deep blue orb against his chest, hoping its coldness would expedite the clotting of his wound. Once these tasks were completed, Dudian watched as the hunter's body was consumed by flames, gradually turning to charred remains. A chill crept into his heart. These hunters were indeed formidable adversaries, and he would need to exercise greater caution in future encounters. Leaning against the wall to rest, he examined the various vials in the emergency kit, feeling a bitter pang of disappointment as none bore labels. He dared not ingest them recklessly, aware that these substances were tailored for the hunter's physiology and possessed potent effects. A wrong choice could spell his doom. As time passed slowly, Dudian felt a measure of relief as the bloodstains on the gauze ceased to spread. The bleeding had temporarily stopped, but he understood that any sudden movement could cause the wound to rupture again. However, fortune did not smile upon him again. As Dudian gazed quietly out of a window overgrown with vegetation, he suddenly heard a faint tremor emanating from the ground. Simultaneously, a low growl echoed from the street outside the window, a sound all too familiar, belonging to the black beast he had encountered earlier. Dudian's face fell as he realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 65. The pursuit game. The once fluffy and decayed floorboards were easily pierced by the sharp arrows. With a resounding thud, Dudian felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly, as if the floor on the 6th level had been breached. Clearly, the 5-meter-tall monster could not ascend the stairs, so it opted to break through the floor instead. Dudian sensed the ceiling above him crumbling continuously. The tremors caused by the creature were fatal to this dilapidated building. He hastily gripped the rope, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a massive black claw erupted from the ground, less than 2 meters in front of him, its sharp tips swinging dangerously close to Dudian. Startled, Dudian watched in horror as, simultaneously with the claw's emergence, the floor 5 meters ahead shattered, revealing a grotesque, enormous head with razor-sharp fangs and dark red eyes, larger than a fist, glaring at him as it roared and lunged forward. Without hesitation, Dudian leaped towards the window behind him. His body plummeted downward, and he clung tightly to the rope, his only lifeline. Looking up, he saw the creature had climbed to the 7th floor, its immense body wedged into the cramped space, glaring down at him and letting out a deafening roar as it leapt towards him. Dudian's heart raced with terror as he desperately reached for a ledge beneath the glass window ahead. However, he had already fallen to the 3rd floor, equivalent to a drop of 4 stories, with no cushioning or grace to soften the impact. Grasping the ledge with his arms felt as though they were being torn asunder. The pain and the weight of his descent caused his fingers to lose their grip, and he slipped away. Pain nearly brought him to tears, yet the fear surged within him, prompting him to reach out once more. This time, thanks to the buffer of the 3rd floor, he crashed into the 2nd floor window. Stabilizing himself, Dudian dared not lift his head, hastily using his forehead to shatter the glass and scrambled inside. With a sigh of relief, he was grateful that the wall was not sturdy enough to bear the creature's weight. Yet, a chilling growl echoed from below, startling Dudian. The black beast had risen again, having survived its fall from the 7th floor, pale with fright and weakened from blood loss. He intended to flee, but suddenly recalled that the staircase had collapsed during the previous tremor. Observing the creature preparing to leap again, time felt like a tolling death bell. In a flash, he grabbed the rope outside and began to climb upward. As he ascended, the monster propelled itself upward, its claws sinking deeply into the wall as it roared furiously at Dudian above. Peering down, Dudian saw the gaping maw and long, pointed tongue below him. sending a chill down his spine. He climbed faster, though the pain from his chest wound intensified, blood already staining his front. Soon, Dudian reached the 4th floor, while the black beast sprang up once more. Terrified, he hurriedly dove through the 4th floor window, rolling inside and ignoring the agony coursing through him as he clutched his chest and dashed toward the other side. As he entered, the beast leaped onto the 4th floor exterior wall, its claws embedding deeply, miraculously preventing it from falling. However, the rope Dudian had previously climbed was swept into the claw's grasp. The creature, growling, pursued him, crawling into the 4th floor. Yet, within that room, a gaping hole 6 to 7 meters wide had formed, allowing only the edges to be traversed. The creature had no choice but to crawl, unable to pursue him effectively. Nevertheless, its insatiable bloodlust compelled it to press on, roaring as it crawled out through the hole, its claws digging into the corridor opposite the office. The corridor, unable to sustain its weight, collapsed, taking the creature down with it. Hearing the tremendous noise behind him, Dudian dared not linger. He raced to the other side, continuing his ascent. His only hope lay in the refuge of the decaying building, for with such a massive creature, pursuing him inside this crumbling structure would prove exceedingly arduous. Chapter 66. The terrifying elevator shaft. In the next instant, a deafening roar enveloped his ears. Countless clouds of dust surged upwards as Dudian's body, having leaped high, succumbed to the pull of gravity and crashed down heavily, rolling out of the collapsed floor. He tumbled down, seemingly colliding with countless hard stones along the way, each violent impact rendering his body as if it were disassembled. His head struck a heavy object, and he instantly lost consciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed, until Dudian felt a slight difficulty in breathing, consciousness struggling to resurface. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by darkness. He paused momentarily. Had he survived? The next moment, the excruciating pain coursing through his body jolted him fully awake, prompting him to draw a sharp breath in agony. His back pressed against something hard, and as he reached out to steady himself, an emotion sent jarring pain through his injuries. Dudian winced, reluctant to move further, and looked around. A faint, murky light filtered from above. He gazed upwards, and through the haze, he could vaguely discern a gray sky. A sigh of relief escaped him. Once he regained some strength, he would be able to crawl out. Suddenly, a fierce hunger ignited in his stomach, and he recalled that his backpack had been lost during the earlier chase. A wave of despair washed over him, mingling with a deep-seated resentment towards the hunter. Nevertheless, satiating his hunger was paramount. He had yet to eat since reaching the giant wall, having spent the previous day fleeing for his life, and after losing consciousness at dusk. He had no idea how long he had been out. However, the presence of light suggested it was now daytime, ideally indicating he had only fainted for a night. Dudian's hands began to search the area, hoping to find some clothing or other items. His hunger had reached a critical point. He would consume anything: belts, weeds, whatever it took. After a while, he encountered some metal and broken pipes, realizing he was seated upon a metallic surface. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he hoped the commotion from the building's collapse might attract Maiden or Scott. Yet, whether Scott and the others were even alive remained uncertain. As this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling realization struck him. What if such a cacophony attracted the undead? He quickly dismissed the idea of calling for help, fearing that rather than rescue, he would summon a horde of zombies, an absolute disaster. At that moment, he felt something viscous flowing beneath him, causing him to pause. The water supply within the building should have long since dried up. Could it be rainwater seeping in from the outside? A pang of thirst surged within him, even if it were tainted by radiation. He yearned to drink anything that might alleviate the burning hunger in his belly. He felt he could even gnaw on the flesh of the undead. He cautiously moved his arms, trying not to exert too much force to avoid aggravating his wounds, and slowly brought a handful to his mouth. As he was about to drink, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Blood? Dudian froze, and at that moment, a faint sound emerged from the darkness ahead. His pupils dilated. Could it be? A growl erupted from the shadows, followed by the sound of stones being dislodged, the scent of blood intensifying, accompanied by a ferocious roar from a mere 4 or 5 meters away. A black beast. Dudian felt his heart nearly stop. It was still alive. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his palms against the ground, attempting to shift his body. Each movement sent waves of agonizing pain throughout his body, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, he pressed on, inching backward, despite feeling utterly exhausted after only managing to move a few meters. Suddenly, he noticed that the growling from the darkness, though still present, had not drawn closer. It seemed to have remained in its position. Dudian paused, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Could it be trapped? Realizing this, he hastily felt for the fire starter he always carried in his waist pouch. It was still there. His hands trembled with fatigue, but he struck the fire starter, igniting the tinder. Before long, a feeble light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Dudian held the flame aloft, illuminating the scene before him. He beheld the enormous black beast. Wedged within a narrow passage, debris scattered around its neck as it growled lowly, unable to advance due to the pile of stones blocking its path. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thank goodness it was trapped. Otherwise, he would have been devoured before regaining consciousness. As the tinder burned out, darkness reclaimed the area. Yet Dudian felt a slight reprieve in his heart. He had discerned his surroundings. He and the black beast were ensconced within a structure resembling a steel box, akin to a shipping container. However, there were no containers within the building. The only place he could be was within the elevator shaft. Chapter 67. The Kill, however. With the obstruction in the elevator shaft, Dudian could only scramble out through the hole above. Although there was an open elevator door not far from him, it led downward, and stepping through it would result in a direct plunge. Resolute, Dudian gritted his teeth and forced his body toward the pile of shattered rocks. As he crawled, the wounds across his body were tugged painfully, and several reopened. He inhaled sharply but did not cease his efforts, knowing that if he lingered here, the spirit he had managed to muster through sheer will would ultimately wane, leaving him to await a slow demise. Soon, he climbed out of the elevator shaft. Stepping onto the stones, murky lights spilled into the area, dust swirling in the air, revealing walls and windows that lay in tatters, riddled with holes. Dudian turned his gaze toward the direction of the colossal black beast, noticing a large heap of concrete and stones piled up, with twisted rebar protruding from the sides. He let out a sigh of relief. With these stones weighing it down, the beast would not be able to escape anytime soon. Dragging himself toward the pile of rubble, he noted that the areas on either side of the elevator shaft were suspended in midair. A misstep could lead to a fatal fall, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had rolled down from a favorable position. Had he fallen directly, he would have met a grim fate. Hiding behind the stones, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no sign of the undead. He suspected that the noise from the collapse had drawn them in, but they had not picked up on his presence and had gradually dispersed. At that moment, he had already retrieved the deep blue sphere, stowing it away in his belt pouch. Glancing around the street for any signs of activity, Dudian stealthily approached a nearby shop. The exterior was overrun with vegetation and moss, and his eyes fell upon the plants. Using the dagger at his waist, he swiftly severed the foliage, observing the clear sap that oozed out. Relieved, he felt the pangs of hunger in his stomach and quickly grabbed a few leaves, chewing gently. The dry leaves released a sweet flavor, prompting Dudian to devour them eagerly, disregarding any potential contamination or excessive radiation. Once he had consumed the leaves, the burning sensation in his belly subsided, and he felt a modicum of strength returning. Instead of continuing to eat the leaves, he cut the stems, squeezing out the moisture to drink. The fact that these plants thrived in such an environment indicated they possessed anti-radiation and antiviral properties. After quenching his thirst, Dudian felt significantly better, and his thoughts turned to the beast trapped in the building. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The creature that had driven him into this predicament would not escape his wrath. As long as it was alive, there remained the possibility of it breaking free. And if that happened, it would pose an unstable threat to him. After a moment's contemplation, Dudian approached a dilapidated car covered in moss on the street. The vehicle's hood was crumpled, its engine rusted and corroded by decaying moss. He exerted little effort in removing the fuel tank, only to find the gasoline inside had oxidized and congealed. As anticipated, he scraped away the layer of dark substance with his dagger, taking out his flint. He ignited the black material, and to his delight, it caught fire immediately. Excited, he searched for other abandoned vehicles, dismantling them for their fuel tanks. By the time he had scraped enough from half the street's cars, he had amassed a ball of black substance the size of a basketball. Exhausted from the endeavor, he rested in the elevator shaft for a moment before lighting a torch. Now, he could see more clearly. The black beast was ensnared within the rubble, confined from the waist down, with only its neck and one forepaw visible. Dudian smirked, stirring the dark oil and wrapping it around some flammable fabric and would before tossing it onto the creature. The material struck the beast's face, startling it awake. It opened its eyes and let out a low growl, baring its teeth at Dudian. With a slight smile, Dudian hurled the torch at the beast. The moment it landed, the fabric ignited, quickly engulfing the creature in flames. The black beast roared in agony, thrashing its head violently. causing the stones around it to shift slightly and dislodge some debris. However, it could not break free, nor could it even manage to shake the pile effectively. Seeing this, Dudian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially concerned that the beast's pain might drive it into a frenzy, he now realized it was far weaker than he had anticipated. After all, it had sustained significant damage when the building collapsed and had bled profusely, leaving it in a severely weakened state. The blaze illuminated the dark elevator shaft as the beast writhed and roared in flames, but gradually its cries diminished, and it collapsed within the fiery glow. Dudian observed quietly, suddenly struck by the fragility of life. Even a creature as formidable as the black beast could not escape death. Perhaps it was simply not strong enough? Dudian clenched his fist slightly, the flames dancing in his eyes, mirroring the ambition and fervor within him. After burning for about 10 minutes, the fire began to dwindle, releasing a wave of heat and the faint scent of cooked flesh. Dudian ignited another torch using the remnants of the first, revealing that the thick fur of the black beast had turned to ash, leaving behind a charred corpse exuding warmth. Knowing the creature would not feign death, but for caution's sake, Dudian picked up a stone and threw it. The rock struck the beast with no response. Only then did Dudian exhale in relief, cautiously approaching to examine the blackened body up close. Its surface was scorched and torn, bloodied and raw. It seemed that this monster differed significantly from the undead. It could be killed without severing the head. Dudian mused to himself, acknowledging that the beast exhibited primal awareness. Unlike the mindless instincts of the undead, he wondered if their brains differed as well. A cold light flickered in Dudian's eyes as he tightened his grip on the dagger. Chapter 68. Infection. Suddenly, Dudian recalled something and glanced beneath himself, only to see a viscous layer of fresh blood flowing in the elevator shaft, blood from the colossal beast. Could it be that the pathogens lie within this blood? Yet my soft armor provided isolation. My body did not come into contact with this blood. Alarmed, Dudian dared not remain seated any longer and hastily attempted to rise, but his legs felt utterly numb and unresponsive, while a growing sensation of sharp pain radiated from every part of his body. Gritting his teeth, he dragged himself toward the opening created by the fallen stone, stopping only when he reached the edge. The beast's blood had not seeped into this crevice, and he leaned against the stone, breathing heavily. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover a scratch on the soft armor behind him, from which the blood must have infiltrated, silently infecting his body, much like a leech sucking blood. Without him even realizing it, he had not felt his skin come into contact with the blood at all. Leaning against the stone, the sharp, piercing pain rendered him shivering and powerless to climb further, with only a flicker of hope remaining in his heart, wishing that the pathogens would not claim his life. However, contrary to his wishes, in addition to the stabbing pain, he felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Raising his still somewhat responsive left hand to his forehead, he was met with a burning sensation that filled him with despair. Just as he felt he might succumb to unconsciousness, he suddenly remembered that the deep blue sphere on his person could absorb heat. With great effort, he lifted his left hand and struggled to retrieve the deep blue sphere from his waist pouch, pressing it against his forehead. An immediate sensation of coolness washed over him, clarifying his muddled thoughts somewhat. Yet when he raised his eyes, he found his eyelids heavy, and the already dim elevator shaft appeared even more obscured. Abruptly, he felt a slight movement beneath his chest plate, as if something were writhing there. A bug, a creature. Dudian felt a surge of confusion within, reaching out to grasp it, but the burning sensation in his brain rendered him utterly devoid of strength. His eyes, which he had forced open, slowly closed again, and the last thing he saw was the creature, now free from its gauze confinement, burrowing into him. With a thud, Dudian collapsed, losing consciousness. Even in his unconscious state, his hand remained clasped around the deep blue sphere. However, this cold orb gradually melted in his palm, transforming into a pale blue, transparent liquid that seeped through his palms wound, as if it were teeming with myriad living entities. In the darkness, time slipped away unnoticed. When Dudian regained consciousness, it was due to hunger. He opened his eyes in bewilderment, recognizing the familiar scene of the elevator shaft. Momentarily stunned, had he truly survived? He quickly recalled the high fever he had experienced before losing consciousness and touched his forehead, finding his temperature to be normal. At that moment, he observed his swollen palm, now restored to its original state, both deflated and fully responsive. He hastily sat up, surveying his body. Dudian was taken aback. Could it be that the infection and fever had all been a mere dream? Had he simply fallen asleep here after dissecting that creature? Suddenly, His eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced around in bewilderment. Chapter 69. Fusion in this profound darkness. How is it that I can see? Dudian gently patted his face, a slight sting confirming that he was not dreaming. He lifted his gaze towards the hole above the pile of stones, where the light was dim, casting only a faint glow upon the stones, while the elevator shaft remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, within his current field of vision, he could see everything on the ground with crystal clarity. Blinking, Dudian suddenly recalled the blood-colored worm he had seen before losing consciousness, a chill running down his spine. He hurriedly lifted the soft armor from his chest to take a look. The white bandage was still wrapped tightly, blood seeping through and staining it crimson. The blood having dried, Dudian gently touched the wound, feeling no pain, and began to unravel the bandage in circles. As the bandage fell away, he was astonished to find that the diagonal stab wound, which should have been raw and open, had completely healed, leaving only a faint white scar. Additionally, across this scar lay a dark red line, roughly the length of half a finger, resembling a vein protruding from the skin, solidified in place. Dudian's expression shifted as he reached out to touch it. A subtle sensation emanated from the blood mark, and he recalled that blood-colored worm that had burrowed into the bandage. His face paled. Could it be that the worm had entered his body? Anyone would feel a shudder of horror at the thought of an unknown worm wriggling within them. Dudian, recalling his dagger, swiftly picked it up and aimed it at the red mark on his chest, suspecting that the worm had taken residence within this vein-like blood mark. The dagger pierced the mark gently, dark red blood oozing forth. At that moment, an excruciating pain surged through his neural pathways, causing his entire body to tremble, especially the left side of his chest, which felt as though his heart were being torn out. It was a genuine heartache. His hand trembled, and he immediately ceased the stabbing motion, fearing that if he continued, he might succumb to the agony. Once he withdrew the dagger, the pain subsided somewhat, but he was already drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed on the blood mark that was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, soon returning to its original state, with only the blood flowing from his chest as evidence of the earlier injury. As this blood mark healed, the intense pain gradually subsided. Dudian's face reflected his unease. Could it be that the worm and his body had fused into one? His expression fluctuated for a moment, but ultimately, he lacked the courage to attempt piercing the blood mark again. He silently contemplated that if he could find a microscope amidst the ruins outside, or perhaps construct one based on the knowledge stored in the advanced chip, he could ascertain the changes in his chest. For now, he had no choice but to leave it be. This unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Yet he felt a modicum of relief in realizing that surviving such a perilous ordeal was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He surmised that his ability to see in the dark stemmed from the prior bacterial infection, and that blood-colored worm was likely one of those bacteria. Perhaps even the most formidable, transcending the concept of mere bacteria, evolving into a completely new mutated microorganism capable of residing within the blood of other beings. Regaining his composure, Dudian reflected on the events leading to his unconsciousness. It was evident that the blood-colored worm had crawled onto him from the blood of that black beast, possibly having dwelled within the creature's blood until its demise, when it sought out a new host in him. This also explained why, despite being infected by the creature's blood, he had not succumbed to the virus and transformed into a mindless corpse. It was plausible that within that monstrous blood resided countless such tiny worms, which, having already developed antibodies against the virus, enhanced his own resistance to it upon entering his body, thus preserving him from becoming undead. Dudian examined his hands and feet, moving them slightly, and feeling no abnormalities. He felt a sense of relief as he turned to climb the stone pile. As he exerted himself, he felt as light as a feather, leaping high onto the ledge of the stone pile. Dudian mused that indeed, he could toss the stones aside with ease and bounce lightly. With a whoosh, he leapt 3 or 4 meters into the air. Remarkably, this was without exerting his full strength. It was important to note that 3 or 4 meters was not the height of one's head, but rather from the ground, far exceeding the physical capabilities of an ordinary human. Even someone who had trained rigorously for decades might not attain such superhuman feats. Sure enough, his strength and abilities had been significantly enhanced, and not just incrementally. Even his vision had evolved, allowing him to perceive objects in darkness. However, the most striking transformation was in his sense of smell. As Dudian gently descended, he recalled that earlier he had found the odor within the elevator shaft almost unbearable. Now, understanding the changes in his body, he promptly closed his eyes. In an instant, an array of scents flooded his nostrils. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, He perceived countless entities radiating various aromas, spreading out from his body. He could directly sense the source of these scents and gauge their distance, enabling him to discern his surroundings solely through olfactory perception, even with his eyes shut. When Dudian opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the terrifying enhancement of his sense of smell. It resembled that of a hunting dog. The amplification of his olfactory senses was disproportionately vast compared to his physical prowess. Earlier, that monstrous creature also possessed an acute sense of smell. Could it be that the blood-colored worm, upon entering his body, had bestowed some of its abilities upon him? Dudian paused for a moment, then felt a surge of excitement. This heightened sense of smell was akin to a radar for him, allowing him to detect any creatures with potent scents lurking nearby. It signified an extraordinary enhancement in his perception and survival capabilities. With this level of olfaction, Dudian was filled with renewed confidence in his survival. He believed he could confront ordinary corpses head-on, and even if he encountered a creature as formidable as that black beast again, he would be able to sense it from afar and evade. At that moment, Dudian suddenly caught the scent of his own sweat amidst the myriad of odors, emanating from his backpack, located 26 meters ahead among the stones. Elated, he grasped the remnants of the wall and leapt toward the building's base, where the office items had accumulated at the bottom. Dudian jumped over, feeling that his wounds had all healed, yet his stomach remained ravenous. His backpack contained provisions and water, as well as that deep blue orb. Thinking of the orb, he suddenly recalled that he was still holding one, momentarily stunned. Upon awakening, he hadn't seen it. He had surveyed the ground, certain it had not fallen. Gone. Dudian examined his hands, and suddenly noticed a sticky substance on his left palm. He had been so focused on the blood mark on his chest that he had overlooked this detail. There was a thin layer of pale yellow goo, exuding a foul odor. He froze for a moment, recalling that before losing consciousness, he had been gripping that deep blue orb with his left hand. Where could it have gone? Suddenly, he remembered how the orb had melted in the head of the corpse during the fire, and he was struck with realization. Had his earlier fever been so intense that it caused the deep blue orb to dissolve? Chapter 70. The Intervention. After pondering briefly, Dudian concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. He descended to the base of the collapsed building, clearing away the heaps of stones and other debris. With his current physical prowess, he easily lifted the heavy stones and soon located the backpack hidden beneath them, guided by scent. The provisions within the backpack were crushed, and the water bottle had been ruptured, leaving it completely drained. Upon consuming some of the food, the gnawing hunger in his abdomen subsided, and he felt a modicum of strength returning. Following the scent, he discovered a deep blue spherical bundle scattered nearby. Additionally, not far from this bundle, he found the hunter's bow and arrows. Having gathered his belongings, Dudian wrapped the bow and arrows in cloth and slung them inconspicuously across his back before shouldering the backpack and departing from the collapsed structure. The 8th district was no longer a safe zone. The undead roamed freely, and the likes of Maiden were perpetually in peril. Anxious, Dudian pursued the scent, but abruptly, it vanished at a street corner. He paused, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Had those 3 miscreants employed the very techniques he had taught them to erase their trail? At that moment, a cacophony of undead howls erupted from the silent ruins ahead. Dudian, momentarily stunned, swiftly followed the sounds and soon reached the street where they originated. Peering around the corner of a building, he observed a group of 7 or 8 individuals huddled together in front of a shop, surrounded by encroaching undead that lunged at them with clawing hands. Scott? Zach? Dudian recognized the individuals and was taken aback. Among the group were Scott and Mia, along with 4 young scavengers from the consortium, and 2 others, Zach and another newcomer who had been separated from him. At this moment, Zach and the newcomer were shielded in the center of the formation, while Scott and Mia brandished short swords, their expressions grim as they surveyed the advancing horde. With their skills, they could barely contend with 1, perhaps 2, undead at a time, yet there were 6 or 7 bearing down on them, and more appeared to be drawn by the commotion in the distance. Retreat, retreat, Scott urged, his face pale as he directed the group towards the back of the shop. The undead roared as they surged forward, and the first to attack lunged at Scott. The ghastly visage of the creature sent a wave of fear through the 4 consortium scavengers, their hands trembling around their short swords. With a fierce cry, Scott swung his sword, striking at the neck of the undead. However, the blade lacked sufficient sharpness and became lodged in the vertebrae. Scott's expression shifted to one of alarm as he kicked out desperately. The 4 scavengers, gripped by anxiety, dashed forward in a panicked frenzy. One of them attempted to slash down at the creature, but was swiftly caught by its grasp, the undead lunging forward and sinking its teeth into the youth's throat. Blood spraying everywhere. The remaining three stumbled back in terror, abandoning Scott and Mia to fend for themselves. The newcomer boy followed suit, frightened, while Zack stood frozen. Anxiety etched on his face, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the undead feasting upon the young scavenger turned its gaze towards him. "Run!" Scott bellowed. Zack, pale and trembling, suddenly found courage from an unknown source, brandishing his short sword and charging at the undead. As he approached, he rolled beneath it, sweeping his legs towards its ankles, causing the creature to topple. Seizing the opportunity, Zack rose and prepared to strike, but the roar of another undead echoed behind him. Panic-stricken, Zack paled as a stone hurtled through the air, striking the undead in the head and knocking it down, rendering it motionless. Before it could rise again, a figure raced forward, stamping on its back and wielding a fire axe, delivering a decisive blow to its skull. With a resounding thud, the creature's head was severed. The assailant was none other than Dudian. After dispatching the first undead, he sprinted towards Zack, launching his axe at another that had just begun to rise. With a swift strike, he felled it, but it still struggled to rise. Seizing the moment, Dudian closed in, grasping the axe handle and swinging with all his might. The undead's head fell away, and the axe handle snapped under the strain. Dudian exhaled in relief. He had arrived just in time. He refrained from using the hunter's bow to avoid revealing his position. Upon spotting Zack and the others surrounded, he hastily concealed the bow beneath the chassis of a nearby wrecked vehicle before rushing in with the fire axe he had casually seized from the building, regrettably noting the handle's severe decay. "Be careful," Dudian warned, flinging the axe towards the undead lunging at Scott. With a metallic thud, it struck the creature's chest, knocking it down but failing to deliver a fatal blow. "Zack, get to safety," Dudian instructed before turning to Mia, picking up the short sword of the bitten scavenger and thrusting it towards the undead's head. The formerly swift movements of the creature became painfully slow in Dudian's eyes as he drove the sword upward from its jaw, piercing through to its skull. The undead gurgled weakly before collapsing. "Thank you," Mia said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded Dudian. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary scavenger. Yet the dire circumstances left no time for her inquiries. Chapter 71. Return. With a swift collaboration, Dudian, alongside Scott and Mia, efficiently dispatched the approaching ghouls. Sensing the stench of nearby undead, Dudian stated, "This place is no longer safe. We must leave immediately." As he contemplated this, he nodded slightly and gestured for Zack to come over from the shop. Zack hurried over, a gleam of joy in his eyes, exclaiming, "I knew you would survive." As if about to ask something further, he caught Dudian's knowing glance and promptly fell silent, his face beaming with happiness. The three scavengers and the new boy who had been hiding in the shop emerged cautiously, their expressions a mix of complexity and discomfort as they gazed at the bloody corpse of their fallen companion. Mia, noticing their looks, scoffed disdainfully, "Cowards. When that ghoul bit his throat, you had the chance to kill it but fled in fear, displaying less bravery than a child. How shameful." The child she referred to was Zack, who had fought back in the end. The trembling new boy lowered his gaze, casting furtive glances at Dudian, seemingly wanting to speak but too intimidated to do so. Scott observed the group and sighed, shaking his head gently before addressing Dudian. "Let us move on." They followed Scott quietly along the edge of the street. Throughout their journey, Dudian was acutely aware of the advantages of his heightened sense of smell. He would suggest detours upon detecting large groups of ghouls from afar, and when encountering one or two, they would engage directly. Upon reaching the 9th district, the tension within Scott and the others finally eased. Yet, they dared not linger near the boundary, pressing deeper into the core of the 9th district before feeling entirely secure. Along the way, they encountered no further ghouls, nor even the small, malevolent creatures known as bone-eating mice. The shops lining the shattered streets of the 9th district were nearly devoid of remnants, save for scattered debris. Finally emerging, Scott exhaled a sigh of relief and ceased his anxious pace, finding a clean spot to rest. Mia set her pack down on a pile of rubble and curiously regarded Dudian. "You must be a newly inducted scavenger, rumored to be a seed candidate. You've received 2 blessings, yet how could you possess such strength with merely 2? Have you perhaps acquired some other treasure?" At her words, Scott, the 3 scavengers, and the new boy turned their curious gazes toward Dudian. They had long been intrigued by this question, but in the previous 8th district, the lurking danger of ghouls had stifled their inquiries. Perhaps they also feared that such an indiscreet question might provoke Dudian's ire, leading to their abandonment in the 8th district. Dudian, prepared for this line of questioning, replied, I am uncertain of the reason. I lost consciousness while fleeing, and upon awakening, I simply felt much stronger. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, providing him with plausible deniability should the organization investigate further. Scott and Mia exchanged uncertain glances. Suddenly, Mia's expression shifted, and she asked with concern, You weren't bitten by a ghoul, were you? Upon hearing this, the 3 scavengers sitting near Dudian froze and quickly distanced themselves by several meters. Dudian, however, was intrigued, asking, if bitten by a ghoul, wouldn't one turn into a ghoul? Scott's expression darkened as he replied, You are correct, but the rate of transformation depends on the severity of the wound. A bite to the throat or chest would lead to immediate infection, while a mere scrape would result in a much slower process. How long has it been since you regained consciousness? Half a day, Dudian answered. Typically, the slowest infection takes 3 days. Scott scrutinized Dudian, saying, in other words, if you were infected, you would fully transform into a ghoul within the next 2.5 days. If you do not turn by then, it would indicate you have not been infected. Dudian nodded slightly, knowing he had not been infected by a ghoul. Nevertheless, Scott's words stirred unease within him, pondering whether that crimson worm might be a form of infection. Let's proceed, Scott declared without hesitation. Zach, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, clenched his jaw tightly and murmured, It's all my fault. We have held you back. I'm sorry, Dudian. Do not speak such nonsense. We are brothers, Dudian reassured him with a smile. Zach couldn't contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he began to sob quietly. Scott, Mia, and the others remained silent. Dudian waved his hand, accepting the map Scott cautiously offered, and turned to leave. As they encountered solitary ghouls, Dudian swiftly engaged them in combat. Though his fighting technique was still somewhat crude, his speed and strength allowed him to eliminate the ghouls before they could reach him. However, should he face 3 or more ghouls simultaneously, he would have no choice but to flee. Being overwhelmed would spell disaster, for once ensnared, he would be gradually surrounded. This was the terrifying nature of a horde. Even seasoned hunters dared not approach them recklessly. 2 days later, Dudian finally located the elusive maiden amidst the ruins of a dilapidated building, having tracked him by the scent of his excrement. This experience taught Dudian a valuable lesson. In the wild, one must never relieve oneself indiscriminately. If unavoidable, one should at least bury it and depart swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Time passed swiftly, and 4 days had gone by. The group's 10-day deadline outside the wall had arrived. Chapter 72. The Priest's Blessing in a Secluded Area of Rubble in Zone 9. Dudian meticulously counted the deep blue orbs in his possession, the total number of ghouls he had hunted in Zone 8 over the past few days, 217. Regrettably, he had initially intended to employ the hunter strategy of ambushing the black behemoths from an elevated position, luring the horde with sound. However, while the ghouls were indeed drawn in, his archery skills proved woefully inadequate. Not a single arrow hit its mark out of 10, and any rare hits were purely fortuitous. Consequently, Dudian dedicated his subsequent evenings to honing his shooting accuracy. From an initial failure to hit a stationary target at 50 meters after 3 days of diligent practice, he managed to achieve a 1 in 2 success rate within the same distance. Yet, his practice involved only stationary objects of considerable size, making his initial progress somewhat expected. However, advancing further to truly master archery presented a significant challenge, as ghouls were mobile targets. Moreover, merely hitting a ghoul was insufficient. He needed to accurately strike their heads. Despite his superior physical constitution, he could only barely manage to hit slow-moving ghouls after several consecutive days of effort, averaging 1 miss for every 3 arrows. The thought of mastering archery filled him with regret. He was confident that with refined skills, his ghoul hunting tally could triple. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately ventured to the already scavenged Zone 9 to store his findings. As Zone 8 had only recently been cleared and was the next primary area for scavenging by the consortium, making concealment there impossible. After securing his belongings, Dudian turned and hefted a massive pack, following the map's direction toward the towering wall at the edge of Zone 9. In the distance, the majestic wall loomed, and it was only at this moment that Dudian truly felt its grandeur. Even the monstrous black behemoth seemed insignificant before such an imposing structure, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of causing any disturbance. As dusk settled in front of the wall, Scott glanced at the setting sun. Sensing that the passage would soon open, he turned to the three companions beside him, asking, "Do you believe Dudian is still alive? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The passage only opens for 10 minutes, and if it closes, he will have to wait for the next opportunity to enter." Macon gazed longingly into the distance, becoming increasingly anxious at Scott's words. He knows the time. He should not be delayed. Mia turned to Sham, inquiring, "You said you saw him 4 days ago? Are you certain?" "I am absolutely certain," Sham replied earnestly. He had heard about Dudian from Zach, yet he could not believe that Dudian would truly become a ghoul. Mia regarded him deeply and said, "Let us hope you are not lying. It would serve no one well." Suddenly, a faint tremor resonated, and the passageway in the wall slowly opened, raising the iron plates from the ground like a great steel maw. A figure emerged, revealing none other than Peter. Peter paused upon seeing Scott and the others outside the wall, momentarily taken aback by their small number. Scott exhaled in relief but then frowned, saying, "In Zone 8, we encountered a significant number of ghouls, likely migrated from other regions." He understood that such a horde could not have been overlooked by the hunters. And even if they had, he could not openly state this. Ghouls appearing? Peter pondered for a moment, then grimaced, recalling a conversation with his superior about a disturbance in a nearby area. "I didn't expect it to be near Zone 8. You truly have had a stroke of bad luck." He then scanned the area, his expression shifting as he asked, "Where is Dudian?" Peter's demeanor changed, and he sighed. "I had high hopes for him. Alas, you should go ahead. The guards are waiting for you inside." Scott nodded slightly and entered the passage with Mia. The other 3 scavengers and the newcomer followed suit. However, Macon and the others remained, anxiously peering into the distance. Peter, aware that the 4 were from the same dormitory, refrained from urging them onward, instead letting out a sigh as he gazed at the vast, desolate plain ahead. Each time he beheld this expanse, he was reminded of the countless scavengers and hunters buried forever in the ruins across the prairie after countless missions. Life is so fragile. He sighed softly, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Suddenly, a voice filled with joy broke the silence. "It's him. It's Dudian." Peter blinked in surprise and squinted into the distance, quickly spotting a black orb racing towards them. As it drew closer, he realized the orb was a large, rounded pack, beneath which was Dudian himself. Peter paused, a smile breaking across his face. Dudian, upon spotting Macon and the others waiting for him at the passage, quickened his pace. "I knew it. I knew you would be fine," Macon exclaimed, dropping his pack and rushing forward to deliver a playful punch to Dudian's chest. Dudian chuckled and replied, "It's good to know. From now on, let us keep moving. Don't dawdle like a woman. You're the one who acts like a woman. When you first joined the training camp, you were even more delicate than the girls in other dorms." Macon laughed in retort. Dudian rolled his eyes and approached Peter, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Peter nodded slightly as Dudian entered the passage. Macon, Zach, and Sham picked up their packs, joyfully following behind him. "Dudian?" Scott and the others looked at him in astonishment. Dudian gazed at the guards, puzzled. "Who are they?" "Today, I had planned to catch up on yesterday's chapter, but the internet went down. I will complete it tomorrow once the connection is restored." Chapter 73. Washing Day. Dudian nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the necessity of the process. The radiation levels outside were alarmingly high, and the items were heavily tainted with radiation and pathogens, thus requiring thorough cleansing. However, what piqued his curiosity was that the task was managed by the Church of Light. "Your belongings," a young light guard commanded, his voice firm. "State your name." "My name is Dudian, and these are my belongings," he replied, handing over his burden from his back. The young guard gestured to a companion, who approached and lifted the large pack from Dudian's shoulders, a white mask covering his face. "Goodness, this is heavy. Let us hope it's not just scrap metal," he remarked, transferring the pack onto a nearby transport vehicle. A female guard stationed on the vehicle tore a slip of paper from her wrist, inscribing Dudian's name upon it before affixing it to the pack, which she then tossed into the compartment. Next, the young guard waved dismissively. Dudian pondered for a moment before retrieving 7 deep blue orbs from his waist pouch. "I found these as well. Should they be sent along too?" The young guard glanced at the orbs, momentarily taken aback. He looked at Dudian with narrowed eyes, asking, "Where did you find these?" "From the head of a corpse," Dudian replied candidly. The guard scrutinized him, questioning, "What made you think to rummage through a corpse's head?" "Curiosity," Dudian answered simply. From the guard's gaze, Dudian sensed a mixture of pity and indifference, which left him perplexed. However, he recognized that it was not the time for further inquiries and stepped aside. At that moment, After collecting the 7 deep blue orbs, the young guard continued counting the supplies belonging to Maiden and his companions. Once the path was clear, Peter emerged from the steps. Noting that no other scavengers trailed behind Dudian, he waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone, get on the vehicle." "Dudian," Scott called, lifting the curtain of a black carriage. "Come here." Accepting the invitation, Dudian stepped onto the carriage, where Mia and another newcomer boy were seated. The 3 scavengers from the consortium occupied a different vehicle. "We were wrong about you before," Scott said apologetically once the carriage started moving. Dudian shook his head slightly. "It's human nature. I don't blame you." Scott observed him closely, relieved to see that Dudian bore no lingering resentment. He smiled and continued, "Speaking of which, you were our savior this time. After washing day in 3 days, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Unfortunately, you're too young to join us in those vibrant places. If you encounter any troubles or uncertainties in the future, don't hesitate to approach me. I will do everything I can to assist you." His expression turned serious at the last, revealing the sincerity behind his words. Dudian smiled faintly. He respected Scott, for he had witnessed the latter's willingness to risk his own safety to stay with Mia during the perilous encounter with the corpses. This act of bravery spoke volumes, as he understood the depths of despair that could arise in the face of death and the sinister thoughts it could provoke. The ability to suppress such malevolence revealed one's true character, and for that, Dudian held Scott in high regard. "What exactly is washing day?" Dudian inquired with curiosity. Scott slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget to mention that? Thankfully, Peter isn't here. Otherwise, he would berate me for not explaining sooner. I intended to introduce you newcomers to it gradually after scavenging in District 8 tonight," but he sighed and shook his head, then turned to Dudian. "Washing day is a customary procedure that follows our returns. Just like our belongings, our bodies also require meticulous examination before we can enter the living area within the Great Wall." Dudian realized the implication. Indeed, the corpses and monsters were kept at bay by the Great Wall. Suddenly, he recalled the boundary wall separating the commercial district from the residential and slum areas. The towering walls and massive gates likely served not only to demarcate wealth but also to prevent the infiltration of viruses into the inner sanctum, thereby averting widespread infection. At that moment, Scott curiously queried, "Dudian, how is it that your strength has increased so remarkably? You've only received 2 blessings. Yet your power surpasses mine. I've received 19 blessings." Mia and the newcomer boy seated beside them looked equally intrigued. Dudian sensed their persistent curiosity and felt a tinge of exasperation. Indeed, human curiosity, when left unsatisfied, never wanes. "It must be the air inside the wall," Dudian replied. Scott's face fell, realizing the abruptness of the topic shift. Mia stifled a laugh. Dudian felt slightly embarrassed, adding, "I truly don't know. I just woke up like this after losing consciousness." "All right," Scott conceded, realizing he wouldn't glean any more information. Before long, they arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts of the commercial district, on the fringe of the living quarters, sparsely populated. But the radiation levels in the air were significantly lower than in other outer regions, almost comparable to those within the living area. The lack of inhabitants was due to its designation as a forbidden zone. With gnarled trees resembling withered vines lining the streets, several eerie ancient castles loomed atop small hills. The group's carriage halted in front of one of these castles, and they disembarked in succession. The guard stationed at the castle noticed the approaching carriage and swiftly opened the gates. From within, a towering dark red steed, nearly 3 meters tall, burst forth. The horse was majestic, its fiery red coat indicating its fierce temperament. Sitting astride the horse was a young knight clad in the garb of the Church of Light. He gently pulled on the reins, prompting the steed to neigh robustly, halting in front of the group. Without a helmet to obscure his features, his dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, framing his strikingly pale face. After casting a fleeting glance at Dudian and Scott, he commanded, "Follow me." Scott nodded respectfully and, alongside Mia, led the way behind the knight. Dudian exchanged glances with Maiden and the others before following suit. They all understood that this distinguished young man was a knight of the Church of Light, far superior to ordinary knights, possessing the utmost qualities that warranted such an honor. While noblemen typically had knights in their service as a matter of course, having a knight of the Church of Light in one's family was a mark of great prestige. This was a matter of immense pride among the aristocracy. Beyond the honor of his title, the knight's formidable strength was indisputable. He was the foremost vanguard against evil alchemists and potion makers. Even ordinary knights would dismount and pay their respects upon encountering a knight of the Church of Light. As the group trailed behind the knight into the castle, they descended into a basement at the back. Each of you shall have your own room for bathing and changing. Stay here for 3 days. There are the scriptures of light within. It would be wise to read them. Even if your bodies are untainted, they will purify your impure hearts. The gray-haired youth stated coolly. Yes, Sir Knight, Scott replied respectfully, well acquainted with the rules of the place. Dudian and the others, being newcomers, followed Scott's lead. The small rooms in the basement were constructed from rough iron bars, reminiscent of cells, each containing a bed, a wooden commode, and a small clean table. On each table rested a book with a pale golden cover and silver streaks. Chapter 74. The news arrives, come with me. The young man in dark green pointed towards Mia amidst the crowd. Mia seemed to understand where she was to go, nodding respectfully. After Mia followed the Knight of Light away, a curious Meccan immediately inquired, where is she going? Why isn't she with us? Scott chuckled. Why should she be with us? She's a woman. Of course she has to go to the ladies' room. There are no partitions here. Upon hearing this, Meccan's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right. Let's all wash up. Someone will come by shortly to inspect us, Scott said as he stripped off his blood-stained black armor, casually tossing it aside. He approached the basin next to the latrine, scooping up water to cleanse his body. This is a proper wash. Meccan and the others followed suit, shedding their black armor and beginning to wash themselves. After 10 days of activities outside, their bodies were coated in sweat and unpleasant odors, and they had longed for a cleansing. Dudian, being somewhat introverted as evidenced by his few words, tied a sheet into a curtain to shield himself before removing his armor, which was marred with countless scratches, and began to bathe. Each time he washed, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The absence of shower gel made the experience quite uncomfortable. Look at Dudian, doing it again. He*s using a curtain. This is all men here. What is there to hide? Meccan and the others teased, laughing. During the training, sometimes I wonder if Dudian might actually be a girl. Dudian poked his head out from behind the curtain, growling. Meccan, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Bai Weiwei that you secretly drew her portrait. Zach, don't laugh. You took someone's money last time. Do you want me to spill it? Sham, if you keep it up, I'll tear down your family's tavern. The three immediately covered their mouths in response. Scott watched from the side, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, in a secluded ancient castle within the commercial district, a letter was delivered by the talons of a black raven through the window, drifting into a room on the second floor. This was an exceptionally lavish and spacious room, adorned with a dark red plush carpet covering most of the floor. A grand mahogany desk, older than its rotund occupant, creaked under his weight as he leaned back, idly playing with 2 perfectly colored agates while glancing at the letter. He stared at the letter, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light. However, Bane's situation was different. Gripping the letter tightly, he felt anger. Bane was a hunter under his purview, and any loss would affect his standing within the consortium and significantly reduce the income generated. It was imperative to investigate thoroughly. He swiftly made a decision, his gaze cold. If Bane had ventured into the gray area and disobeyed orders, he could not be blamed. Even if that madman came looking for him, he would bear no responsibility. However, if Bane was taken down by hunters from other consortiums within Zone 8, it would implicate their intelligence network. He promptly picked up a quill and hastily wrote, issuing orders to investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, although the Melon Consortium was vast, losing even a single hunter was no trivial matter, especially under such peculiar circumstances, which could potentially expose intelligence leaks or spies within the consortium. At the headquarters of the Scavengers Guild within the commercial district, 2 pieces of information were swiftly relayed. The first floor of the headquarters handled reception and basic information, while the second floor was administrative, dealing with crucial matters concerning the scavengers. Currently, these 2 pieces of information were sent to a spacious office on the second floor. The middle-aged man scrutinized the letter, frowning deeply. It suggested that a hunter had encountered trouble. Did this letter imply that there was an issue within their ranks? Having been in this business for over a decade, he quickly discerned the implications of the message, his expression darkening. If spies were uncovered among the scavengers, the personnel at their headquarters would undoubtedly face reprimands or even penalties. Let them investigate. If they truly find a spy, we'll have to accept it. The middle-aged man sighed, setting the first letter aside and opening the second. This letter contained few words, but its content was succinct, causing him to pause. Someone had submitted cold crystal? Ah, Dudian. Wasn't he a promising candidate among this batch of scavengers? He blinked, then broke into a smile. This little fellow is quite clever. He managed to pick up something from the hunters, truly worthy of the consortium's investment in his training. His earlier mood lightened instantly. Recruiting Dudian was a boon for their scavenger headquarters, as they had noted Dudian's record. His internal radiation levels were remarkably low. Although he wasn't of the light physique, he still held a glimmer of hope to become a hunter, contingent on whether they were willing to invest in his training. Now, it seemed a viable option. If he truly became a hunter, it would also be a notable achievement for him. He casually placed the second letter atop the first. Had it been another consortium scavenger who found the cold crystal and coincidentally received a letter from the hunter headquarters, he might have connected the two and formed some conjectures. But since the subject was Dudian, he could not make such associations. After all, Dudian graduated from the scavenger training program and was a seed candidate. No consortium would be foolish enough to send someone like him as a spy. Furthermore, during the scavenger training, all consortiums, including the military, were prohibited from interacting with scavengers. Thus, the only group that could potentially harbor spies would be those scavengers cultivated by their own consortium. In comparison, the likelihood of issues arising from these freshly graduated scavengers was far less than that of the more seasoned individuals. Chapter 75. The Hunter's Mark at this moment. In the basement of the ancient castle, Dudian had just finished washing up and changed into the linen garments that had long been prepared. He sat on the bed, engaging in casual conversation with maiden and the others. Before long, the door to the basement was pushed open, and a group entered, voluminous guards escorting two doctors clad in white coats and masks, each carrying their respective medical kits. "Everyone, prepare for inspection, strip down," commanded one of the guards. Scott, having been through this process multiple times, naturally remained without clothing after his wash, sitting comfortably on the bed. Dudian and maiden exchanged glances, resigned to the necessity of disrobing. Fortunately, the doctors were both male. Otherwise, given their tender age, they might have felt bashful and embarrassed in the presence of the opposite sex. "Turn to the side. Now, face the other way," the doctors instructed, moving to the outer edge of the iron cage to observe. Dudian and his companions complied, rotating their bodies for examination. "What injury is this?" one of the doctors inquired, pointing at the scar on maiden's hand. "It's just a scrape from moving things around. It's been there for quite some time," maiden replied promptly. The doctor nodded slightly, examining the scar closely and jotting down notes. "The wound has scabbed over. Estimated time of injury over 4 hours. No redness or swelling observed. Initial judgment indicates no infection." After completing this assessment, he moved on to the next subject. "Ah!" Suddenly, the other doctor exclaimed, his gaze fixating on a slightly protruding, blood vessel-like red mark on Dudian's chest. He leaned closer to the iron bars, realizing it was not an illusion, and could not help but exclaim, "A magical mark?" The first doctor, having heard his words, was momentarily taken aback before turning to look, instantly stunned. Dudian felt a stir within. A magical mark? Did they recognize this phenomenon? Scott, from the adjacent cage, also appeared bewildered. A magical mark? Dudian possesses one. Dudian had not anticipated that Scott was aware of such a thing. However, judging by his expression, it seemed he did not recognize the red mark on Dudian's chest. He likely had only heard of magical marks through other means without having seen one firsthand. The two doctors stared at Dudian as if they had encountered a ghost. "How can this be? You are classified as a scavenger. How could you possibly possess a magical mark?" Dudian was equally perplexed. "What is a magical mark?" Noticing where the doctors were looking, Scott turned his attention to Dudian's chest, his face filled with curiosity. Upon hearing Dudian's inquiry, he immediately responded, "Dudian. The magical mark is a unique power bestowed upon hunters and is the fundamental reason for their superiority over scavengers. It is said that within these marks lie astonishing abilities. Some hunters can see through anything, while others can cause metals to corrode. These powers originate from the magical mark." He gazed at the crimson mark on Dudian's chest, resembling a protruding blood vessel. "I never expected this is what a magical mark looks like. Dudian, how astonishing that you have manifested a magical mark. No wonder you possess such strength. It turns out you are already a hunter." At this point, admiration filled Scott's eyes as he regarded Dudian, devoid of jealousy. For he understood that the emergence of a magical mark was closely tied to one's physique. Not everyone could possess one. Dudian was momentarily stunned. This blood-colored little creature residing in his chest was indeed a magical mark? Was it a trait inherent to all hunters? If so, did that mean he could be considered a true hunter? The two doctors studied Dudian intently. One of them said, "Though we are uncertain how someone classified as a scavenger could possess a magical mark, it must be related to your physique. May we conduct another examination? Dudian, having long been concerned about the potential hazards posed by the blood-colored creature, readily agreed, saying, I appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all. If our examination confirms our suspicions, you will soon be recognized as a hunter. Please, do not feel hesitant with us, the doctors responded, their demeanor becoming more courteous. Smiles gracing their faces. Dudian was slightly taken aback by their kindness, suddenly acutely aware of the disparity between hunters and scavengers. A quiet sigh of relief washed over him. Since other hunters possessed magical marks, he was not unique, and it was unlikely he harbored any hidden dangers. The doctors instructed Dudian to extend his arm through the gaps in the iron bars for further examination. One of the doctors retrieved a small glass device from the medical kit, a radiation meter. Dudian immediately understood they intended to test the radiation within him. He speculated that the magical mark was likely linked to the levels of radiation in a person's body. After all, this was the most significant distinction between hunters and scavengers. Soon, the doctors extracted blood from Dudian's fingertip to measure with the radiation meter. Dudian's vision had evolved significantly since earlier. He could clearly see the red line at the bottom of the meter, slowly undulating upwards before gently sliding back down. This time, he observed distinctly. The red line was unmistakably a tiny, thread-like creature. Could it be that every radiation meter contained such a small creature? Dudian's realization dawned upon him. No wonder this technologically backward world could measure human radiation levels. It was through these mysterious little creatures. These creatures were likely akin to the light bug he had encountered in the hunter's castle, both possessing special sensitivity to radiation. How low is this? The two doctors were astounded by the readings on the radiation meter, exchanging incredulous glances, both coming to the same conclusion, with such low levels of radiation. It was no wonder a magical mark had emerged. However, they were puzzled as to how such a talent could be assigned to a scavenger. Could this be a mistake by the corporation? They dared not ponder further, for such matters were beyond their purview. They simply needed to fulfill their roles diligently. Once the tests are complete, we will submit the findings, one doctor said politely to Dudian. You possess the physique of a hunter. It is certain that the corporation will soon promote you to the ranks of hunters. Congratulations. Dudian felt somewhat uncomfortable with their formal address, but reminded himself that this was indeed a world with clear class distinctions, and there was no need for pretense. He nodded, saying, Thank you both. The doctors exchanged pleasantries before proceeding to examine Maiden, Scott, and the three corporate scavengers, along with the new boy, recording their situations, before departing the basement under the escort of the four luminous guards. Who would have thought, Dudian, that you unknowingly became a hunter? After the doctors and guards had left, Scott exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment and delight. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Being in close proximity to a hunter could provide him protection or even a slight elevation in status. Just a word from Dudian could significantly enhance his share in scavenging for the corporation, such as the influence of a hunter. Maiden, Zach. And Sham looked at Dudian with similar expressions of amazement and joy for him. From now on, we have a strong ally. Maiden laughed proudly. Who would have thought Dudian would become a hunter without even realizing it? I feel as if I am dreaming, Zach mused, astonished. Indeed. I didn't even register it at first, Sham remarked, reflecting. I always knew Dudian's potential. As long as he performed well, he would eventually earn a chance to become a hunter. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. How young he is. I wonder what kind of rewards the corporation will bestow upon him. Excitement and exhilaration surged among the three. Dudian observed their jubilant expressions, smiling slightly as he touched the magical mark on his chest. It seemed that the hunter's intent to ambush the black beast was likely tied to this blood-colored little creature. Yet, given that the hunter already possessed a magical mark, why would he still seek this one? Is it possible that even with the presence of a magical mark, one could still enhance their strength or augment the abilities bestowed by the mark itself? Speaking of abilities, he recalled his heightened sense of smell. This must be his magical mark's capability. Scott scratched his head and, somewhat perplexed, remarked, I only possess a superficial understanding. Yet I have heard of a myriad of diverse abilities. As for whether they pose any threat to you, I cannot say, but it is unlikely. After all hunters possess this, and I have never witnessed anyone encountering issues. Regarding the specifics, once you are promoted by the consortium to the ranks of hunters, someone will surely enlighten you. Dudian pondered this and decided not to dwell any further. It's getting rather late. It's already 5 o'clock. How embarrassing. I suppose the brothers waiting for updates have already drifted into slumber, Haha Chapter 76. Investigation of the Outer World. Zone 8 of the Melon Consortium. The flag of the consortium, resembling a crimson rose, fluttered at the edge of the area as three figures darted past it. The breeze they stirred causing the flag to ripple slightly. These three figures moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to three black leopards, nimbly leaping over the fractured streets, deftly navigating obstacles. Occasionally, fallen buildings obstructed their path, yet they effortlessly traversed the debris beneath their feet. Before long, they spotted two aimless figures wandering down the street ahead, their green eyes vacant and expressionless, their tattered clothing hanging like rags, exposing numerous pale and unseemly areas. One of the figures, a woman clad in crimson armor, let out a cold huff, her delicate demeanor imbued with an icy chill. Without losing momentum, she surged forward, reaching the two wandering corpses before they could react. In a swift motion, she dashed between them, and with two dull thuds, two heads fell from behind, rolling to a stop upon the ground. The two figures following the woman swiftly passed by the headless corpses, the gust of wind they generated toppling the lifeless bodies. The young man on the right cast a worried glance at the retreating figure of the woman in crimson armor and sighed softly. I hope Bane is merely indulging in a moment of mischief. Focus. The crimson-clad woman commanded icily, her gaze piercing. Gree, do you detect my brother's scent? The young man on the left replied, Not yet, wait. Suddenly, he paused, staring intently at a section of the street on the right, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. This scent. Could it belong to that creature? Gree's eyes narrowed momentarily. Follow me, perhaps your brother is nearby. With that, he sped down the street. Soon, the trio arrived before a collapsed building. Gree swiftly squeezed through a gap and into the wreckage, with the crimson woman and the other young man closely trailing him. They came upon a transverse passageway within the ruins. Gree leaped down a hole in the corridor, and a low buzzing sound resonated. He raised a small oil lamp, illuminating the dark passage. As the three squinted into the dim light, their expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was the fearmonger. Gree inhaled sharply, a hint of trepidation creeping in. How did the fearmonger come to be in Zone 8? The other young man exclaimed incredulously. This is a rare named creature. How could it perish here? It's still in its juvenile stage, with a hunting level of 9. The crimson woman scrutinized the surroundings, her eyes narrowing. It was burned alive? How pathetic. Our consortium has not had any new hunters join recently, the other young man noted. That can only imply that hunters from other consortiums have failed to grasp the rules and intruded into our territory, the crimson woman retorted with a cold laugh. Gree suddenly twitched his nose, his expression shifting as he remarked, I believe I can smell your brother's scent. The crimson woman raised an eyebrow. Gree's face darkened slightly. It emanates from this fearmonger. Could it be? The crimson woman's expression soured, and she barked. What nonsense are you spouting? Gree approached the charred creature, illuminating its decayed form. He spotted a fragment of armor wedged between its clawed appendages, the scent unmistakably linked to the crimson woman's brother. This fragment belongs to your brother, Gree stated, his complexion grim. The crimson woman's demeanor shifted rapidly. Her once fair visage became suffused with crimson fury, her pupils narrowing to a blood-red hue. Trembling, she stepped closer to Gree, her gaze fixed on the piece of armor. Fully aware of Gree's tracking prowess and understanding the dire fate her brother might have faced should he encounter the fearmonger beast, the crimson woman's skin began to shed, revealing two blood-red blades akin to curved daggers. With a fierce swing, she severed the creature's neck, the rotting fibers of its flesh yielding easily to her strike. The putrid blood splattered her face, yet she remained undeterred, her frenzy escalating as she unleashed a torrent of blows. Blood sprayed forth, and the bloodthirsty insects surrounding the carcass fled in terror. Beast, 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 she cried, tears streaming from her darkened eyes, trickling down her delicate cheeks, washing away the blood that marred her face. Gree and the other young man exchanged complex glances, refraining from intervening, knowing it would be futile. Before long, the upper half of the charred body lay in tatters. The crimson woman's expression twisted with rage as she plunged her hands into the decaying mass, tearing open its stomach. The rancid stench surged forth, mingling with the viscous fluids, yet she paid it no heed, scavenging for remnants of digested bones and metallic shards. Beast, beast, she repeated, grief rendering her incapable of conjuring new curses. The corrosive gastric fluids had no effect on her armor or blood blades. Gree, unable to bear it, grasped her arm gently. Stop this. Your brother may have escaped its clutches and could still be alive. Leave me be. The Crimson Woman hissed coldly. With a resigned sigh, Gree released her. The Crimson Woman panted slightly, her fists clenched tightly, her exquisite face contorted in rage. I will find the one who killed this beast. A wretched novice hunter could never defeat it. He must have been gravely injured after battling my brother, and that pitiful creature took advantage of it. I want him dead. Gree nodded in agreement. We will assist you. We shall uncover the one who dared encroach upon our territory and will not show mercy. The other young man added. I believe that person must have left clues nearby. Let us search for any unexpected discoveries. Before long, the desiccated bloodstains on the stones began to vanish. Gree's expression shifted, but he chose not to comment, knowing this was a manifestation of her magical mark. You all search the vicinity thoroughly. The Crimson Woman commanded, her voice icy. Chapter 77. The letter in the dimly lit basement of the ancient castle. After the doctors departed, Dudian and the others took the opportunity to rest. Having gone 10 days without proper sleep, they relaxed completely in this almost prison-like environment, soon succumbing to the sounds of slumber. However, Dudian did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, he gently caressed the magic mark on his chest. The sensation was incredibly vivid, blurring the lines between the feeling in his fingertips and the mark itself, almost as if his heart were being touched by his fingers. This chilling sensation caused the hairs on his body to stand on end, his nerves instinctively taut. With a slight increase in pressure, he could feel his heart racing, accompanied by a sense of tightness in his chest. If this magic mark were to be destroyed, my life would undoubtedly be gravely endangered, perhaps even extinguished, Dudian pondered silently. He never imagined that his life was intertwined with a mark, specifically the crimson insect residing within it. Lying on his bed, he tossed and turned without finding rest. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the doctrine of light on the small table. Intrigued, he picked it up and began to leaf through it. The elegant cursive script danced before his eyes, and the opening line caused him to squint. Light is, indeed, truth. The world flourishes because of light. It is through light that we are able to see. Light bestows life upon humanity, and the magnificent creator of light, the God of light, will safeguard all who remain loyal to him. The preamble of the doctrine articulated its purpose and essence, with each subsequent tale illustrating the benefits derived from light, representing phenomena universally acknowledged. Because these concepts were common knowledge, they could not be easily refuted. The impact of light was so monumental that the assertions within this doctrine were largely accurate. Dudian even felt that the doctrine fell short of encompassing the entirety of its implications. Without light, life on Earth would not exist. This singular fact surpasses countless examples. However, while he acknowledged this truth, Dudian had no intention of venerating the God of light. The significance of light is undeniable. Yet what relevance does it bear to your Church of Light? As he skimmed through the pages, he grasped the method of recruiting followers. Initially, they present widely recognized natural phenomena, weaving them into their doctrine, followed by a list of these observations. Upon reading them, most individuals experience an epiphany. When combined with their lived experiences, they are quick to accept. Once they are convinced, the doctrine can introduce its own ideologies, blending them seamlessly, thereby instilling them into others' minds. Should one's character be insufficiently robust or their worldview fragile, distinguishing the conflated ideas becomes exceedingly difficult, leading to blind faith. Once blind, they become devout adherents, believing whatever is told to them. What is described pertains only to the superficial effects of light, devoid of scientific explanation. Akin to what Dudian's father often remarked, ancient sages were wise but lacked the tools to comprehend the why behind phenomena. The current generation mirrors this ignorance. Dudian mused that once adequate tools are developed to delve into the microscopic realm, the origins of light could be elucidated, even allowing one to perceive its form. His father frequently asserted that all foolish beliefs stem from technological backwardness, which fails to provide adequate explanations. Dudian held his father's words in high regard, further solidifying his resolve to become an alchemist. The 3 days of purification soon passed. The two doctors conducted daily examinations, observing the physical changes in Dudian and the others. In truth, these checkups were merely formalities. They had witnessed countless similar cases. Typically, those infected would swiftly exhibit symptoms, while only the most resilient individuals would carefully conceal their injuries, enduring until the final moments of the 3rd day before revealing them. Such instances were, however, exceedingly rare. When the basement door opened, Dudian and the others donned the newly provided black soft armor, tailored to fit their sizes perfectly based on their damaged gear. This way, please. A light guardian beckoned, guiding them. Dudian and his companions did not encounter the dark-clad knight, instead following the light guardian out of the castle. Upon reaching the entrance, a voice called out, "Mr. Dudian, may I inquire who Mr. Dudian is?" Dudian turned in surprise to find a middle-aged gentleman, adorned in a tall black hat and leaning on a cane, gazing towards him. Scott, walking beside him, pointed at Dudian with a smile. "This is him." The gentleman appeared taken aback, not expecting that the person he had been waiting for to deliver a letter was merely a young man. Nevertheless, he approached without delay, retrieving an envelope from the side of his coat, stating, "Mr. Dudian, this is a letter for you." Dudian glanced at the stamp and address on the envelope, recognizing it as belonging to the Melon Consortium, specifically the headquarters of the scavengers. He instantly understood that the two doctors had reported the matter regarding the magic mark. Nodding slightly in thanks, he accepted the letter and gently opened it. The contents were brief. "Please come to the top office at headquarters." Dudian comprehended the implications of the top office. It pertained to the handling of the scavengers' most confidential matters. In simpler terms, training or meetings for individuals like Peter and other high-ranking scavengers occurred at the headquarters' upper echelons. "It concerns your nomination as a hunter, does it not?" "The headquarters is indeed prompt," Scott remarked with a grin. "Congratulations. You have only just become a scavenger and already ascended to hunter. Who knows? We may cross paths again in the wilderness." Mia, standing nearby, looked bewildered. What is happening? A hunter? Dudian?" Scott chuckled. "You weren't aware? Dudian has manifested a magic mark. He is now a bona fide hunter." Mia stared at Dudian, taken aback. Dudian smiled faintly, addressing Scott. "I must thank you for your guidance in this expedition beyond the wall." "Not at all," Scott replied, yet internally elated, knowing that Dudian had remembered his kindness. He added, "Mia and I shall take our leave now. In a few days, once the assessment of the material prices is complete, we shall reconvene at headquarters." Dudian was somewhat surprised. The material prices have yet to be assessed? However, reflecting on the items, he realized they were all modern artifacts from the ruins beyond the wall, many of which the inhabitants within had never encountered. It was indeed a time-consuming endeavor to evaluate their worth. After bidding farewell to Scott and Mia, the three from Macon also took their leave, boarding the exclusive carriage of the consortium. Meanwhile, the other three scavengers and the new boy politely said their farewells to Dudian before selecting a consortium carriage and departing. Dudian, having received the letter, proceeded directly to the headquarters by carriage. Chapter 78. Meeting the Melon Consortium at the scavenger headquarters. A carriage sped towards the entrance and came to a halt. Dudian alighted from the vehicle, casting a glance at the slumbering behemoth of a building before him. He ascended the steps slowly, arriving at the grand foyer, which was strikingly vacant. A few figures of consortium scavengers lingered before the bulletin board, perusing the information displayed. This board was dedicated to disseminating intelligence pertinent to the scavengers, primarily concerning the fluctuations within the various sectors under the Melon Consortium's jurisdiction, as well as changes adjacent to other regions. As Dudian entered, he casually scanned the board from a distance, his gaze drawn to several notices, one of which pertained to Zone 8. The message indicated that there were reports of zombies in the area, leading to a temporary lockdown, with a cautionary note urging scavengers to refrain from entering. Dudian understood that apart from assignments occasionally bestowed upon them by the consortium to scavenge in specific locales, scavengers generally operated with considerable autonomy, free to traverse any area under the Melon Consortium's domain. Consequently, most scavengers would come here prior to embarking on their missions to familiarize themselves with the latest developments, thereby avoiding the dangers akin to those they currently faced. After all, while these regions had been cleansed, the undead and monsters paid little heed to human-imposed boundaries, often encroaching upon areas that had already been scavenged, much like the fearmonger Dudian had encountered. After a brief glance, he made his way up the corridor along the inner side of the hall. "Ah, Dudian," a sudden voice called out. Dudian turned to see Peter, holding a cup of steaming coffee, just emerging from an office. A faint smile graced his lips as he greeted, "Mr. Peter, the resources you collected have yet to be assessed. What brings you here?" Peter inquired curiously. Dudian was equally perplexed. Was it possible that his affairs had not reached Peter's ears? Suddenly, it struck him that matters concerning the hunters were likely confidential, with ordinary scavengers, like Scott, relying on their experience to glean snippets of information. Dudian had not anticipated that someone of Peter's stature would be uninformed. He tactfully sidestepped the topic, stating, "I was summoned by the higher-ups. It appears they require my presence for something." Peter paused, a realization dawning upon him as he furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. That shouldn't be the case. Even if they had suspicions, I wouldn't expect it to extend to newcomers like you. Noticing Dudian's puzzled expression, he hesitated for a moment before leaning closer and whispering, I suspect they're summoning you regarding the zombie situation in Zone 8. I've heard that during the recent upheaval, a hunter perished, and a few days ago, word came from the hunter headquarters that they intend to thoroughly investigate those scavengers who entered Zone 8. However, there's no reason for them to suspect you newcomers, so don't worry too much. Just be cautious in your speech. Dudian felt a jolt of alarm, a primal instinct rising within him as if he were facing imminent danger. However, he quickly recognized his overreaction, restoring a natural expression to his face as he replied. I see. I was rather puzzled. Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Peter. Peter chuckled lightly. I look forward to seeing you excel. Best of luck. With that, he departed, coffee in hand. Dudian's fingers clenched slightly as he resolved deep within himself that no matter what the higher-ups uncovered, he would staunchly deny it. He gazed at the stairs ahead, his demeanor calming as he ascended step by step. The scavenger headquarters comprised 4 floors, each guarded by sentinels, private guards selected from the ranks of the noble class affiliated with the Melon Consortium. Only nobility possessed the right to recruit private armed forces, though the slots were limited, forming a foundational requirement for the consortium's stability. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man resembling a butler appraised Dudian with a scrutinizing glance before breaking into a smile. You must be the new recruit, Dudian. Please, come in. Dudian nodded slightly and entered the room. The resplendent glow of opulence enveloped him, and a subtle fragrance wafted from every corner of the chamber. Beneath his feet lay an exquisite deep red carpet. He quickly surveyed the room, noting the lavish furnishings, tables, chairs, desks, and oil paintings, all exuding an air of affluence and elegance that was almost overwhelming. He marveled internally at the grandeur before his gaze settled on a massive oil painting of a woman, beneath which stood a robust middle-aged man. With thick brows and piercing eyes, he exuded an aura of cold determination, tempered by a hint of weariness and languor. Most striking was a long scar on the side of his chin, near his neck, a chilling reminder that had it been even half a centimeter off, it could have severed his carotid artery. Young man, come and sit. The middle-aged man beckoned, his eyes glimmering with mild surprise. I have been eager to meet you. Dudian, sensing the man's affable demeanor, felt reassured that he was not here to interrogate him about the hunter. He approached and seated himself across from the man. Dudian nodded slightly, not entirely surprised. Thus, it is understandable that you possess a magical mark. However, I am curious to know the origin of your magical mark. The man inquired with a gentle smile, his gaze narrowing as if scrutinizing every subtle shift in Dudian's expression. Chapter 79. Soul Crystals regarding this matter. Dudian had long been prepared, honestly reiterating his previous statement. I am not certain. It appeared after I fainted. Fainting? Phaeton inquired with keen interest. How did you lose consciousness? Dudian appeared calm on the surface, yet his thoughts raced. Had this been earlier, he would have merely evaded the question. However, upon hearing Peter's words, he realized that the hunters had already investigated the 8th district and understood that the magical mark was not unique to him, but rather a special ability possessed by every hunter. Although he had incinerated that hunter's corpse and it had been devoured by the colossal black beast, he could not be sure if any unnoticed traces had been left at the scene that might expose him. Moreover, the death of one hunter and the emergence of another were both significant events that could easily be associated with one another. Contemplating this, Dudian altered his response. I witnessed a distinguished hunter battling an enormous monster, which frightened me into unconsciousness. My lord, what could that creature be to be so vast? As he spoke, his fingers involuntarily clenched, and his body trembled slightly, unable to suppress the fear that lingered within. The fear mold? Dudian murmured, finally recognizing the name of the beast he had slain. Yet, Phaeton's final words surprised him. Just as he was about to inquire directly, he suddenly became alert. Panic etched across his face. My lord, what is the parasitic soulworm you mentioned? It has entered my body? So, does that mean Phaeton raised his head? Smiling. Do not worry. I told you, the magical mark is the corpse of the parasitic soulworm. It was dead by the time it burrowed into your body. However, although it perished, it formed a connection with your body before its death, and its remains transformed into the magical mark. The location of the mark is your critical point, as vital as your head and heart. Henceforth, be cautious in protecting it, and it is advisable not to disclose its position indiscriminately. Dudian was momentarily taken aback. Yet he felt a surge of joy within. He had always feared that the worm in his chest might one day turn against him. But to learn it had already died significantly reduced that risk. Concurrently, he gleaned an important piece of information from Phaeton's words. Evidently, the location of each person's magical mark varied. His was in the chest, while other hunters had theirs in different areas. Little one, you are fortunate. Phaeton remarked cheerfully. To receive such an opportunity indicates that Lady Luck favors you. Initially, the headquarters intended to observe your performance, and if satisfactory, in 2 years' time. They would apply for you to study at the Hunter Academy and subsequently procure a parasitic soul worm for you, enabling you to become a truly qualified hunter. Unexpectedly, you have prematurely become a hunter on your own, thus saving the headquarters the expense of acquiring a parasitic soul worm. Moreover, your magical mark is that of the fear mold. You may not yet realize that this is an exceedingly rare named beast. I believe that once you reach the headquarters, other hunters will be quite envious of you. Dudian repeatedly expressed his gratitude. I owe much to the Foundation's nurturing. My lord, what is this parasitic soul worm you mentioned? Do we not have it within our Foundation? It is a type of parasite that feeds on the souls of magical creatures. Phaeton did not mind explaining to Dudian, smiling as he continued. Typically, it is found within particularly formidable magical creatures. Once this entity enters a human body, it perishes. Hence, the magical mark abilities among hunters cannot be shared, which is why the number of hunters has never significantly increased. Named magical creatures are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. Dudian understood now. Yet a chill ran through him as he realized why the Church of Light, as a religious organization, could recruit a large number of light guardians and knights. And why all foundations needed to show deference to the Church. It was not merely a matter of superficial faith, but there were profound material interests at play. This time, I called you here in secret. Your identity as a hunter has not yet been made public, not even to other high-ranking officials within our headquarters. Phaeton smiled. This is to protect you, and I hope you will refrain from spreading the word indiscriminately. Soon, the headquarters will dispatch someone to confirm your identity. And once verified, they will process your identity paperwork, making you a member of our Foundation's hunters. Dudian nodded slightly, yet inwardly he mused that aside from protecting him, the true aim was likely to prevent other foundations from learning of this news and attempting to poach him. Oh, there is one more thing. Phaeton suddenly recalled. The 7 soul crystals you submitted, commonly referred to as cold crystals, are valued at 1 gold coin each, although your identity has not yet been processed. This is based on the distribution ratio for hunters. If you were a scavenger, you would only receive 1 silver coin. Soul crystals? Dudian then realized the name of the deep blue spheres, and he silently gasped in astonishment. The disparity between the distribution ratios for scavengers and hunters was a staggering tenfold. He was a seed candidate, entitled to a 30% distribution. Does this imply that hunters receive a 300% share? Wouldn't the Foundation incur significant losses? As if sensing Dudian's astonishment, Phaeton chuckled. You are soon to visit the hunter headquarters, so I will be frank with you. The proportion earned by scavengers is 50% of the total value, which is allocated for transportation fees. The remaining 50% is deducted for personal expenses, such as material appraisal fees, transportation costs, and taxes, before being divided with the Foundation. This is a common practice among all foundations, not just ours. It seems that the truly adept merchants do not merely trade, but rather engage in robbery, Dudian thought, gaining a newfound understanding. What are soul crystals used for? Dudian inquired with curiosity. Chapter 80. The abilities of the fear-tainted. This is confidential. Phaeton smiled faintly and remarked, however, among the seasoned hunters, it is hardly a secret. I can privately divulge a few details. This item is one of the materials for God's blessing, capable of enhancing physical abilities. Yet, if used directly, one risks being tainted by the malevolent spirits within these soul crystals, easily succumbing to become a ghoul or another kind of monster. Dudian was taken aback. He recalled that when he bore the mark of the demon, he seemed to have absorbed a soul crystal while unconscious, yet nothing adverse occurred. Could it be due to the demon mark? Was it true that even hunters could not use it directly? Dudian inquired. Phaeton shook his head. No, they cannot. Dudian felt a jolt of surprise, his heart racing. Hunters also could not use it, yet he had, at least, since absorbing that cold crystal. He had not felt any unusual changes in his body. If there were truly changes, the 2 doctors would surely have detected something during the cleansing day, as they were seasoned senior doctors. The demon mark. The abilities conferred by a hunter's demon mark were different. So perhaps the true ability of his mark was not that heightened sense of smell, but rather the capacity to digest the cold crystal? Or perhaps The digestion of the cold crystal was merely one aspect of his abilities? This thought stirred excitement within Dudian. If so, he could secretly use the cold crystals in the future without the need to surrender them. Although a single cold crystal equated to a gold coin, or 10,000 copper coins, which, when evaluated against the prices of this world, was akin to $10,000 from the old era, having experienced the harshness beyond the walls, he would not be easily swayed by the allure of wealth. Dudian paused. Elemental temple? Phaedon smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Those at headquarters should arrive shortly. You may wait outside for now. Seeing that Phaedon had no intention of saying more, Dudian wisely refrained from pressing further, standing to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Phaedon. I shall take my leave. After Dudian exited the room, Phaedon turned to the middle-aged steward beside him, smiling gently. What are your thoughts? Very clever. A young lad with great potential, the middle-aged steward replied respectfully. Phaedon nodded slightly, sighing, indeed, but alas, he is not of the light constitution. His lifespan will be limited. Even if he does not fall prey to monsters, he will eventually be eroded by radiation. Unless he can procure holy water of light, which is exorbitantly priced, only top-tier hunters possess the means to acquire a fraction of it. Such a pity. The middle-aged steward nodded in agreement. Phaedon lightly tapped the pen in his hand against the notebook on the table. Deep in thought, the hunter from Zone 8 has perished. This young man must know the truth, yet he remains silent. We cannot force him to speak. Headquarters would likely be unwilling to interrogate him, especially after losing one hunter. It's rare to find a replacement, particularly one with the fear-tainted mark. They will probably allow this matter to fade. The middle-aged steward nodded slightly. The higher-ups mentioned that the fear-tainted was incinerated. He seemed nervous while speaking, yet his gaze was remarkably calm. This cannot be feigned. I suspect he may have been the one responsible for the incineration. Indeed. Phaedon nodded slightly, having discerned this as well. Although Dudian had disguised his emotions skillfully, Phaedon's perceptiveness was exceptionally acute. At the Melon Consortium, Hunter Headquarters, with a resounding thud, a delicate white hand slammed against the desk. Its owner, a woman clad in scarlet battle armor, glared furiously at the balding middle-aged man seated behind the desk, nearly roaring, "He is my only family. Do you want my brother to die without any clarity? I have already investigated. The Huashan Consortium and the military have recently recruited new hunters. I simply wish for headquarters to connect me with them, so I can confront them personally." The balding middle-aged man remained calm, watching as her spittle splattered onto his face without wiping it away, and replied quietly, "You should be aware that we have no evidence. Even if their hunters infiltrated secretly, it is merely a fault of the hunters patrolling Zone 8 for failing to detect them in time. Furthermore, the coroner has conducted an autopsy. Your brother indeed perished within that fear-tainted, leaving only remnants and fragments of soft shell. I understand your anger, but the monster that killed your brother is already dead. What more do you desire? I want revenge." The scarlet-clad woman roared. "Even if my brother was killed by the fear-tainted, I will not permit anyone to claim the fruits of his labor. There were no parasitic soul insects within that fear-tainted, and surely there were others nearby. Why should my brother die in vain while they reap the rewards?" The balding middle-aged man replied calmly, "I can understand your inability to accept this, but I will not allow actions that could harm the consortium's interests. You would do well to refrain from any rash moves. This matter will be thoroughly investigated, and you will receive an explanation." Harming the consortium's interests? The scarlet woman laughed bitterly, tears brimming in her eyes. "My brother is dead, and you speak to me of interests? Do you think I am unaware of how much profit I have brought to the consortium over the years?" The balding middle-aged man realized he had misspoken. Furrowing his brow, "I have said that the consortium will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. If we identify the individual and confirm they are from another consortium, we will not let it pass. You needn't worry about that. However, you must not act independently. If another consortium catches you off guard, the consequences could be dire." The scarlet woman ceased her laughter, casting him a mocking glance without further comment, and turned to leave. Just then, the door swung open, and a guard rushed in, first bowing respectfully to the scarlet woman before approaching the balding middle-aged man. "Sir, this is news from the scavenger headquarters." The balding middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Yet he accepted the note, quickly glancing over it. The balding middle-aged man paused, raising his gaze to the retreating figure of the scarlet woman. Noticing she was oblivious to his scrutiny, he exhaled in relief, swiftly folding the note and instructing, "Understood, you may leave." Upon reaching the doorway, the scarlet woman halted. her form momentarily frozen as a cold glint flashed in her eyes before she strode out of the room. After she departed, the balding middle-aged man promptly retrieved a new note, rapidly issuing orders. The second update is presented, and I shall continue to compose the third update, which is expected to be available around 2 o'clock. Chapter 81. Conflict. Dudian arrived at the finance department on the first floor of the headquarters hall to collect the gold coins he had earned from turning in 7 cold crystals. These 7 gold coins were equivalent to over a decade of savings for an average family in the residential area. It is noteworthy that even the relatively well-off Jules couple earned only 5 or 6 silver coins a month, which already places them in the higher salary bracket. Although 1 gold coin equals 10,000 units of currency from the old era, the current society is still in its nascent stages of development, and the salaries of the basic workforce are exceedingly low, similar to early workers from the old era who were content with a monthly income of 1 or 200 units. Those with 10,000 units were considered minor landlords or affluent individuals. Remarkably, this was merely a fraction of Dudian's earnings from scavenging. Clutching the weighty, smooth gold coins, Dudian felt a sense of reflection rather than excitement, for these coins were acquired at the cost of his life. Moreover, if it were not for his identity as a hunter, he would have received only 7 silver coins, equivalent to 2 months' wages for a basic worker. Thus, for scavengers to attain wealth, they must rely on fortune and the discovery of exceptionally valuable items. After pocketing the gold coins, Dudian settled down in the hall to wait. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted outside the headquarters. Dudian looked up to see a tall woman clad in crimson battle armor push through the hall's doors, striding in with an expression as cold as ice, radiating an aura of chilling severity. It was the esteemed hunter. The hall fell silent as everyone regarded the woman with trepidation. "Bring your supervisor here," the woman commanded in a voice laced with frost. "Enough with the pleasantries. Call forth the scavenger who ventured into Zone 8, and do it now." Her gaze was frigid as she pinned her eyes on the assembled crowd, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. "Do not waste my time. If I do not see him before sunset, you will regret it." Pater, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "Yes, absolutely, I will not delay." The woman lifted her chin slightly, scanning the vicinity before making her way to the lounge area where Dudian sat, her gaze landing on him as he sipped his milk tea, causing her eyebrows to arch. Pater, following her line of sight, noticed Dudian and inwardly cursed, hastily approaching him with a reprimand. "You there, do you not see the esteemed hunter? Why are you standing idly? Hurry and pay your respects, then leave." Seeing the urgency in Pater's eyes, Dudian understood that he wanted to dismiss him to buy time. Furthermore, the woman's previous words suggested a connection to the deceased hunter from Zone 8, and Dudian furrowed his brow, realizing trouble had come swiftly. Nonetheless, he felt no fear and merely nodded slightly to the crimson-clad woman as a form of acknowledgement before preparing to depart. "Wait," the woman spoke suddenly, her icy gaze locking onto him. "You are a new scavenger, are you not? Have you been to Zone 8? Dudian observed the growing chill in her eyes, sensing that a mere nod could provoke her wrath. The palpable aura of menace made him frown, and he replied, "Indeed." Her eyes flared with a fierce intensity, the original brown-gray hue darkening to a shade of red. "You little wretch, why are you still alive? How is it that scum like you can endure while others perish? Why are you not among the dead?" As she spoke, the skin on her arms flushed a deep crimson, as if filled with blood. Pater, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Esteemed hunter, Dudian is one of our promising talents, specially nurtured by the headquarters, and could potentially become a hunter. Please do not hold anything against him. If he has offended you, I assure you he will apologize." Pater was abruptly silenced by a fierce retort from the woman. She slowly rose, towering over Dudian with eyes brimming with resentment, anger, and sorrow. Dudian initially assumed she had unearthed some evidence related to his past and had come to confront him. However, it appeared she was merely venting her ire upon him. The anguish and fury reflected in her peculiar gaze stirred something within him, prompting him to inquire. "I heard a hunter perished in Zone 8. What was his relation to you?" "Silence," the woman shouted, raising her hand to strike. Dudian's expression shifted as he swiftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow, and retreated several steps to create distance. Anger and a sense of impending danger welled within him. He knew well the power of hunters and was certain that this woman was stronger than he. Pater, shocked at the sudden escalation, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Dudian evade her attack. The woman, equally stunned, regarded Dudian with newfound coldness. "You are a new scavenger, yet your reflexes are remarkable. Even those blessed 20 or 30 times would struggle to match your speed. Who are you? Dudian's gaze hardened. He recognized her emotional turmoil but understood from her ruthless strike that she held no regard for the weight of life. To her, the accidental death of a scavenger would likely result in little more than a reprimand, with the corporation shielding her from repercussions. I shall remember this slap, Dudian declared, fixing her with a steely gaze. For every kindness bestowed upon me, I shall repay tenfold. For every pain inflicted upon me, I shall retaliate 100-fold. The woman's expression darkened. You dare to threaten me? With that, she suddenly lunged forward. Chapter 82. Appointment Stop. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. A robust figure swiftly intervened between Dudian and the crimson woman, raising a hand to block the woman's thigh as she lunged. Upon contact, the overwhelming force caused him to pale slightly, and he staggered back a couple of steps to withstand the impact. The crimson woman utilized the momentum to pivot and land gracefully, coldly regarding the imposing figure standing before Dudian, and commanded, Bud, step aside. The man known as Bud furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Enough of this nonsense, Belan. This young man is a newly appointed hunter, and I have come to represent the hunter headquarters to formally appoint him. At this revelation, the gazes within the hall converged on Dudian, filled with disbelief. Peter and the lean elder stood agape, astonished. Dudian glanced at Bud, contemplating the fortuitous timing of his arrival. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee into the streets to evade the wrath of this deranged woman. A newly appointed hunter? Belan paused, a flicker of realization crossing her features as her expression darkened rapidly. Her brown eyes transformed into a deep crimson, veins resembling dark red tendrils emerged on her arms. Enveloped in a suffocating aura of bloodlust, she hissed, So, it is this little brat who has gained the upper hand? Bud's expression tightened as he responded. I understand your grief over your brother's death, but I urge you not to act recklessly. Attacking a fellow hunter from the same organization could have dire consequences. Do not jeopardize your future. However, Belan seemed impervious to his warnings, her blood-red gaze fixated on Dudian as she accused him. You stood by and watched as my brother was devoured by a monster? Why were you not the one to be consumed? You, a mere scavenger. What right do you have to possess a demonic mark? Dudian met her glare with indifference, remaining silent. Belan continued to stare intensely at him, and after a moment, the murderous intent on her face began to dissipate, the dark red veins on her arms retreating beneath her skin. She licked her lips and said, Little one, did you not claim that you would repay me 100-fold? Dudian furrowed his brow, sensing that her wrath would not easily subside. He understood that even an apology would not suffice to quell this matter, and more importantly, why should he apologize? Just because her brother perished does not entitle her to unleash her fury upon the innocent. Even in the pursuit of revenge, her brother had instigated harm first. Did that not allow for retaliation? An apology is out of the question. Little one, did you not express a desire for vengeance against me? I welcome it. Belan spoke in a soft, sinister tone. Dudian's expression grew colder as he replied, Is that so? I had not anticipated that the hunter consumed was your brother. It is understandable that you are enraged, given the gruesome nature of his demise. You flatter me. In comparison to her, I am still lacking. After all, she took action while I was merely a bystander, Dudian stated calmly, but sighed and said, Do not blame her. Her parents passed away early, leaving her to rely solely on her brother. It is only natural for her to be emotionally unstable after such a loss. Dudian regarded him with curiosity and countered. There are many orphans. Does the death of a loved one grant one the right to unjustly blame the innocent? Her brother was devoured by a monster. Instead of directing her anger toward the true culprits, she chooses to unleash it upon vulnerable scavengers like us. Are our lives not valuable? Just because her status is superior to ours does not grant her the right to belittle and humiliate us. And after all that, we are expected to sympathize with her? Bud was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Dudian's words. Dudian nodded slightly and ceased further discourse, silently marking this woman in his mind. This incident would not conclude here. Bound by the rules of the corporation, she might refrain from overtly harming him, yet she would undoubtedly seek to undermine him in the shadows. Rather than wait for trouble to find him, he resolved to take the initiative. This is the hunter contract. Once signed, you will officially be a hunter under the corporation, Bud stated, pulling a document from his bag and handing it to Dudian. Dudian temporarily set aside his thoughts and diligently perused the contract. It bore similarities to the scavenger agreement, with differences primarily in profit-sharing ratios and a significant enhancement in task execution, along with various benefits. As a hunter, He would receive a property in the commercial district from the corporation, complete with ownership documents. Moreover, he would be granted 10 divine blessings each month. It was noteworthy that as a seed subject, he had only received 1 blessing per month. Now, this benefit alone represented a 10-fold increase. The other benefits were astonishingly generous as well. Hunters were entitled to a 30% discount across all industries under the corporation, equivalent to VIP treatment. The Mellon Corporation's ventures spanned coal mining, real estate, hospitality, slavery, transportation, and more, with numerous chain stores in each sector. Hence, this discount was no trivial benefit. After carefully reviewing the perks and ensuring there were no unbearable restrictive clauses, he affixed his signature to the document. Dudian glanced at Bud and inquired, "Hers is silver. Does that signify something?" Bud smiled and replied, "You are quite observant. She recently ascended to the rank of bloody swordsman, becoming a mid-level hunter, which we colloquially refer to as silver hunters. By the numbers, she is technically your superior. During task assignments, the team leaders are always silver hunters." Dudian's brow furrowed slightly. If he were to be assigned with this woman in future missions, it would pose a considerable risk. Dudian extended his hand to accept the document, nodding in understanding.